After he pulled out the stone sword from the main base, he placed it back to its original position to continue locking the spiritual energy. As for the remaining 13 secondary summits spirit-locking stone swords, they were all pulled out and kept by Mo Wuji in his storage ring. Presently, he only needed to pull out this stone sword from the main base and he could activate all 13 spirit-locking arrays. He had long analyzed this Tianji stone sword and he had also analyzed all the 13 spirit-locking arrays at least once. Since he wanted to activate the spirit-locking array, Mo Wuji would naturally not have any hesitation when pulling out this Tianji stone sword. Boom boom boom. A series of dull sounds could be heard from below his feet and simultaneously, Mo Wuji could feel that the place he was in was collapsing. Mo Wuji was shocked. Could it be that the quality of my array Dao was not up to standard? And I made a misjudgment? It would be a complete disaster if the Tianji summit were to collapse just like that. They would become a laughing stock if something they spent so long to rebuild were to collapse so soon after. Very quickly, Mo Wuji knew that his judgment was not wrong as streams of extremely dense spiritual energy started to flow around the area. The indescribable extreme comfort made Mo Wuji almost felt as though he was holding onto a heaven-grade spirit stone. Bang! Mo Wuji was being practical and before he could react to this, the surrounding trembles were long gone. He was now by the side of a huge fog pool. Mo Wuji's sight fell on this fog pool and immediately took in a breath of cold air. The fog pool started to lift off into the air and the 9 days spiritual veins were locked in by the array while half of it was being suspended in mid-air. An endless amount of spiritual energy started to surround this area. How was this a fog pool? This was more like a spirit pool caused by the condensation of spiritual energy. Furthermore, Mo Wuji was certain that the grade of any one of the 9 spiritual veins was much better than any spiritual vein he got from the Sky Sea sect. In other words, if the spiritual vein he retrieved was a low-grade vein, then this 9 spiritual veins would at least be high-grade and could even be supreme grade. Instinctively, Mo Wuji knew that this place must not be leaked out because the moment it was leaked out, even the heaven-seeking palace would attempt to snatch it from them. This was all along located here in the Tianji sect, so he had no idea whether the previous sect head didn't notice this place or that he noticed but dared not open it. Mo Wuji also realized how he could make full use of this 9 spiritual veins. He could use this place for his closed-door cultivation, and even though the resources needed for him to advance would be incredibly scary, his pace here would certainly not be slower than if he were to cultivate in any other place. However, this 9 spiritual veins must not be all open for a long time, and after Xinghuang broke through to the true God stage, he would seal up these 9 spiritual veins. He would at most leave the Tianji summit spiritual energy so that the Tianji sect's disciples could cultivate to their heart's content. On the Tianji summit, at the moment Mo Wuji opened the spirit-locking array, everyone could feel the cultivation freedom that was similar to having a bath in a spiritual solution. It would be too silly of them if they were to not cultivate with such level of spiritual energy. The most surprised one would be the three-eyed Buddha, Xinghuang, who had just walked into the Tianwu summit. He guessed that Mo Wuji had helped him direct part of the spiritual energy over to him. With this level of spiritual energy coupled with the large pile of spirit stones that he possessed, he should break through into the true God stage very soon. However, never in his dreams would he imagine that the spiritual energy Mo Wuji directed over to him would be this incredible. This extraordinary amount of spiritual energy almost made him let out a groan. Xinghuang was a supreme-grade smithing master and he had seen quite a bit of the world too. Without mentioning the great density of the spiritual energy at the Heaven-Seeking Equipment Summit, even before he entered the Heaven-Seeking Palace, the places he cultivated in were all treasured lands of spiritual energy. Over the years, Xinghuang had never seen such monstrous amount of spiritual energy until today at the Tianwu Summit. The reason he decided to join Tianji sect was because he saw Mo Wuji's potential as well as the fact that he was finding a place to hide himself. Of course, part of the reason was also because he felt Mo Wuji's menace. Mo Wuji helped him kill Pang Jiqing of the Great Evolution sect without any scruples to show that he was afraid of nothing. Additionally, he believed that Mo Wuji had more tricks up his sleeves which he had not revealed. However, at this moment, he was extremely pleased that he made the right decision to join them. If he couldn't manage to advance into the true God stage with such level of spiritual energy, he would really be a useless bum. Xing Huang cupped his fist towards Tianji's summit as he immediately started his spiritual circulation to break through into the next stage. He didn't even bother taking out the energy-gathering array and spirit stones because the amount of spiritual energy here was far greater than the spiritual energy he could produce from his spirit stones. At this moment, even all the vegetation in Tianji's sect started to emit exuberant vitality. While everyone was in closed-doors cultivation, Mo Wuji jumped straight into the spirit fog pool and began cultivating. Even though he only just entered the Yuan Dan stage, with such dense spiritual energy, he should be able to break into the next level again. The 100 Sects Alliance was about to hold the 5 Elements Desolate Conference, and to attain victory for Tianji sect, he couldn't afford to be weak. Within the fog pool, there was already a pool of spiritual solution, and Mo Wuji was simply jumping into the solution. Even though he had not started his spiritual circulation, Mo Wuji could already feel the cultivation carefreeness. When he started his spiritual circulation technique, he could clearly feel something good moving fast and concentrated within his body. All 102 meridians underwent spiritual circulation simultaneously, such that this terrifying amount of spiritual energy was almost whirled out of the spiritual fog pool by Mo Wuji. During cultivation, the most worthless thing would be time. Half a month just flew by and Mo Wuji had broke past Yuan Dan stage level 1 and advanced into Yuan Dan stage level 2. The spiritual energy flowing through his Dan Tian was even clearer than before, and this brought along a seemingly endless amount of strong spiritual aura. Another 5 days passed by and Mo Wuji reached the intermediate stage of Yuan Dan stage level 2. Just as he was about to break into the later stage of level 2, a long cry disrupted Mo Wuji's concentration. Following which, Mo Wuji heard a series of thunderous sounds. Mo Wuji stood up, and even though he had never seen anyone broke into true God stage, he knew that it was Xing Huang making use of the lightning bolts as he prepared for his heavenly tribulation. Additionally, he had seen a demonic beast done that back in the 5 Elements Desolate domain, so he knew how scary this could be. Mo Wuji hurried out of the spiritual fog pool, and because Xing Huang was about to overcome that catastrophe to advance into true God stage, he had to go and take a look. Concurrently, he had to close up the sect protecting array to prevent the lightning strikes from destroying the array. Tianwu sect, Xing Huang stood alone on the peak of the summit as he awaited the lightning's arrival. Kacha! A light, fine sound could be heard, and Xing Huang could sense that the surrounding sect protecting array was released. He nodded his head in satisfaction as he knew that the sect head knew he was about to overcome this, therefore, intentionally removing the array. Bang bang bang, ka! A lightning bolt finally landed. Xing Huang didn't take out his magic treasure immediately but threw his fist at the lightning bolt instead. From Nihility God stage to True God stage, one would need to endure 59 lightning bolts. This first lightning bolt could not even be considered to be an appetizer, and if he were to use the magic treasure from the onstart, how would he block against the remaining lightning bolts? Bang! The lightning bolt struck Xing Huang's fist bone and broke it in an instant as Xing Huang moved back several steps before swallowing a few pills. At the same time, another 2 lightning bolts fell on him. Presently, Mo Wuji had just reached the Tianwu summit as he joined in the crowd of disciples gathered to watch Xing Huang. Those with not enough determination would definitely not be able to continue cultivating at the sight of such a powerful lightning bolt. However, if the mind was fixed on doing something, even witnessing these lightning bolts would never waver his resolve. Mo Wuji saw waves after waves of lightning bolts and noticed that Xing Huang had already took out his fire pincer's magic treasure to fend it off, as his heart was even more excited than ever. Mo Wuji was not excited for the fact that there was a possibility that Xing Huang could succeed and then advancing into the true God stage. Mo Wuji was truly excited when he could undergo the heavenly tribulation himself too. Such lightning bolts might be extremely dangerous to normal people, but it was an opportunity he would never let it go to waste. Mo Wuji had long been toughened mentally and physically by lightning strikes, hence, he couldn't wait for his turn to be in Xing Huang's place. Bang bang bang. This time round was another 3 and there was already a total of 9 lightning bolts. The clash between Xing Huang's fire pincers and the lightning bolts resulted in a whole sky of flames and lightnings. Xing Huang was also forced into the deep pits by the lightning bolts, and before he could crawl out of it, another series of 9 lightning bolts struck. The unrelentless lightning bolts continued to strike the deep pit that Xing Huang was in, and this made Mo Wuji extremely worried that Xing Huang might not make it out alive. Before this series of 9 lightning bolts could end, another 3 more fell on Xing Huang. It was clear to bystanders like Mo Wuji that these 3 bolts were much stronger in terms of its energy than the previous 9. Mo Wuji was slightly relieved at the sight of 2 fire dragons cut out by the fire pincers being shot out of the deep pit. It seemed as though Xing Huang was still hanging on well. Before Mo Wuji could feel truly relieved, another 6 more thick lightning bolts fell into the deep pit. Bang! The electric discharges were overflowing from within the deep pit, and Mo Wuji never saw the fire dragon coming out of the deep pit anymore. After these 6 lightning bolts, the sky above Tianwu summit became clear and the sounds of lightning were no longer heard. In fact, there was even a rainbow in the sky above in Tianwu summit. Was the heavenly tribulation over, or was Xing Huang killed? Mo Wuji hurried over to the lightning pit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 256, The Start of the Conference. Chapter 256, The Start of the Conference. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Defender Xing. Standing by the side of the huge lightning pit, Mo Wuji called out worryingly. I am fine. Xing Huang's weak voice was heard, and even though the voice was very faint, Mo Wuji could hear the excitement and happiness in his voice. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to help him up, Xing Huang had already sat up by himself. In the very next instant, an incredible amount of spiritual energy was absorbed by him, and Mo Wuji noticed that Xing Huang's wounds were gradually recovering and his surrounding was bursting with spiritual aura. Mo Wuji didn't go over to disturb Xing Huang as he went to ignite the sect protecting array once again before returning to the spiritual fog pool with 9 spiritual veins suspended in it. He wasn't there to cultivate but to lock the spirit locking array. However, to allow Tianji sect's disciples to continue cultivating, he ignited a spirit directing array just beside the main spirit locking array. He would be directing the spiritual energy to the Tianji summit, and for the rest of the secondary summits, their spiritual energy shall be temporarily locked up. Tianji sect was still too weak, so he couldn't simply let everything out, especially for such monstrous level of spiritual energy. 5 Elements Desolate City was located just outside the 5 Rings Desolate Domain. This was originally only an open-air square-like transaction arena. This transaction arena was more like a huge plaza, and surrounding the plaza were the huge sex turf. The few opening ceremonies of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain often resulted in this place become a crowd-gathering arena. After the alien cultivators were chased away, the Jinmo continent experts opened a path from the 5 Elements Desolate Domain to the Jinmo continent. The 100 Sect Alliance used the fortune collected from the alien cultivators to build a 5 Elements Desolate City on this open-air square in just 1 year. The breadth and length of the 5 Elements Desolate City were about 100 miles each, therefore, it shouldn't be considered to be a small cultivation city. The moment this city was built up, there were countless of business organizations and sects trying to fight to own the buildings and land here. However, these competitions were immediately restrained, as other than some housing estates near the periphery of this city, the rest of the buildings and places with concentrated spiritual energy were all kept in place. The main reason why the 5 Elements Desolate City was able to be built up was due to the fortune from the alien cultivators. Therefore, many big sects agreed that the city should be divided according to the results of the 100 Sects Alliance Conference, as they definitely should not forget about those sects who fought hard and contributed to the lost continent. As the 100 Sect Alliance Conference drew closer, there was an increasing number of people arriving at the 5 Elements Desolate City. This was different from when the Five Elements Desolate Domain first opened, because after the conference was over, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter the domain, which meant that everyone would have the same opportunity to enter. There was even a flower of the true gods in the Five Elements Desolate Domain, not to mention the countless treasures as well as cultivation resources available inside. In fact, during the opening of the Five Elements Desolate Domain, there was a period of confusion in which anyone could enter the domain because of this confusion. Because of this, there were a lot of people who managed to bring out loads of treasures from within the domain. Therefore, nobody would object to having a conference like this 100 Sect Alliance Conference. Today was the opening day of the 100 Sect Alliance Conference, and to convince all the sects as well as eradicate any doubts from the cultivators, this conference would be in open-air style. The conference would be held in the newly built Five Elements Desolate Cities Plaza, and there was a round altar for discussion in the middle of the plaza which was capable of holding a few thousand people. A sound amplifying array was installed on the round array as well, such that any discussion made on the round altar could be heard throughout the entire Five Elements Desolate City. Any cultivator who was in the Five Elements Desolate Cities Plaza would be able to hear the contents of the conference. Even if one was not in the plaza itself, as long as he was in the city, he would be able to hear the discussions very clearly. Even though there was only a few cultivators in charge on the round altar busy working, the Five Elements Desolate Plaza was already filled with people who were all eagerly anticipating the 100 Sect Alliance Conference. A path made of white jade stone stretched out from the entrance of the Five Elements Desolate City all the way to the middle of the round altar. The entire plaza was overcrowded with people, but nobody dared to step on this path. Everyone knew that only experts or sect heads would be able to lay their foot on this path. It would be perfectly normal for an ordinary person to step on this path and get killed immediately. "Look, the heaven-seeking palace's Dean Feng is here," someone from the crowd shouted in a low voice, and the entire plaza turned quiet. Beside Dean Feng is the heaven-seeking palace's Dao Gates Dao head, Chu Jiangyuan, as well as the heaven-seeking palace's defender. The second to arrive is the Great Evolution Sect's Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang looked so young and was simply too stylish. Who is the third one here? Looks like the Heavenly Temple's sect head. No, that is the sect head of the Heavenly Drug Sect, Qin Fuyu. I've heard that Lord Qin is not only an Nihility God stage cultivator, he is also a Earth-grade pill refiner and was said to be the first pill Dao expert in the entire Five Big Empires. The first pill Dao expert? Ah, did you forget about the heaven-seeking palace pill pagoda's Granny Linglong? I've actually heard that Granny Linglong was a Tier 7 heaven-grade pill refiner. I've also heard that Granny Linglong disappeared after the war with the alien cultivators. Someone said that she was being chased by a true god stage alien cultivator. Whether or not the cultivators by the side were discussing about the person, anyone who walked on this path would have to register their name and origins at the round altar. After registration, a person in charge would announce the person's name and origins to everyone. As time passed, more and more experts walked onto the round altar. Outside the Five Elements Desolate City, Mo Wuji brought defender Xing Huang and the sect's business affairs hall lord, Zhuang Yuan, into the city. Hold on. After walking to the entrance of the city, Mo Wuji stopped in his tracks as he saw a familiar back view flashing across the plaza. Zhuang Yan, you enter the round altar to help us secure our Tianji sect's position first. Remember not to position ourselves too far back, because this could affect the benefits we could possibly receive. Defender Xing, you come with me, Mo Wuji said as he immediately squeezed through the crowd. If he saw any ordinary person, Mo Wuji would not have bothered to chase. However, he would never forget the back view of this person even if he was burnt to ashes, Jing Filan, this vicious woman. Even though Yen Er eventually profited from a misfortune to be able to get her Five Elements mutant spiritual roots, he had to fight so hard in the Five Elements Desolate Domain to be able to save Yen Er's life. This woman tried to transfer Yen Er's spiritual roots to someone else, and now that she appeared in the Five Elements Desolate City, how could he let her off just like that? Zhuang Yan, what are you doing? A sharp voice from the crowd sounded out, and this caught the attention of the crowd. At this moment, the crowd saw Zhuang Yan walking on the white jade stone path, and in front of the many experts and sect heads, Zhuang Yan was simply too out of place. Zhuang Yan subconsciously stopped walking as she saw the person who called out for her. It was Zhuang Jie from the Zhuang family, and she was in fact Zhuang Yan's cousin. There were two people standing beside Zhuang Jie. One of them was the man who set out to sea with her, Qi Wenchuan. The other was another member of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Yuantong, who was Zhuang Yan's male cousin. Zhuang Yan saw Zhuang Jie and Qi Wenchuan standing together, and she revealed a faint self-deprecating smile. Not only was Qi Wenchuan's qualification decent, he was extremely considerate too. Ever since he entered the Zhuang family, Zhuang Jie had already started chasing after him intensely. In the end, Qi Wenchuan preferred the kind and gentle Zhuang Yan, and because of this, Zhuang Jie always picked on Zhuang Yan. What Zhuang Yan didn't expect was that after she saw the true colors of Qi Wenchuan in the sky sea and eventually left him, this fella actually went back to the Zhuang family and ended up with Zhuang Jie. Even her cousin, Zhuang Yuantong, was standing beside them, and this made Zhuang Yan wondered how this fellow won over the whole Zhuang family. One must know that initially, other than Zhuang Jie and herself, the Zhuang family didn't really like Qi Wenchuan. Her parents once told her that if she were to stay together with Qi Wenchuan, she could never step back home again and the family would no longer have a daughter like her. Zhuang Yan shook her head as she was truly blind to like Qi Wenchuan and dared to not listen to her parents' advice. She no longer had the courage to face her family again. Previously, Zhuang Yan did not travel much, hence she was not very experienced. However, after entering the Tianji sect, she had experienced almost as much as before. Without mentioning her head senior brother, Mo Wuji, even Pu Qian was many-fold stronger than Qi Wenchuan. Seeing Zhuang Yan simply shook her head and continued walking towards the round altar, Zhuang Jie went crazy as she shouted, "Zhuang Yan, have you gone nuts? Do you know what you're doing? Hurry, roll back down here. Are you trying to get the entire Zhuang family killed?" Even Zhuang Yuantong, who was standing beside Zhuang Jie, was frightened. Could it be that because Qi Wenchuan chose Zhuang Jie, Zhuang Yan wanted to seek revenge and get the whole family killed? At the thought of this, cold sweat was all over Zhuang Yuantong's back. Presently, Zhuang Yan had already walked into the round altar. No matter how daring he was, he would not dare to rush forward to pull Zhuang Yan back. "May I ask this guest to present her identity card?" The two cultivators guarding the round altar said politely, even though both of them were suspicious of Zhuang Yan too, but before they could confirm anything, they would not do anything to Zhuang Yan. The identity card was the blank white card given on the flying messenger sword. Tianji sect was given 3 slots, and as to who would be able to join, as long as the name was written on the card itself, it would suffice. Zhuang Yan took out her identity card and handed it over to the cultivator that was speaking, and after this cultivator saw the card, he immediately raised his hand to direct her and said, "Oh Lord Zhuang, this way please." After Zhuang Yan walked further inside the round altar, another cultivator shouted, "Tianji sect's Business Affairs Hall Lord Zhuang, enters the conference." After hearing this announcement, not only were Zhuang Jie and Qi Wenchuan shocked, even Zhuang Yuantong was dumbfounded. Tianji sect's Business Affairs Hall Lord? Wasn't Zhuang Yan just an abandoned woman from a small family? Since when was the change so drastic that she became a Hall Lord now? A moment later, Zhuang Yuantong became excited as a member of the Zhuang family had become a Hall Lord and was even able to enter this 100-sect alliance conference. Don't this mean that Zhuang Yan would have certain authority to get slots to enter the 5 elements desolate domain? Not possible. How is this possible? Zhuang Jie finally reacted as she murmured to herself. Since young, she had always been ahead of Zhuang Yan in everything they did. The only time she lost to Zhuang Yan was when Zhuang Yan snatched Qi Wenchuan from her. Even so, she managed to snatch him back, so what's happening now? Zhuang Yan became Tianji sect's Hall Lord and even had the chance to enter the 100-sect alliance conference? How is this possible? Those who didn't know Zhuang Yan personally were all secretly envious of her because she looked so young, yet she was already a sect's Hall Lord. It was simply too infuriating if they compared themselves with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up,
ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 257, Move If You Dare. Chapter 257, Move If You Dare. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Stop right there. Mo Wuji stopped someone on the street in the Five Elements desolate city. As he saw the person staring at him, Mo Wuji laughed coldly. Jing Filan, you can remove the scarf on your face now. I am here to settle some scores with you. It's you? Jing Filan evidently recognized Mo Wuji as her eyes showed flashes of astonishment before immediately recovering to her normal, calm self. Even though anyone could enter the Five Elements desolate domain now, she was quite impressed that a mortal like Mo Wuji was able to sneak in here. Yen Er is already dead. You wouldn't understand even if I explained to you, so move away now. Jing Filan simply said one sentence as she reached out her hand to release a stream of wind. Mo Wuji didn't budge an inch as he opened his palm to catch and made the stream of wind disappear without any traces left behind. What? Jing Filan exclaimed as she instantly realized that not only did Mo Wuji cultivated, he became an extremely strong cultivator too. The second time round, she released a stream of elemental energy without holding back. A terrifying space of elemental energy flew towards Mo Wuji, which startled him. Just from this second act, Mo Wuji knew from such a strong surge of elemental energy that Jing Filan must at least be in the advanced stage of the true lake stage. Boom! Mo Wuji did not move at all and Jing Filan's elemental energy was stopped in its track, and then an even stronger elemental energy surged over and blew Jing Filan away as she crashed into the stone wall at the side. Puff! Jing Filan instantly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as she fell to the ground. Jing Filan was dumbfounded beyond words as she slowly got herself back on her feet. She stared at Xing Huang, who was standing beside Mo Wuji, before saying with a trembling voice, "You are the heaven-seeking palace's Smith Summit's senior three-eyed Buddha. Why are you attacking a small rogue cultivator like myself?" Jing Filan was not able to tell the three-eyed Buddha's cultivation level, but she was sure that he had to be at least in the great circle of the Nihility God stage. I am no longer the heaven-seeking palace's Smith Summit three-eyed Buddha but Tian Ji-Sec's left defender. No matter who you are, you have to be polite when talking to my Tian Ji-Sec's sect head, Xing Huang snorted as he said in a cold tone. Jing Filan was about to go berserk as her eyes fell on Mo Wuji's body. How could you? She didn't even dare to ask because Mo Wuji was only an ordinary mortal with no spiritual roots. How could he end up being Tian Ji-Sec's sect head? Something's wrong. Mo Wuji grabbed my first attack so easily. How can a mortal do that? The killing intent on Mo Wuji was clearly evident now as he said with an even colder tone, "Now is not the time for you to ask questions. Count yourself lucky because I am just going to kill you today and not bother torturing you. As for the Supreme Sword City, I will seek my revenge soon." Mo Wuji opened his palm and an electro ball came flying down. Hold on. Jing Filan reached out her hand to remove the scarf on her own face. Mo Wuji was shocked as she saw the Jing Filan in front of him. How is this a person? Jing Filan had one eye dug out and her nose was half missing with countless of terrifying scars on her face. One look at this would make many shocked and disgusted. That's right, Yen Er was brought away by me, but I never ill-treat her at all. I was even preparing her to become my closed-door disciple, to inherit my mantle. However, I was blind to have not know about the Supreme Sword City's brute acts. The Supreme Sword City was actually searching in the entire 5 big empires for all sorts of supreme-grade spiritual roots and then send to the Dong family to transfer their spiritual roots to their direct descendant. You have no idea how many geniuses died during the process of transferring their spiritual roots. After saying so much in one breath, Jing Filan calmed herself down before inhaling a deep breath as she continued. After Yen Er was brought to the Supreme Sword City by me, the animal from the Dong family found out and asked me for Yen Er. I naturally refused and I didn't expect themselves to snatch Yen Er away from me forcefully. After I went to reason out with them, I found out about their brute acts and was eventually held captive by them and tortured inhumanely. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows as he asked, Jing Filan, since you found out about the Dong family secret afterwards, how is it possible that they didn't kill you? Are you trying to deceive yourself? Jing Filan clenched her fist as she said with a coarse voice, it was only because I knew of an extremely important secret. The Dong family wanted me to reveal this secret, which was why I wasn't instantly killed by them. It was only during the war with the alien cultivators that I managed to escape out. Until now, I finally understood why the Supreme Sword City wanted to make me one of the lords of the 3 big deputy cities. As she finished her sentence, Jing Filan used one eye to stare calmly at Mo Wuji. If you kill me, I wouldn't blame you because I do look down on mortals. Back then, when you were still a mortal, I thought that you might affect Yener's cultivation. Perhaps it was misjudgment on my part because you actually became a sect head now. However, if you were to kill me because you think I am the reason for Yener's death, I'm not willing to resign to this fate. It's not because I am afraid of death, it's because I want to seek revenge. After I avenge Yener by killing the brute from the Supreme Sword City, I would have no regrets even if you kill me, Jing Filan, however you wish. Also, it was the young lord of the Supreme Sword City, Dong Luan, who wanted Yener's spiritual roots. Dong Luan has been killed by me, Mo Wuji said with a poker face as the killing intent he had in his heart for Jing Filan reduced. The main reason was because Yener was alright and perhaps because it wasn't Jing Filan's intent to help the Supreme Sword City collect the supreme grade spiritual roots and that she was a victim like the rest. There was a flash of astonishment in Jing Filan's eyes before she suddenly said, so Dong Luan was killed by you. After Dong Luan's death, the Supreme Sword City went insane trying to find the murderer. Jing Filan was hiding in the dark, so she naturally knew about Dong Luan's death. You can leave now. With one eye dug up, I hope that you won't be as blind when looking with your other eye. If you talk to me nicely back then, I might be willing to let Yener be your disciple. This is not how you should talk to others. Don't always think that you're high above the rest because when you do this, you are also just like an ant in other stronger people's eyes. Mo Wuji waved his hand as he was not in the mood to kill a woman like her. Sect head Mo, I know you wish to kill the Supreme Sword City's Dong family to avenge Yener because I want to avenge Yener as well as the few other disciples like myself too. So please let me join your Tianji sect and after I kill the Dong family, you are free to cut me up or kill me. What Mo Wuji wasn't expecting was that Jing Filan didn't leave immediately and actually requested to join his Tianji sect. After all these years, Jing Filan knew very clearly that the chances of successfully seeking her revenge would be too low if she were to only depend on her own ability. It would be an impossible dream for her to use help from other sects or clans to help her seek revenge because there was no one sect who would clash head-to-head against the Supreme Sword City for a random woman like herself. Mo Wuji asked curiously, the few other disciples? Jing Filan said in his serious tone, that's right, after I found out about their despicable acts, they didn't only lock me up but my few other disciples too. They used my disciples' spiritual roots to experiment on the spiritual roots transfer. My few disciples had at most top-grade spiritual roots only, these be asterisk stards. As Jing Filan spoke, she clenched her fist so hard there was traces of blood on her palm. This Dong clan of the Supreme Sword City were really too inhumane. The killing intent in Mo Wuji's eyes grew stronger. Since this was the case, you follow me into the 100 Sect Alliance conference. Of course, this is provided that you dare to come with me. Jing Filan laughed miserably, is there anything that I dare not do now? On the round altar in the middle of the 5 Elements desolate city plaza, Zhuang Yan suddenly recalled Mo Wuji's words to find an eye-catching position to secure. This conference could directly affect the future progress of the Tianji sect, so they must not sit at an unfavorable spot. The seats were positioned to form a circle in the round altar and in the middle were the Heaven-Seeking Palace, Great Evolution sect and about 5 to 6 more top-grade sections. The people in charge of the 100 Sect Alliance were also sitting in the middle. However ignorant Zhuang Yan was, she also knew that these were not the positions she could sit on. Even though Tianji sect had a left defender, they were ultimately still a Shen grade sect. Other than these positions, the next best position was the first row closest to the middle. Currently, the first row was already almost filled up as Zhuang Yan hurried over to the box and secured it.
There were 4 seats on each of these boxes with 2 in front and 2 at the back, which represented the presence of a sect.
Just as Zhuang Yan sat down, the remaining first row boxes were immediately occupied by the other sections. Move away, go sit at the back. Don't you know the rules? Did you see any sects of grades lower than the quasi-heavens sitting in the first row?
A cold, firm voice was heard beside Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan lifted her head and saw a tall-built, malicious-looking man.
Are there any rules saying that the first row could only be occupied by quasi-heaven sects only?
Even though Zhuang Yan was feeling a little perturbed, she didn't stand up to make way for him. After spending enough time with Mo Wuji, her character had changed to become more like his. If it was before she joined Tianji sect, she would have already stood up and letting him take the position. Or rather, she wouldn't even have chosen to sit in the first row.
Why? Do you need me to do something to you?
This malicious-looking man started to look even more serious as he only just found out that there was only one Xian sect occupying the first row.
What's happening?
One of the cultivators in charge hurried over. The malicious-looking man immediately clasped his fist and said, "I am a disciple of the heaven-seeking palace, Dongmingzi. I am representing the Supreme Sword City to participate in this 100-sect alliance conference. However, this person is sitting on this spot when she is only a representative of a Xian sect." Dongmingzi came late only because he initially saw Jing Filan's backview and went to chase after her to no avail. The cultivator in charge heard that Dongmingzi was from the Supreme Sword City and was even a disciple of the heaven-seeking palace, so he said while feeling slightly troubled, "Oh Lord Zhuang, I am the deacon of this conference, may I ask you to give some face and move slightly to the back?" Zhuang Yan turned her head to glance at the back as she noticed the back few rows were all occupied. If she were to give this seat up, she would probably have to sit all the way to the back, which was too far away from head senior brother's instruction. Head senior brother finally gave her a task, so she must not disappoint him.
"Apologies, Mr. Deacon.
This is all about first come first serve, and since I, Tianji sect, was here first, there is no reason for us to give it up," Zhuang Yan said while being neither haughty nor humble. Because of the sound amplifying array in the plaza, everyone's attention landed on the discussion round altar where a hall lord of a Xian sect was verbally fighting with the quasi-heaven Supreme Sword City for the seat. "If you still refuse to budge, don't blame me for acting on you," Dongmingzi said with a slight killing intent as he saw Zhuang Yan's reluctance to show face. If this wasn't the conference, he would have acted a long time ago. "The scum of the Dong clan, do it if you have the guts," a similar trace of killing intent was in the voice that sounded from behind Dongmingzi. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 258, Exterminate the Dong Clan of Supreme Sword City. Chapter 258, Exterminate the Dong Clan of Supreme Sword City. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Dongmingzi turned around to see Mo Wuji, who he recognized. Not only did he recognize Mo Wuji, Dongmingzi had a deep impression of him.
Back then, when he saw Mo Wuji at the Immortal Training Tower, he could feel the killing intent in Mo Wuji's eyes. If not for Xin Shuin's appearance, he would have found a place to get rid of Mo Wuji back then. He couldn't believe that this fella dared to appear here so outrageously. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the cultivator's loud announcement, "Tianji sect head Mo Wuji, left defender Xing Huang and elder Jing Filan enters the conference."
Tianji sect head? Isn't this fella an outer disciple of the heaven-seeking palace who was always clinging onto Xin Shuin's thigh? How did he become Tianji sect head?
Before Dongmingzi could figure this out, he remembered another name, Jing Filan. He lifted his head and saw Jing Filan with her face covered with her scarf. He twitched his eyes a little and confirmed that it was indeed this woman who he would most definitely not let go today. He didn't immediately find trouble with Jing Filan because he was worried that Jing Filan might go crazy and say out the incident about the Supreme Sword City's acts of transferring spiritual roots. The small outer disciple back then could actually make full use of his opportunities to become a trash sect head of a Xian sect, Dongmingzi said as his upper lip curled in disdain. His supreme sword city only needed to lift his hand to crush a Xian sect like Mo Wuji's.
The conference is about to begin.
No matter who you are, you have to stop moving around and turn to your seats. Sect head of the Great Evolution sect, Zhang Xiushan, saw the never-ending conversation going on there, so he shouted out loud. Even though he wasn't very pleased with Dongmingzi from the Supreme Sword City, he agreed it was a little absurd for a Xian sect like the Tianji sect to sit in the first row.
Without waiting for Dongmingzi to say anything, Mo Wuji suddenly walked to the center of the round altar and said casually, "Today, I want to reveal the most devastating incident in the cultivation world for everyone here to listen. You're courting death." Dongmingzi heard Mo Wuji's first sentence and knew that things were not going well for him.
If Mo Wuji were to reveal Supreme Sword City's dark secret, then his Dong clan in the Supreme Sword City would never be able to continue serving. Just as he said "you're courting death," his whole body flew towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's laughed coldly because even though Dongmingzi's cultivation level was slightly higher than his, he was still in the Yuan Dan stage like Mo Wuji himself.
How dare a mere Yuan Dan stage fella be so arrogant and throw himself at me without any precautions taken?
In fact, it was the one with the surname Dong that was courting death.
Boom!
Without waiting for Dongmingzi to act, Mo Wuji took the initiative to attack him.
Dongmingzi knew that Mo Wuji was only an outer disciple with non-visible spirituality, so he didn't view Mo Wuji highly. In fact, he didn't even bother about Mo Wuji's attack as he aimed crazily for Mo Wuji's skull. Even he was to suffer the blow of this fist, he had to kill Mo Wuji first. Boom!
An explosive lightning exploded in Dongmingzi's chest, and before his 5 claws could grab Mo Wuji's head, he was brought down by this explosive lightning attack. If not for an expert, who was sitting down, catching him, he would have been blown out of the round altar. He could see the hole filled with blood in his chest, but this attack didn't actually cost his life as he swallowed a few pills with almost no energy left to act again. At this moment, any random person could finish Dongmingzi off. Dongmingzi really didn't understand why he was unable to even fend off one attack of Mo Wuji.
"You're courting death."
An infuriated voice was followed by an intense surge of elemental energy raging at Mo Wuji. This was definitely the attack of at least a Nihility God stage cultivator. Zhang Xiushan was livid as he raised his hand to stop the Nihility God stage cultivator from attacking, and they both ended up in the center of the round altar. After whipping the Nihility God stage cultivator, he said coldly, "Could it be that I have to give all of you face every time my 100-sect alliance wants to start a conference?" After being whipped like a trash by Zhang Xiushan on the round altar, this Nihility God stage expert spat out some blood as he said with a slight hissing voice, "Sect head Zhang, so why didn't you act when my son was badly injured?" Mo Wuji finally realized that this fellow was Dongmingzi's father, who would also be Dongluan's father. This should be the Supreme Sword City's main lord, one sword falling flower, one, Dong Luohua. The pity was that the famous Dong Luohua was also whipped like a small chicken to the ground and almost fell to his death. If this were to spread out, his reputation would definitely be affected and would no longer have the qualifications to be called what one sword falling flowers. From the very beginning, Xing Huang didn't even do anything because he wouldn't act unless Mo Wuji's life was in danger. Zhang Xiushan didn't bother about Dong Luohua as he looked coldly at Mo Wuji. "Do you want to kill yourself or do you need me to do something?" Mo Wuji glanced at Zhang Xiushan as he said calmly, "Sect head Zhang, so the heaven-seeking palace have no say here? You get to decide everything here?" Zhang Xiushan looked furiously for a moment, but controlling his anger as he turned towards Feng Zhenqiu with cupped fists as he said, "Brother Feng, how do you suggest we deal with this?" Feng Zhenqiu's eyes landed on Mo Wuji's body and only spoke after a while. "Your name is Mo Wuji and was the one who got 50th place in the 5 Elements pill competition, right? Additionally, after entering the 5 Elements desolate domain, because you managed to win Linglong's favor that you enter my heaven-seeking palace to become an outer disciple, Mo Wuji treated Feng Zhenqiu with much more respect than Zhang Xiushan as he cupped his fist after Feng Zhenqiu finished asking, "Dean Feng is correct, as I was indeed once an outer disciple of the heaven-seeking palace. However, I had already left the heaven-seeking palace outer sect and I am now Mo Wuji, the sect head of the Tianji sect with absolutely no connections with the heaven-seeking palace anymore.
Feng Zhenqiu nodded his head. Earlier on, you said something about revealing the world of cultivation deepest and most devastating secret. What is it? Dong Luohua had already gotten back on his feet as he wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his lips before saying in a serious tone, Dean Feng, is this how you treat my Supreme Sword City? For two people fighting, you all acted on me yet didn't touch a single hair of this Mo Wuji. It wasn't because he was courting death but because he was also fearful that Mo Wuji might reveal his Dong clan's secret. Jiang Xiushan was unable to stop Feng Zhenqiu from talking to Mo Wuji, but now Dong Luohua took the initiative to ask for a scolding, so he immediately refuted. Someone would naturally deal with Mo Wuji, who spoke on the round altar without any authorization earlier on. I would have heard Dong Mingzi if he wasn't already hurt for the fact that he dared to initiate an attack here. Unless your Supreme Sword City have dark secrets that cannot be revealed? I am only worried that he will sprout rubbish, and even if what he said was fake, he would definitely affect the reputation of my Supreme Sword City. I believe everyone here understand the power of words whether it's true or not. Dong Mingzi barely managed to stand up from his seat as his voice was still evidently weak. Mo Wuji said sarcastically, I haven't even say what it is about yet you knew it was about your Supreme Sword City? Is it because you have a guilty conscience from committing too many heinous crimes? Dong Mingzi was lost for words as he knew things were getting worse for him. He knew what Mo Wuji was going to reveal, but everyone else didn't know. And precisely because everyone else didn't know, his explanation just now made it seem like he was trying to hide something. Mo Wuji didn't bother about him as he clasped his fist once again before saying, fellow Dao friends, this Dong clan scum was right, because the B**** I am going to talk about is the Supreme Sword City. The Supreme Sword City's Dong clan had been searching all over the lost continent for supreme-grade spiritual roots cultivators and then secretly bringing them back to the Supreme Sword City to force transfer their spiritual roots. I believe now everyone should know why the disciples of the Dong clan have so many supreme-grade spiritual roots. Waves of uproars could be heard as Mo Wuji's words were simply too appalling to people. If there was really such a clan, they would be the rat on the street because everyone who saw them would hit and shout at them. This act was simply too heinous, and imagine the cruel torture of being ripped off your spiritual roots. Jiang Xiushan and Feng Zhenqiu's expression were so gloomy as they finally realized why there were so little cultivators in the lost continent with supreme-grade spiritual roots, and there were even some originating from huge clans. So the reason was that most of these supreme-grade spiritual roots geniuses were all collected and spoiled by the Supreme Sword City. No wonder both of Dong Luohua's sons had supreme-grade spiritual roots. One must know that it was an extreme rarity for a clan to produce a supreme-grade spiritual roots, so what are the odds that both his sons and himself all had supreme-grade spiritual roots? If there were so many supreme-grade spiritual roots in the world, then it would not be so precious anymore. Both Dong Luohua and Dong Mingzi's face turned pale as their heart turned cold like an ice cave. There was simply nothing their Dong clan could do now that things had reached this stage. You are lying. Dong Luohua's trembling finger pointed at Mo Wuji as he said in a solemn tone. Whether or not I am lying, you know it the best. I am not the only one here today because your Supreme Sword City's third deputy city's lord, Jing Feilan, is also here. She will be telling everyone the more detailed truth. Mo Wuji's voice was even clearer and calmer now. He made his decision to reveal Supreme Sword City here instead of destroying them in the dark only after meeting Jing Feilan. The members of the Dong clan of the Supreme Sword City were all across the lost continent, so he will definitely not have the same chance as he had with the Lei clan to exterminate every single one of them in one blow. Rather than killing a few disciples at the Supreme Sword City, he might as well as drastically exterminate the entire Dong clan completely. By making use of this conference to turn the Dong clan into a rat on the streets for everyone to curse and hit it, he believed that the Dong clan would be annihilated in the lost continent very soon. Jing Feilan said very solemnly, Dong Luohua, because I found out about your transferring process, your Dong clan tortured me so inhumanely and I didn't manage to escape, this matter would have long disappeared into ashes.
Your Dong clan were simply inhumane to even snatch my disciples' spiritual roots, and trust me when I say you all won't accomplish much through such brutal acts." As she finished, Jing Filan turned to the crowd of cultivators on the plaza as she said, "Do you know how many innocent supreme-grade spiritual roots cultivators the Dong clan must kill to produce one supreme-grade spiritual roots cultivator of their own? They spent tens of years searching throughout the lost continent, and they found almost 100 over supreme-grade spiritual roots cultivators. These cultivators died one after the other after the failed transfer of their spiritual roots, and after witnessing these brutal acts in the experimental room of the Dong clan, I swear that only inhumane ***stards would be able to commit such crimes." Everyone could hear the sorrow and pain in Jing Filan's voice, as they could all imagine being in her shoes and witnessing what she witnessed back then. One sword falling flower is the nickname of Dong Luohua because Luohua is the Chinese for falling flower, hence the nickname. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 259, Mo Wuji's Methods. Chapter 259, Mo Wuji's Methods. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Kill him, wipe out the Supreme Sword City. As Jing Filan revealed the truth, all of the cultivators in the Five Elements Desolate Domain Plaza were enraged, and countless cultivators began calling for the Dong clan's demise and for Supreme Sword City to be wiped out. Dong Luohua's face became as pale as a sheet. While his Dong clan was quite strong, but they had no true God stage experts. This was one thing that couldn't get out of his mind. Since the day that the Dong clan obtained means to transfer spiritual roots, all their clan members had supreme spiritual roots, hence their rate of cultivation was extremely fast, but the funny thing was that there never was a single true God stage expert produced by this system. Precisely because of this, the Dong clan had developed quietly all this while, and did not stand out in any situation. If the Dong clan had a true God stage expert, then even in such a disadvantageous situation, Supreme Sword City would not be in trouble. Feng Zhenxiu's expression turned ugly, and he abruptly stepped forward to grab the trembling Dong Mingzi that shrank to one side, taking out a spiritual roots sensor. With a fling, Dong Mingzi flew into it. Mo Wuji discovered that this spiritual roots sensor was different from the one he had seen before. This one had two crystal pillars, one at the back, and the other slanted, forming a Y shape. Feng Zhenxiu tapped the spiritual roots sensor, and the two crystal pillars behind Dong Mingzi lit up. The crystal pillar behind him had a earthly yellow glow that rose barely 2 inches before stopping, while the slanted crystal pillar had a golden shine that rose all the way to the top. Whoosh! Dong Mingzi was kicked out of the sensor by Feng Zhenxiu, and Feng Zhenxiu coldly concluded, "Your spiritual roots were indeed transferred from someone, After speaking, Feng Zhenxiu bowed respectfully to the other cultivators that were on the plaza. "Fellow Dao friends, while our lost continent's culture of cultivation is rather backwards, but we've still occasionally produced some heaven realm cultivators, just that the numbers are far too few. Do you know what is the most unacceptable for all cultivation continents? It is the lose-lose act of transferring spiritual roots from one person to another." Hearing that, Mo Wuji was puzzled. How was this a lose-lose situation? Transferring better quality spiritual roots should naturally benefit the receiver, hence it should at least be a win-lose situation. With a cold snort, Feng Zhenxiu continued, "Did everything think that transferring spiritual roots to yourself will be beneficial to you? I can confidently tell everyone that these sort of cultivator will never experience heavenly tribulation. Hence they are fated to stay in the earth realm, never to step into the heaven realm. When their time is up and they die, they will experience the pain of their soul dispersing, which is tens of times more painful than what the person whose spiritual roots was taken went through." Dong Luohua trembled. No wonder a true God stage expert never appeared in the Dong clan, and based on their records, Dong clan's ancestors experienced extreme suffering when they died. Who knew that those who received transferred spiritual roots would not be able to advance to true God stage? At this point, Feng Zhenxiu's tone became strict. "Those who have taken spiritual roots from others must be killed. Are the 100 Sect Alliance's executors present?"
Countless Nihility God stage experts landed on the conference altar, exuding a cold killer aura which even made Mo Wuji feel cold. Immediately kill Supreme Sword City's Dong clan. Wipe this treacherous clan from the earth. Feng Zhenxiu's voice carried a strong killing intent, without a trace of mercy. Roger. A few Nihility God stage experts flickered and disappeared. Pointing at Mo Wuji, Don Luohua spoke, "My Dong clan has no enmity with you, so why must you destroy our clan?" He was very indignant, as his clan was just destroyed out of nowhere, and the person that exposed their crimes was this ant from Tianji sect before him. Mo Wuji coldly replied, "It is because Jing Filan's disciple, Yan Er, is a close relative of mine, and your Dong clan actually dared to attempt to strip her of spiritual roots. Since the day Yan Er's appeared in Changluo City with her spiritual channels damaged and without much sanity left, I swore that I would take down Supreme Sword City." "So it's you," Dong Luohua mumbled to himself. Back then Dong Luan moved some of the spirit transferring system to Changluo without fear, and he had felt that it was not appropriate. In the end someone sabotaged them, but due to sheer luck, there was only one victim in the whole incident. At this moment, he finally realized that the victim that went missing was named Yan Er, and she was probably taken away by Mo Wuji. The root of their troubles was created then. "There was something I forgot to tell you. Yan Er is now Heaven-Seeking Palace's #1 genius, while your son, Dong Luan, was killed by me. I killed him in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, and he told me that Supreme Sword City's Dong clan avenge him. Old man, I'm here today waiting for you to avenge him." A spurt of blood was shot out of Dong Luohua's mouth, and hate filled his heart. Why didn't he find out earlier, then killed this little ant? Logically speaking, even though Feng Zhenxiu was Heaven-Seeking Palace's dean, he would still have to discuss this matter with Great Evolution Sect's Jiang Xiushan. However, he did not do so, instead directly giving orders, but even though Jiang Xiushan was unhappy inside, he couldn't argue. Feng Zhenxiu stood out to speak, "From now on anyone of the Lost Continent shall kill Supreme Sword City's Dong clan members on sight. Men, nail Dong Luohua and Dong Mingzi outside of 5 Elements Desolate Domain as an example." While he spoke, Jiang Xiushan lifted his hand and shot out 2 beams of light which pierced through the center of the eyebrows of the deathly pale Dong Luohua and Dong Mingzi. These 2 dead men were quickly taken away, and in a moment they would be nailed to the city gates of 5 Element Desolate City to be humiliated for eternity. A stream of tears flowed out of Jing Filan's single eye, as she hid for so many years to exact her revenge, but never really had any idea how to execute it. However, when Mo Wuji wanted to take revenge, it only took barely over 2 hours, and the Supreme Sword City Dong clan was wiped off the face of Lost Continent completely. Moreover, the sense of finally exacting revenge felt great. Not only were the Supreme Sword City Dong clan wiped out, but they would be humiliated forever, never to come back from this. This method of exacting revenge was 100 levels above simply killing Supreme Sword City. Thankfully, she did not see the potential in Mo Wuji back then, otherwise, he might have been killed by the Dong clan, and wouldn't have the chance to stand here today. "That's Mo Wuji? Am I seeing things?" Han Ning, who was standing in the plaza, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He dared not believe that Mo Wuji was standing on the 100 Sect Alliance's conference altar, and just wiped out Supreme Sword City. Wasn't Mo Wuji merely just a mortal drug refiner? Being able to come here was already ridiculous, but to come as the head of a sect? What exactly was going on? When Manju, who stood beside her, took in a deep breath, and used an almost inaudible tone to speak, "You're right, that's Mo Wuji." Even though she did not have any contact with Mo Wuji after the Mo clan was destroyed, she kept observing Mo Wuji from the dark. This was not because she was interested in Mo Wuji, but as she felt guilty and wanted to help him a little. Only that female servant of his, Yan Er, was rather prideful, so no matter how hard their lives were, nothing she gave was ever accepted. Thus, now that Mo Wuji appeared on the center of the conference altar, she could recognize him immediately. Both of them turned silent. They had not gone back to Chengyu State yet, so they did not know what Mo Wuji had done there. However, right here they knew that Mo Wuji already belonged to a different world from them. That's right, in the past they thought that the situation was similar to the one now, except that they thought that they were the ones on the stage, while Mo Wuji could only look at them from afar, in the crowd. But today, the situation before them was the complete opposite. To Han Ning, she was silent because Mo Wuji had helped her a lot, but for her and her Han clan's benefit, she abandoned Mo Wuji. To Wen Manju, she also gave up on a friendship that had been built from childhood due to the Mo clan's demise. Comparatively, the Chu Wan heir that stood even further away was equally shocked, but this was not beyond her expectations. This guy really shot up quickly, to actually become the head of a sect. The old man standing beside Chu Wan heir's side. Chucking, Chu Wan heir replied, "Master, he's still the sect head of just a Xian sect. Who cares if it's just a Xian sect? To be able to use this opportunity to take out Supreme Sword City is already very impressive." However, he was too rash in handling this matter. A Xian sect is something that others can casually destroy, but he dared to take such great risks to do this. He's still young and hot-blooded. The old man shook his head. Chu Wan heir rebutted, "Master, do you think Pillmaster Mo has done anything risky before? Why do I feel that many things he had done from the start looks very dangerous, but in reality he would end up safe and sound?" The old man was stunned. Yes, wasn't this the case? Following which she said, "We'll see how he handles the questioning from Great Evolution Sect and Heaven-Seeking Palace this time. Don't think that this matter will just go to rest. It is already an offense in itself for a small Xian sect head to step out alone to make an announcement regarding Supreme Sword City without taking the experts here into consideration. Sect head Mo, since the Supreme Sword City Dong clan issue has been resolved, shouldn't we talk about the Tianji sect now?" As predicted by Chu Wan heir's master, after the Supreme Sword City matter was closed, Jiang Xiushan's gaze fell on Mo Wuji, and said with an unfriendly tone. Mo Wuji replied neutrally, "My Tianji sect exposed Supreme Sword City with the safety of the countless genius cultivators of Lost Continent in mind. We've never wanted anything compensation, so sect head Jiang doesn't need to entertain us." After finishing this sentence, Mo Wuji went to sit down at the seat that Zhuang Yan reserved for them, at the same time gesturing for Xing Huang and Jing Feilan to sit behind him. But Jiang Xiushan was boiling mad. "Do you have any face? Compensation my ass." The altar had a sound amplifying array, so Mo Wuji's words would be directly broadcast to the whole Five Elements desolate city, which made Jiang Xiushan unhappy. If he could not find any good reasons, in the end he would not be able to deal with this Tianji sect that did not bother with quasi-heaven sections. Sect head Mo, the first row is for large sects, which are basically those sects that made great contributions in the war against aliens. Could the Tianji sect please sit at the back? Knowing that there was a sound amplifying array, Jiang Xiushan could only suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart, and speak with a lighter tone. Mo Wuji stood up, and said while looking at Jiang Xiushan calmly, "Sect head Jiang, are you saying that the Tianji sect did not make any contributions to the Lost Continent? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 260, Madness Incited by a Rogue Cultivator. Chapter 260, Madness Incited by a Rogue Cultivator. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Jiang Xiushan was extremely unhappy, but he could not let his unhappiness show on this sort of large conference. Sect head Mo, since the Tianji sect was invited to this conference, it means that it has some contribution to the Lost Continent. Not only Tianji sect, but everyone contributed in the fight against the aliens when the Lost Continent was facing the invasion. The only difference is how much contribution was made. If it is possible, I hope that all sects would sit at the first row, but the reality is that only those sects with greater contributions can sit at the first row. If I remember correctly, Tianji sect is ranked 321 on the 100 Sect Alliance contribution points board. Of course, I don't think that contribution points obtained from transactions are worth less, because this is also a way of contributing to the Lost Continent. On the surface he said that they were not worth less, but he was very obvious in his speech that the Tianji sect was simply lucky to be able to sit on this conference altar.
Moreover,
Jiang Xiushan took a look at the section of seats that Mo Wuji was seated at, and spoke again. Tianji sect can only send 3 people at most to attend this conference with rank 321, but I seem to see 4 people here.
Sect head Jiang, is it okay if I just give up the seats in the first row?
Mo Wuji's words were full of mockery, as he knew that Jiang Xiushan was dissatisfied with his. Other than him speaking directly on the conference altar without going through the 100 Sect Alliance, there was the thing about Xing Huang. Even though Jiang Xiushan was not aware that Pang Jiqing died in the hands of Mo Wuji and Xing Huang, he still had a bone to pick with Xing Huang.
To that, Jiang Xiushan coolly replied, "There'll be no order without rules."
Since Tianji sect exposed Supreme Sword City's Dong clan, it is a great contribution to the Lost Continent. But Tianji sect was disrespectful towards the 100 Sect Alliance, and took advantage of the 100 Sect Alliance's conference for its own benefit.
If there's no punishment meted out, how will the 100 Sect Alliance make all cultivators respect it?
In his voice there was a sense of steely determination, with logic to back his words up, which was that contributions beget rewards, while mistakes beget punishments.
Feng Zhenxiu did not make a single noise.
While he had dealt with Dongmingzi, but Dongmingzi was from Heaven-Seeking Palace, which made this a large stain for the sect. Similarly, Mo Wuji was from Heaven-Seeking Palace, even though he was just an outer disciple. The crucial part was that the number 1 genius of Heaven-Seeking Palace, Yener, was a close relative of Mo Wuji.
So in this situation, how could he institute any punishment?
Seeing that Feng Zhenxiu did not say anything, Jiang Xiushan carried on. Since Tianji sect head has both contributions and wrongdoings, the 100 Sect Alliance will dish out the following punishment. We will not pursue the matter of Tianji sect taking advantage of the 100 Sect Alliance, and will revoke Tianji sect's rights to take part in the 100 Sect Alliance conference.
With a cold laugh, Mo Wuji thought to himself. This was the result of having contributions and wrongdoings.
No one dared to speak, even though most of the cultivators present felt that Jiang Xiushan was a little too harsh with his punishment. How a small sect like Tianji sect was dealt with, no one really cared. In other words, it was indeed too arrogant and wild for Tianji sect to sit in the first row and make use of the 100 Sect Alliance to deal with Supreme Sword City Dong clan.
Mo Wuji's face was full of contempt, but he did not make a move.
Without the splitting of 5 elements desolate domain, he would not bother about this seat at all. Since it involved that division of resources in 5 elements desolate domain, his Tianji sect could not back out now. It was apparent to Jiang Xiushan that Mo Wuji did not care about the punishment, which made his face go cold in an instant.
A Nihility God stage expert was also coming up to grab Mo Wuji too.
But Xing Huang swat the Nihility God stage expert off the altar with his palm. The expression on Jiang Xiushan's face changed, and he clawed at Xing Huang. Previously there was no reason for him to strike, but now there was, as Xing Huang had acted first, so how could he let Xing Huang go just like that?
Xing Huang simply snorted and welcomed Jiang Xiushan with his fist. Jiang Xiushan did not put in maximum strength in grabbing.
To him, a Nihility God stage expert was not worth dealing with his full strength. However, Xing Huang was not a Nihility God stage expert, but an actual true God stage expert.
Boom!
Jiang Xiushan was blown over 10 steps backwards by crossing Huang's punch before he stopped.
You've advanced to the heaven realm?
Jiang Xiushan stared at Xing Huang with a face of shock.
Casually, Xing Huang replied, "So your great evolution sects guys can enter the heaven realm but our Tianji sects can't?"
Feng Zhenxiu was equally surprised. He predicted that Xing Huang had benefited greatly from the sudden opening of the 5 elements desolate domain. Now that he knew that Xing Huang broke through to true God stage, he was even more reluctant to speak than before.
Sect head Mo, do you think that you can trample over the 100 Sect Alliance's rules with a true God stage expert in Tianji sect?
The first row of seats are assigned based on the contribution points board from the Alien War, so the 100 Sect Alliance is definitely getting involved in this. Jiang Xiushan was really angry now. A true God stage cultivator was not enough to scare him.
When Mo Wuji took in Xing Huang, he knew that Jiang Xiushan should be his opponent.
On top of that, even if wasn't the case now, once Lei Hongji returned, he would still be enemies with Great Evolution Sect.
Fellow Dao friends in 5-element desolate city, let me say a few words from the bottom of my heart.
These words are not meant for arrogant people to listen, but for those ordinary sects and ordinary cultivators, Mo Wuji announced loudly once again. Jiang Xiushan was seething in fury, as he decided that he would demonstrate his dominance today.
A mere Tianji sect, so what if they had a Xing Huang?
Mo Wuji continued to ignore Jiang Xiushan, and carried on saying, Tianji sect dedicated all our strength in the fight against the alien cultivators.
But at a crucial moment, Tianji sect's sect head, Du Shiqing, was killed by Yulin Lei clan for their personal gain outside Yin City. None of the 100 sect alliance experts who espoused the principle of no order without rules, and not one asked about this incident nor investigated this incident. Sect head Du Shiqing knew of me for quite a while, so even though we didn't meet face to face, he trusted me greatly, hence he passed on the mantle of sect head to me before he died. Sect head Mo, you're just an outer disciple of heaven-seeking palace. You said that sect head Du handed over the position of sect head to you. Isn't this a little too egoistic a claim? Do you think these heroes are idiots?
The heavenly drug sect head Qin Fui, who sat in the center, couldn't help but add lane. He was not helping Jiang Xiushan, but it was Mo Wuji's statement that was full of holes, which he could not bear listening to anymore. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully towards Qin Fui, then said to the cultivators on the plaza, Sect head Du chose me, because I also go by another name, Rogue Cultivator 2705.
Rogue Cultivator 2705? Roar!
The whole plaza burst into a frenzy as countless cultivators shouted Rogue Cultivator 2705.
Who was the idol of the alien war? Who was the hero that everyone remembered? And who was the person that everyone wanted to see? It's not Great Evolution sect head, neither is it Heaven-Seeking Palace's dean, nor is it Genemo Continent's worldly immortal king. Instead it's a Rogue Cultivator 2705. Rogue Cultivator 2705.
At this moment, there was one name that kept being chanted, which was Rogue Cultivator 2705. One rogue cultivator that killed his way out of the encirclement of hundreds of alien cultivators. One rogue cultivator that saved heaven-seeking Palace Pil Pagoda's great circle of true lake-stage cultivator Shi Jinwen, while conveniently disposing of a half-step into nihility God-stage alien cultivator. One rogue cultivator that killed an alien true God-stage expert to reach over 110,000 contribution points. This rogue cultivator was Rogue Cultivator 2705, who accomplished all these acts while at transcending mortality stage. He was the pride of Lost Continent, all the rogue cultivators out there, and those without halos.
Hence they gave him another title, De Shixiang.
No one knew where this Rogue Cultivator 2705 was, and there was every rumors that he was killed by an expert from Genemo Continent. So now that Rogue Cultivator 2705 was before them, who could hold back their excitement?
De Shixiang, I want to join Tianji sect. I also want to join Tianji sect. There was no way Mo Wuji could speak any further, and he could only look down upon the wild plaza.
Who knew that Rogue Cultivator 2705 would incite such a great reaction? He decided to announce that he was Rogue Cultivator 2705 at this time in order to secure his place on the first row, then obtain more resources from the 5 elements desolate domain. The rebuilding of Tianji sect was not something that could be done by a few people, and it required a large number of quality disciples. No matter how high quality the disciples were, they would still require cultivation resources.
Do you know I've always wanted to meet De Shixiang? Luckily I came here today.
Me too. Whenever I think back to Rogue Cultivator 2705 being surrounded by hundreds of cultivators, and killing the alien cultivators to form a river of blood, I can't help but get excited till my scalp goes numb. I could just face up against hundreds of alien cultivators myself too. A weak female cultivator spoke in tears, when I heard heaven-seeking Palace's Shui Tongxi mention that rogue cultivator 2705 was covered in wounds and blood after killing hundreds of alien cultivators, and still fought to save heaven-seeking Palace's Shi Jinwen and Yan then dragging his pole while leaving, my heart broke.
Jiang Xiushan stared at Mo Wuji with a shocked expression, and his heart sank. Who knew that this sect head of Tianji sect would actually be rogue cultivator 2705?
Disregarding other factors, just from rogue cultivator 2705's fame alone, he dared not touch a hair on Mo Wuji anymore.
Ha ha ha.
Feng Zhenxiu burst into laughter. How could the rank 1 person on the 100 Sect Alliance contribution points board have nothing to do with heaven-seeking Palace?
So he's actually one of us. He's now Tianji sect's sect head, Jiang Xiushan coldly replied. It's the same. Before he joined Tianji sect, wasn't he a disciple of heaven-seeking Palace?
Finally they were no longer beneath Great Evolution sect, which made Feng Zhenxiu feel that his breathing was much smoother for the first time in a long while. Everyone keep quiet, let me finish speaking. Seeing that the commotion was getting bigger, Mo Wuji couldn't help but wave his hands and shout. Don't make any noise everyone, let De Shixiang speak. A hoarse and loud voice below the altar matched Mo Wuji's voice and spread across the whole plaza. The next moment, a curtain of silence fell on the plaza, as everyone's gazes were fixed on this rogue cultivator who was rank 1 on the contribution points board, wanting to know what he would say next. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 261, Mo Wuji's speech. Chapter 261, Mo Wuji's speech. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. My friends, please allow me to refrain from addressing everyone as Dao friends, because I've felt all of your passion and emotion. Those feelings are not targeted at me, Mo Wuji, but at a rogue cultivator that fought against the alien cultivators for the lost continent, an embodiment of our strong love and respect for our land. In the war against the invaders, there were many people like me, nameless rogue cultivators, that shed their blood and gave up their lives for this land that we live on, and I was only one of them. They did not get any glory or compensation, and they were just the same as me, with only a number assigned to them. At this point, Mo Wuji bowed respectfully. This bow is for those hot-blooded cultivators that shed their blood for our home, regardless of which sect they belong to, or whether they are rogue cultivators or mortals, they are people that we should respect. When Mo Wuji was on Earth, he delivered speeches on countless occasions, so the control he had over his audience's emotions was much better than in large sect's sect head. In terms of cultivation, he was not as good as Great Evolution sect's Jiang Xiushan, but in terms of public speaking and touching people's hearts, 2 Jiang Xiushans would not be a match for Mo Wuji. In other words, a person as high up as Jiang Xiushan would never even bother to use such means to connect with ordinary cultivators. Most of the cultivators on the plaza followed suit and bowed once, before thunderous applause overwhelmed the whole area. Even though Mo Wuji did not take out his rogue cultivator 2705 contribution points token, no one questioned his authenticity. Initially, everyone was sure that Mo Wuji would take out his contribution points token at the end. But now everyone did not need him to do so, and still believed that he was rogue cultivator 2705. What Mo Wuji said was representative of the voices of all the small cultivators, as the higher-up cultivators in the lost continent were of the minority. Most of the cultivators were unassuming and quiet, much like rogue cultivator 2705. Precisely because of this, rogue cultivator 2705 could connect so well with them, and affect the whole lost continent, because he was the most on-the-ground person and felt the closest to them. Even if they were not willing to, Jiang Xiushan and company had to bow with Mo Wuji to show their respect for the people that gave up their lives for the lost continent. Mo Wuji carried on, I must thank the 100 Sect Alliance here, for without them, the lost continent would be like a scattered plate of sand. In any war, a plate of scattered sand will never have any offensive power. But after giving my thanks, I must ask, what was the aim of creating this 100 Sect Alliance? It was to protect this land that we live on, and to protect everyone that lives on it. We repelled the alien invaders,
But the work of the 100 Sect Alliance has just begun, so we cannot just rest on our laurels. While he knew that Mo Wuji's following sentences would disadvantage the Great Evolution Sect, Zhang Xiushan could not go forward to stop the speech. Mo Wuji was once part of Heaven's Seeking Palace, so Feng Zhenqiu was even less likely to stop him. As for the other sects, unless they had nothing better to do, who would interrupt Mo Wuji's speech? I am not speaking as Tianji Sect's sect head, but as an ordinary rogue cultivator. I would like to ask the 100 Sect Alliance, at a crucial moment like during the Alien War, when the sect head of a sect that was fighting the invaders was killed outside the encampment of the 100 Sect Alliance, where did the alliance go? On top of that, when the sect was wiped out for no reason, where was the 100 Sect Alliance again? I would like to ask the 100 Sect Alliance, how does the 100 Sect Alliance treat someone who had the credit for exposing a clan that had transferred spiritual roots and harmed countless genius cultivators from the lost continent? I would like to ask the 100 Sect Alliance, how do you treat the random cultivators that died while repelling the alien cultivators? The whole plaza fell silent, as Mo Wuji took a deep breath before raising his voice again. I can tell everyone that while the Tianji Sect's sect head was fighting alien cultivators, he was killed by Yulin Lei clan's experts outside of Yen City over a possible treasure that Tianji Sect might have had, and the 100 Sect Alliance did not ask anything about this. Soon after that, Tianji Sect was wiped out by the Lei clan, and the 100 Sect Alliance acted as though they did not see anything. I am speaking for Tianji Sect, not because I'm their sect head. I didn't even know the previous sect head, Du Shicheng. A Shen sect head, to the 100 Sect Alliance, might only be able to block a few of the invading alien soldiers. Sect head Du could not trust the 100 Sect Alliance before he died, but instead he put his trust in me, a rogue cultivator, and asked me to become the leader of Tianji Sect. Perhaps he knew that even if this matter was brought up with the 100 Sect Alliance, there wouldn't be any outcome. I'm but just a rogue cultivator, but I, Mo Wuji, have my own principles, and I will definitely not allow the people of Lost Continent to continue shedding tears after they have shed blood for the land. If a road is uneven, someone will come to plow it, and if there's no one to plow this road, I, Mo Wuji, will do it. The things that the 100 Sect Alliance is not willing to do, I, Mo Wuji, will do. Hence, I rebuilt Tianji Sect, took up the mantle of Tianji Sect's sect head, and wiped out the selfish Yulin Lei clan. Another round of applause rang out, drowning out Mo Wuji's voice, and he waited for the clapping to cease before he carried on speaking. Now I would like to answer the second question. I exposed the Supreme Sword City's Dong clan, but the reward I received was to be stripped of the right to participate in the 100 Sect Alliance conference. If I wasn't also Rogue Cultivator 2705, if I did not have everyone's support, I would not have had this chance to say all these things today, and instead have been chased off the altar. Clenching his fist, Zhang Xiushan's hate grew. At this point, Mo Wuji had established his charisma, so he could not do anything about Mo Wuji. Even after leaving this plaza, Mo Wuji still had Xing Huang, which he could not handle either. If he, who was in the true God stage, could not deal with Mo Wuji, who else would be able to? If he dared to strike Mo Wuji now, perhaps the Great Evolution Sect would become the next Supreme Sword City Dong clan. We need Di Shixiang to be the 100 Sect Alliance's leader. We need Rogue Cultivator 2705 to take charge of the 100 Sect Alliance. Regardless of status, there was no lack of hot-blooded people, which included cultivators. Mo Wuji's words resonated with many people. Many of the issues that people never really thought of were dug up, and they made people feel enraged. Mo Wuji waved his hand. I'll continue answering the third question. The cultivators that died defending our land from the alien invaders, their bodies can be found everywhere, in every corner. Even though I was rank 1 on the contribution points board, but I believe that after I die, I will end up like those heroes that fell, with my body scattered all over in the wilderness, enduring the bitter cold day and night. Yes, my heart is stone cold, and I plead to the leaders of the 100 Sect Alliance, please gather the remains of these hot-blooded men that passed away, and bury them on the Lost Continent's battlefield, then erect a large memorial stone for them, so that we may always remember, respect, and take them as examples. When alien cultivators invade again, there will be more comrades that give their life to defend this land.
That's all I have to say for today. Thank you, my friends. The inside and outside of the plaza became silent again. If no one brought it up, everyone would have thought that cultivators dying in battle was very natural, and only those brothers who knew the dead would bring their remains away. No one felt that his arrangement was inappropriate, regardless whether it were cultivators or sections. Now that Mo Wuji said all these things, the people that were listening only then knew of how lonely those cultivators that died in battle were. To them, this was very unfair. Even Jiang Xiushan, who had been unhappy with Mo Wuji all this while, could not help but admit that Mo Wuji was right. His dissatisfaction with Mo Wuji had nothing to do with whether he agreed or disagreed with what Mo Wuji said. In the fight to repel alien cultivators, he, Jiang Xiushan, was also ready to give up his life. After a long while, small bouts of shouting broke out all over the plaza, and without exception, all were asking for Mo Wuji to become the alliance head of the 100-sect alliance. Jiang Xiushan could not step out, and Feng Zhenxiu knew that he couldn't do so at this moment either. He walked to where Mo Wuji was, and said, "Everyone keep quiet." Feng Zhenxiu was a true god stage expert, so even without the sound amplifying array, what he considered to be speaking softly would shock the rest of the cultivators on the plaza. Indeed, after Feng Zhenxiu spoke, all of the cultivators on the plaza quietened down. Then, Feng Zhenxiu spoke in a clear voice. "Sect head Mo was once a disciple of heaven-seeking palace, but I won't be saying anything that goes against my conscience just based on that fact." I agree with what sect head Mo said just now. Since our cultivation culture is rather backwards, once alien cultivators invade our land, all the more we have to band together to face them. Therefore, I would like to decide on behalf of the 100-sect alliance, to erect a memorial stone outside of Yen City. On it, the name of every cultivator that perished in the war will be carved, even those without names. We will use their rogue cultivator numbers to remember them. Enthusiastic applause rang out, and Feng Zhenxiu's words were met with warm acceptance. After the cheering died down, Feng Zhenxiu carried on. "I agree with everyone's suggestion regarding the second matter, but allowing sect head Mo to become the leader of the 100-sect alliance is not up to me. We need all of the sects to vote on this." Once he was done addressing the crowd, Feng Zhenxiu turned towards the sect head sitting on the conference altar and said, "Everyone here, I believe you just heard sect head Mo's words, and how all the cultivators in the 5 elements desolate domain reacted to it. I'm not sure what everyone thinks about sect head Mo becoming the 100-sect alliance's head. Let's do it this way. All those who are in support of sect head Mo becoming the alliance head, please stand up. Those who don't support him need not stand up." After Feng Zhenxiu finished speaking, all of the people in the plaza looked to the heads of the various sections. Democracy did not really exist here, and even if all of the people in the plaza wanted Mo Wuji to become the 100-sect alliance's alliance head, it would still require the various sects to stand up to express their thoughts on this. Formless Blade sect agrees. The first person to stand up was actually the Formless Blade sect head, Guran, who sat in the last few rows. Heavenly Drug sect agrees. The next person that stood up was completely unexpected person, the Heavenly Drug sect head that sat at the center of the altar, who had retorted Mo Wuji previously. 100 Net sect agrees. Immortal Retaining Castle agrees. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 262, 100 Sect Alliance's Alliance Head. Chapter 262, 100 Sect Alliance's Alliance Head. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. One by one the sect heads stood up, and eventually all of the sects on the altar were standing up. Even though there were some people that were against the idea of Mo Wuji becoming alliance head, they just had to stand up. Mo Wuji had a true god stage expert at his side, which made his sect stronger than some of the quasi-heaven sects out there. Heaven-seeking palace agrees too, Feng Zhenxiu said while looking at Mo Wuji, sect head Mo. Since everyone hopes that you will become the next alliance head, please give us a reply if you are willing. Mo Wuji was really put in a spot here. He wanted to get some concessions for the Tianji sect, and it had never occurred to him that he might become the next alliance head.
Fellow Dao friends, my cultivation is too low, but I still can make some contributions to the 100 Sect Alliance. However, I'm still not qualified to be the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head. Mo Wuji was very aware of this point. His cultivation level was indeed a little too lousy. Regardless of other factors, if there were another alien cultivator invasion, it would be impossible for him to command those top-notch experts with his current cultivation level.
Sect Head Mo, I know what your considerations are.
I believe that in the Lost Continent, there shouldn't be anyone that can surpass you in terms of popularity to become alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance. Perhaps you are worried that there will be another alien invasion, and you won't be able to consolidate the power of all of the experts.
But I think that your consideration is not valid.
At least for Heaven-Seeking Palace, no matter who the alliance head is, as long as it is something that benefits the Lost Continent, we will definitely not put up any resistance. Moreover, we think that because of your suggestion to erect a memorial stone for the fallen cultivators, the cohesion in the Lost Continent will only improve. Heaven-Seeking Palace's Feng Jinxiu immediately stood out to speak. We only respect Rogue Cultivator 2705, so it will be the best for him to be the alliance head. That's right, we need Rogue Cultivator 2705 as the alliance head.
He won't screw the Lost Continent over.
Many cultivators in the Five Elements Desolate City stood out to plead with Mo Wuji, hoping that he would become the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head. As the demands for Mo Wuji to become the alliance head grew louder, the various sects also stood up on stage, in support of Mo Wuji as the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head, at the same time taking the same stand as Feng Jinxiu, and declaring that they would not burden the 100 Sect Alliance. Sect Head Mo, I believe that your future potential is limitless as you were able to climb to the top of Heaven-Seeking Staircase, hence this should be enough for you to take up the position as alliance head.
At the same time, being alliance head will be a form of protection for you.
Perhaps you don't know, but Jinemo Continent's Special Envoy Xia Mo has already marked you as someone he will deal with in the future. Feng Jinxiu's voice suddenly appeared beside Mo Wuji's ears, giving him a shock, and he turned around to take a look at Feng Jinxiu.
Feng Jinxiu nodded at him, and it was obvious that he had guessed the identity of the person that got to the top of Heaven-Seeking Staircase, Mo Wuji. Once he found out the Mo Wuji was Rogue Cultivator 2705, he could infer this point too. It would be a lie to say that he had no regrets in his heart, as if he had noticed that Mo Wuji was the one who reached the top of Heaven-Seeking Staircase. He would have given Mo Wuji the title of Heaven-Seeking Palace's #1 disciple, possibly even grooming Mo Wuji to become the next dean of Heaven-Seeking Palace. At this point, Feng Jinxiu was impressed with Tianji Sect's Du Shiqing's ability to judge people. Du Shiqing knew that Rogue Cultivator 2705 was not a simple person, hence Tianji Sect was handed over to him. Moreover, Mo Wuji was an emotional person, so he couldn't reject taking up the position of sect head of Tianji Sect. The subsequent events would prove that what Du Shiqing did was right. Tianji Sect was originally a small sect, but because of Mo Wuji, it became a sect famous throughout the Lost Continent. It was possible that after this whole incident, many cultivators would want to join Tianji Sect. In his heart, Mo Wuji sighed to himself. Since Feng Jinxiu could guess that he was the one that reached the top of Heaven-Seeking Staircase, then other people could too. It seemed like he had to take up this position as the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head, which would also be completely beneficial to him, without any downsides. Whoever had any grudges against him would not possibly dare to touch the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head. Before his strength matured, he would have to rely on this title to protect him and Tianji Sect. As long as he became the 100 Sect Alliance's leader, even if Tianji Sect's spirit locking array was leaked out, no one would dare to snatch away the location that Tianji Sect was at. Thank you Dao friends for your support.
I, Mo Wuji, will gladly take up the position as the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head. Once Mo Wuji made his decision, he did not blabber on anymore, and just directly addressed the crowd. Upon hearing this, Feng Jinxiu was filled with joy, and followed up. The Lost Continent's 100 Sect Alliance's first-generation alliance head was Dean Bei Sutting, but since Dean Bei left for the Jin Mo continent, after much discussion, Tianji sect head, Mo Wuji, will become our 100 Sect Alliance's second-generation alliance head.
The plaza burst into cheers after hearing Feng Jinxiu's announcement. This marked the new ascent of an alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance.
Only Jiang Xiushan was slightly disappointed, as the next alliance head was supposed to have been chosen at the conference.
If nothing went wrong, the next alliance head should have been himself.
But Mo Wuji suddenly appeared out of nowhere to snatch his alliance head position, and he still had to appear supportive of this.
It was simply very frustrating.
Now that Mo Wuji was the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head, no one of the whole Lost Continent would dare to make a move against him, much less Jiang Xiushan. Feng Jinxiu continued speaking. The 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head previously did not have any form of identification, but I would like to propose that we use Sect Head Mo's Rogue Cultivator 2705 contribution points token for this function. Could Sect Head Mo please display the Rogue Cultivator 2705 contribution points token, and we'll commence the 100 Sect alliance head assuming command ceremony.
From now on, this contribution points token will become every generation's 100 Sect alliance head's identification.
Even greater cheering than before sounded out as Mo Wuji walked to the front and raised the Rogue Cultivator 2705 contribution points token. The 100 Sect alliance head assuming command ceremony had just begun. As this event was very sudden, the ceremony included all of the sect heads making a declaration, followed by Mo Wuji pledging his determination to make contributions for the Lost Continent. Sect Head Mo, since you're the alliance head now, please host this 100 Sect Alliance conference, Jiang Xiushan said sourly. Originally, he wanted to chase Mo Wuji out of the first row, and in the end he achieved his aims. He indeed managed to chase Mo Wuji out of the first row of the conference altar, but Mo Wuji was not sent to the last row, instead moving to the center of the conference altar, or perhaps to the number 1 seat of the conference. At this point, Mo Wuji would not be overly courteous with Jiang Xiushan. He gestured to the sect heads to sit, and for the cheering cultivators in the plaza to quieten down. Before he spoke, everyone knows that the 5-element desolate domain had been opened not by the Lost Continent, but instead it was the Jin Mo continent experts. There are countless treasures in the 5 elements desolate domain which can make our Lost Continent's cultivators become stronger, but at the same time, those items will also cause people to fight over them. Hence, we can only become stronger, in order to reduce any reliance on others so that we can have the ability to speak up for ourselves. Regardless what reason it was, allowing the Jin Mo continent experts to come to the Lost Continent and help the Lost Continent kill countless alien cultivators, to the people of the Lost Continent, was a form of kindness. But as a cultivator himself, Mo Wuji did not think that the Jin Mo continent would leave the 5-element desolate domain's treasures behind. He was originally just an observer, so there was no need to think about such things, but now that he was the person that set the rules, and the person that would divide the treasures among others, he had to think for the Lost Continent. Undoubtedly, the Rogue Cultivator 2705 title was very useful for Mo Wuji, as there was not even the slightest disturbance during the duration of his speech, and everyone listened attentively to his plans.
It is not easy for every cultivator on the path of cultivation.
Hence I would like to suggest that all cultivators have the right to enter the 5 elements desolate domain, regardless of identity, regardless of cultivation level.
Mo Wuji's words incited a large commotion.
Some did not understand it, some were cheering, while even more were shocked. Alliance Head Mo, if everyone charges into 5 elements desolate domain, there will be many that die, and more grudges will be formed from the killings that occur, before we even consider how dangerous it is inside. On top of that, this will make the 5 elements desolate domain extremely messy. Heavenly Drug Sect Head Qin Foya frowned as he spoke. To this, Mo Wuji answered calmly, those that gain the right to go in will still have to perform some assignments. The 100 Sect Alliance that I suggested is not an empty alliance, but a real alliance of the Lost Continent. In this alliance, we will build a cultivation association, pill association, smith association, array association, talisman association, rogue cultivator association, etc. For example, any cultivator can join the cultivation association, and at the same time there will be rankings set up to compare which cultivators of each cultivation level is the strongest.
For the pill association, any pill refiner can join, and every pill refinee that joins will undergo certification. We can make use of Heaven-Seeking Palace's Pill Pagoda's Pill Refiner certification.
Fengxianxiu responded without any hesitation. Heaven-Seeking Palace is willing to have Pill Pagoda become the location for Pill Refiners certification under the 100 Sect Alliance Pill Association. After he confirmed that Mo Wuji was the one that reached the top of Heaven-Seeking staircase, Fengxianxiu was determined to stand on the side of Mo Wuji. The scene of being ridiculed by Jin Mo Continent's special envoy was still fresh in his mind, and he believed that Mo Wuji would definitely restore the honor of the Lost Continent cultivators. "Thank you, Dean Feng." Mo Wuji immediately bowed respectfully to thank Fengxianxiu. Naturally, he had good reasons for his actions. Although the 100 Sect Alliance had been set up previously, but it was merely a ragtag alliance made in the face of alien cultivators invading. Once his version of the 100 Sect Alliance was set up with the various associations, even if the alien cultivators invade again, the alliance would have some way to consolidate their strength. For example, after all the array masters registered with the alliance and gathered together, they would be able to easily bring a large number of array masters together to set up a large array. This process would be in place, instead of asking sect by sect how many array masters they had, and of what grade they were. Similarly, pill refiners could gather together to concoct pills, and talisman masters could refine talismans. If this were in place before, even without the Jin Mo Continent experts' intervention, the floating star cultivators would not have been able to occupy the lost continent. With Fengxianxiu stepping out first in support of the plan, Mo Wuji's suggestion quickly got the approval of everyone. So the 5 Elements Desolate City would become the encampment of the 100 Sect Alliance, and various associations will be set up. Sect Head Mo, I'm also agreeable for this. The most pressing issue that we have to discuss is how to allocate the slots for entering 5 Elements Desolate Domain. In the end, Zhang Xiushan could not hold it in much longer, and just blurted out. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 263, Star King Mountain Xia Clan Experts. Chapter 263, Star King Mountain Xia Clan Experts. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Before Mo Wuji could speak, Xin Foya said, "If I'm not wrong, Alliance Head Mo should be using the associations to select those who were given the right to enter the 5-element Desolate Domain." "That's right. Even though my wish is that all cultivators can enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain at once, but the time is not ripe yet. This is because once we completely open the area, it will descend into a mess. I hope that the various associations can choose their first batch of people to enter 5 Elements Desolate Domain. The first batch of cultivators that enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain can exchange the items that they obtain for contribution points from the 100 Sect Alliance. As long as one has sufficient contribution points, he would be able to ask any pill refiner, smith, talisman master, or even array master to do things for you. After the people who entered the 5 Elements Desolate Domain for the first time exits, they will have to buy a ticket to enter for the second time, Mo Wuji announced. Fengxianxiu asked, "Can the second batch enter after the first batch of people that entered the 5 Elements Desolate Domain exits?" Nodding his head, Mo Wuji replied, "Yes, I hope to give every cultivator one free chance to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, because the 100 Sect Alliance needs resources to run, contribution points will be a necessity. Any cultivator, including myself, will have to pay a certain amount of contribution points when entering the 5 Elements Desolate Domain for the second time. The development of the 100 Sect Alliance would not be completed by speaking. It required large amounts of resources. So where would these resources come from? Others wouldn't immediately give them the resources they needed after a single speech, hence it required the hard work of all the cultivators. This was only the first step in Mo Wuji's plans. After they obtained the various resources inside the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, he would let the 100 Sect Alliance spread its commerce all over the Lost Continent. Only after forming a certain reward system, would the 100-sect alliance begin to flourish and grow. The conference this time was supposed to be an open conference, so every suggestion that Mo Wuji made was instantly spread throughout the whole Five Elements desolate city. All of the people present supported Mo Wuji's ideas, as he allowed those who originally did not have the right to enter the Five Elements desolate domain to have a chance to. Since he had said it, he would make it happen. I agree with Alliance head Mo's idea. Feng Zhenxiu was once again the first to step forward to support Mo Wuji. Qin Fuyu also spoke. I also agree with Alliance head Mo's idea, but I'm still worried that there will be too much killing in the Five Elements desolate domain. After all, there's no limit to the cultivation level of those entering the Five Elements desolate domain, so anyone can enter. In response to that, Mo Wuji said, I believe that the stronger cultivators will not go to fight with the weak cultivators for some low-tier spiritual herbs. He could only make this claim, as he couldn't just say that cultivation was always based on the survival of the fittest, following the rule of the jungle. Only the people that survive would become stronger. After entering the Five Elements desolate domain, there would definitely be many people that get killed, but this was an unavoidable fact. This was a necessary process in order to strengthen the lost continent. It was not known if he had understood Mo Wuji's intentions, but Qin Fuyu did not ask any further. We agree. Before most of the sects had made their position known, the many cultivators on the plaza expressed their support for this idea. The many sect heads on the altar were aware that anyone that brought up an opposing viewpoint would only receive hate from others. Anyway, this suggestion was fair to everyone, so there was nothing much to talk about. Since other people agreed, they themselves would naturally agree to. In barely half an incense's time, Mo Wuji obtained the approval for the requirements to enter the Five Elements desolate domain. In his mind, Mo Wuji knew that setting these rules was only the start. There were too many things that required him to spearhead, for example, how to set the amount of contribution points for various spiritual herbs and ingredients, and how to set up the entry array for the Five Elements desolate domain. Star King Mountain. This was the peak of all existences in Jinmo continent. Star King Mountain could be considered more as a symbol than a sect. It could be said that without Star King Mountain, Jinmo continent would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Compared to the alien cultivators that invaded the lost continent, Jinmo continent faced various threats from various universes. Precisely because of this, experts were aplenty in Jinmo continent, and all of them were extremely strong. More than half of the experts on Jinmo continent's universal board were from Star King Mountain, and the geniuses of various big sects would first go to Star King Mountain, then the Star Wars battlefield if they wanted to progress further. The Star King Mountain had 10 halls, and each hall's master was a peerless expert. The strongest hall out of the 10 was naturally the Star Wars Hall, and the Star Wars Hall master was named Xia Dandao, one of the top-level experts of Star King Mountain. In terms of strength, he was definitely in the top 3 of Star King Mountain. Xia Dandao might not have been the Star Lord of Star King Mountain, but he had absolute speaking rights in there. On top of that, the Xia clan was also one of the top clans of Jinmo continent, which produced many geniuses and experts. At that moment, in a cave of Star Wars Hall with the densest spiritual energy, a purple-robed youth stood with his head hanging. Sitting above him was a slender, small-eyed middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the Hall Master of Star King Mountain's Star Wars Hall, Xia Dandao, and standing in front of him was Xia Mu, who had returned from a trip to the Lost Continent. Although Xia Dandao's cave had a frightening density of spiritual energy, it was not surprising as he was the Hall Master of Star Wars Hall. However, the rest of the cave was sparsely furnished. Other than a wooden table, there were only 2 stone stools. You said that Sung Hui was killed? Xia Dandao calmly spoke, yet with an aura which made Xia Mu very afraid. Xia Mu quickly replied, Yes, father. That rogue cultivator 2705 has low-quality spiritual roots, but is extremely strong. He must have some sort of top-grade treasure. My guess is that Sung Hui was tempted by the treasure after killing rogue cultivator 2705, and escaped with it. Idiot. Xia Dandao slammed his hand into the wooden table, leaving a handprint but not shattering it.
Father.
Xia Mu's eyes had a tinge of fear in them as he looked at his father. He did not understand why his father suddenly exploded at him. It took Xia Dandao a moment to calm his raging emotions, before he took a deep breath and said, "Do you think that Tseng Hui betrayed the Xia clan for a piece of treasure?
Did you investigate this? Do you know why I put Tseng Hui by your side?"
Xia Dandao stood up and continued in disappointment, "Let me tell you, it is because Tseng Hui will not betray our Xia clan, hence I let him follow you. Wu Shuang, come in."
Roger.
A ghost-like man appeared in the cave. Wu Shuang greets Hallmaster.
"Tell me, where did Tseng Hui go?" Xia Dandao asked.
The man named Wu Shuang bowed. "Hallmaster, my report is as follows. I went to the scene of the incident, and after Tseng Hui was killed, he was brought thousands of kilometers away into the wilderness to be burnt to ashes.
As for the rumored cave, I checked it out too. There were no traces of cultivation in it. This is not possible. Who in the Lost Continent could kill Tseng Hui? Also, you went to the Lost Continent with me, so why didn't you report this to me then?"
Xia Mu shouted.
To that, Xia Dandao coldly answered, "Tell this idiot, why didn't you report this to him then?"
Wu Shuang remained expressionless, because if I reported it then, young Hallmaster would have definitely got to the bottom of this based on his character, and young Hallmaster might not have been able to return to Jin Mo Continent. After Wu Shuang finished, Xia Dandao snorted, "Now you know, idiot. Lost Continent's experts did not appear, but that doesn't mean that there aren't any. Since he could easily kill Tseng Hui, if you dared to investigate, he could kill you with ease too. Even if you were murdered before him, Su Chi Huang, that old man, would not lift a finger." Xia Mu dared not speak any further, as he knew that his father would not spout nonsense. Since his father said that Tseng Hui was killed, then he was killed. This person that dared to kill a person from the Xia clan, no matter who you are, Xia Dandao, will not let you go. Xia Dandao did not continue scolding his stupid son, instead staring into the empty space outside the cave.
"Father, so that rogue cultivator 2705 is not dead?" Xia Mu warily asked.
Xia Dandao snorted again, "With an expert that can easily kill Tseng Hui backing him up, how could he die this easily?"
Wu Shuang,
Yes.
Wu Shuang responded, standing straight as ever.
Xia Dandao spoke in a more relaxed tone this time. "I heard that when all of you went to the Lost Continent this time, the level 1 seal for entry from the Lost Continent to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain was broken coincidentally?
So there's no restrictions for entering the level 1 of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain now?"
Wu Shuang replied with confidence, "Yes, Hallmaster.
It was broken by Defender Su.
Back then Defender Su did not hang around, as he said that the cultivation culture of the Lost Continent was too backwards, so level 1 of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain would be left for them to increase their cultivation levels, but..." Xia Dandao nodded his head, and continued, "Make preparations, you will go to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain a while later, and sweep level 1 of all items. At the same time, bring Rogue Cultivator 2705 to Star King Mountain. I'd like to know how many heads and arms this Rogue Cultivator that occupied rank 1 on the Jin Mo Continent's mortal board even before coming to Jin Mo Continent has. They should have a worldly immortal stage expert in hiding." Wu Shuang carried on with his report. Upon hearing that, Xia Dandao only smiled slightly. "I'll let Guqi go along with you. How dare a mere worldly immortal stage cultivator touch the Xia clan?" "Roger," Wu Shuang immediately replied. Guqi was also a worldly immortal stage cultivator of Star Wars Hall, possibly a little stronger than Su Chi Huang. With him going to the Lost Continent, no matter how strong the experts there was nothing to worry about. "Father, I'll tag along too," Xia Mu quickly said. But Xia Dan replied with a snort, "You'd better start with closed-door cultivation, then we'll talk about that after you've fought your way up the universal board.
Don't even think for a moment that you're talented.
Let me tell you, the only reason that you reached Nihility God stage level 4 at this age is because you received many times more cultivation resources than other people. It has nothing to do with talent. In terms of talent, there are at least 10 cultivators out of those that came from the lost continent that surpass you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 264, Someone's Back for the Wordless Pill Manual. Chapter 264, Someone's Back for the Wordless Pill Manual. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Father, if I don't personally decapitate him with my own hands, I'm afraid I might develop inner demons in my heart. When Xiamu heard that he was going to be confined, he hurriedly bowed and said. He knew clearly in his heart that his inner demon wasn't just Xin Shuyin alone. When he returned to Jinemo continent from the lost continent, he did not simply try to court Xin Shuyin once. If Xin Shuyin hadn't threatened to kill herself, causing Su Chi Huang to scold him, he would have still continued pestering her. In his perspective, the reason for Xin Shuyin's vehement rejections was definitely that rogue cultivator 2705. He was the dignified hall master of the Star King Mountain Star Wars Hall. To actually lose to a mere rogue cultivator on the battlefield of love, how could his pride swallow it? He was not speaking blindly when he mentioned inner demons. Rogue cultivator 2705 was indeed one of his inner demons. When he returned to Jinemo continent, he even found the rogue cultivator was number 1 on the mortal rankings, causing his rage to brew even more. Xia Dandao frowned slightly, but just when he was about to speak, his gaze turned to the outside. What's the matter? Come in. A man in yellow friar robes walked in. This man bowed to Xia Dandao, answering the hall master. A new void passage has appeared on the Star Wars battlefield. More cultivators from other planets have appeared? Xia Dandao stood up agitatedly. The yellow-robed man answered, this time, it isn't interplanetary cultivators, but copious amounts of space beasts. The strongest has already exceeded Class 9. Our Jinemo continent's grand space array is placed in great peril. The Star-Lord has already personally taken action and has also ordered me to inform the various hall masters. Xia Dandao nodded, I understand. With that, he turned to Xiamu and said, it's not that you can't go back to the lost continent. But for now, you'll follow me and temper yourself in the Star Wars. If you can climb up onto the Universal Board, I'll allow you to go to the lost continent. Even if you want that girl, I'll catch her back and pass it to you. Even if that Su Chi Huang opposes, it would be useless. Yes, father, Xiamu celebrated in his heart. As long as he could bring Xin Shuyin back, as time passed, he didn't believe that she would continue to reject him. Feelings were supposed to be nurtured slowly, it was just that she had spent a longer time with that rogue cultivator. As to how his father found out about his matter with Xin Shuyin, he didn't find it out of the ordinary. Whatever he did, how could his father not know? On the other hand, he had also long wanted to take part in the Star Wars. It was just that his father had always felt that despite his cultivation, his battle prowess was lacking. Thus, his father didn't allow him out to the Star Wars battlefield. Now, it seemed like his father had thought things through and wanted him to temper himself on the battlefield. The 100 Sect Conference at 5 Elements Desolate City had come to a completion. The majority of the people were satisfied with the decisions Mo Wuji made as the 100 Sect Alliance head. The merchant houses and places in the 5 Elements Desolate City had yet to be allocated and occupied. Now with the various alliances forming, they were quickly able to find spaces for their encampments, and at the same time, start recruiting cultivators. The person who was most unsatisfied was Jiang Xiushan. If not for the Lei clan matter, Jiang Xiushan might have humbled himself and made peace with Mo Wuji. But the Yulin Lei clan had actually been destroyed by Mo Wuji's Tianji sect, so how could he simply lower his attitude? If not for the fact that Mo Wuji was the 100 Sect Alliance head, he might have helped the Yulin Lei clan exact its revenge. Even if the Yulin Lei clan deserved it, it still had a Lei Hongji which belonged to his Great Evolution sect. As a sect head, if he didn't stand up for his disciple, he wouldn't be able to face Lei Hongji when he returns. Unfortunately, Mo Wuji's status changed drastically, becoming the 100 Sect Alliance head. If he didn't want his Great Evolution sect to die, it was best for him not to touch Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to care what was on Jiang Xiushan's mind. He went ahead to stop one of the sect heads leaving the altar. It was a man with a head full of brown hair. His eyes carried a mysterious tinge of blue, seeming as though it could see through a person.
May I ask if you're Heaven Demon sect head Fang Jintian? Mo Wuji clasped his fists and asked.
The brown-haired man smiled lightly and returned the courtesy. I am indeed Fang.
Greetings Alliance Head Mo.
Alliance Head Mo's decision-making and wonderful speech during this 100 Sect conference has earned the respect of Fang.
Mo Wuji chuckled. Many thanks Sect Head Fang for your appreciation.
In the future, I'll still need Sect Head Fang's support. Today, I came to find Sect Head Fang to ask you about a certain something.
Does your esteemed sect have a girl called Yang Yingping? Fang Jintian slightly startled, and promptly replied, that's right. Yang Yingping is indeed a legacy disciple of my Heaven Demon sect.
Because of a certain incident many years ago, she has entered a closed-doors cultivation. Mo Wuji fetched a jade flute and jaded it over to Fang Jintian. This is your esteemed sect's Zheng Hefei final request. He asked me to pass this over to Yang Yingping. I had never been able to find the chance, but today, I hope that sect head Fang could help me pass it over to Yang Yingping. Alright, Zheng Hefei had died in the 5 Elements desolate domain under Dong Luan's hands.
I have already killed Dong Luan.
It was a lie when he said he never had the opportunity. The main reason was that Mo Wuji never had the ability to accomplish this task. If he was an ordinary rogue cultivator, he might very likely have been caught and questioned.
He might even lose his little life.
Now, he was the 100 Sect Alliance head and the Tianji sect head. Handing over this jade flute would only garner gratitude and not suspicion. Fang Jintian received the jade flute without a hint of surprise. He only clasped his fists to Mo Wuji and said, many thanks Alliance head Mo for helping my Heaven Demon sect with this minor task.
He might look calm on the surface, but he was celebrating loudly in his heart.
The Heaven Demon flute had so easily landed in his hands. This was a mission he assigned all his disciples when they entered the 5 Elements desolate domain. Ultimately, it was discovered by Zheng Hefei, but he didn't return back alive. Luckily, Zheng Hefei was wise enough to get someone to help him.
Fang Jintian forcefully controlled his emotions. He definitely couldn't arouse any suspicions from this Alliance head Mo in front of him.
Sect head Fang is too polite, Mo Wuji hurriedly replied. His heart was filled with slight surprise. Logically, he was the 100 Sect Alliance head. Fang Jintian shouldn't have simply expressed his gratitude with a simple sentence, right? At the very least, Fang Jintian should have invited him back to the Heaven Demon sect. Furthermore, he noticed that when Fang Jintian left, he looked a little urgent.
Mo Wuji had merely helped a disciple of the Heaven Demon sect hand over an item. Was there a need for Fang Jintian to get so anxious?
Perhaps Fang Jintian had another matter at hand.
Mo Wuji quickly chucked this thought aside.
The moment he turned, he saw a middle-aged monk. Even though this middle-aged monk did not go up the altar, Mo Wuji could clearly feel his great strength. He was at least in the great circle of the Nihility God stage, or even an expert in the true God stage. Green Cloud Fort Shinbaichi greets Alliance head Mo. Before Mo Wuji could speak, the middle-aged monk took the initiative to clasp his fists and greet Mo Wuji.
Green Cloud Fort Shinbaichi? Mo Wuji pondered, but he clearly didn't know this person.
Seeing that Mo Wuji did not speak, Shinbaichi smiled. Alliance head Mo might not know me, but I believe Alliance head Mo must remember my little girl.
Mo Wuji thought in his heart, I don't even have a girlfriend. Why would I remember your daughter? Even though that thought ran through his mind, he still clasped his fist and said, may I know who your daughter is? My little girl is called Shunlian.
She had the fate of meeting Alliance head Mo back in Chanluo. Luo Baichi smiled and continued. He sighed in his heart, if this fella in front of him wasn't the 100 Sect Alliance head, he wouldn't have spoke this much nonsense. He would have just grabbed him and go. Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding. He was very familiar with Xin Lian. In reality, Xin Lian was the one who initiated him to the world of cultivation. Not only that, his wordless pill manual was a gift from Xin Lian. Now that Xin Lian's father had arrived, Mo Wuji immediately became extremely polite. "So it's Pill Master Xin, please pardon Mo Wuji's negligence." He didn't know that Xin Baichi was the Fort Lord of Green Cloud Fort, but he did remember Xin Lian mentioning that her father was a peak earth pill refiner. Xin Baichi hurriedly replied, "I wonder if Alliance Head Mo could spare me some time for a chat." "Of course, Pill Master Xin, please." Mo Wuji extended his hand and maintained his courtesy. He had received great help from Xin Lian. Now that Xin Baichi was here, he naturally had to show some face. Standing slightly far away from Mo Wuji, when Manju saw Mo Wuji leaving the plaza with Xin Baichi, she sighed and slowly left. Initially, she still wanted to find Mo Wuji and say some words, but she always had some apprehensions. But now that Mo Wuji had left, she had lost all her courage to chase after him. At this moment, those talking to Mo Wuji, which of them aren't sect heads or feudal lords? She was merely an outer disciple. To even think that she previously thought that Mo Wuji and her were of different worlds. She even wanted to wait till she achieved success in her cultivation and she would bestow Mo Wuji a fortune. But now when she contemplated about it, it was really laughable. "Pill Master Xin, I wonder if Xin Lian is doing well." The two arrived at a newly opened spiritual tea house. Mo Wuji took the initiative to pour Xin Baichi a cup of spiritual tea. "Xin Lian was been confined by me because she stole my wordless pill manual." When Xin Baichi finished that sentence, he turned and looked Mo Wuji in the eye before continuing, "I heard that she told her mother she had given you the wordless pill manual?" Mo Wuji immediately furrowed his brows. His wordless pill manual was indeed from Xin Lian, but Xin Lian had said that she had purchased it from some roadside stall. Since when did it become a case where she stole from her father? Mo Wuji was soon to react. What heaven-defying luck must one have to actually obtain the wordless pill manual from a roadside stall? From the looks of it, Xin Lian had lied to him. "That's right, the wordless pill manual is with me. I can return you the wordless pill manual, but you must release Xin Lian." "She's not in the wrong." Mo Wuji's tone turned cold. Even though Xin Baichi was Xin Lian's father, Mo Wuji was extremely repulsed when he heard about the act of confinement. He did not suspect Xin Baichi's words. There was no third party present when Xin Lian gave him the wordless pill manual. Now that Xin Baichi was aware of this matter, it must definitely have been known from Xin Lian herself. Moreover, Xin Lian and Xin Baichi have a slight resemblance. Xin Baichi was slightly shocked. He did not expect that Mo Wuji would be so straightforward and hand over the wordless pill manual. In reality, he had already prepared to exchange even his blood to get the wordless pill manual back. After all, the Mo Wuji in front of him was not someone he could mess with. Many thanks, Alliance Head Mo. If it was possible, I would not hesitate to release Xin Lian. But because my confinement of Xin Lian had angered her mother had already brought Xin Lian out of Green Cloud Fort half a year ago. Xin Baichi spoke with a hint of fatigue. "Sect head, Jade Net Sect Si Jianting has already been brought over." At the same time, the Jade Net Sect head Han Xing had come over. Before Mo Wuji retrieved the wordless pill manual, Xing Huang arrived by his side and said, "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 265, Closed Door Cultivation. Chapter 265, Closed Door Cultivation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji fetched the wordless pill manual and passed it to Xin Baichi. "Pill Master Xin, you can leave now. Xin Lian is your daughter, so it's not up to me to decide how you want to punish her. But I have an advice for you, it's up to you whether you wish to heed it. Even if it's your daughter who makes a simple mistake, you should not resort to confinement." Xin Baichi's mouth went agape. He initially wanted to ask Mo Wuji some questions about the wordless pill manual, but it seemed like this alliance head Mo no longer wished to talk to him. When it came to cultivation, he was far superior to Mo Wuji, but when it came to position, he was far from this alliance head. Mo Shenlian had taken away the wordless pill manual he risked his life to get. That was a simple mistake. Then Shen will take his leave. Since Mo Wuji did not wish to speak to him, Shen Baichi could only keep the wordless pill manual and bid his farewell. The wordless pill manual was something his daughter had given away, but now he wanted it back. From whatever perspective, he was throwing his daughter's face. Thus, it did not seem like a good time for him to form closer relations with Mo Wuji. How could Mo Wuji not know what Shen Baichi wanted to talk to him about? The wordless pill manual was a legacy manual. If one was not fated, it would be useless even if he had the manual. Furthermore, Mo Wuji had already ran through the entire book. It didn't matter if Shen Baichi wanted to take it back. Greetings, Alliance head Mo. After Shen Baichi left, a man shrouded in a baleful aura came in with an incredibly handsome youth. Mo Wuji recognized this youth. It was He Jianting. This fella's dashingly good looks even called for Mo Wuji's praise. Sect head Han, please take a seat. Mo Wuji politely treated the man shrouded in baleful aura. On the other hand, he completely ignored the He Jianting following by the side. He Jianting's heart was shaking. In reality, when he saw that Mo Wuji had become the Tianji sect head, and then revealed himself to be Rogue Cultivator 2705, and eventually end up as the 100 Sect Alliance head, this series of events had already left his heart in shambles. Was this still the same Rogue Cultivator ant he met at Fringe City? The same fella who snatched his lightning tempering room? Han Xing sat down and hurriedly said, I heard that Alliance head Mo wanted to find my Jade Net sect disciple, He Jianting. I was worried that there might be a misunderstanding, so I specially came over. I hope that the Alliance head could pardon this unwelcomed intrusion. Mo Wuji chuckled, Sect head Han is too polite. I came to find He Jianting because there's this matter which connects us. The Nine Moons Pill House in Fringe City was originally the business of the Jin clan, but when I went over, I discovered that the Jin clan had disappeared from Fringe City and the Nine Moons Pill House was now under the Jade Net sect. He Jianting's face changed drastically. He finally understood how his treasurer at Fringe City died. He had been killed by Alliance head Mo. Even though He Jianting knew that Mo Wuji had killed his treasurer, he still didn't dare utter a single word of rubbish. The Mo Wuji in front of him was the Alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance. Even his Jade Net sect head Han had to show Mo Wuji some face. He Jianting, could only count as fart. What's the issue? Han Xing's face also changed immediately as he turned and stared at He Jianting coldly. Mo Wuji was now the alliance head of the Lost Continent's 100 Sect Alliance, not of some random cult. Moreover, he had also seen Mo Wuji's methods. Mo Wuji had easily wiped out the Yulin Lei clan and the Supreme Sword City Dong clan. Even the Great Evolution sect head Jiang Xiushan was helpless against Mo Wuji. If such a person wanted to harm the Jade Net sect, his Jade Net sect would not be able to resist. At the moment, Han Xing really wanted to slap He Jianting to death. Out of all people to offend, he chose to offend this new alliance head Mo. Even though the Jade Net sect was a quasi-heaven sect, its power was not as great as the Supreme Sword City Dong clan. In a flash, He Jianting's face had turned pale white. How was he to know that a mere rogue cultivator could become so powerful? If he knew better, even if the Fringe City's 9 Moons Pill House was given to him, he would not accept it. It's none of my business. It's the Yulin Lei clan that destroyed the 9 Moons Pill House, then they wanted to sell it to me, so I bought it. He Jianting could feel his teeth vibrating in their crevices. He knew that he might lose his little life at any moment. Just tell me, where did the 9 Moons Pill House's Jin Shaoke go to? Mo Wuji's tone had gone icy cold. Before he obtained concrete evidence, he wouldn't randomly kill this He Jianting. After all, he was the 100 Sect Alliance head. His each and every action were magnified for everyone to see. The Jade Net sect was also a quasi-heaven sect. If he were to kill He Jianting in front of his quasi-heaven sect head, it would not be beneficial to the 100 Sect Alliance, nor would it be beneficial to him.
I don't know.
I only know that the Yulin Lei clan didn't kill Jin Shaoke.
He should have gone. He Jianting urgently answered.
Mo Wuji instantly furrowed his brows. After what happened at the heaven-seeking city and fringe city, the 9 Moons Pillhouse seemed to have vanished without a trace.
Han Xing suddenly said, "I'll give you one chance.
You'll go and search for the 9 Moons Pillhouse. If you found it, directly report to the 100 Sect Alliance.
If you can't find it, then you will best the consequences." Seeing Mo Wuji's silence, Han Xing took the initiative to instruct He Jianting.
Yes, sect head. I will definitely put in my best efforts to find the whereabouts of the 9 Moons Pillhouse. He Jianting knew that his sect head had given him a living opportunity. Mo Wuji knew that Han Xing did that to strengthen the ties between him and the Jade Net sect, and he didn't have much objections. He had killed the Jade Net sect's Xiao Guangjing, but that was when he wasn't the alliance head. Now that the Jade Net sect had expressed well intentions, he would not tightly grab onto past matters. Since that's the case, I will have to thank sect head Han.
Mo Wuji clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude.
Han Xing hurriedly stood up. Alliance head Mo, then I will take my leave. Xing Huang's gaze made him feel uncomfortable.
Now that Mo Wuji didn't intend to pursue the issue, he would not hesitate to leave. "Coco, you seem to be quite happy as an alliance head. But after a period of time, someone will come for you."
After Han Xing departed, a gloating voice suddenly descended beside Mo Wuji's ear.
"The Pill Pagoda's old white-mustached fisherman?" Mo Wuji suddenly stood up and looked around in all directions. He even scanned through the area with his spiritual will, but he didn't discover anything. "Don't bother looking for this old man.
This old man is going home to go fishing and I happened to pass by. There's also something I want to tell you. Someone had went to search the place you cremated the Jinemo continent's true god fella."
Mo Wuji's face changed instantly.
The reason why he dared reveal himself was because he believed that the Jinemo continent would not send people over during this short period of time. If he had a longer period of time, the 100 Sect Alliance could become stronger, and his personal power would also become higher. That would at least give them some room for discussion. But if the Jinemo continent discovered that he had killed Seng Hui, then the future would be indeterminable.
"Senior, since you saw someone going over, why didn't you stop him?" Mo Wuji asked hurriedly.
He knew that this old man did whatever he liked, and he was wasting his breath asking this question, but he was truly feeling rather helpless.
Why must I intervene? How is this **T any of my business?" After throwing that sentence, the white-mustached old man's voice completely disappeared.
"Sect head, you just said something about stopping?"
Xing Huang asked quizzically.
Mo Wuji sighed. "Defender Xing, can you go find Dean Feng and tell him that I need to go behind closed doors for a period of time, and that I hope him and the others could work hard for the 100 Sect Alliance?"
"Then what about Tianji Sect?"
When Xing Huang heard that Mo Wuji intended to go behind closed doors, he hurried to ask.
"Tianji Sect can be left under Sang Yiping.
You and Jing Filan can assist her. My power is truly too low. I need to go back and do some closed doors cultivation."
"Yes, sect head can rest assured," Xing Huang said readily.
He had already stepped into the true god stage. Even if he went into closed doors cultivation, he wouldn't be able to improve much during this short period of time. After deciding the rough direction of the 100 Sect Alliance, the 100 Sect Alliance had directly vanished from sight. It's rumored that he had gone into closed doors cultivation. Fortunately, there was the strong support from the heaven-seeking palace. Even if Mo Wuji did not leave from his closed doors, the 100 Sect Alliance still functioned according to his instructions. The various alliances have been formed and the name list of the first batch of people entering the 5 Elements Desolate Domain had been decided. Because everyone knew that they had the opportunity to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, the competition to be in the first batch wasn't as intense as the 5 Elements Pill competition. Time passed like flowing water. Because of the vast amounts of resources in the Five Elements Desolate Domain and Mo Wuji's rule, which allowed everyone to enter the Five Elements Desolate Domain, the abilities of the Lost Continent cultivators soared rapidly.
The 100 Sect Alliance also escalated.
As the 100 Sect Alliance grew stronger, it became to amass large amounts of cultivation resources. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Tianji sect had also become increasingly prosperous across the days. The Heaven's Gate town had become the peerless Heaven's Gate city. Countless cultivators, mortals and merchants would pass by from here, and everyone who walked in and out of the Heaven's Gate city would strictly follow the rules. Over the past 2 years, Mo Wuji did not emerge from his closed doors even once. Bam! A huge surge of elemental energy came bounding in all directions, throwing the spirit fog pool under the Tianji sect into chaos. This mad, unrestrained elemental energy was soon completely drawn in by Mo Wuji. In another 2 hours, Mo Wuji exhaled longly. He had finally advanced into Yuan Dan stage level 10. Following the rise in his power, his cultivation speed became increasingly slower. If not for the spirit fog pool formed from the 9 spiritual veins, his cultivation would not have soared so quickly. He could feel the clear violet emanation in his dantian. Mo Wuji soon calmed his emotions down as he decided to charge straight to Yuan Dan stage level 12. Then he would go and see if he could find an opportunity which could help him advance into the true lake stage. Ding! At this moment, the warning array he installed suddenly gave out a clear, crisp ring. Mo Wuji startled and immediately sprang out of the spirit fog pool. This warning array had been installed before he went into closed doors. Furthermore, he had specially instructed Sang Yiping multiple times to not alert him unless it was something especially urgent. Over the past 2 years, the warning array never sounded. Today, it suddenly rang out. Could it be that someone had invaded the Tianji sect? Who would have such balls? Even the Great Evolution sect wouldn't dare do it, right? Even though Tianji sect wasn't big, he was still the 100 Sect Alliance head. Mo Wuji urgently closed the spirit fog pool and walked out. The moment he emerged, he saw that Sang Yiping and Pu Qian were already waiting at the Tianji sect Grand Hall. In these 2 years, both Sang Yiping and Pu Qian had improved in their abilities. Greetings, sect head. When the two saw Mo Wuji emerge, they hurried to bow. What's going on? Mo Wuji saw the look of anxiety on the two's face and asked anxiously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 266, They Really Came. Chapter 266, They Really Came. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Defender Xing has been seriously injured and the Green Cloud Fort Lord Shinbaichi has been killed. Sang Yiping said urgently. What? Mo Wuji's face changed. Where's Defender Xing? Exactly who did this? Don't tell me alien cultivators invaded again? Xing Huang was a true god. He actually got heavily injured? Not talking about Xing Huang, even that Shinbaichi had an impressive cultivation, and could even be in the true god stage. How did he get killed? Sang Yiping caught her breath, but she remained anxious as she said, it's an expert from the Jin Mo continent. It's an worldly immortal king called Gu Qi. After he came, he ordered you to go and meet him. Mo Wuji exhaled a breath of cold air. The Jin Mo continent experts he was most afraid of really came. Unfortunately, his closed-doors cultivation only allowed him to advance from Yuan Dan stage level 2 to Yuan Dan stage level 10. The distance to a worldly immortal was still 12,430 miles away. 1. Since he wants to find me, it's understandable why he harmed Defender Xing. But why was Shinbaichi killed? Mo Wuji calmed down. By the side, Pu Qian's side, Shinbaichi was betrayed by his own Green Cloud Fortsman. It's said that he had a wordless pill manual on him. Guqi forced Fort Lord Shen to hand over the wordless pill manual, but Fort Lord Shen was unwilling.
Eventually, he was easily killed by Guqi and even his storage ring was taken away. Who knew that Shinbaichi had the wordless pill manual?
Mo Wuji's tone was filled with killing intent. Even though he did not interact much with Shinbaichi, Shinbaichi was still Shun Lian's father.
Now that Shin Lian's father had been betrayed and even killed, how could he let this go?
I heard that it's someone called Wu Jingwu, he's Shinbaichi's adopted son. It's said that his father, Wu Wu, had once saved Shinbaichi's life.
After Wu Wu disappeared, Shinbaichi adopted Wu Jingwu.
This time, Wu Jingwu betrayed Shinbaichi, earning the favor of the Jinmo continent expert. The expert should be bringing him to Jinmo continent, Sang Yiping answered. A long-faced man with slitted eyes floated into Mo Wuji's imagination. Mo Wuji had met the fellow once during Chang Luo's Spring Immortals Gate conference. Then, if not for Shin Lian threatening him to not report the fact what Mo Wuji had assaulted someone at the Spring Immortals Gate conference, Mo Wuji wouldn't have been able to escape with Yan Er. Mo Wuji promptly decided, Pu Qian, immediately go and take care of Defender Xing, then try to drag for some time.
Tell those people from the Jinmo continent that I will be coming soon. Head senior brother, you can go anywhere except 5 Elements Desolate City. If you go there, you definitely wouldn't return alive, Sang Yiping said anxiously. Mo Wuji replied calmly, even if I cannot return, I must go.
I am the 100 Sect Alliance head.
Sang Yiping's mouth opened but no words came out.
If the 100 Sect Alliance head didn't show himself when an event happened, then he would be a truly useless Alliance head.
Perhaps hiding might be the best option, but then he wouldn't be Mo Wuji. Countless cultivators supported him to become the 100 Sect Alliance head.
It wasn't because he was the Tianji sect head, but Rogue Cultivator 2705, a dauntless rogue cultivator who showed his courage through his actions.
5 Elements Desolate City. In one of the halls of the 100 Sect Alliance building,
Jiang Xiushan, Feng Zhenxiu and company all had a pale white expression on their faces. Xing Huan was covered entirely in blood, lying against a pillar in the middle of the hall. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Roughly 5 meters away from crossing Huan lay a headless corpse. It was the green cloud Fort Lord Shinbaichi. On the power position of the hall sat a eyebrowless man. This man's eyes were sunk low, as though nothing in the world could faze him. On each of the eyebrowless man's side, there were 3 to 4 cultivators.
I will give you another hour.
If that rogue cultivator 2705 doesn't get his ass here, I will immediately kill everyone here, the eyebrowless man suddenly said. His voice seemed to have come from some void far away. Senior, to come from Tianji sect, it would take at least 4 hours.
We have already informed him, I believe he would come very soon.
I hope for Senior's patience to wait a little longer, Feng Zhenxiu bowed and said. In reality, because Mo Wuji was the 100 Sect Alliance head, there was a transfer array from Tianji sect to Heaven-Seeking City as well as the 5 Elements Desolate City. To come here from Tianji sect would not even need half an incense of time. The reason why he said 4 hours was to give Mo Wuji some time to prepare. His heart was filled with helplessness. Ever since Mo Wuji succeeded as the 100 Sect Alliance head, the 100 Sect Alliance flourished under his plans.
Facts have shown that Mo Wuji's methods were extremely correct and the abilities of Lost Continent's cultivators did rise greatly.
However, when faced with a true expert, he doing that the Lost Continent was still the same.
I will give you another 4 hours.
If I don't see anyone in 4 hours, I will slaughter everyone here, the eyebrowless man said coldly. He had already predicted that Mo Wuji wouldn't escape but come here.
Heaven-Seeking Palace. A young cultivator blocked Mo Wuji's way. If you barge into the Heaven-Seeking Palace, you will be killed without mercy.
Mo Wuji did not rush in but fetched out a jade token and said, I'm the 100 Sect Alliance head and I urgently need to find the Pill Pagoda's Granny Linglong.
Alliance head Mo. Even though this cultivator hadn't gone to the Heaven-Seeking City, he had long heard of Mo Wuji's illustrious name.
He was once an outer disciple of the heaven-seeking palace, and under the alias of Rogue Cultivator 2705, he attained the number 1 spot on the 100 Sect Alliance's contribution points ranking. Not only that, 2 years ago, he rose above several sect heads from large quasi-heaven sects to become the 100 Sect Alliance head. After knowing that the person was Mo Wuji, the heaven-seeking palace's cultivator immediately retracted this killing intent and quickly bowed. Alliance head Mo, I really want to let you into the heaven-seeking palace, but you're no longer from the heaven-seeking palace.
This is truly putting me in a difficult spot. Let him in. If anything happens, I will be responsible.
A voice suddenly interrupted the disciple's words.
Senior Aunt Jinwan?
After the disciple saw who had arrived, he rushed to bow. The person was exactly sure Jinwan. She nodded to the disciple and then said to Mo Wuji, back then, thanks for saving my life.
If you're here to find my master, then you've wasted your trip.
Ever since the Great War, my master had never returned.
Granny Linglong still hasn't come back? Mo Wuji instantly furrowed his brows.
He was the one who saved Granny Linglong, so he naturally knew that nothing would have happened to her.
With Granny Linglong's cultivation at the True God stage, even if she didn't return, she wouldn't have faced any great difficulty.
As he thought of this, Mo Wuji no longer continued thinking about Granny Linglong's matters. Pillmaster Jinwan, I need to go the heaven-seeking palace for some matters, and I don't necessarily need to meet Granny Linglong. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said.
He truly didn't come here for Granny Linglong.
What he just said was an excuse when that cultivator blocked him.
Go in then.
Dean Feng said it before, the heaven-seeking palace will always be your home, sure Jinwan replied. Mo Wuji was the 100 Sect Alliance head, his position was far above hers as a pill refiner of the Pill Pagoda.
Many thanks. With that, Mo Wuji's figure flashed as he entered the heaven-seeking palace.
He was inwardly very grateful to Feng Zhenxiu. If not for Feng Zhenxiu's words, he might not be able to come in today. In less than half an incense's time, Mo Wuji had arrived at that deep cliff next to the Pill Pagoda. When Mo Wuji saw that the white-mustached old man was still fishing by the cliff, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately bowing, Mo Wuji greets Senior.
The white-mustached old man snickered, pulled on his fishing line, and another colorless, transparent fish was seen.
The old man's eyes revealed a hint of excitement as he hurried to keep the little fish in the wooden bucket beside him. After doing all that, he then turned and said to Mo Wuji, not bad, your luck is very good. Both times you came here, both times I got something good.
Come, tell me why you're finding me. Mo Wuji bowed once more. Junior wants to request Senior to help out for one thing.
I hope that Senior can see that since we're both from the same sect. Stop, the white-mustached old man directly stopped Mo Wuji, stood up, scanned Mo Wuji up and down before saying, those fellas are really fools.
To actually take 2 years to come over. Idiots. Mo Wuji looked at the old man quizzically. He completely didn't understand what this old man was saying. The white-mustached old man snorted. Did the Jinemo continent experts come over?
They want to find trouble for you, so you came to look for me for help.
Is that right? Mo Wuji hurriedly said, that's exactly the case. How did Senior know? He.
The white-mustached old man snickered. I've waited for this day for so long. Those fellas are really idiots. They clearly knew that Monkey's ass died in your hands, but they still took 2 years to get their asses here. Mo Wuji finally understood the meaning behind the white-mustached old man's words. He was angered that the Jinemo continent's experts took so long to come.
Mo Wuji hurriedly said, these words of Senior's are not true.
That monkey's ass clearly died in your hands.
I obviously didn't have the capabilities to kill him. With that, Mo Wuji did not continue any further.
As he thought about it, that Sung Hui was really killed by him.
The white-mustached old man only heavily injured Sung Hui, robbed Sung Hui, then ran away. Ultimately, Mo Wuji was the one who killed Sung Hui and even found a place to cremate him. The white-mustached old man stared at Mo Wuji with a wide grin on his face. Why don't you continue? Did that monkey's ass die in my hands or your hands? Mo Wuji stared speechlessly at this old fella. This fella looked as though he didn't have a care of the world, but he wasn't any different from a clever monkey. Perhaps he even specially informed the Jin Mo continent's people that Mo Wuji had killed Zheng Hui and destroyed the evidence. No wonder why when Mo Wuji asked this old fella why he didn't stop the Jin Mo continent's investigation, this old fella acted like he didn't give a sh*t. Turns out this old schemer was waiting for this day. Since everything was in Senior's calculations, then why must Senior include me inside? And what must I do in order for Senior to help me out this once?
After knowing that this old man had schemed against him, Mo Wuji directly discussed in the form of a transaction. 1. This is the distance between the North Pole and the South Pole. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 267, True Extreme Mortal Stage. Chapter 267, True Extreme Mortal Stage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The white-mustached old man chuckled. There's still something I want to tell you. That little lover of yours was saved by me and she went to the Jin Mo continent. I even heard that there's a purple-robed monkey called Xiamu who's very interested in her.
If you don't hurry over, you will lose your beauty.
Mo Wuji directly ignored the old man's words. Everything this old man did seemed to have a motive. Senior, if you want to trade, then just say it. Don't be full of twists and turns like a politician.
Solid. I like the way we interact with each other, straightforward. The white-mustached old man slapped his thigh and said heartily.
Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. If your ways are considered straightforward, then nothing in this world is curved.
The white-mustached old man did not express a half bit of shame as he said, the Jin Mo continent has something called the Universal Board. It's different from other boards.
In the Heaven-Seeking Board, it will record the number of steps you climbed and your name if you carved your name on the Heaven-Seeking staircase. But for the Universal Board, it will see what is your ranking, then allow you to climb up that particular number of steps. Remember, the Universal Board is diametrically opposite from the Heaven-Seeking Board.
The number 1 step is the highest step.
Mo Wuji's face turned ugly. You can be expecting me to obtain number 1 on the Universal Board and then climb it, right? But the white-mustached old man did not seem to hear Mo Wuji's sarcasm. With a big thumbs up, he said, you see, I enjoy working with you. You'll first obtain number 1 on the Universal Board and then climb to the number 1 step.
Thereafter, you'll take the Universal Peak token from the top. That's the first thing. Mo Wuji said coldly, I've heard of the Universal Board. It's the highest board in the entire Jin Mo continent. Everyone on that board are either worldly immortals or experts beyond worldly immortals. Even if there were some in the true God stage, they would be ranked among the back. This board purely measures the contribution points made in the universe. Not only must one's cultivation be high, one's contribution must also be number 1. You want me to be the first on the Universal Board? Moreover, the first place on the Universal Board had long been occupied. Even if I climbed up, the Universal Peak token wouldn't belong to me.
The white-mustached old man hurriedly waved his hands. It's nothing, it's nothing. The first places on the Universal Board have always been old fogies over 100 years old. If they reached the first place on the Universal Board after 100 years old, they wouldn't be able to climb to the number 1 step of the Universal Board. Moreover, few people on the Jin Mo continent would climb the Universal Board. Do you think that they ate too much and have too much energy to spare? They only care about leaving their name behind on the Universal Board and wouldn't even know that it could be climbed. So, you just need to reach the first place on the Universal Board before you turn 100, then you will have a chance to obtain the Universal Peak token. If you go over once you're above 100, you don't deserve to be the number 1 on this low-leveled continent. With that talent, there wouldn't even be any meaning in climbing up. Mo Wuji sighed, so that's why you saved Sin Shuyin and thought of ways to send her to the Jin Mo continent, right? Mo Wuji had long inquired about Sin Shuin's matter. He knew that this old fogey had saved her and threw her at the entrance of the Sword Lake without any explanation. Furthermore, it was the Sword Lake Elder himself who found an explanation.
This are your own words. I never forced her to go to the Jinemo continent.
I didn't say anything, I was purely doing a good deed. Eventually, she was the one who wanted to go to the Jinemo continent, and I even heard she's harassed by a little monkey called Xiamu.
So that's why you should hurry over.
Court her and coerce her to bed, then you can carry on, the white-mustached old man hastily answered.
Mo Wuji plainly said, I've always liked being straightforward. If you continue to twist and turn, then I will stop talking. At the very most, you can get the person you sent to the Jinemo continent to fight for you.
The old fogey was too lazy to even step out when the alien cultivators almost destroyed the lost continent.
Mo Wuji didn't believe that he would be so kind-hearted to save Tsin Shuin as a good deed.
The white-mustached old man chortled, You're talking about Tsin Shuin,
Now that I think about it, I did have that in mind when I saved her.
But a larger part of me wanted her to follow you to the Jinemo continent.
Mo Wuji went silent without a word.
He knew Tsin Shuin's character. To exchange for a lightning-type skill, she was willing to pester an outer disciple. If she had the chance to go to the Jinemo continent to pursue the Tao, she definitely wouldn't give it up.
Even he knew Tsin Shuin's character, there was no reason why this old fogey wouldn't know. Talk about the second condition then.
I believe that you definitely won't settle for just one thing. Mo Wuji calmed down.
The white-mustached old man had already made things clear, saving him was for a purpose.
At least it was much better than those fake gentlemen. The old man immediately smiled and said, The second condition is for you to bring the 2 tokens to the immortal sealing array in the God's Tower and save a person called Geely.
Only after you do this, our trade will be complete.
Where's the God's Tower?
Who is Geely?
I don't even know, Mo Wuji said calmly. The white-mustached old man waved his hands. When you have the abilities, you will naturally find out.
If you don't have the abilities, knowing about it would also be useless. Since that's the case, why don't you find someone more capable to do it? Mo Wuji frowned and asked. This was the first time the old man revealed an aggrieved expression. You don't think I want to?
When I started to defend this place, the heaven-seeking palace was nothing much. Then, the lost continent gave birth to many geniuses, experts were as plenty as the clouds. However, no one could climb to the top heaven-seeking palace. There was one time, I met this fella who climbed to the 107th step of the heaven-seeking staircase. I was so happy, my balls almost dropped out. Unfortunately, that fella did not manage to step upon the 108th step. Seemingly immersed in the recollection of the long time he was cooped here, the old man took some time to get rid of the nostalgia in his eyes before he continued. You don't have spiritual roots, but you came up with your method of cultivating by opening meridians. Not only that, you even found 108 meridians in your body. Even though they have not all been fully perforated, I believe that it is simply a matter of time. You were also incredibly lucky, finding the most suitable cultivation technique for you, the immortal mortal technique. So that's why you are the only one here in the lost continent that could truly tread upon the true extreme mortal stage, and you also have the chance of attaining the true extreme earth stage. Of course, most importantly, you reach the 108th step. You may not know this, but when you brought the immortal seeking token down, I almost wanted to snatch it from you and leave this place. I would have gone to the Jinemo continent to search for geniuses. However, I resisted that temptation. Why find others when I could choose you? Even though I don't view your meridian cultivation highly, where else would I find another person as exceptional as you? As he recalled the old fogey's reaction when he offered the immortal seeking token, Mo Wuji could come to a rough understanding. He never thought that this old fogey could even see through his cultivation method through opening meridians. Exactly what was the fella's origins? Did this old fogey also know that he didn't have a golden core but a violet emanation? Senior, I'm sure I'm not the only extreme mortal stage cultivator. Even in the lost continent alone, there are a few. It's just that most of them only reach level 10, while I reached level 12, Mo Wuji corrected the white-mustached old man's misunderstanding. The white-mustached old man chuckled, 3 levels equate 1 small stage. For example, you're now in the Yuan Dan stage. Yuan Dan level 1 to 3 is the Yuan Dan elementary stage, level 4 to 6 is the Yuan Dan intermediate stage, and level 7 to 9 is the Yuan Dan advanced stage. Since each 3 levels is a minor stage, why would there only be 1 level in the extreme mortal stage? Let me tell you, the true extreme mortal stage has 3 levels, that is level 10 to level 12. So all those level 10 extreme mortal stage cultivators are merely consoling themselves.
Hey, not worth mentioning, So that's the case. Mo Wuji finally understood why each of his stage was 12 levels.
It wasn't him who had cultivated wrongly, but it others. So the fact was that he was one of the small handful of people who grasped the truth.
Senior, if that's the case, I agree. But I will have to put thing up front, I will only try my best. But if I never find the God's Tower in my entire life, then I wouldn't be able to open the immortal sealing array.
Of course, perhaps I might help Senior find an inheritor. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said. The old man sighed. I estimate that with your astuteness and your methods, there wouldn't be problem living till you're 1800 years old. If you wait for 1800 years, then there wouldn't be much of a point going to the God's Tower.
4 hours have arrived.
In the 5 elements desolate city, the eyebrowless man suddenly stood up, his killing intent flooded in all directions as he prepared to start his slaughter.
With this inundating killing intent, all the sect heads in the hall slowly took a few steps back. No one thought that this was faked.
The other party was a worldly immortal king. If he said he want massacre the entire 5 elements desolate city, then he would do it. Jiang Shoshan's face sunk as he said coldly, he truly says one thing but does another.
Where's that courage and grandeur he demonstrated 2 years ago on the 5 elements desolate plaza?
These 2 years, we've slogged hard for the 100 Sect Alliance, but where was he?
Don't tell me everywhere I go, I must report to you, Jiang Shoshan? Jiang Shoshan, are you the Alliance head, or is it me, Mo Wuji, who's the Alliance head? Mo Wuji's voice could be heard from afar, followed by Mo Wuji slowly walking into the hall.
Jiang Shoshan's voice lagged. He didn't know that Mo Wuji would appear at this time. If he did, he should have said that sentence a little later.
Mo Wuji had arrived and the entire hall of people heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone knew, if Mo Wuji came, at most he would die. But if he didn't come, then everyone was screwed. Alliance head Mo. Feng Zhenxiu clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji, his face was bitter.
According to principle, when the 100 Sect Alliance faces difficulties, they shouldn't let the Alliance head stand out alone against it. But for now, besides having Mo Wuji stand forward to defend them, there was nothing else they could do. It wasn't because everyone was afraid of death, it was just that throwing additional eggs at a rock would never break it.
Since that's the case, why waste the eggs? Your rogue cultivator 2705?
The eyebrowless man coldly sized Mo Wuji up, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He felt that the spiritual ripples around Mo Wuji were weak.
According to his knowledge, Mo Wuji's roots should be very ordinary. I have no debts or grievances with you. Did you specially come to find me because of that Xiamu? Mo Wuji looked at the eyebrowless man and asked calmly. Enough with the nonsense, let's go.
The eyebrowless man lifted his hand and extended it towards Mo Wuji. However, his face immediately changed as he retracted his hand, and at the same time, punching towards the hall entrance. The punch brought with it a surge of explosive energy, causing the whole room to tremble. It was like a huge dragon wanted to devour the entire hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 268, Leaders of Rice Breeds Grace, Buckets of Rice Breeds Hatred. Chapter 268, Leaders of Rice Breeds Grace, Buckets of Rice Breeds Hatred.
Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
However, when this terrifying elemental energy reached the hall entrance, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. The eyebrowless man stepped out of the hall, his killing intent soaring straight towards the five elements' desolate city's sky. The old fisherman's lazy voice transmitted next to Mo Wuji's ear, "This little browless kid will vanish.
Remember what I tasked you to do, ah?
Wait, kill all the true god stage experts here, I can't beat them. Also, I want the green cloud fort Shinbaichi's storage ring, I want to give that to a friend."
Mo Wuji hurried to the door and shouted. Shinbaichi had been killed, but Mo Wuji must return his things back to Shenlian.
Otherwise, how could he live up to the help Shenlian offered him?
Pooey. Several beams of light shot in.
Each beam of light pierced through the forehead of the Jinamo continent's true god experts, bringing along a slight trail of blood.
Ding! Following which, a storage ring landed by Mo Wuji's side.
"I've done what you asked me to, now it's your turn to help me," the old man's voice descended beside Mo Wuji's ear before disappearing completely. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief, picked up the ring from the floor, then went to those Jinamo continent experts, who didn't even know how they died, and took away their rings. The old fisherman could be considered kind, he didn't fight with Mo Wuji for the spoils of war. It was like he could tell that Mo Wuji was unhappy, so he left behind some treats. Everyone else in the hall were shocked still. What just happened? Just now, all of them were still being threatened by that worldly immortal king. How did the Alliance head casually draw that worldly immortal away and even killed these true god stage experts in a single swoop? That's not right, it was those light beams which killed the 5 to 6 true god stage experts.
What on earth would that cultivation be?
As they thought of this, everyone in the hall turned towards Mo Wuji and looked at him with eyes of reverence. No wonder why he could easily destroy an alien true god expert. There was an incomparably strong expert behind this Alliance head Mo's back. Easily bringing away a worldly immortal king, then casually killing true god experts like ants. With this sort of power, even that eyebrowless worldly immortal was just a little kid. Mo Wuji walked in front of Xing Huang, placed a pill in Xing Huang's mouth and slapped Xing Huang's back. Xing Huang coughed out a mouth of congested blood. Sacked head. When Xing Huang opened his eyes, he saw Mo Wuji in front of him.
Mo Wuji nodded, "It's okay now, hurry and recover."
With that, he stood up and said to a youth who had already walked to the entrance, "Wu Jingwu, you think you can just simply leave like that, dot?" This youth hurriedly stopped in his tracks and bowed towards Mo Wuji. "Wu Jingwu greets Lord Alliance Head. Lord Alliance Head is peerless with no equal, you easily got rid of those invaders." When he was saying these words, Wu Jingwu's long face was pitch white, even his slitted eyes were shaking incredibly. "You should have introduced yourself as Green Cloud Fort's Wu Jingwu." "I don't understand, I have met many people with wolf hearts and dog lungs, to be ungrateful, but if I called you the same, I would be insulting the wolves and dogs."
"You think that no one would stop you if you went to the Jinemo continent, so you actually plotted against Shinbaichi who adopted and raised you? Don't tell me that Shinbaichi raised you by feeding you his sh*t and letting you drink his urine? You don't even have a sense of gratitude?"
Mo Wuji slowly walked over, his killing intent soaring. He despised a certain kind of people the most, ingrates that bit the hands that fed them.
Wu Jingwu took 2 steps backwards and suddenly cried out hoarsely, "Shinbaichi only treated me like a dog. He said that he would let me inherit the Green Cloud Fort, but did he even have the slightest intention to do that?
When his daughter, Shenlian, stole his thing, he only told me that he wanted me to find Shenlian, then he would betroth Shenlian to me. I toiled day and night to find Shenlian, but he seemed to have forgotten about this matter, never mentioning it.
But let's ignore that.
He clearly couldn't crack the wordless pill manual, but he wouldn't let me see it." Mo Wuji's face turned increasingly cold. Ingrates always have a unique way of thinking.
"Wu Jingwu, you say Shinbaichi treated you like a dog, but do you think a dog could cultivate to this stage? Unless Green Cloud Fort's dogs are all so lucky? All of them can consume spiritual pills and use spirit stones to cultivate?
I finally understand one sentence, that is, leaders of rich breeds grace, buckets of rice breeds hatred.
If Shinbaichi really treated you like a dog, then you really know how to bite your owner. From the looks of it, Shinbaichi really treated this dog too well. With that, Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered nagging at Wu Jingwu. He extended his hand and shot an electro ball out. Sometimes, you just offer someone a little bit of help and he would remember it. Other times you would help someone immensely and he would think that you had more to offer. When you didn't do that, he would start to hate you. In the world, the most terrifying thing was the human heart, because that's where human sins lie. Boom! The electro ball exploded. Wu Jingwu exploded into a fog of blood. When Mo Wuji turned, the crowd hastily bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Alliance Head." If it was the previous Mo Wuji, it was primarily because of the heaven-seeking palaces and the large masses support which led to many of the sect heads electing him to be the Alliance Head. But now, no one felt that they made a mistake in electing the current Mo Wuji. Before Mo Wuji could start questioning him, Zhang Xiushan took the initiative to walk over and bow. Zhang Xiushan is narrow-minded. I hope the Alliance Head doesn't take this to heart, but behind Mo Wuji was an existence that could easily annihilate a worldly immortal king. Even if Zhang Xiushan's guts were multiplied by over 9,000 times, he wouldn't dare to not show respect to Mo Wuji. Zhang Xiushan did not think that after the Jin Mo continent worldly immortal king left this place, he could ever return. Mo Wuji's gaze landed Zhang Xiushan as he coldly said, "Sect head Zhang, even though I don't look up to you, you're still a man. I can clearly tell you now, the Great Evolution Sect is the Great Evolution Sect, while Lei Hongji is Lei Hongji. If your Great Evolution Sect continues to raise Lei Hongji as its flag and have Lei Hongji representing the Great Evolution Sect, then I assure you that Lei Hongji's and the Great Evolution Sect's funeral would come very soon." If this was the previous Mo Wuji speaking, even if he was the 100 Sect Alliance head, Zhang Xiushan would not hesitate to snap out and even fall out with Mo Wuji. But now, he was aware that Mo Wuji was speaking the truth. Even a worldly immortal king was eliminated by Mo Wuji's backer, much less his Great Evolution Sect. "It will be as Alliance head Mo says," Zhang Xiushan replied respectfully. Even though his ego was big, he wouldn't gamble with the survival of the Great Evolution Sect. Mo Wuji did not continue with Zhang Xiushan, but proactively walked to the power position the eyebrowless man was sitting on. He then said, "Everyone, please take a seat. Over these past 2 years, I went behind closed doors. During this time, the 100 Sect Alliance has grew stronger. This is all thanks to everyone's hard work. As the Alliance head, I'm truly ashamed. The few 100 Sect Alliance cultivators had long dragged the surrounding corpses away. If not for Alliance head's plans, our lost continent, even our 100 Sect Alliance would not have advanced at such a rapid pace." Feng Zhenqiu was the first to speak out. When he previously supported Mo Wuji, it was because he looked highly upon Mo Wuji's potential. But now, it was truly because of Mo Wuji's capabilities. His words were not wrong. Before Mo Wuji went behind closed doors, he designed plans and rules which were very suitable for the 5 elements desolate city. Even though there were some loopholes in the rules, under the efforts of the 100 Sect Alliance in these 2 years, these loopholes had largely been covered. The Jade Net Sect head, Han Xing, stood forward and said, answering the Alliance head, 2 years ago, you entrusted me with a matter. I have already found some clues. Oh, what is it? Mo Wuji hurriedly asked. Han Xing saw that Mo Wuji did not intend to hide anything, so he hurriedly answered, it turns out they had some internal problems. So they left the lost continent from the Sky Sea. As to where they went, I also went out to sea to take a look, but I didn't even find a single clue. Mo Wuji waved his hand disappointedly, so it's like that. Many thanks Sect Head Han. Mo Wuji already knew that the 9 Moons Pillhouse had some internal problems. Since Shinshaoka had gone out to sea, Mo Wuji did not have any ways of finding him. He could only hope that Shinshaoka's luck would be not bad so that he could survive in the tumultuous Sky Sea. The several sect heads saw that the Jade Net sect head had accepted the Alliance head's private task, and they were all slightly envious of Han Xing. Mo Wuji knew that Han Xing was careful in his work, so Mo Wuji would no longer care about this issue. Alliance head Mo, the Jin Mo continent has as many experts as there are clouds. This time, the sect head managed to settle the issue. But if they continued to send stronger people, how would our lost continent be able to defend against it? A man with slightly tousled hair stood forward. Mo Wuji recognized this man. He was the Thousand Array Gatekeeper, Yu Hushi. Don't underestimate the Thousand Array Gate because it was only an Earth sect. In the Lost Continent, no one would belittle the Thousand Array Gate. In the Lost Continent, at least 70 to 80% of sect protecting arrays were installed with the help of the Thousand Array Gate. Even the entry array into 5 Elements Desolate City was built by the Thousand Array Gate. Yu Hushi wasn't just the gatekeeper of the Thousand Array Gate, but also the association head of the Array Association. Association head Yu's words are indeed on point. Mo Wuji respected this Yu Hushi much more than Jiang Xiushan. It was just that Jiang Xiushan's cultivation was higher. But still, Jiang Xiushan would not catch Mo Wuji's eye. In contrast, Mo Wuji looked at this Yu Hushi with a different light. I intend to install another grand defensive array at the 5 Elements Desolate City. The moment someone enters our lost continent through the 5 Elements Desolate domain, we will be first to get notified. I would need to trouble Association head Yu to help with the grand defensive array. Mo Wuji even stood up and clasped his fists. The best solution was naturally to install an array which encompassed the entire lost continent. However, that was impossible. Let's not talk about Mo Wuji's current cultivation, but even if he was in the true God stage, it would be difficult to install such a huge array. Thus, Mo Wuji could only take a step back and think of ways to hinder the Jin Mo continent's path into the lost continent. To come over from the Jin Mo continent, there were only 2 ways: the 5 Elements Desolate domain and the Sky Sea. Mo Wuji knew that if the Jin Mo continent experts were to come to the lost continent, they would definitely choose to traverse the 5 Elements Desolate domain instead of the Sky Sea. The journey across the Sky Sea was multiple times longer, and it was also easy to get lost. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 269, The Green Flame and the Depths of Lost Sky Ruins. Chapter 269, The Green Flame and the Depths of Lost Sky Ruins. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yu Hushi quickly spoke. You flatter me. As long as it's something related to Array Dao, I'll definitely put in all the effort I can muster. But what I'm worried about is if we are still unable to block out true experts even with the best defensive array. Mo Wuji smiled. Association head, he need not worry about that. Once an expert breaks through the array, there'll be someone there to deal with him. This was the arrangement that Mo Wuji made with the white-mustached old man. He would be responsible to complete the assignments that the white-mustached old man gave him, and the white-mustached old man would have to help him look after the lost continent. As soon as alien cultivators invaded the area, the old man was not permitted to act as though he didn't know anything. After hearing Mo Wuji's words, everyone's hearts were set at ease, and Feng Zhenqiu added on, Alliance head Mo, don't worry, now the 100 Sect Alliance has sufficient resources, so the Array Association can even set up the best intermediate grade array. Mo Wuji nodded his head. The best intermediate grade array would be a grade 6 array, and setting up a grade 6 array was something rather difficult for cultivators below True God stage. Even True God stage cultivators would have to put in a lot of effort to set one up. He believed that the white-mustached old man would keep their agreement in mind, and take action whenever there was a disturbance. On top of that, I have another more urgent matter to discuss with everyone. Mo Wuji planned to give up the position of Alliance head, and head to Jin Mo continent. Since he had promised the white-mustached old man, he would have to do it. While his current cultivation level was still insufficient for traveling across the 5 Elements Desolate domain, he could still travel by the Sky Sea.
Before he could bring up the topic of resignation, a flying messenger sword shot straight into Feng Zhenqiu's hands. As he opened the flying messenger sword, his expression changed, and he passed the letter to Mo Wuji.
Granny Linglong? After reading the contents of the message, Mo Wuji was shocked. He had saved Granny Linglong once before, and since then Granny Linglong never returned, but a letter from her was right in front of him now. Feng Zhenqiu spoke solemnly. Yes, Linglong said that she was lured to the lost sky ruins, the ancient battlefield of the gods which even I dare not enter carelessly. However, she found something extremely important and is now trapped inside. He was willing to share this information because he knew what kind of place the lost sky ruins was. It was definitely not part of his plan to roam the lost sky ruins, thinking that he could ride on his status as a member of Heaven-Seeking Palace. Naturally, Mo Wuji knew what Feng Zhenqiu meant. He wanted to pass on this issue to the alliance head. Mo Wuji had entered the lost sky ruins once before, hence he was very clear of the dangers that lay within it, even though he only entered the outer regions of the ruins previously. Now that Linglong was in trouble, he could not ignore her. His plan to head to Zhenmo continent would have to wait. After all, his agreement with the old man would only expire a few decades later, so he had all the time in the world. Fellow sect heads, Granny Linglong is not only the #1 heaven pill refiner of the lost continent, but also a true god stage expert. If anything happens to her, it will be a great loss to us. I intend to personally lead 4 people into the lost sky ruins. Anyone who is willing to go with me, step forward. Mo Wuji's gaze fell on the many sect heads. I'll naturally follow sect head. Xinghuan might still have been injured, but after Mo Wuji helped him, he was recovering quickly. Feng Zhenqiu stepped forward too. I'll go as well. Granny Linglong was a member of Heaven-Seeking Palace, so he could not turn this opportunity down. Jiang Xiushan stood up quickly, but before he could speak, Mo Wuji opened his mouth. Sect head Jiang will stay. Association head Yu has to set up the defensive array for 5 elements desolate domain, so I'll have to trouble you to help him out. This time, Elder Fengzhe will represent Great Evolution sect to go with me. Fengzhe was also a true god stage expert, so now the overall strength of those going to the lost sky ruins was sufficient. Roger Alliance head, Jiang Xiushan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the task that Mo Wuji assigned to him, while the Great Evolution sect was not left out for the expedition to the lost sky ruins. Alliance head, please count me. Feng Zhentian, in, a brown-haired man with a weird look in his eyes stepped out. As he observed Feng Zhentian, Mo Wuji knew that his cultivation level had increased, and he had broken through Nihility God stage to reach True God stage level 1. Congratulations Sect Head Feng for advancing to True God stage. Since it is so, then the 4th person shall be Sect Head Feng. Good, the rest of the Sect Heads, please help Sect Head Jiang and Association Head Yu to finish up the defensive array for the 5 elements desolate domain as soon as possible, Mo Wuji quickly said once he saw that there were more people about to step out. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhentian was shocked. He had only advanced to True God stage not long ago, and while others did not know, Mo Wuji, a Yuan Dan stage cultivator, actually found out with a glance. Congratulations Sect Head Feng. When they heard that Feng Zhentian broke through to True God stage, the other sect heads came forward to congratulate him. Mo Wuji then stood up. This matter must not be delayed. Sect Head Jiang and Association Head Yu, quickly start preparations for setting up the defensive array. Dean Feng, Defender Xing, Sect Head Feng, and Elder Wang, we will head to the Lost Sky Ruins now. The Lost Sky Ruins. There was a pretty high death rate for those that entered it, but there were still cultivators who would choose to enter this place. Only after the 5 elements desolate domain opened, the people coming here began to lessen. Everyone that entered the Lost Sky Ruins had to pass through the marketplace outside of it. Moreover, the marketplace had one side in the open and another in the shadows. The one in the open was controlled by the Sky Ruin Alliance, while the one in the shadows was a black market controlled by Lord Mang. Originally, the number of people in the black market was relatively little, and ever since the 5 elements desolate domain opened, the numbers dwindled further. In order to increase the human traffic for his black market, Lord Mang couldn't help but do some advertisement. This naturally disrupted the balance between both sides,
causing the competition between them to intensify. As for the marketplace outside of the Lost Sky ruins, the constant clashes made the place increasingly unruly. When Mo Wuji arrived at the Lost Sky Ruins marketplace, Sky Ruin Alliance's men were in the midst of a confrontation with Lord Mang's men.
Screw off to one side.
A man from Sky Ruin Alliance scolded immediately as he saw Mo Wuji walk in between both parties without thinking. However, right after he completed half a sentence, he was sent flying with a slap from Sky Ruin Alliance's alliance head, Shurchang. Before he could understand why his alliance head would slap him, he saw Shurchang bow respectfully to the youth that had barged in. Sky Ruin Alliance's Shurchang greets alliance head. Shurchang spoke with a humble tone. Mo Wuji was an alliance head, and while he was also an alliance head, he was just an ant when compared to this alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance. He was very lucky to have gone to the 5 Elements desolate domain back then to personally witness the process of this youth becoming the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head. As soon as Shurchang finished speaking, the black market's Lu Mang quickly stepped forward to welcome Mo Wuji, bowing respectfully as well. Lu Mang greets alliance head. Mo Wuji was speechless after seeing the scene in front of him unfolding like a gang fight. These people were still a bunch of cultivators, but they did not have a demeanor fitting of one. Disperse the crowd, Lu Mang and Shurchang stay, I have a few things to ask about, Mo Wuji casually said. Since the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head had spoken, regardless whether it was Sky Ruin Alliance's Shurchang or Lord Mang, neither dared to oppose him, as they quickly ordered their men to leave. Even though Feng Jinqiu and company were not on Mo Wuji's side, the both of them dared not act disrespectfully towards him. Based on his rank 1 placing on the 100 Sect Alliance contribution points board, this was not a person that Shurchang and Lu Mang could afford to offend.
Lu Mang, let me ask you, are you aware of the existence of a Honest Chi's provision shop in the black market? Where is he now? Where did he come from?
Mo Wuji was not here for Honest Chi, but since he had made the trip already, he might as well find out. Lu Mang quickly answered, I would like to report to Alliance Head that Honest Chi has been in the black market for nearly 20 years, and I don't know where he came from. However, a few years ago, he died in his own shop, and the shop has been sealed off by me. Mo Wuji did not probe further, as he knew that it would not yield much. Something like Honest Chi dying in his own shop was only believable to someone like Lu Mang.
Has there been anything going on in the Lost Sky ruins recently?
This question was targeted at both Lu Mang and Shurchang. Yes, both of them responded almost instantly after Mo Wuji completed his question.
What happened?
Spit it out, Mo Wuji came here to inquire about things just in case.
Who knew that he would actually get some information?
Shurchang fought to answer first. 6 days ago, a green flame shot to the sky from the depths of the Lost Sky ruins. The flame was at least hundreds of meters tall, and illuminated half the sky green.
Did anyone find out what happened? Mo Wuji continued asking.
Shaking his head, Shurchang replied, no, that place was in the deepest region of the Lost Sky ruins, so no one dared to go.
Anyone that goes is guaranteed to die.
Seeing that he had no chance to speak, Lu Mang added on, I can remember the position of the flame, it should be at the location where the cock star rises. The cock star was a star that rose when the cocks crowed in the morning, and Lu Mang had pointed out the general direction to go from his words alone. Upon hearing that, Mo Wuji said, if you guys continue to wreck the Lost Sky ruins marketplace like this, it will soon disappear. From now on, this place will come under the jurisdiction of the 100 Sect Alliance.
Lu Mang, you will pass down my orders, and you will be responsible of going to the 5 Elements desolate city to inform the 100 Sect Alliance of this, then you will help the 100 Sect Alliance alongside Shurchang to build up Sky Ruin City. After this is done, both of you can take up a position each, and own a shop here. As for the business in Sky Ruin City, it will all be handed over to the 100 Sect Alliance. Roger, we will follow Alliance Head's orders. Shurchang and Lu Mang dared not disagree a single bit. Both of them had fought each other furiously, but in the end, it only took some words from Mo Wuji and this place had gone to the 100 Sect Alliance. Not only couldn't they complain,
they also had to put in their utmost effort to build up Sky Ruins City. After settling the issue of Lost Sky Ruins market with a casual conversation, Mo Wuji brought the 4 true god stage experts along into the Lost Sky Ruins, racing towards the direction of the Cockstar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 270, Scholar's Heart. Chapter 270, Scholar's Heart. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Although the 5 of them had their own flying magic treasures, Mo Wuji was the slowest. Barely 2 hours later, the group of 5 arrived in an area full of weeds. In the midst of the weeds were broken walls everywhere, and also some remains of ancient buildings. Mo Wuji had been here before, and back then he spent days to reach it, but now they only took less than 2 hours. This place is full of disgusting worms. When we return, let's wipe these things out. As their flying ships passed over this patch of weeds, Mo Wuji spoke. Feng Zhenqiu quickly replied, "No, definitely not. These worms must not be disturbed, as once they are provoked, even a true god stage cultivator might not be able to escape." Puzzled, Mo Wuji asked, "I don't think so. Previously I passed through this area before, and killed quite a number of worms." What cultivation was Mo Wuji at then, and what level was he at now? On top of that, there were 4 true god stage cultivators present, so how could they fear the worms? As Feng Zhenqiu stared at Mo Wuji, he shook his head. The ignorant really had no fear. Alliance head, this only means that you have good luck, otherwise you pass through an area of the young worms. Perhaps you didn't stay for long, and did not anger any of the grown worms. Once the grown worms get angry, they can start flying, and they don't stop until they die. Regardless who provoked them, they will continue to stick onto the person, until his flesh and blood has been sucked dry at it. Upon hearing this, a cold shiver ran down Mo Wuji's spine. This was simply too scary. Luckily he had left the area of weeds immediately after crossing it. Otherwise, if he was surrounded by the worms, he dared not imagine the scenario any further. There was a true god stage cultivator that passed through here once. He had crossed the area, but because he suddenly felt unhappy, he started torching the worms here, which eventually angered the Worm King. In the end, the true god stage expert was devoured alive by countless worms. Feng Zhenqiu was afraid that Mo Wuji did not understand the severity of the situation completely, so he took the initiative to quote an example. Xing Huang also added on, "Dean Feng is right, the worms here are also called tarsal bone worms. Whoever is marked by them will never escape. On top of that, these worms can tunnel through a person's skin into their bone marrow, and even a true god stage expert can't block that." Does this mean that no one can subdue these worms? Mo Wuji asked in shock. Not exactly, these worms can be exterminated with fire. Feng Zhenqiu explained. However, Mo Wuji did not completely understand it. "Dean Feng, didn't you just say that the true god stage expert used fire, but still got eaten by the tarsal bone worms?" Nodding his head, Feng Zhenqiu replied, "That's right, fire is indeed the weakness of these worms, but it depends on what type of fire you use. Not all types of fire can kill these worms. For example, Defender Xing also has a type of fire, but his fire is meant for smithing. This fire can still kill the worms here, however, as soon as a whole swarm of them engulfs you, his fire would still be insufficient." Xing Huang added on, "Dean Feng is right, there are many types of fires out there. Mine is mainly for smithing, not for attacking enemies. Actually, if you really want to kill those tarsal bone worms, there's someone among us that can do it." Great Evolution Sect's True God Stage Elder Feng Zhe turned to look at Heaven Demon Sect's Feng Zhentian. Feng Zhenqiu also agreed, "Indeed, if it's sect head Feng, we might really be able to exterminate those worms." However, Feng Zhentian just shook his head. "I can indeed kill some of these worms, or escape from them. But to kill all of these tarsal bone worms, even I am incapable of it." In his mind, Mo Wuji was extremely surprised. For true god stage experts all said that they could not do it, so how strong were these tarsal bone worms? Actually, what Ding Feng said was right. There is a type of fire that can burn these worms to death. As Feng Zhentian spoke, he pointed in the direction of the Cockstar. Previously, the guy outside of the Lost Sky ruins named Lu Mang did say that there was a green fire that burst into the sky a few days ago. I suspect that it could be the Scholar's Heart. When they heard the word Scholar's Heart, the remaining people looked at Feng Zhentian in shock. Other than Mo Wuji, all the True God stage experts here knew of the Scholar's Heart. On the surface, this fire looks like it's gentle and beautiful, but in reality, it is wild and explosive. Once you disturb this type of fire, your only end state would be a pile of ashes.
Continuing on, Feng Zhentian explained, Alliance head Mo might not know how scary the Scholar's Heart is. This fire looks like a beautiful green robe, calm and tranquil. But once this fire rages up, the frightening scene that ensues would be far worse than what Lu Mang described. The sort of temperature would make you lose any fighting spirit, then you'll disappear without a trace. At this point, Feng Zhentian chuckled, if you can refine this fire, and throw out the Scholar's Heart with your hands, not only those worms, but also those people hiding behind the worms, the. Deep inside, Mo Wuji thought to himself. Indeed, there's not a single True God stage cultivator among them that's a simple person. The first time that he came here, he could guess that these worms were bred and herded by someone. Who knew that the others were aware of this too, just that no one went to disturb those worms. The 5 of them traveled with Godspeed, and a few days later, they crossed a large desert. Once they passed the desert, Feng Zhentian requested for them to stop. What blocked their path ahead was a peakless mountain that wasn't that tall. On top of the mountain was a wide lake. Standing on a nearby hill, Mo Wuji could see that the water in the lake was very clear, even with some ripples of movement. The surroundings had a lingering sulfur smell too. Ding Feng, let's go to take a look at the lake on that mountain top, Mo Wuji took the initiative to ask. Granny Linglong only left them a rough flying message which did not include her location, so Mo Wuji could only find this place based on the reports of green fire a few days ago. Solemnly, Feng Zhentian replied, if we provoked the tarsal boneworms, perhaps we might have a slim chance at survival. But if we go to banks of that green lake, then I believe that not a single one of us will return alive. Mo Wuji stared at Feng Zhentian in confusion. In Feng Zhentian's eyes, a surge of emotions appeared, then disappeared quickly. I've been here before. This is a volcano, and after it erupted, it formed this green lake, that. Feng Zhentian took a deep breath. If my guess is correct, that isn't water in the lake, but fire, and the fire is the Scholar's Heart that sect head Feng mentioned before. What? Mo Wuji stared at Feng Zhentian in disbelief. Ding Feng, there's still some small ripples on the surface of the green lake, and there's no heat from it. So how could this be the Scholar's Heart? This time, Feng Zhentian did not reply. Instead, Feng Zhentian spoke. Ding Feng is right, that should be the Scholar's Heart. The Scholar's Heart appears gentle and calm, without anything frightening about it, possibly even making people yearn for it. However, this is also the scariest part of the Scholar's Heart. Alliance head Mo, look at the gentle lake surface with a few ripples. In reality, that's the green fire markings of the Scholar's Heart. The Scholar's Heart is so scary because all of its heat is hidden within, and you can't feel anything outside. But once this fire has been agitated, the whole place can be burnt to ashes. Xing Huang also sighed. It seems like the green fire that shot to the sky a few days ago was the sign of the birth of this Scholar's Heart. I've heard of people keeping this sort of flame, but that would be its unborn state. Once it is born, this type of fire is a peerless existence. Alliance head, regardless whether Linglong is here, we can't stay in this place any longer. Feng Zhentian sighed to himself, and took the initiative to speak. Wait. Mo Wuji suddenly walked a few steps forward, lowering his head to look at the ground. It seemed like Mo Wuji had found something, so the others did not go to disturb him. A full incense's time later, he raised his head and said, guys, there's some traces of array Dao here. Defender Xing, help me refine a few location array flags, I'll check this out. Xing Huang instantly agreed, taking out a smithing furnace, and producing a ball of fire with his hands. A few ingredients were thrown into the furnace,
and everyone could see Xing Huang's magnificent hands go to work, hand technique after hand technique landing in the smithing furnace. Mo Wuji, who was originally inspecting the array base, was also shocked at the sight of Xing Huang's method of smithing. His face felt a little hot, because while he could create array flags too, compared to Xing Huang, the ones that he made could only be considered as something ordinary blacksmiths made. On top of that, he did not learn smithing before, and always thought that refining array flags did not require a furnace. Now that he saw Xing Huang make them in a furnace, he knew that he had always been doing things the wrong way. Xing Huang's speed was exceptionally fast, and within an incense's time, he had grabbed a batch of location array flags to pass to Mo Wuji. After simply refining the array flags, Mo Wuji began to set up an array. Even for Tianji sect protecting array, it took him 2 years to complete, 1 year of researching array Dao, mainly studying how to set up the array, then another year to actually set it up. Now that he had refined Xing Huang's array flags, he realized how trashy his own were. If he had used Xing Huang's array flag for Tianji sect protection array, he wouldn't have even used a year, and the array would be much better than the one he had made. This thought flashed through his mind, then Mo Wuji did not think about it any further. No matter how good the array flags that Xing Huang could make were, he could not keep Xing Huang by his side all the time. He could only ask Xing Huang for a few more array flags before he left for Zhenemo continent. Tens of array flags were slowly planted at different positions by Mo Wuji, and the rest of the group could distinctly feel the change in their surroundings, but they could not pinpoint where the change exactly was. In terms of cultivation level, any one of them would beat Mo Wuji by miles. But in terms of array Dao, other than Xing Huang who had a decent level, no one could really match up to Chu Xingzi's legacy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 271, Bottom of the Volcano. Chapter 271, Bottom of the Volcano. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Another 2 hours passed, and tens of meters away from the 5 of them, a crevice in the ground opened up. All of them used their spiritual will to sweep across the opening and discovered that the crevice led straight to the bottom of the volcano. So this was how it worked. Mo Wuji stopped planting array flags as he could open this concealment array, not because his array Dao was of a high enough standard, but because he had seen this concealment array before. Initially, when he was going up against horse bandits Wu Chang and Wu Xuan, he had seen such an impressive concealment array. If it wasn't for a horse bandit bringing him to the entrance of the array, he probably would not have found it in 100 years. Alliance head Mo, if we enter from there, there's a good chance that we'll die. Fengzhi spoke worriedly as he looked at the crack leading underneath the volcano. Bu and Mo Wuji calmly replied, "We've found the location, everyone can go in with me or stay here. It's up to you." After speaking, Mo Wuji was the first to leap into the crevice. The Lost Continent's #1 pill refiner, who was also a true god stage expert, was in trouble, so even if he wasn't the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head, he had to go save her. On top of that, based on their friendship, he had to help Linglong too. Seeing Mo Wuji going in, Xing Huang followed suit without hesitation. Fengzhi was a little stunned, and he looked to Fengzhi, who smiled back at him. Since the Heaven Demon Sect is a member of the 100 Sect Alliance, we naturally can't be left behind. Moreover, I am indebted to Alliance head Mo, and the Heaven Demon Sect is always clear about debts and grudges. As he spoke, Fengzhi also jumped into the opening. With a sigh, Fengzhi knew that if he did not go in, he would not be able to lift his head high, not to mention that the Great Evolution Sect would also be ridiculed. While he had some reservations, he could only leap into the crack behind the others. Although it was below a volcano, Mo Wuji and Co could not feel much heat, and it even felt a little cooling. The underground seemed like it had formed naturally, without a fixed staircase, only having a twisting opening extending into the distance. The various craters around looked like the aftermath of some underground earthquakes. There was no light either. Luckily, all of them had spiritual will, so the lack of illumination did not affect them one bit. They went on in the ups and downs,
twists and turns of the underground for an hour, before a sliver of light appeared in front of them. Mo Wuji quickly sped up, and they soon reached a bright location. This was a basin hidden beneath the volcano, which had craters everywhere. The presence of tens of night illumination pearls made them understand that the basin was formed naturally, and someone had been there before. The slight cooling air was coming from the bottom of this basin too. Some green gases descended from the ceiling, sinking straight to the bottom of the basin. At the top, the green gas was around 10 meters in radius, but when it reached the bottom, only a radius of a meter remained, which made it look like a cone. Even if Mo Wuji did not know anything, he could infer that this green gas was probably part of the scholar's heartfire from the outside. As his gaze fell to the sides of the basin, he saw Linglong enveloped by a green mist. She lay flat beside the green gas, without any signs of life. Even her face was deathly pale, and her vitals could not be sensed at all. Mo Wuji could already concoct Tier 5 Earth spiritual pills, hence he could be considered a true Tier 5 Earth pill refiner. He could discern Linglong's condition with one look. Over 90% of the blood in her body had been drained away by someone. A short distance behind Granny Linglong, Mo Wuji spotted a niche in the wall, where a skeleton-like man sat. At that moment, the man was staring straight at Mo Wuji. Feng Zhenxiu and company also noticed this bony man at the same time, and they instinctively split up. Honest Chi? When he saw the bony man, Mo Wuji recognized him right away. Although compared to the honest Chi he knew, this honest Chi only had skin and bones left, but that distinctive face was still etched in Mo Wuji's mind. He did not know what honest Chi went though, to actually turn into this thing that looked neither like a human nor a ghost. So it's you, good. The bony man let out a voice that gave them goosebumps, and his killing intent could not longer be masked. A familiar feeling engulfed Mo Wuji, and with a sudden shock, he stepped one step back, calmly staring at this bony man and said, "You're not honest Chi, you're Jingumu. You possessed honest Chi." After Mo Wuji finished speaking, he was secretly shocked. Jingumu's leftover spirit was ambushed by Pu Qian and Co., but in the end he still managed to escape. Mo Wuji thought that Jingumu would not be able to recover from that. However, who knew that in the short period of a few years, Jingumu actually possessed honest Chi? From his appearance, he should have regained most of his strength. This honest Chi was also too useless to be possessed by a leftover spirit. What an idiot. No wonder Lu Mang said that honest Chi didn't look for him for quite a while. The guy was actually possessed. Ha ha. The bony man cackled, "Your eyes have not gone blind yet, to actually recognize that I'm Jingumu. I originally wanted to find a few strong spirits and vital blood to replenish my divine spirit. Who would have expected you to come to me, with 4 decent guys? Do you know whose blood I'm craving for the most? Yours, you little ant." Jingumu was laughing, but endless rage and killing intent was hidden within his laughter. Jingumu? As soon as Mo Wuji called out Jingumu's name, Feng Zhenxiu and company S expressions turned ugly. They drew their own magic treasures and became on guard. If it were someone else, then it was possible that no one would recognize him, but for Jingumu, who would not know who he was? In the past, when the Heaven sect existed on the Lost Continent, it was much stronger than Heaven-seeking Palace was. Sect head Jingumu's strength was unparalleled, and no one dared to say no to him. "Guys, don't worry, this guy just got possessed not long ago, so he has not even recovered 10% of his strength. He won't be that strong." Before Mo Wuji could finish comforting them, Jingumu pounced in their direction. His spiny hands extended towards Mo Wuji's head. Mo Wuji was the person he hated the most, so without killing Mo Wuji, there would always be a thorn in his heart. A frightening pressure came his way, causing Mo Wuji to feel a chill all over his body, as though a poisonous snake was staring at him, which made him unable to move. The difference in strength was too great, hence even if he could react, he would not be able to escape. Boom! 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 Consecutive elemental energy explosions rang out, blasting Jingumu on his palms. Blurg! Jingumu spat out a splotch of vital blood, and his whole body was blown backwards, smashing his niche into bits. Looking at Feng Zhenqiu and company in shock, Jingumu exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you have 3 true god stage experts with you, Dot?" Then he turned towards Fengzhe, who didn't make a move. "Could you have brought 4 true god stage experts here? When did the Lost Continent produce this many true god stage experts? 4 at one shot?" He did not stop Granny Linglong's flying message because he lacked the vitality and energy to do so. What he needed was the vitality of experts to increase his cultivation level, and also their divine spirits to strengthen his own. But he didn't expect 4 true god stage experts to come at once. There weren't that many true god stage experts in the Lost Continent, but since Mo Wuji was the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head, he brought half of the true god stage experts in the alliance over. Alliance head, if my guess is correct, Jingumu should be planning to use Linglong's blood as a medium to refine the scholar's heart. Heaven Demon Sect's Feng Zhenqiu stared at Jingumu from a distance, and said with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Jingumu, who had shocked the 4 true god stage experts, looked at Feng Zhenqiu in disbelief. He couldn't understand how such an obscure secret would be known by someone other than himself. "How do you know that?" Mo Wuji asked. While staring at Jingumu, Feng Zhenqiu replied, "If that's the case, then Linglong should possess an icy spirit body. This sort of body is actually not suitable for pill refining, but Linglong not only became a pill refiner, but a heaven pill refiner at that. She must have immense talent." In the Heaven Sect's records, when the scholar's heart has just been born, the blood of an icy spirit body can be used as a medium to stabilize it, then one can slowly refine it. "Who exactly are you? How do you know the secret of my Heaven Sect?" Jingumu stood up and stared at Feng Zhenqiu with an icy glare, like he was shooting icicles out of his eyes. Feng Zhenqiu replied calmly, "Because I am the sect head of Heaven Demon Sect, and the Heaven Demon Sect branched out from the Heaven Sect." Jingumu was stunned. He knew a little about the Heaven Sect disbanding, but now that he had not fully recovered his strength, there was no time and energy for him to care about the Heaven Sect. Once he had recovered, he would massacre his way through the Lost Continent, then restore the position of Heaven Sect. "Since you are a disciple of Heaven Sect, quickly come greet your Grandmaster, and listen to my orders," Jingumu commanded loudly. But Feng Zhenqiu only stared at Jingumu, and his voice went cold. "Jingumu, you're not fit to be called my Grandmaster. My Grandmaster Chu Qingzi was imprisoned in the Heaven Sect's demon trapping cave. If his luck was a little worse, my Grandmaster would have died in the demon trapping cave. I will recognize you as the piece of trash that almost killed my Grandmaster. Jingumu, it's not enough even if your face is even whiter than other people's buttocks." So you're the disciple of Chu Qingzi, that B***** demon. No wonder you have the aura of a B**** demon too. Since you dare to come here today, then stay here forever." While Jingumu spoke, he threw out 10s of array flags. The surroundings suddenly changed, and the 5 of them could not see Jingumu anymore. He knew that since Mo Wuji had brought 4 true god stage experts along, it would be hopeless to fight them head-on. Before Mo Wuji could figure out what had trapped the few of them, rumbling noises rang out. Without looking, they knew that their way out had been sealed off. 1. TL note, is a derogatory term for guys, is used to refer to gigolos, and it literally means small white face, so the whiter his face, the bigger a gigolo he is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 272, The Little Chicken's Successor. Chapter 272, The Little Chicken's Successor. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. If it was underneath a different mountain, no one would care if their way out was blockaded. But at this location, everyone knew what having their way out blocked meant. This was where the scholar's heart was, so if anyone dared to carelessly disturb the mountain around them, it might cause the scholar's heart to explode. Everyone don't move, this is at least a grade 7 trap array. The more you move,
the deeper you sink in.
Xing Huang's voice echoed out, and everyone could hear the fear in his voice.
A grade 7 trap array, if there weren't anyone controlling it, the few true God stage experts might still have a chance to escape.
But at this moment, not only was there someone controlling the array, it was also beneath the scholar's heart, hence none of those trapped there would likely survive.
Mo Wuji not only did not move, but had already sat down.
Once the trap array appeared, his heart sank. In terms of array Dao, he was not any lousier than Xing Huang, even much better than Xing Huang for some areas. Since Xing Huang could recognize that this was a grade 7 trap array, wouldn't he be able to do the same? He knew then that whatever he said had no use, so he had to quickly determine how to break this array. Otherwise, the first person Jingumu killed would be him. After all, in the tray array his cultivation level was the lowest. Even if the other 4 were trapped, it would not be that easy for Jingumu to kill them. To kill Mo Wuji was indeed easily achievable. Mo Wuji's spiritual will quickly seep to the surroundings of the trap array, and after he captured a few void runes, a scream almost escaped his mouth. This was a sense of joy originating from deep within his heart, because this rune was very familiar. It was from Chu Xingzi's hands, and with slight modifications. When Chu Xingzi was initially trapped under the ice mountain, he listed out all the high-grade arrays that trapped him in. The reason he couldn't leave the trap array below the ice mountain was that the little chicken had combined various types of trap arrays together to form a new trap array. The new trap array was never broken by Chu Xingzi, or at least Mo Wuji did not see Chu Xingzi's solution for it. The trap array that was formed by the runes before him was of the poorest quality out of all the top-grade runes that trapped Chu Xingzi. Mo Wuji had always been studying Chu Xingzi's array Dao, so how could he not recognize when such familiar runes were presented to him? If it were other grade 7 trap arrays, it would not be that easy for him to even find a starting point. But for this trap array, it was a joke to him. Logically speaking, as Chu Xingzi had been trapped under the ice mountain for so many years, it was impossible for him to have passed on his array Dao to Jingumu. Hence Jingumu probably learnt this array Dao from that little chicken that studied Chu Xingzi's array Dao then trapped him. After throwing out a few array flags, the void runes separated into 2 sides, forming a tunnel in front of him.
Alliance Head Mo.
The first to appear was Fengjia, and he stared at Mo Wuji with a surprised look, not understanding how Mo Wuji could open a tunnel in such a strong trap array. Waving his hand, Mo Wuji signaled to him to remain silent, before throwing over 10 flags out, forming another 3 tunnels quickly. Feng Zhenxiu, Xing Huang, and Feng Zhentian were moving around like headless chickens, but now they rushed over once they saw Mo Wuji. Sect Head, you're really amazing, to be able to open such a high-grade trap array. Xing Huang's voice was a little loud, and Mo Wuji had to raise his hands to stop him. Defender Xing, I've coincidentally seen this trap array before, and the methods I used to open it is a little weird, so I believe that little chicken, no, that Jingumu must not have noticed it yet. Everyone please wait for me here, after I've saved Linglong, I will give it to Jingumu. It was Chu Xingzi that had broken this trap array, and in the messages he left behind, he said that even the little chicken did not know that he had escaped the trap array after breaking it. Of course, Chu Xingzi was not able to break little chicken's combination trap array. Who little chicken was, Mo Wuji did not know, but he was sure that Jingumu would definitely not be able to match up with a single hair on little chicken. The few of them nodded as they looked at Mo Wuji in joy. Thankfully their alliance head was strong in array Dao, otherwise, they would have died unfairly. Mo Wuji grabbed and threw out another 7 to 8 array flags, and soon the area above them became visible. Beside the green gas, the floating Linglong came into sight. At the void position, Mo Wuji rapidly drew many runes, causing the originally floating Linglong to plummet downwards abruptly. He then quickly went forward to catch her in his arms. Dean Feng, I will open up a tunnel in a while. Carry Linglong and leave through it swiftly. As Mo Wuji spoke, he delivered Linglong into Feng Zhenxiu's arms.
What about you? Feng Zhenxiu asked.
Mo Wuji chuckled, I will leave too, but I'll be the last one to leave.
Since this guy lured us here, how could we leave without giving him a present? Following which, he threw out a few more array flags, and a new tunnel appeared before all of them. The end of the tunnel was where they had come from, which was not obstructed by anything. Feng Zhenqiu and company sped out of the tunnel with Mo Wuji at the back. The array flags in his hands landed continuously, and within a few minutes' time, he rushed out to join the others. Sect head Mo, your array Dao is simply too strong, Feng Zhe is really impressed. Feng Zhe said emotionally as he saw Mo Wuji approach them. To that Mo Wuji only laughed, but did not answer. This set of methods had been carved out by Chu Xingzi under the ice mountain, and he only copied them. If he did not have Chu Xingzi's method for breaking the trap array, even if he could find the exit, it would definitely not have gone unnoticed by Jing Gumu. Did Jing Gumu find out? Feng Zhenqiu asked softly. He will find out soon, so we have to increase our speed. After finishing the sentence, Mo Wuji went even faster. The few of them were extremely strong people, and on top of that they did not have anything to guard against when leaving, unlike when they entered. Thus, within a few minutes, all of them charged out of the crevice. An angry howl echoed out from underground, and Mo Wuji shouted, "Quickly leave!" At this moment everyone increased their speed to the maximum even without Mo Wuji's reminder. They were no fools, and they knew that Mo Wuji had agitated the scholar's heart. Not leaving when the scholar's heart exploded would be waiting for death. The frightening burning sensation seemed as though as it would envelop them at any moment, so who would dare to get left behind then? A few minutes later, they felt the temperature behind them drop, and only then did they dare to stop to take a look. The place that they had come from was originally a small hilly area, but now the hills had completely disappeared. As for the short, big volcano, it had vanished completely. A large crater had appeared in the distance, and from it emanated terrifying amounts of heat. What a strong scholar's heart! Xing Huang exclaimed. No one mentioned Jinggumu, as they all knew that there wasn't even the pulp of him remaining. This went rather well. Alliance head, your array Dao is really strong. When we return, you should take charge of the 5 elements desolate domain's defensive array. Feng Zhenqiu respected Mo Wuji even more after witnessing the extent of Mo Wuji's strength in array Dao. As Mo Wuji was last in the group, the back of his clothes had been burnt off from the heat of the fire. He changed into a fresh set of clothes, and waved off the comment, "Everyone, I will be doing closed-door cultivation somewhere for a period of time, so I will not have the time to manage the affairs of the 100 Sect Alliance. I'll temporarily pass on the title of Alliance head to Dean Feng." As he spoke, Mo Wuji took out his contribution points token and passed it to Feng Zhenqiu. Feng Zhenqiu quickly placed Linglong on a jade bed, then received the contribution points token before asking, "Alliance head, even if you undergo closed-door cultivation, you still can continue managing the 100 Sect Alliance." But Mo Wuji just shook his head. "Other than undergoing closed-door cultivation, I will be traveling for a period of time, possibly returning only a few years later, or even decades later. The 100 Sect Alliance cannot be without an alliance head, so could Dean Feng please temporarily take up that role? I'll have to request for Dean Feng to help out regarding Linglong's injuries too." Hearing Mo Wuji put it that way, Feng Zhenqiu had nothing to say. Mo Wuji was very assertive, and the way he did things was very unique. Once he had decided on something, no one would be able to convince him otherwise. Moreover, his cultivation level was indeed quite low, and it was still acceptable for him to choose closed-door cultivation. As for Linglong's injuries, even if Mo Wuji did not mention it, Heaven-Seeking Palace would still try their best to save her. "If I'm not back for a prolonged period of time, Dean Feng please take care of Tianji Sect too." Mo Wuji bowed respectfully towards Feng Zhenqiu. After speaking, he continued to bow respectfully towards Feng Zhou and Feng Zhentian. "Both of you are true God stage experts. If Tianji Sect meets any trouble, I hope that you too will help them out on my account." Even when disregarding the fact that Mo Wuji might have had a worldly immortal stage expert backing him up, just based on how easily he broke the grade 7 trap array and brought them out, the three of them would have given Mo Wuji face.
Hence after Mo Wuji bowed respectfully and made his requests, all three of them quickly returned the bow, and pledged that they would take care of Tianji sect. All three of them were wise old men, so when they saw that Mo Wuji did not give special instructions to Xing Huang, they knew that he wanted to speak to Xing Huang in private. Thus after they agreed to Mo Wuji's requests, they said their farewells and left. Sect head, you want to look for a place to undergo your closed-door cultivation? After the three of them left, Xing Huang asked immediately. Mo Wuji shook his head. I promised someone to make a trip to Jin Mo continent. So Tianji sect head will temporarily be sang yipping. There should be sufficient spiritual energy at Tianji sect, so Defender Xing can stay there for your closed-door cultivation. When I'm not around, I'll have to ask Defender Xing to take care of the sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 273, Greed. Chapter 273, Greed. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Xing Huang promptly promised, Sect head can rest assured that I will definitely protect Tianji sect. Even if I leave, that will wait till the day that Tianji sect has at least 2 nihility gods. With that, Xing Huang waved his hand, an extricately carved, silver flying ship appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Sect head, this is a high-grade spiritual equipment, it's the work I feel most proud of. Since Sect head wants to go to Jin Mo continent, then an average flying ship would not do. I will give this ship to the Sect head. Mo Wuji and Xing Huang started their relationship based on mutual benefits, but after a series of events, the two became friends. Now, Xing Huang even took out his best and proudest work for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji hurried to stop Xing Huang. Defender Xing, I have obtained several storage rings from those Jin Mo continent true god stage experts. How could I be short of flying treasures? Now that Xing Huang thought about it, it was true. Previously, when that worldly immortal King Guqi arrived at the Five Elements desolate city, he brought along some true god stage experts, and the strongest one was already at true god stage level 9. As he was thinking of this, an additional sense of respect towards Mo Wuji developed in his heart. Even though he didn't personally see the expert behind Mo Wuji killing the true god stage experts like ants, he had long heard about it from Feng Zhenxiu and company. Then will Sect head be following me back? Xing Huang asked. Mo Wuji shook his head. No, after I find a place to refine the rings, I will leave here from the Sky Sea. The Sky Sea was in the opposite direction from Tianji sect, as well as the Five Elements desolate domain. Since Mo Wuji intended to leave from the Sky Sea, Xing Huang didn't say anything much further. He kept his silver flying ship and bade his farewells. He was going to return back to Tianji sect and relay Mo Wuji's message to Sang Yiping and company. Thereafter, he would have Sang Yiping succeed as the acting sect head. He viewed Mo Wuji highly. He believed that the next time he met Mo Wuji would definitely be a world-shaking expert. From whatever perspective, he had to run Tianji sect well. If Mo Wuji came back and the Tianji sect was a mess, Mo Wuji might not say anything much to him, but their relationship would definitely thin down. After seeing Xing Huang go off into the distance, Mo Wuji turned back and looked at the huge pit burned out by the scholar's heart with reluctance in his heart. There, the scholar's heart had formed another lake of green fire. However, that was not his, at least, it was not something he could touch for the time being. Mo Wuji shook his head, casting aside the greed in his heart, and chose a direction to leave in. Who didn't want the scholar's heart? Mo Wuji, as a pill refiner, would want this flame even more. However, he knew clearly, even if the true god stage experts didn't advise him against it, it should be impossible for him to get it. Jingumo had his means of taking away the scholar's heart. He even found an ice attribute body, but ultimately he still failed. If Jingumo couldn't do it, then Mo Wuji shouldn't even think about it. The scholar's heart was truly too strong. Even if he advanced into the true god stage, he might not even dare to act like Jingumo, standing right under the fire to refine it. Due to his use of arrays, he managed to incite the scholar's heart to burn Jingumo to flying ash.
But even if he didn't do anything, he still suspected that Jingomu would not succeed. If he had the chance to refine the scholar's heart, he would not court death like Jingomu by standing right under the scholar's heart. He would refine it from the side, slowly refining it to the center. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji shook his head. Not just him, even if Feng Zhenqiu and company try to refine the scholar's heart slowly from the side, it would not be practical. Unless one could transform their body to contain an extreme coldness, like the coldness of the basement where he found the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. Mo Wuji suddenly stopped in his tracks. He thought of something. If he could transform his body to have that sort of coldness, would he be able to refine a flame like the scholar's heart from the sides? He was truly unable to change his body to have this sort of coldness, but he could try with the cultivation method of the 7 styles lightning sky's first style. Previously, when he was practicing the 7 styles lightning sky's first style, because of the lack of content, he almost got his internal organs burnt by the intense heat which ensued. If he could use that initial cultivation technique, and reverse the way he circulated the energy, would he be able to get the opposite of a body scorching heat? The moment this idea sprouted, it grew rapidly. Even if Mo Wuji did not want to think about it, the idea still wandered around in his mind. Mo Wuji inhaled deeply, rushing to a hill not far away and dug a simple immortal cave. He wanted to test his idea, otherwise, this idea would never subside. Activating his circulation technique, spiritual energy was strongly drawn towards Mo Wuji. However, this time he followed the opposite direction of the lightning flash cultivation technique, circulating spiritual energy in the reverse direction. Because he was worried that this might damage his meridians, Mo Wuji circulated the energy extremely slowly. The moment he met with a problem, he would immediately stop. His first meridian completed 1 reverse circulation, but there did not seem to be any reaction. Mo Wuji was rather disappointed. It seemed like his thinking was truly preposterous. Mo Wuji started circulating reversely with 10 meridians simultaneously. His lightning flash cultivation technique was tweaked according to the immortal mortal technique. After Mo Wuji opened his meridians, his immortal mortal technique allowed him to absorb spiritual energy at a rapid pace, much faster than other cultivators. Now, with 10 over meridians simultaneously circulating energy, it was like a devouring tornado was formed. Copious amounts of spiritual energy seemed to form one whirlpool after another inside his body. When compared to his usual immortal mortal technique, this absorption speed was much faster. It was even close to an entire fold faster. Mo Wuji was horrified. He hastily tried to stop, but things had already gotten out of his control. Right at this moment, an icy cold sensation exuded from his meridians and started to spread throughout his entire body. At the very next instant, he saw his own arms and legs getting frozen in front of his very eyes. This icy coldness seeped out from meridians, pervading into his internal organs and finally freezing his extremities. Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. This was not what he wanted. Even though he had already stopped this reverse circulation, he could still feel his spiritual energy flowing through his body, transforming into elemental energy which continued to plunge his meridians into greater coldness. Mo Wuji felt like his soul was going to leave his body. At this rate, his meridians were definitely going to get frozen and ripped, followed by his entire body. When his body contained that terrifying heat, at least he had some means of moving his body. But now, he couldn't even move. Truly, if one didn't seek death, one wouldn't die. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with grief because he would definitely die if he let this go on. Reversing the circulation technique did indeed transform him into a block of ice. But this ice block wasn't what he imagined. It was ready to take away his little life. Mo Wuji tried to use his willpower to struggle to circulate the immortal mortal technique, to melt down his body which was already frozen by the extreme ice. But his meridians were already frozen and that could only remain as a pipe dream. He wasn't even able to stop his current reverse circulation of spiritual energy as his body continued to plunge into icy coldness. As time passed,
Besides his spiritual will, which could extend outwards, there was nothing else he could do.
Mo Wuji slowly approached desolation. His spiritual sense sweeping outwards as he tried to grab even a single strand of hope. Disappointingly, he did not find a person, nor anything that could help him. Right as Mo Wuji's spiritual will also started to get blurry, his spiritual will swept across a slightly pudgy figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 274, Various Methods. Chapter 274, Various Methods. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. That's Fengjia? Even though Mo Wuji was completely frozen, he was able to quickly discern who that was. That slightly pudgy fellow was Fengjia. Mo Wuji soon came to an understanding. He wasn't the only one unwilling to leave the scholar's heart behind. The great evolution sex Fengjia was the same. However, when everyone was here, he acted nonchalant, and even as though he couldn't wait to get out of here. Now that everyone had left, he sneakily returned. Mo Wuji gave up on using his spiritual will to communicate with Fengjia. If it was Xing Huang, then maybe he might do that. But since it was Fengjia, he definitely couldn't do it. The moment Fengjia knew he was here, Fengjia would immediately eliminate him to shut his mouth. If Fengjia was confident that he could extract the scholar's heart, then he definitely didn't want others to know that the one who took the scholar's heart away was him. Mo Wuji sighed, but he didn't retract his spiritual will. If he had to die, he would rather freeze to death than get killed by Fengjia. In less than half an incense's time, Mo Wuji saw another figure dashing by. It had a head full of brown hair. Mo Wuji only needed a single sweep to identify it as the heaven demon sex Fengjia. Indeed, Fengjia would not come here for any other reason. He must have came for the scholar's heart. What a pity that it wasn't Fengjia or Xing Huang who came over. If it was those two, perhaps they might save his life. The Heaven Demon sect originated from the Heaven sect. Since the Heaven sect's Jinggumu had methods to refine the scholar's heart, then perhaps Fengjia had his own means of extracting the scholar's heart. As for Fengjia, that fella always had a smile on his face, acting very harmless and innocuous, but Mo Wuji could feel that this fella's schemes were even deeper than Fengjia. Among the 4 true God experts that came with him, Mo Wuji felt the least comfortable with this Fengjia. Time flowed by slowly. Mo Wuji's spiritual will started to get blurry. He still gritted his teeth and pushed on. The moment his spiritual will completely blurred up, that would mean that he was really gone. Until the very last moment, he definitely wouldn't give up. Perhaps, Fengjia might also want the scholar's heart and come over? Boom! A terrifying explosion excited Mo Wuji's sinking spiritual will to clear up significantly. He subconsciously extended his spiritual will to the maximum. In his heart, he was thinking whether it was Fengjia refining the scholar's heart, or was it Fengjia? Or did the two parties discover one another and started fighting? Before Mo Wuji could chuck these thoughts aside, a wave of heat came surfing over. Following which, Mo Wuji saw his frozen body, which was on the brink of shattering, start to soften up. Mo Wuji did not feel a half-bit excited, but a tinge of fury. These two fellas should just refine the scholar's heart, but if they actually induced another eruption of the scholar's heart. The moment the scholar's heart came flowing over, he would completely and utterly be dead meat. At this moment, Mo Wuji was feeling slight regret for choosing this place which was so close to the scholar's heart. However, he didn't have time to regret for long. His body had been frozen into an ice cube, but with the flames of the scholar's heart flowing over, the first thing he needed to do was to hurry use the immortal mortal technique to stabilize his fleshly body. Otherwise, even if his body was stronger, to get roasted by such intense flames right after he experienced such icy coldness would definitely cause him to collapse. Unfortunately, his internal organs were still frozen solid, with only a single strand of elemental energy still in slow circulation. Even if his legs could move, he couldn't run. Activating the immortal mortal technique,
a soul-tearing sensation came pervading through his entire body. As he got wrapped up in this terrifying, tearing pain, Mo Wuji's entire body started trembling. Following the rise in the surrounding temperature, the circulation of the immortal mortal technique gradually stabilized and did not seem like he would fall apart. Mo Wuji lightly heaved a sigh of relief. He struggled to sit up as he wanted to first get out of this place. But when he sent his spiritual will out, he was almost shocked crazy. His entire surroundings was covered in green flames. Feeling that sort terrifying heat, Mo Wuji was at a loss of what to do. Those two fellas had incited the scholar's heart, and the flames of the scholar's heart completely raised over a radius of a few kilometers. Luckily, his distance was still considered quite far, and this was at the extreme sides of the scholar's heart flames. There were only a few green flames. Otherwise, he would have been burnt to ashes. But how did this flames flow so far? While Mo Wuji ate a few healing pills, he also sent his spiritual will sweeping outwards. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will reached Feng Jintian and Fengzhe, who were sitting in the center of the green flames, he immediately came to an understanding. Feng Jintian and Fengzhe were a few hundred meters apart. The both of them were sitting on the floor. The jade flute he passed to Feng Jintian previously was placed on top of Feng Jintian's head, emitting a jade green light. This light formed a jade green barrier around Feng Jintian. Sitting within the barrier, Feng Jintian was constantly forming hand seals. A few hundred meters away from Feng Jintian, 10 swords were continuously revolving around Fengzhe, forming a defensive sword array. Strands of green flame energy slowly seeped into the sword array, circulating between Fengzhe's two hands. Mo Wuji had already realized that the two were both refining the scholar's heart, and he even knew the two's methods. But he didn't know what methods they used to send the scholar's heart spreading for a few kilometers. No matter how strong the scholar's heart was, it was something that had recently manifested. Furthermore, after being sent spreading for a few kilometers, its temperature had fallen significantly. Previously, the scholar's heart could not be refined. It was because of its horrifyingly high temperatures, such that one couldn't even get close to it. But now, the two incited the scholar's heart to flow out and far. Refining the flame was now possible. Compared to Jingumu, their methods were more practical. What Mo Wuji didn't understand was, why did Feng Jintian and Fengzhe come to a consensus and not interrupt the other's refinement of the scholar's heart? Don't the two know that there's only one flower of the scholar's heart, and two of them couldn't obtain it at the same time? Following the two's refinement, the surrounding temperature started to rise. Mo Wuji completely regained his ability to move. Regardless, he would have to escape from this place first. Since there were two true God stage experts refining the scholar's heart, he wouldn't even get a scrap of it. Mo Wuji was just about to stand up, but he immediately discarded that idea. He couldn't leave yet. The moment he leaves this hill, he would immediately be spotted by Feng Jintian and Fengzhe. When that happens, he might be eliminated by the two. Mo Wuji could only stay silent. At this moment, the surrounding green flames suddenly were stronger by more than a fold. The terrifying flames were so hot, Mo Wuji almost cried out in pain. Mo Wuji hurriedly activated his elemental energy to defend against the heat. The next instant, Mo Wuji knew that his thinking was useless. Because as Feng Jintian and Fengzhe crazily refined the scholar's heart flames would get stronger. If he did not think of a better method, he would be these two sacrificial pawn, burning to death in this heat. An idea flashed across his mind. Mo Wuji immediately started his reverse circulation. 10 over meridians simultaneously circulated in the reverse direction. That terrifying cold emerged from Mo Wuji's meridians. However, the difference from the past was that Mo Wuji was now at the side of the scholar's heart. With the outer temperature, he wouldn't be frozen to an ice cube. In half an incense's time, Mo Wuji knew he wouldn't be able to hold on. His meridians was, in fact, endlessly releasing extreme cold energy, but the flame temperature was gradually getting stronger. As time passed, this sort of balance was not what his body could take. Mo Wuji gritted his teeth and sent out a strand of spiritual will, seeping into the green flames surrounding him.
Feng Zhentian and Fengzhe were refining the scholar's heart, and now he was also forced to refine it. If he didn't refine it, he would be turned to ashes. Either way he would die. So why hesitate? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 275, Reverse Refining the Scholar's Heart. Chapter 275, Reverse Refining the Scholar's Heart. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The scholar's heart was too strong. Whether it was Feng Zhentian or Fengzhe, they could only slowly refine the bit of scholar's heart which seeps in their defenses. As for the situation outside, the two didn't have the capacity to investigate.
Thus, when Mo Wuji entered the fray and started refining the scholar's heart, Feng Zhentian and Fengzhe were completely oblivious.
The moment Mo Wuji started refining, he knew that he had made the right decision. Using his immortal mortal technique to refine the scholar's heart was like cooking a frog with warm water, no sudden actions. The immortal mortal technique drew the scholar's heart into his circulation route. Every circulation would take away a strand of the scholar's heart flame energy, refining it into Mo Wuji's. At the start, Mo Wuji could still feel the tormenting pain when the hot and cold intersected. But towards the end, he no longer suffered from any of that torment. The rate the immortal mortal technique circulated the green energy became faster and faster, signifying that his speed of refinement also became faster and faster. As time passed, he had already gathered a sizable green ball of fire in his body. This was his completely refined scholar's heart flame energy. The green energy outside continued to get devoured by his immortal mortal technique as he slowly tamed it, integrating into his body. The immortal mortal technique was the simplest cultivation technique, or more accurately, the most fundamental form of cultivation. It was different from other cultivation techniques. It was far too simple. When using it to refine the flames of the scholar's heart, it would not cause any form of stimulation to the flames. On the other hand, Feng Zhentian and Fengzhe's refinement method was something highly adjusted. From the surface level, their cultivation method was far superior to Mo Wuji's simple immortal mortal technique. However, when used for refinement, it was far from being as quiet as Mo Wuji's.
Following the two's increased refinement of the green flame, the surrounding temperatures got higher.
If Mo Wuji did not enter the fray, the two might have still persisted for a few more days. It would not be impossible for one of them to eventually refine the scholar's heart.
But Mo Wuji had entered.
One person alone, his refinement speed was faster than Feng Zhentian and Fengzhe combined, his speed several-fold faster than when he first started. Another 2 hours passed. The jade green light barrier from the jade flute on Feng Zhentian's head slowly dimmed. At the same time, the gaps in Fengzhe's defensive sword array became bigger.
Pooey!
A huge hole ripped in Feng Zhentian's jade green light barrier. Feng Zhentian was no longer able to persist on, coughing out a mouth of vital blood. He did not even then to face Fengzhe. His body turned into a black flurry, instantaneously disappearing outside. At almost the same instant Feng Zhentian charged out, a wave of green fire swept over, completely burning away Fengzhe's clothes and hair. Fengzhe did not even care to retrieve his sword array, also turning into a black shadow, rushing out from the green flames. The two were both true God stage experts. Their speed of retreat was extremely fast. Feng Zhentian saw Fengzhe, Fengzhe also saw Feng Zhentian. When the two came to rob the scholar's heart, they only met with each other once. Coincidentally, their methods were roughly the same, which was to spread the scholar's heart through several kilometers and then slowly refine it. Now that the two had failed, they seemed to have planned beforehand as they each ran in different directions, rushing out of the lost sky ruins. This sort of thing was merely intuition. There were no need for words. To the two of them, refining the scholar's heart wasn't impossible. They just needed to find a strong form of defense, and perhaps one day they might truly refine the scholar's heart.
When Fengzhe and Feng Zhentian left, the pressure on Mo Wuji instantly increased.
The temperature of the surrounding green flames became higher. more than half of the hill he was in had been melted.
Mo Wuji didn't know that Feng Jintian and Fengjia had failed and retreated.
As the surrounding temperature rose, he subconsciously started to reverse his circulation technique. Icy coldness began to seep out from his meridians. As the coldness became stronger, it formed a thin layer of frost in his body. However, the moment this frost appeared, it would be melted by the green flames. As Mo Wuji refined more and more of the green flame energy, the green flames surrounding him became significantly thicker. At this moment, Mo Wuji's skin started burning, an aura of death shrouded over Mo Wuji. Even though Mo Wuji did not open his eyes, he knew that he had to take certain measures or he would burn to death here. Feeling the large ball of green flames inside his body, Mo Wuji was incredibly reluctant. If he retreated now, the green flame energy he refined would be leaked away, disappearing forever.
Cultivation was all about gambling one's life.
When he first prepared to refine the scholar's heart, he already almost died once.
Now, he had already started refining it.
If he retreated now, he would definitely regret it in the future.
Mo Wuji had a premonition that if he left, this scholar's heart wouldn't end up his.
Even though Feng Jintian and Fengjia failed, they would come back with better methods and continue to refine the scholar's heart. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji gritted his teeth and tried increasing the number of meridians which circulated according to the technique he created. Indeed, when nearly 30 meridians began to circulate reversely, more of that icy cold sensation seeped out from his meridians.
That tearing and torment once again unleashed upon Mo Wuji's body.
Mo Wuji's body was shaking, but he still crazily continued to refine the scholar's heart flame energy.
In half an instance's time, Mo Wuji felt an intense heat sweeping across his head.
He knew that his hair and skull skin had been completely burned away.
The surrounding green flames also became another fold stronger.
Mo Wuji gave out a long sigh in his heart. It wasn't that he wasn't working hard, but he truly couldn't ensure any further. It wasn't a simple matter of 1 minus 1 is equal to 0 when it came to the cold seeping from his meridians and the heat from the green flames. The most important thing was that his body couldn't take it.
If he pushed any further, he would definitely collapse.
Now, the most fragile thing was nothing but the strength of his body. Mo Wuji wanted to get up and leave, but he immediately found that it was no longer up to him. He was completely unable to leave. His remaining strength was not 1/100,000 of his original strength. He was not able to charge out of these terrifying flames. Another wave of green flames surged over. Mo Wuji gritted his teeth, directly drawing a strand of the flame and started circulating it into his reverse circulation route. The strand of flame seeped into Mo Wuji's meridian, instantly mixing with the coldness within his meridian. A sort of lazy feeling of contentment pervaded throughout his body, and Mo Wuji was ecstatic. Initially, he was using his reverse circulation technique to produce the cold sensation within his meridians, to counteract the heat from the green flames outside. Thereafter, he would use the immortal mortal technique to refine the scholar's heart into his own green flame. But now, he directly absorbed this green flames into his meridians together with spiritual energy, circulating it in the reverse route. Unexpectedly, not only did it increase the rate of refinement, his body was no longer subjected to that terrifying torment of hot and cold. At this moment, he had only used 30 over meridians and he had achieved such results. If he used all 102 meridians, how heavy defying would it be? Suppressing the mad glee in his heart, Mo Wuji started to slowly increase the meridians involved in circulation. With every additional meridian, an additional strand of green flame would be refined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 276, New Cultivation Method. Chapter 276, New Cultivation Method. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. One meridian after another started the reverse circulation.
Multiple days later, Mo Wuji's entire body had completely immersed within the green flames.
However, those flames didn't manage to burn Mo Wuji's skin before they were drawn into his meridians.
After one round of circulation, they were refined by him and integrated into his ball of green flames. When all 102 meridians started circulating, the surrounding green flames seemed to form a green whirlpool, swirling into Mo Wuji, constantly being refined. Mo Wuji felt that the temperatures had gradually gotten weaker and discovered that already a month had passed.
Was the scholar's heart refined by him already? Mo Wuji opened his eyes and sent his spiritual will out.
He immediately discovered that the scholar's heart was not fully refined yet, but it had started to get weaker, slowly retreating back into that huge pit.
Since he had already gotten to this level, how could Mo Wuji give up?
He did not hesitate to stand up, stuffed a few Anidia pills in his mouth and followed along with the green flames. When the green flames retreated by one step, he would take one step forward, all while maintaining his 102 meridians. The scholar's heart seemed to have a tiny consciousness of its own, knowing that Mo Wuji did not have good intentions. It was not willing to simply be refined like that by Mo Wuji. When Mo Wuji was getting close to the green flame lake near the pit, the scholar's heart surged out once more. The experienced Mo Wuji did not wait for the scholar's heart to engulf him, he immediately retreated. Whether he was advancing or retreating, his 102 meridians were always using the reverse circulation technique.
Days passed.
When Mo Wuji opened his eyes once again, he saw that there was only a thin layer of green left in the flame lake in the pit. Mo Wuji suppressed his excitement and directly jumped into the huge pit. The meager green flame was no longer able to counteract against Mo Wuji and could only let itself slowly get refined by Mo Wuji.
Dawn.
A sound like the emergence of a spring sounded in Mo Wuji's mind palace. Mo Wuji opened his eyes.
He clenched his fists and an indescribable sense of glee washed over his entire body.
He had refined the scholar's heart. It was now a pea-sized ball of fire, silently floating within his mind palace. That crisp dong sound was the sound when the scholar's heart was successfully condensed. It was pleasant to the ears. Even though Mo Wuji didn't probe this flower of scholar's heart, he could clearly feel the terrifying power within. The green within the lake had vanished without a trace, no longer containing any hints of flame energy.
Mo Wuji felt his consolidated cultivation and slowly clenched his fists.
After spending over 2 months to refine the scholar's heart, he had gained a new revelation on cultivation. Perhaps everyone else would think that in these 2 years, Mo Wuji's greatest reward was the scholar's heart. But only Mo Wuji knew clearly, his greatest reward wasn't refining the scholar's heart but creating his own cultivation technique.
That was reversing his modified immortal mortal technique. His 7 styles Lightning Sky's first style, Lightning Flash, was modified according to the immortal mortal technique. This time, to defend against the terrifying flames of the scholar's heart, he reversed this modified technique. Results had shown that doing so was extremely useful. Not only did it save his life, he even refined the scholar's heart. During the scholar's heart refinement process, he used his understanding towards his meridians and cultivation to constantly improve on his reverse circulation method. While he refined the scholar's heart, he also perfected this method. This wasn't merely reversing his lightning flash circulation route, he had also added in many of his own personal insights. At the beginning, he still met with various problems when he reversed the circulation route, he even almost froze himself to death. But now, he could use the reverse circulation at any moment without any fear of freezing his meridians. That wasn't the most important part.
Most importantly, Mo Wuji discovered that when he used this reverse method, not only did his refinement speed increase by 1 to 2 folds, his pace of absorbing spiritual energy was also faster than what it was by 1 to 2 folds as well. Furthermore, the cultivated elemental energy was richer and stronger. This was his greatest reward. Even though he was still in Yuan Dan stage level 10, after these 2 months of refining, his elemental energy was greatly condensed. If he could continue to modify the immortal mortal technique, he would continue to follow on this path of reversal. Mo Wuji turned back to the pit which had been devoid of green. He calmed down the glee in his heart before turning and rushing off.
Multiple days later, Mo Wuji arrived at a remote valley in the Lost Sky ruins. He was preparing to refine all the storage rings he had on him. He had yet to refine Jing Gumu's storage ring because his previous power was too low, his spiritual will was also weak. That's why the matter had dragged for so long. But now, he was already at Yuandan stage level 10 and was close to advancing into the true lake stage. Refining Jing Gumu's ring would take 1 to 2 days at the very most. However, Mo Wuji did not immediately refine Jing Gumu's ring. He decided to first handle those rings from the Jin Mo continent fellas. Deep in his heart, he knew that if he could enter the Jin Mo continent from the 5 elements desolate domain, he definitely wouldn't go through the Sky Sea. It was primarily because the journey across the Sky Sea was too far. Using this route would definitely waste a lot of time. Furthermore, in the Sky Sea, it was easy to lose one's bearings and direction. Now that the Jin Mo continent experts had arrived, they might actually have a map through the 5 elements desolate domain. In just 3 days, Mo Wuji had completely refined all the rings. His guess was right, all these true god stage experts each had a flying spiritual equipment in their rings. The best one was definitely of high grade, and Mo Wuji even felt that it was better than the one Xing Huan was prepared to gift him. The only thing for Mo Wuji's dissatisfaction was that this flying spiritual equipment looked too ugly. It looked like a ball. Which fellow would design it like so? Did he think that a ball-shaped flying equipment would reduce the air resistance? Mo Wuji organized all these items. Spiritual equipment were placed in one side, pills and materials were placed in another. As for spirit stones, they were separately stored in a different storage ring. Unfortunately, besides this ball-shaped flying equipment, the others were good but didn't really catch Mo Wuji's eyes. After organizing everything, Mo Wuji really found a map. He merely unfolded it once and he immediately said the words, Lost Sky Ruins. Don't tell me that this fella got this map from the Lost Sky Ruins? Otherwise, why would it show the position of the Lost Sky Ruins? When Mo Wuji fully unfolded the map, he was shocked still. Not only did this map contain the Lost Sky Ruins, it also had the Sky Sea and the 5 elements desolate domain. The only point of disappointment was that the Sky Sea portion was ripped out, only the 5 elements desolate domain and the Lost Sky Ruins portions remained. The map clearly showed that the Jin Mo continent could be accessed from the Lost Sky Ruins and the 5 elements desolate domain. Even the Sky Sea portion showed that there was a route to the Jin Mo continent. Traversing the Lost Sky Ruins can get to the Jin Mo continent? Mo Wuji turned and faced the depths of the Lost Sky Ruins. Uncertainty filled his heart. It wasn't that the map wasn't clear, but the Lost Sky Ruins was truly too dangerous. It said that only few that enter the depths actually survive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 277, Howling Wind Beast. Chapter 277, Howling Wind Beast. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji did not hesitate for long before he decided to go by the Lost Sky Ruins. The Lost Sky Ruins were indeed dangerous, but would it be less dangerous to go by the Sky Sea or 5 elements desolate domain? With his cultivation level, it would be difficult to go to Jin Mo continent by any path. The reason why he chose the path of the Lost Sky Ruins was that this was the shortest route. If he entered Jin Mo continent from the Sky Sea, with his current cultivation level and speed, and without getting lost, it would take him an estimated 3 to 5 years' time. If it were from the 5 elements desolate domain, the travel duration would greatly decrease, but it would still take about a year. However, based on the markings on the map, if he dared to pass through the Lost Sky Ruins, he would reach Jin Mo continent in half a year. After making his decision, Mo Wuji did not hesitate any further. He took out Jing Gumu's ring. As soon as he finished refining this ring, he would set off immediately. What would have taken him months with no guarantee of success now only took half a day's time with Mo Wuji's spiritual will. This was attributed not only to Mo Wuji's increase in strength, but also the death of Jing Gumu.
When he looked through Jingumu's ring, Mo Wuji finally understood what it meant to be a bumpkin. Jingumu's storage ring did not have many spiritual items, but at least 7 to 8 spiritual items inside were high-grade ones, and there was even a half-supreme grade spiritual item. It was a pity that the half-supreme grade spiritual item was a hammer, which Mo Wuji was not interested in. What made Mo Wuji puzzled was the lack of a flying magic treasure in Jingumu's ring. There were extremely large numbers of spirit stones in the ring, which could not be counted by how many there were, but instead by how many piles there were. Based on Mo Wuji's rough estimates, there were at least 10 to 20 million spirit stones present. The rest of the items inside were weird exotic things, such as various smithing ingredients that one only heard of before, various ridiculous and weird magic skills. There weren't many cultivation techniques either, but when Mo Wuji casually flipped through them, all of them were at least of earth grade. In this guy's ring, he did not find a single poor quality item. After sorting out all the items, Mo Wuji took out a round disc about the size of a palm. The round disc had a few array flags planted into it, and multiple crisscrossing runes, and if one looked at it for a little longer, one would feel dizzy. After he inspected the disc multiple times, he suddenly became excited. This was an array disc, and a grade 8 one at that. Another 2 hours had passed, and Mo Wuji finally took out the round flying ship that had been refined by him, charging into the depths of the lost sky ruins in a black line. A few days after Mo Wuji left, a brown-haired man and a woman in a light green dress appeared next to the pit where the scholar's heart was at. The brown-haired man stared at the empty pit blankly, without saying a word.
Tianjin, didn't you say that there's the scholar's heart here and asked for my help? What's with this scene before us?
The man remained silent, and it was the woman beside him that broke the silence. The brown-haired man clenched his fist, and spoke only after a while, because the scholar's heart has been refined and taken away by someone else. This was Heaven Demon Sex Fong Jintian, and it wasn't easy for him to find a helper to block the defend himself from the scholar's heart while he refined it. However, when he arrived back here, he discovered that good things might not actually wait for him.
Could it be Great Evolution Sex Fengjia? The woman asked suspiciously. Fong Jintian shook his head. It's not Fengjia.
Even if Fengjia could find the same method as me, refining the scholar's heart wouldn't take 1 or 2 days. Back when I started refining the scholar's heart with him, I felt like there was a third person other than Fengjia and Mislef refining the scholar's heart. Initially I thought that I was hallucinating, but now it seems like that was real.
Who would that be?
The woman asked in shock. After we left this area, I did not wait for long before returning, and Fengjia did the same. Only the 5 of us knew about the scholar's heart.
Fong Jintian could not carry on.
The person he suspected most was Mo Wuji. However, Mo Wuji was also the person he didn't have to suspect too, as Mo Wuji's cultivation level was only at Yuan Dan stage. He had almost died after using his spiritual will to lure out the scholar's heart. For a Yuan Dan stage cultivator, it would be impossible for Mo Wuji to refine the fire at the outermost area, so how could he draw out the scholar's heart? Moreover, when he met Fengjia, the scholar's heart had not been touched before.
SCR*W it, let's go.
We should help the Tianji sect a little more after we return. Perhaps this sect will become the #1 sect of Lost Continent.
Fong Jintian explained to the woman by his side while seemingly talking to himself.
Even if it was not very possible for Mo Wuji to do it, he was still rather cautious of Mo Wuji. A rogue cultivator could actually go on the 100 Sect Alliance contribution points board, become Tianji Sect's sect head, then also take up the role of the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance head. No one could say that this was all due to luck, as Mo Wuji indeed had a backer who wiped out worldly immortal stage Guqi and many other true god stage experts.
Regardless whether it was Mo Wuji or not, forging good relations with Tianji sect would never go wrong.
In the few days that Mo Wuji flew on the route indicated on the map, he did not meet with any danger, which let him heave a sigh of relief. The round flying ship was a little ugly, its speed was no joke. On top of that, it was extremely stable while in flight. Based on his current speed, it would not even take half a year for the trip. Before Mo Wuji could start calculating how long was left till he exited the Lost Sky Ruins, a wild gust of wind blew in his direction. In an instant, his field of vision was covered by sand. The wild wind, which carried sand and rocks, blew Mo Wuji's flying ship hundreds of meters off course, and without finding out what was going on, Mo Wuji just kept his flying magic treasure. At the same time, he retrieved the concealment array disc, and turned on the concealment runes on the array disc, completely hiding him within it. Mo Wuji had seen a demonic beast undergoing heavenly tribulation before, so he felt that this raging wind was a little unusual, because he could feel the anger and killing intent inside it. Roar! As expected, once this thought just left Mo Wuji's mind, a rage-filled roar echoed out through the air. From the roar, even wilder waves of wind and sand blew over, blasting him away. Before he got blown away, he spotted the vague figures of two gigantic demonic beasts. Both of them had a light-colored exterior, but their heads were tens of meters tall. When one opened its mouth, it was like the size of a lake, dark and ominous as ever. Bang! The two demonic beasts finally clashed together, causing rich stench and elemental energy to explode out in all directions. Mo Wuji, who had been spinning like a top, was hit by the strike of elemental energy, which made him fly even faster. At this point, Mo Wuji took in a breath of cold air. He was thankful that he had obtained a grade 8 concealment array, and managed to turn it on in time. This was because he recognized this demonic beast, which was named Howling Wind Beast. Howling Wind Beasts were large in size, and could produce wild gusts of elemental energy sands. Once a Howling Wind Beast reached above grade 7, the elemental energy sands would be rather difficult for even true God stage experts to defend against. As for those at Nihility God stage or below, they had no chance to blocking it. The Howling Wind Beast also had an especially bad pet peeve, which was that it did not allow any living things to live within his field of vision. In other words, if Mo Wuji did not have the concealment array disc, the Howling Wind Beasts would have discovered his existence and swallowed him instantly. The power of the wind and sand was not the only thing to be feared, there was still the equally terrifying suction from the Howling Wind Beast. Even though Mo Wuji was at Yuan Dan stage level 10, a Howling Wind Beast could still effortlessly suck him into its mouth from hundreds of meters away. Reports of sighting Howling Wind Beasts were so rare as most cultivators that saw one would be eaten by the beast. Boom boom boom. Violent clashes of sand, rock, and elemental energy exploded again. The spinning Mo Wuji was blown away by this explosion. In the face of such crazy winds, Mo Wuji dared not move at all. Once he used any elemental energy within the range of this wild wind, it would definitely be detected by the Howling Wind Beast. The sounds of explosions slowly grew further and further away, and eventually the area around Mo Wuji calmed down. He then landed safely on the ground. As fast as he could, Mo Wuji climbed up, but he did not draw his flying ship to fly away immediately. He had heard rumors that there would surely be wind attribute treasures wherever Howling Wind Beasts appear, and in this location not one, but two were fighting. So what grade of wind attribute treasure would be present? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 278, Danger in Lost Sky Ruins. Chapter 278, Danger in Lost Sky Ruins. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji knew for sure that since those Howling Wind Beasts were fighting here, the treasure they were fighting over would definitely be nearby. They probably went further away to prevent damaging this area, hence the treasure must have been around there. Immediately, Mo Wuji traced the path that the gusts came from, and even before half an incense's time was up, he found a slope with extremely dense spiritual energy. The slope was not that steep, and was completely green, a good contrast to the barren Lost Sky Ruins. But there's nothing here? Mo Wuji was afraid that he had seen wrongly, using his spiritual will to scan the slope time and again, even looking underground. However, he did not find anything, But if there was something off about the place, it would be the two large rocks at the top of the slope which had a temporarily made cave at their side. Without question, this cave belonged to one of the howling wind beasts. Since this location had been occupied by one howling wind beast, but another one still came over to snatch an item, it was indicative that this item was really something. The roars echoed out from afar again. It seemed like the howling wind beast would be returning before long. The spherical flying ship was brought out. Since he couldn't find the treasure, it was not fated for him to do so. Thus, the best move would be to leave, before he wouldn't be able to once the howling wind beast came back. But why did the howling wind beast set up two giant rocks at the side of the cave? Before Mo Wuji left, he went to check out what lay between the two large rocks, and he saw a light gray grass stalk there. This stalk of grass was too ordinary, with only a few centimeters in height and no offshoots. More accurately speaking, this was not a stalk of grass, but a blade of grass, because something shaped like a leaf grew out from the top of it. This stalk of grass did not give off anything like other spiritual herbs, and did not look like one either. Mo Wuji only noticed it before as the weeds around this small gray grass had been cleared away, leaving this lonely stalk there. Could this unassuming stalk of grass that even looked like a weed be a treasure? The roars came closer by the minute, and Mo Wuji could not think so much anymore. Regardless whether it was a treasure or not, he would inspect it later. He scooped the blade of grass into a jade box, and quickly entered the spherical flying ship. The next moment the ship turned into a black line, zipping through the air into the horizon. A few minutes later, the sound of the howling wind beast going bonkers echoed out, and the level of rage it had was as though someone had kidnapped his wife. Could this blade of grass be a treasure? Mo Wuji took it out again. The light gray color was very ordinary, with nothing much standing out. The only interesting thing was that this grass had some weird rune on it. After staring at the grass for a good hour, Mo Wuji kept it back into his storage ring. He simply could not identify what made this grass valuable. Since his encounter with the howling wind beast, Mo Wuji became even more careful. He dared not cultivate, instead only studying Chu Xingzi's array Dao while steering the flying ship forward. But even though he was on the highest alert, about half a month of flying later, he was still marked by a gigantic flying demonic beast. The flying demonic beast looked a little like an owl, having two eyes that were like two large lanterns, and its body was a few times bigger than the flying ship. Initially, Mo Wuji intended to avoid this gigantic flying demonic beast altogether. However, before he could steer the flying ship away, a large pair of wings came flapping. His field of vision was blocked out for a hole, then the whole flying ship was slammed downwards by the large wings. If not for the decent defensive capabilities of the flying ship, it would have been smashed to pieces. In his mind, Mo Wuji was panicking, and he used all of his spiritual will to stabilize the flying ship, turning it in a different direction, then charging away in a slanted position. As the flying demonic beast saw that Mo Wuji did not plummet to the ground, it gave chase. It had no intention of letting him escape. By then, Mo Wuji had filled the spirit stone groove with earth-grade spirit stones, and he was trying his best to push the flying ship forward. Even so, the flying demonic beast was still hot on his tail. Who knew what kind of grudge it had with him, as it closely followed behind the flying ship. It seemed as though it would not rest until it caught up with Mo Wuji. Thankfully, while he was unable to shake off the flying demonic beast, it did not manage to catch up with the flying ship either. This cat and mouse game in the air lasted for days. At first, Mo Wuji wanted to slow down a little to throw a few electro balls at the demonic beast when it approaches. But after thinking of the immense strength of it, this was a risk he was not willing to take. With his Yuan Dan stage cultivation level, he probably would have been killed by the demonic beast way before he could release any lightning bolts. There was no other way but to keep running. Another 2 days passed, and to Mo Wuji's surprise, the flying demonic beast that had been pestering him for days had vanished. But before he could celebrate, a terrifying force pulled the flying ship downwards, and it plummeted once again. Scanning outwards with his spiritual will instantly, Mo Wuji discovered that this time it was not the flying demonic beast, but gravity from the ground. He was in the middle of an endless swamp, and the suction had come from it. The gravity became stronger over time, and no matter how Mo Wuji steered the flying ship to go upwards, he could not escape from this frightening gravity. Hence, he decided to keep the flying ship and fall from the sky alone. With a splat, he dove deep into the swamp's mud. Mo Wuji initially thought that the flying ship could not counter the gravity, but now that he was in the swamp, he understood that even without the flying ship, gravity was still pulling him further and further down, and his speed of descent was increasing. Any deeper, and he would be killed by the pressure if he had not suffocated yet. Mustering his elemental energy, Mo Wuji finally halted his dangerous descent. Then he began to climb up slowly. At the start, every time he climbed up a little, he would sink back down again. But eventually he got the hang of things, and his climbing speed increased significantly as he used both his spiritual will and elemental energy. At his cultivation level, he might not suffocate to death after being submerged in the swamp for half a year to a year, but if he couldn't climb out, it would just be a matter of time. It would be a joke if a cultivator that was about to advance to the true lake stage suffocated to death in a swamp. A few days later, Mo Wuji became even more relaxed and began to cultivate while climbing. He used his modified cultivation technique, the reverse circulation immortal mortal technique, to cultivate, which made his cultivation level improve quite a bit. Moreover, with the reverse circulation cultivation technique, his climbing speed increased tremendously too. The spiritual energy present in the swamp was not only rich, but also very pure. Cultivating while climbing. Anyway, Mo Wuji wasn't in a rush like before. No matter how fast he climbed, it was nowhere close to the speed that he plummeted at before. So he continuously climbed upwards for 7 to 8 days, and when light finally fell on his eyes, he knew that he had made it out. Before his whole body left the mud, both of his legs seemed to be tangled in something, and the next moment, an even stronger force tugged at his feet. Mo Wuji, who had already climbed out of the swamp, was pulled back in again. After being trapped inside the swamp for so many days, even though something was pulling him down again, Mo Wuji remained extremely calm. His spiritual will swept out, and detected that there were 2 vine-line things pulling his legs. Seeing that this force was going to drag him into the depths unknown, Mo Wuji used the scholar's heart in his mind palace to coat his feet. Violent trembling could be felt coming from below, then the things that were grabbing his feet turned to ashes and disappeared. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief, and increased his speed to get out of the swamp. When he used the scholar's heart to burn the vines at his feet, he could feel that those things were not simple. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such violent trembling. Whatever it was, it probably got shocked by Mo Wuji's fire. A day later, he finally got out of the swamp again, and the thing that tangled his feet did not appear. On the surface of the swamp, Mo Wuji lay prone, looking out at the surroundings. It was swamp everywhere, and the sky was grayish all round. There was nothing to take bearings from, and no north, south, east or west. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Wuji drew out a low-grade flying ship. He wanted to test if flying ships could be used as normal ships, at least not sinking in the swamp. However, Mo Wuji got disappointed almost immediately. When he just took out the flying ship, it sank down swiftly, not even allowing him to retrieve it. The scenery in all directions looked the same, so Mo Wuji couldn't help it but pick a direction based on feeling, and started moving out. He decided to cultivate while moving. In his cultivation journey till now, he had experienced too many incidents. He had opened 102 meridians, so cultivating while moving wasn't impossible. Perhaps Mo Wuji was the only one that could perform such a feat. The Fallen Ruins. This place looked like a temporary market, with many disorganized buildings and scattered stalls all around. If someone saw this place, he would think that it hadn't been established for long. In reality, the Fallen Ruins had existed for even longer than some other cultivation cities in Jinemo continent. After so many years, it never managed to become an actual city because not many people would stay here for long, on top of the sparse spiritual energy present in its remote location. With the sparse spiritual energy and no one living here for long, logically speaking, there should have been extremely low numbers of people coming here.
But the reality was the complete opposite.
The fallen ruins never had a lack of people arriving. This was because the fallen ruins was situated at the edge of the Lost Sky ruins, and even though the Jinmo continent was very vast and wide, there weren't many places that were as good for hiding as the fallen ruins.
That's right, the fallen ruins existed for people to hide from their enemies.
In the Jinmo continent, almost half of the cultivators would flee to the fallen ruins when being hunted down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 279, Lost Swamp of Certain Death. Chapter 279, Lost Swamp of Certain Death. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The Lost Sky ruins bordered the fallen ruins, and to Jinmo continent's cultivators, there weren't many treasures in the Lost Sky ruins. Despite that, it was still very dangerous inside the Lost Sky ruins, and even true God stage experts could perish inside. Thus, for cultivators that hid at fallen ruins, once someone came looking for them, they would flee into the Lost Sky ruins.
Not many would give chase in there.
At this moment, in a remote tea house of fallen ruins market, 2 men and 1 woman sat at the corner. Brother Chi, I heard that it's more dangerous to go to Lost Sky ruins than the Star Wars battlefield. At least there's a chance of survival in the Star Wars.
Going to the Lost Sky ruins means certain death.
The woman broke the silence. She had slightly darker skin, 2 big and bright eyes, and a set of thick eyebrows, which gave her a heroic look. The man she called brother did not appear ordinary either, as his face was rather bronze. In his eyes there was a tinge of loneliness, and he had an uncaring look on his face. Brother Chi, there's no point in wasting away as you are now.
I feel that what Rome he said makes sense.
With our level of cultivation, certain death awaits us in the Lost Sky ruins. Seeing that brother did not speak, the other short, lean man lamented. Brother Chi finally regained his senses, and he sighed, Sister Rong, Xingting, I've dragged the both of you down this time. The lean man named Xingting quickly waved it off, Brother Chi, don't speak as though as we are not family. Now that we have come this far, why don't we think about how we can hide from the Jing clan? After hearing that, Brother Chi got his act together. The Jing clan is strong, so we have no choice but to go to the Lost Sky ruins. I heard that we can reach the Lost Continent through the Lost Sky ruins. As long as we do that, we will be able to set up a life for ourselves. As long as we can reach the Lost Continent, I, Pang Chi, pledge that I will bring you guys back to Jinmo. Xingting sighed, and said, Brother Chi, it's not that we want to discourage you, but this is just a far-fetched dream with our current cultivation levels. Even if we have extremely good luck and manage to pass through the Lost Sky ruins, what can we do in Lost Continent? I heard that the cultivation culture of Lost Sky ruins is very backwards, and Star King Mountain even brought a batch of genius cultivators from there back to Jinmo Continent. If there's better opportunities there, why would they come to Jinmo Continent? Pang Chi looked at the two of them, and said in an extremely serious tone, You're both wrong. The Lost Continent may not be able to allow people to become worldly immortal kings, but this does not mean that there's nothing there. We have a low cultivation level, so there's even more opportunities for us at Lost Continent.
How so? Rome he asked out of confusion.
While she believed that Pang Chi would not lie to Xiong Xingting in her, but she still did not really understand what he was saying. Just as Xingting had said, if the cultivation culture of Lost Continent was that great, why did their top geniuses come to Jinmo Continent?
Pang Chi then asked, Let me ask you too, do you know who is rank 1 on the mortal board? Isn't it Yen Yan Nan?
Rong He and Xiong Xingting were puzzled, as this information could be found in every cultivation city, so why did brother have to ask about it?
Pang Chi quickly added on, what I'm talking about is not the current rank 1, but the previous rank 1.
Another way to put it is that Star King Mountain's mortal board ranking is the Mortal King Board's ranking.
Brother Chi, how do you know of the Star King Mountain's Mortal King Board? Xiong Xingting asked excitedly.
The Mortal King board was a ranking made of all past rank 1s of the Mortal board. This ranking was completely based on the strength of the past rank 1s, and only those who had been rank 1 on the Mortal board would be qualified to be on this board. Similar to the Mortal King board, there were a Earth King board and a Heaven King board. However, the Mortal King board was completely different from the Mortal board. The Mortal board rankings was known by everyone, but the Mortal King board was located in the deepest part of Star King Mountain, and no one other than a few experts knew the rankings on the Mortal King board. Most people didn't even know of its existence. Precisely because of that, Xiong Xingting was shocked.
Brother Qi, I remember now.
The previous Mortal board rank had a very weird name, called Rogue Cultivator 2705.
Rong, he suddenly said.
Pang Qi nodded his head. Sister Rong is right, the previous rank 1 of Mortal board was Rogue Cultivator 2705.
You too should know Gu Shaoyi, right?
Rogue Cultivator 2705 defeated him to become Mortal board's rank 1.
Do you think that Gu Shaoyi is strong? Compared with the current Mortal board rank 1, Yen Yangnan, who is stronger? Gu Shaoyi should be stronger.
Xiong Xingtung replied. He had seen Gu Shaoyi fight before, and the strength that he witnessed made him give up any notion of battling Gu Shaoyi. Pang Qi continued, I believe that Gu Shaoyi is stronger too.
Because Gu Shaoyi was rank 1 on Mortal board, so his name is also on the Mortal King board.
From what I heard, Gu Shaoyi is in the top 100 of the Mortal King board, and since he is in the top 100, it means that Rogue Cultivator 2705 who defeated Gu Shaoyi is also in the top 100.
But Brother Qi, how does this have anything to do with us going to Lost Continent?
Xiong Xingting furrowed his brows. Taking in a deep breath, Pang Chu slowly spoke, because this Rogue Cultivator 2705 is from Lost Continent, and Gu Shaoyi fought with him at the Lost Continent. Based on what Gu Shaoyi said after returning, Rogue Cultivator 2705's strength greatly exceeded his own, and he was defeated by pure ability, not with any ploys or schemes.
What? Rogue Cultivator 2705 is from Lost Continent?
Rong He and Xiong Xingting exclaimed at the same time.
A place like Lost Continent that was backwards in cultivation culture could actually produce an expert like Rogue Cultivator 2705?
They had always been living in Jinamo Continent, so they naturally knew what it meant to be rank 1 on Mortal board. Not only Mortal board rank 1, but as long as one entered the top 100 of the Mortal King board, one would be an expert among the experts. Nodding his head, Pang Qi spoke, Rogue Cultivator 2705 was not among those genius cultivators that came to Zmo Continent.
Since he is so strong, why wouldn't he come here?
I think that to him, the cultivation opportunities at Lost Continent is not worse than on Zmo Continent. Even Mortal board's rank 1 also stay to cultivate on Lost Continent, so why can't we go over? A moment later, Long Qi saw Xiong Xingting and Rong He with shocked expressions on their face. Then he continued speaking, moreover, I have a map with the route to Lost Continent through the Lost Sky Ruins. As long as we do not perish in the Lost Sky Ruins, we will reach the Lost Continent in at most 6 months' time.
Brother Qi, even if we have that route, isn't it still very difficult for us to survive the journey to Lost Continent?
Xiong Xingting was a little touched, but still kept his cool. Pang Qi gave a sad smile. Why wouldn't I know that us 3 going to the Lost Continent means almost certain death?
But do we have any choice?
I believe that sometime soon, the Jing clan's people will manage to find us here, and when that time comes we'll still die in the Lost Sky Ruins. With the map of the safe route, we can avoid most of the dangers, and once we reach the edge of the Lost Swamp and cross it, we'll be half a step into the Lost Continent already.
Brother Qi, I've heard of the Lost Swamp before.
Cultivators that enter it basically all get swallowed up by the swamp without exception. Rong He reported worriedly. Just as Pang Qi was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Let's leave quickly, the Jing clan has found us. Xiong Xingting stood up, Brother Qi, let's go to the Lost Sky Ruins then. Since Lost Continent could produce a Rogue Cultivator 2705, who knows, maybe it can produce a second one. Just as Brother Qi mentioned just now, as long as we survive, we'll kill our way back one day.
Boom! Dense spiritual energy broke through the shackles again after countless rounds of spiritual energy circulation. If not for the fact that he couldn't stand up in the swamp, Mo Wuji wanted to stand there and to give a loud roar. Since he had sunk into the swamp, Mo Wuji had been cultivating non-stop. He didn't know if 5 or 6 months had passed. Now, he finally broke through from Yuan Dan stage level 11 to level 12. It was not known how longer it would take for him to exit the swamp, but Mo Wuji did not care about that at the moment. Perhaps one day, he would break through from Yuan Dan stage level 12 to True Lake stage in the swamp. What's that in the swamp? A young girl suddenly said as she looked into the lost swamp.
Beside this girl, there was also a beautiful young woman and a middle-aged man. Both of them had an aura about them, and it was apparent that they were rather strong.
Someone's coming.
The middle-aged man did not bother about the swamp, but looked at the desert behind him. The young girl that was initially shocked also turned her gaze away, seeing 2 men and 1 woman speeding towards them. "Brother Chi, slow down, it looks like there's people up ahead." The 3 people that approached them were Pang Chi, Xiong Xingting, and Rong He that left Fallen Ruins 2 months ago. Pang Chi's foresight was the best, and he had the most experience, so with one glance, he knew that the 3 standing at the edge of the lost swamp were not ordinary people. He quickly bowed respectfully at the young woman and middle-aged man. "Rogue cultivator Pang Chi greets both elders. Please forgive me for unknowingly charging at elder." As Pang Chi bowed, the other 2 behind him followed suit.
"What about me? Why don't you greet me?"
Seeing that Pang Chi did not greet her, the young girl immediately became unhappy.
"Zihan, don't spout nonsense."
The young woman chided the young girl, then turning to Pang Chi's trio, "Are the few of you going to enter the lost swamp?
Do you know that it's certain death for those that enter it, and there's no life in there?"
To have reached this location, it was obvious that they were heading for the lost swamp. The young girl named Zihan spoke when he heard the words certain death. "Auntie, who says it's certain death and that there's no life in it?"
"I just saw."
Before she could finish her sentence, everyone stared at the edge of the lost swamp, where a man covered with mud, leaving only his 2 bright eyes exposed, stood there, obviously having just emerged from the swamp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 280, The Ordinary Youth. Chapter 280, The Ordinary Youth. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The young woman also forgot to continue questioning Pang Chi and co., completely focusing on this muddy man that had just crawled out of the lost swamp. The other people were the same, looking at the muddy man at the edge of the lost swamp. After a few excruciating months, Mo Wuji finally climbed out of the lost swamp. At this moment, he stood at the edge of the swamp, looking at the desert before him, both hands shivering from excitement.
How was it humanly possible for someone to survive and even cross the lost swamp? But Mo Wuji still did it.
If he did not possess the scholar's heart and his reverse circulation technique, even 10,000 Mo Wuji would have been swallowed up by the swamp. In this half a year inside the swamp, he wasn't dragged down by some unknown demonic beasts or sucked into a strong whirlpool only once. For those obstacles, he could use the scholar's heart and reverse circulation technique to wriggle free. While moving, he could perform reverse spiritual energy circulation to prevent himself from being sucked further down by whirlpools. The scholar's heart also allowed him to burn away time and again the various unknown things that latched onto him. These things were probably not the scariest. The most frightening thing in the swamp were those swimming bugs, some soft snake and bug-like animal that swam around. It was the most disgusting feeling to have it swim on the surface of your body. Sometimes he had to cloak his whole body with the scholar's heart, but even so, countless swimming bugs still remained. If he could do it all over again, Mo Wuji would have rather gone by the sky sea, or even through the 5 elements desolate domain, but never crossing the lost swamp again. Now he finally completed his journey through the swamp, and he stood above it. As compared to passing through such a terrifying swamp, cultivating to Yuan Dan stage level 12 meant nothing. Mo Wuji totally ignored the 6 people that were staring at him, kneeling at the edge of the swamp, clenching both his fists, raising his chest, then he roared. In this half a year, he had been too oppressed, and he would have felt uncomfortable inside if he did not shout it out. One long roar, from releasing stress to expressing his emotions, before he slowly calmed down. As the 6 people heard Mo Wuji's roar, they stood silently at the side while gazing upon him. All of them could hear the surge of emotion and longing for freedom in the voice.
He's not simple. Pang Chi looked at the roaring Mo Wuji and suddenly declared. A good half an incense's time later, Mo Wuji slowly stood up. His gaze swept across the 6 of them, then he charged into the desert in the distance. From what he observed, 2 out of the 6 were of higher cultivation level than him. Since those 2 did not have any killing intent directed at him, he did not have to bother with them. When the young girl saw Mo Wuji rush off, she wanted to give chase, but as soon as she moved, the young woman pulled her back. Zihan, what are you trying to do? The young girl chucked, I want to ask that muddy man why he went in the lost swamp and got himself covered with mud. After coming out he still shouted for half a day, what a noisy person. The young woman scolded her, Zihan, let me tell you, if you say anything disrespectful to others in the future, no matter where I go, you won't need to follow me anymore. Upon hearing that, the young girl pouted in dissatisfaction, and quickly replied, Aunt, I won't do this again. Why are you so fierce towards me? The young woman also felt that she had been a little too harsh, so she relaxed her tone, don't judge that this guy is not strong just because he has no spirituality. Do you think it's a simple task to survive in the lost swamp for a few months? Of course there was another sentence that the young woman held back. She had obviously sensed that Mo Wuji had no spirituality and did not have a high cultivation level, but yet from his heroic roar, she could determine that Mo Wuji was stronger than ordinary true lake-stage cultivators. That continuous roar had displayed his strong and rich elemental energy. How many months? The young girl named Rong He exclaimed. As soon as she spoke, Pang Chi frantically bowed, my junior apprentice sister is still ignorant, elder please forgive her. In response, the young woman smiled slightly, it's alright, that man had indeed survived in the lost swamp for a few months, otherwise he wouldn't have had that sort of stress to relieve. Also, his body was covered in mud, but yet his hands were clean, which indicates that his cultivation technique is different from ordinary ones. His neck had a patch of mudless skin too, and this would only be the case if he was soaking in the swamp for a long time. But he's still ignorant. And, didn't you say that we have to stop to bow and greet those with high cultivation level? That's right, this guy named Pang Chi knows how things work. The young girl couldn't help but grumble. However, the young woman's expression had turned ugly, and she chided again, shut up. After this final chiding, the young woman finally calmed down, and took a more relaxed tone, Zihan, if you continue acting like this, how will you roam around by yourself in the future? That guy saw us and obviously was not afraid of us. Thus he must have met many experts in the swamp. Next time if you do this again, I'm worried that you will offend others, and no matter how many lives you have it will not be enough. Rongyi whispered at one side, Brother Chi, this guy just came out from the swamp. Why don't we go ask him? To that, Pang Chi shook his head, there's no need. He's washing up in the lake right ahead. After he's done, he'll come looking for us. The young woman nodded her head in agreement upon hearing Pang Chi's words. She did not actively stop Mo Wuji to question him as she knew that he would come over by his own volition. Indeed, an incense's time later, after he had washed himself clean from top to bottom multiple times, Mo Wuji walked over while tying up his long hair. Upon spotted Mo Wuji approaching, the young woman thought to herself, what a man! In terms of looks, she had seen many men much more handsome than Mo Wuji, but there had never been a man like him that exuded such confidence and another X factor that she just couldn't get her finger on. His black hair was bundled up casually, and his well-chiseled body was both large and defined. His face was not the most good-looking, but had a sort of warmth that made people feel very comfortable while looking at it. The most shocking feature of his was his pair of sparkling eyes which seemed as though they could peer into your heart. The young woman was stunned. Was this a youth? Then why did she feel like this was an elder that had countless years of experience under his belt? That's it, she finally thought of what the X factor was: looking ordinary. While the youth before her had a pair of shiny eyes, a perfect body, but he was as ordinary as a mortal. That's right, just like a mortal, without any aura or spirituality. Upon closer inspection, other than his two bright eyes, there was nothing special about him. Other than being ordinary, it was being ordinary. Sucking in a deep breath, the young woman was sure that Mo Wuji was not ordinary at all. If she had seen him elsewhere, perhaps she would have just glanced past him and felt that this youth had a manly look. But everyone here knew that this youth had just come out of the Lost Swamp. What sort of place was the Lost Swamp? Could an ordinary person come out from it? Could a mortal that could not cultivate survive for months in the Lost Swamp? Greetings, Tao friends. Mo Wuji greeted as he walked closer to them. As the Alliance head of the 100 Sect Alliance, even true God stage experts had to address him as Alliance head in his presence, so Mo Wuji simply formed a fist and did not bow, which was very normal and natural. In reality, it was as such too. Other than the young girl, no one here dared to take the youth in front of them lightly, and they returned the greeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 281, Not a Simple Woman. Chapter 281, Not a Simple Woman. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I want to ask, how far is it from here to Jinemo continent, and how should I get there? Mo Wuji guessed that these people definitely came from Jinemo continent. The young maiden softly said, I wonder whether you want to go to Jinemo continent through the safest way, or do you wish to temper yourself through a dangerous route? Even though Mo Wuji knew that this middle-aged man and young maiden had a higher cultivation than him, he did not mind, because they were merely in the nihility god stage. He had seen many nihility gods and he could tell that these people did not have malicious intentions. Even if they had malicious intentions, he could easily escape through the Lost Swamp. He had cultivated within the swamp for half a year, and if he went back there, he would be like a fish in water. If he prepared things well, a nihility god definitely wouldn't be able to catch him. After his questions, the young maiden's response immediately raised his vigilance. This young maiden was clearly waiting for him to answer that he wanted the safest way to Jinemo continent. But if she really wanted to give him the answer, she would have just said it directly, and would not have given him such a response. She was clearly thinking of something. Mo Wuji casually swept his eyes across this young maiden and discovered that this young maiden was actually really beautiful. Her hourglass figure was concealed by her dress, but the faint outline of her slender waistline added some points to her charm. Her long hair was tied up neatly, the nape of her neck was white like a swan, her delicate-looking skin was crystal clear. She clearly had a pair of amorous eyes, but it was dulled under her serious expression. However, all these were just her external appearances. What was brewing within this woman's heart was definitely not simple. Mo Wuji laughed slightly. I naturally want to know the safest route. I wonder whether you could share it with me? The young maiden sighed, and after a brief hesitation, she said, I won't hide it from this Tao friend. From here to Jinemo continent, if you take the safest route, it would only take around a month's time. If you go through other ways, it might take several months and you might even encounter strong demonic beasts during your journey. But, the safest route is my Chu clan's secret. Because of this, I'm really put in a spot. Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. He had his map, and even though it didn't indicate for him to go through the Lost Swamp, it would not be difficult for him to find his original route. This young maiden clearly wants him to help her with something, that's why she would use this safest route as the bargaining chip. He wasn't familiar with her and they had only just met, so he didn't even consider helping her. Since that's the case, I won't trouble the two of you. Goodbye. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and left. 1. Mo Wuji's unexpected response directly left that young maiden speechless and clueless on what to do.
She thought that Mo Wuji would continue to ask her how he could obtain this route, but she would never have thought he would act like this. She did not know that this kind of simple parlor tricks weren't even worth mentioning in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had lived 2 lives and was used to all kinds of tricks. Not talking about those he encountered, even his own schemes were much better than this young maiden. To play with him in such a game, this little girl was not qualified. If he was so easily tricked in this cultivation world, he would already have weeds growing above his grave. Big brother, please wait. Mo Wuji only walked for 10 over meters when he was called back by a girl. He turned back to see a slightly tan girl with bright and big eyes. He asked, "Is anything the matter?" Even though he asked this question, he was still thinking, is this girl and that young maiden from the same gang? Big brother, I'm called Ronghi. I want to ask, is this lost swamp dangerous? If I go in, would I be able to survive? Mo Wuji had sized this big-eyed girl up. She looked slightly anxious. Even though she could not see through Mo Wuji's cultivation, she knew that Mo Wuji should not be simple. Friend, my name is Pang Chi. This is my junior apprentice sister Ronghi and my junior apprentice brother Xiongxingting. I'm truly sorry, my junior apprentice sister doesn't know the rules. Pang Chi walked over and said apologetically. The things he experienced far exceeded Ronghi. He could naturally tell that Mo Wuji was not simple. Would a simple cultivator blatantly ignore annihility God's words? Mo Wuji laughed. It's okay, she's just asking a question. Just now, I was also asking a question. If asking a question has so many rules, everyone can forget about asking for directions then. Far away, the young maiden's face blushed slightly. Even though she guessed that Mo Wuji probably wasn't talking about her, she could not help but think about her actions. Because she did set some conditions to Mo Wuji's question. After responding to Pang, Mo Wuji turned and answered Ronghi, if you want to enter the lost swamp, then I can only tell you 4 words, 10 enter, 0 survive. If you want to carry on living, then you better not go in. Mo Wuji did not say things blindly. If he did not have the scholar's heart and the reverse circulation technique, he would have similarly died within the lost swamp. If he only had just one of the two, it would also not be enough. The whirlpool suction power in the lost swamp was far too terrifying. An average cultivator could struggle to climb to the surface of the swamp, but if he wasn't able to extricate himself, he would be sucked back down. Climbing up 1 to 2 times was fine, but what about 8 to 10 times? What about 100 to 1,000 times? Even if it was a true God stage expert, he would not have enough energy to keep climbing. With his reverse circulation technique, he could cultivate as he advanced. With the elemental energy produced, he was able to fight against the suction power of the swamp. With his scholar's heart, he could burn away anything tying him down. Mo Wuji was sure that these people in front of him would not have the reverse circulation technique because this was something he had just created. Furthermore, his reverse circulation technique relied on his meridians and could not be used for spirit channels. No one had tried it out before. As for the scholar's heart, he almost gave up his life, and with great luck, he finally managed to obtain it. He was also sure that these 3 also wouldn't have that. But big brother, you. Ronghi's tone was filled with desolation. Mo Wuji added, because my luck was good, I managed to extricate myself in the first try. That's how I survived. Extricating himself on the first try, even Ronghi didn't believe it, much less Pang Chi and Xiongxingting. If Mo Wuji really gotten out the moment he was sucked in, then there wouldn't have that loud roar just now. Mo Wuji was also sure that these people knew that he was lying, but it didn't matter. Their relationships were not deep, they were merely asking for directions. He just needed to be honest with the directions itself. The other things didn't really matter. At this moment, that young maiden also walked by and asked, why are the group of you going into the lost swamp? It's really a case of 10 enter, 0 survive. The reason why she came over was because she felt that if Pang Chi and company could make it to this place, they were definitely not simple as well. Pang Chi heard Mo Wuji's words and his heart was filled with disappointment.
From Mo Wuji's tone, he could tell that Mo Wuji wasn't blindly speaking.
Now that the young maiden had questioned him, he sighed and said, "Senior does not know this, but we are being pursued. We were prepared to go through the Lost Swamp and head towards the Lost Continent. Since things had already gotten to this stage, there was nothing much left to hide." Mo Wuji had undergone the experience of being pursued umpteenth times. He felt a little sympathetic towards Pang Chi and company. However, he had yet to reach Jinemo continent, but he had already offended the Star King Mountain Xia clan. His own fate was hard to determine, so he wasn't in a position to help Pang Chi and company. At the same time, he got to know that Pang Chi, Rong He and the lean and vigorous Xiong Xingting was from one group. That young maiden and the middle-aged man and another girl were another. The young maiden looked at the desolation in the three's eyes and suddenly said, "I'm from the Chu clan.
If you are willing, you can join the Chu clan. My Chu clan might not be some great family clan, but we definitely wouldn't lose against some random bandits."
Young mistress. After hearing the young maiden extend Pang Chi and company an invitation to the Chu clan, that middle-aged man was instantly anxious and hurriedly called out. I keep imagining this young maiden planning for weeks on how to recruit people through this method only to fail like that, lol.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 282, Left and Right is Deaf. Chapter 282, Left and Right is Deaf. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
That young maiden waved her hand and stopped the middle-aged man. She looked at Mo Wuji, then turned and spoke warmly to Pang Chi and company. "Even though I don't know how this Dao friend managed to survive in the Lost Swamp, I can confirm that not everyone would be as lucky. If the few of you insist on going to the Lost Swamp, I can only wish you good luck. If the few of you wish to join my Chu clan, while I can't guarantee what the future will hold, I can assure you that you will no longer be pursued, but..." Pang Chi bowed to the young maiden. "I have to thank Senior for your kindness. It would naturally be my greatest honor to be able to join the Chu clan. It's just that our enemies are a little powerful. It's the clan inextricably linked with the Star King Mountain Ardent Sun City's Jing clan." Pang Chi did not finish, but the young maiden was already shocked. Pang Chi and company were merely at the Yuan Dan stage at the very most. From her perspective, their enemies must not be very impressive. It was because of this that she dared to sound out her magnanimous invitation. Unexpectedly, Pang Chi and company actually offended the Jing clan. When the Chu clan was at its peak, it was comparable to the Jing clan. Even so, it would not dare to offend the Jing clan. Now, the Chu clan has fallen, and was at an even lower position to compare with the Jing clan. One must know that the Jing clan patriarch, Jing Zixin's blood sister, Jing Xiaoxiao, was married into the Star King Mountain's Yen clan, one of the three major clans of the Star King Mountain. They had generations of experts and constantly birthed great geniuses. To clash the Chu clan and the Yen clan was akin to throwing an egg against a rock. Apologies, I really didn't know that it was the Jing clan. My Chu clan really can't offend it. The young maiden's red flushed red, her tone slightly awkward. She originally thought that if Pang Chi and company could make it to this place, they definitely weren't average cultivators, so she wanted to invite them to the Chu clan. But now that she heard that their enemy was the Jing clan, the young maiden immediately knew that it was no longer within her capacity to help them. Pang Chi was very calm, clearly expecting this outcome. It was Mo Wuji who developed a good impression of this young maiden. She was honest and sincere. When she couldn't do it, she admitted it. At the very least, she did not cheat them just to become cannon fodder. Pang Chi still expressed his gratitude to the young maiden, then he turned and clasped his fists to Mo Wuji. "Friend, if you're going to the Jinemo continent, it would be best to take the safest path. Otherwise, you could even meet a Class 7 demonic beast. Many thanks for your warning. I have a route map here. This route avoids some danger zones and could allow you to reach the fallen ruins safely in a short amount of time. As long as you reach the fallen ruins, it would be the same as reaching the Jinemo continent." With that, Pang Chi retrieved a map and handed it over to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was ecstatic and hurriedly accepted it gratefully. "Many thanks, Brother Pang." Pang Chi waved his hand carefreely. "I've already recorded down the map. Furthermore, it's unknown whether I can survive this journey to the lost continent.
So this map is no longer useful to me."
By the side, the young maiden heard Pang Chi's words and a rosy red spread on her face again. The Chu clan was severely lacking in talent. She wanted to recruit Mo Wuji to the Chu clan, so she resorted to that little trick. She would not have expected that Mo Wuji didn't even need to do much. Pang Chi had casually offered the route map over. When compared to him, she really looked incredibly petty.
Mo Wuji kept the map and smiled. "You can't say it like that.
If Brother Pang insists on going to the lost continent, I would suggest that you do not go through the lost swamp because this is unquestionably a death trap. I do have a map which shows a route to the lost continent. It also has its own dangers. If you're not careful, you might even meet a Class 7 demonic beast. I was being chased after by a Class 7 demonic beast, which was why I jumped into the lost swamp. Of course, when compared to the lost swamp, I feel that at least this route would give you a better chance of survival. However, I still wouldn't advise Brother Pang to take it. I have another suggestion, which might be able to help Brother Pang shake off the pursuit of the Jing clan." Hearing that Mo Wuji had been chased by a Class 7 demonic beast and still managed to turn out safe and sound after crossing the lost swamp, not only did a sense of awe brew within Pang Chi's heart, even that young maiden saw Mo Wuji in a higher light. A Class 7 demonic beast, if she was the one who encountered it, she might not be able to guarantee her survival. But this ordinary-looking youth in front of her actually managed to jump out from the Class demonic beast's mouth. At this moment, many people started suspecting whether Mo Wuji had came from the lost continent.
But Mo Wuji did not have the intention of clarifying it, so they would do better not to ask about it. I wonder what this friend has to say.
Hearing that Mo Wuji had a better suggestion, Pang Chi hurriedly asked. Mo Wuji replied, "I heard that the Jinmo continent has something called the Star Wars battlefield. Since you're being pursued, why don't you head over to the Star Wars battlefield?"
He even thought that Mo Wuji had a good idea.
After hearing Mo Wuji's words, a trace of disappointment flashed across Pang Chi's eyes as he laughed ruefully. This friend might not know, but a rogue cultivator could not simply enter the Star Wars battlefield as and when they wanted. If a rogue cultivator wishes to partake in the Star Wars, he must first join the Jinmo cultivator army. Otherwise, one must be at least in the True Lake stage. The True Lake stage to us is truly too far away. And to join the cultivator army, we would rather take this gamble and head towards the lost continent. There was an additional sentence, but Pang Chi didn't articulate out. Even if he went to the Star Wars, could he escape the Jing clan? In the Star Wars battlefield, there were countless of Jing clan members.
Mo Wuji went blank. He had come here to head off to the Star Wars, but there were actually so many restrictions? Regarding the cultivator army, he definitely wouldn't join it.
True Lake stage, he might be able to try for that.
There are only these two ways? Mo Wuji grudgingly asked another question.
Pang Chi explained, there are still other ways, such as the recommendation of a big clan, or a sect, or if you're an expert on the Earth board, or you can obtain a Star Wars placing through auctions.
Pang Chi listed the various ways in a single breath.
Mo Wuji discovered that he only had two ways of participating in the Star Wars. One was to advance into the True Lake stage, the other was to purchase a placing.
Many thanks, Brother Pang. Here's my map, I'll leave it with Brother Pang then.
Mo Wuji was just about to hand the map over to Pang Chi when he heard that young maiden say, "If the few of you want to go to the Star Wars battlefields, I do have a few placings, but..." As she was speaking, the young maiden had already retrieved 4 identification jade tokens for the Star Wars battlefield.
How many spirit stones? Mo Wuji asked subconsciously.
If he could obtain this identification token, then he wouldn't need to rush to break into the True Lake stage. The young maiden laughed gently. Previously, my words were a little inappropriate and I was overly prudent with my map back to the Jinmo continent. These Star Wars identification tokens can be taken as a form of compensation.
Goodbye, friends, may we meet again in the future.
When she finished speaking, the young maiden stuffed the jade tokens into Mo Wuji's hands, turning and gesturing to the teen girl and the middle-aged man before she rushed out of the area, soon disappearing within the lost sky ruins.
Mo Wuji held the jade token with apprehensions in his heart. What did this mean? He didn't even know those people.
Seeing Mo Wuji's disbelief, Pang Chi explained, "These jade tokens might be valuable to us, but to those big clans, it doesn't matter much. That senior Chu must really admire you, so she left behind these jade tokens as a form of goodwill." In simpler terms, these jade tokens weren't worth mentioning to those huge clans. Leaving a few behind for them was a casual act of goodwill. Mo Wuji also came to understand, it was like when he obtained placings for the 5 elements desolate domain. To him, he could casually hand those placings away. But to the rogue cultivators of the lost continent, each placing was as valuable as their lives.
Regardless, Mo Wuji would remember this kindness.
Mo Wuji passed the 3 other jade tokens and his map to Pang Chi and company. "This 1 token is enough for me.
I will pass the rest to you, may we meet again in the future."
Pang Chi accepted the 3 jade tokens but not the map. Instead, he turned and looked at Ronghe and Xiongxingting. "Now that we have obtained the qualifications to enter the Star Wars, I have an idea. Since we have a 90% chance of dying before we could even reach the lost continent, why don't we just head to the Star Wars battlefield?
Left and right is death, might as well do something useful.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 283, Half Moon Key. Chapter 283, Half Moon Key. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Xiongxingting immediately said, "I've long wanted to take part in the Star Wars, it's just that I've never had the chance. Dying with shame, hiding everywhere we go, this is not what Xiongxingting, likes to do." Ronghe also nodded, "I will listen from senior apprentice brother, I'll go wherever you go."
"Go."
Pang Chi acknowledged with a determined tone, then turned to Mo Wuji and said, "This friend, since this is the case, we will say our farewells now. Perhaps in the future, we may meet on the battlefields of the Star Wars." Mo Wuji asked quizzically, "Since the few of you are heading for the Star Wars, then we are heading in the same direction, ah?" In reality, Mo Wuji didn't even know where the Star Wars battlefield is. Since the met others going in the same way, he naturally wouldn't go around asking for directions. "Big brother, we have offended those people from the Jing clan.
If we go in the same direction, we might implicate you," Ronghe explained by the side.
Mo Wuji chortled, "Ever since I embarked on the Tao, I've never worried of being implicated. The people I've offended are even more overbearing than the Jing clan. Of course, if you guys are worried, you can pass me the location of the Star Wars battlefield and I can make my way there myself." Pang Chi also chuckled, "Since we're all like that, what's the worry about getting implicated? Well then, everyone can travel together." "All right, we have still yet to know how to address this friend. I'm called Mo Wuji, I'm also a rogue cultivator." Mo Wuji clasped his hands and said, "Brother Mo, you've offended people more overbearing than the Jing clan."
"Who is it, ah?"
After a round of reintroduction, Ronghe asked by the side. "I've heard that it's from the Star King Mountain, they have Xia in their name."
As Pang Chi and company
heard Mo Wuji's words, they glanced towards each other, exhaling breaths of cold air. The reason why the Jing clan was so impressive was because one of their women married into one of the Star King Mountain's 3 big clans, the Yen clan. To think that they would be topped by this Mo Wuji, he directly offended the 3 big clans Xia clan.
Pang Chi laughed wryly, "Brother Mo did indeed offend more impressive people. When compared against Mo Wuji, I feel extremely ashamed.
After offending the Jing clan, I wanted to escape to the lost continent. Brother Mo offended the Xia clan but still wants to head to the Star Wars."
"How did Brother Mo offend the Xia clan?"
After chatting for some time, the group became more familiar with one another. Rongyi found that she could get along well with Mo Wuji, so she was no longer restrained with her questions.
Mo Wuji snickered. I killed a few Xia clan lackeys, so I offended the Xia clan. Hearing that Mo Wuji had only killed some lackeys, Pang Qi and company did not mind. They even felt that the Xia clan would not specially find Mo Wuji just because of a few lackeys. For a big clan like the Xia clan, only a ghost would remember the death of a few lackeys. In their perspective, Mo Wuji killed a few mortal realm cultivators at the very most. It only became serious because they were from the Xia clan. But if only they knew that among these lackeys mentioned by Mo Wuji, the lowest was at True God stage level 3, the highest was even higher than the great circle of the True God stage, but a worldly immortal king. If they knew this, they would be completely radical. Rongyi sighed and said, that's still good, just a few lackeys. Brother Qi is being pursued by the Jing clan because of a woman. Even the Jing clan patriarch was alarmed. Why because of a woman? Mo Wuji stared curiously at Pang Qi. He could feel that Pang Qi was not a person who would drag his own brothers and sisters into danger just because of a woman. Rongyi glanced at Pang Qi, not continuing. Pang Qi lamented, it's nothing much to say. I fell in love with the Jing clan's Jing Danwu. But her brother, Jing Danwen, believes that I have stolen the Jing clan's half-moon key and alerted this matter to the Jing clan. For our own selfish reasons, Jing Danwu actually exchanged the half-moon key with me, so she is now locked up by the Jing clan. Thereafter, the Jing clan unreasonably wanted to kill me without even listening to my explanations. If not because of my good luck, I might not even have escaped. Half-moon key? What's that? Mo Wuji asked casually. Pang Qi retrieved a key the shape of half a moon from his storage bag and passed it to Mo Wuji. It's this. Actually, this thing doesn't even have any use because no one knows what this thing is used for. At the very best, it could be used as a souvenir. Mo Wuji chuckled, no wonder why the Jing clan wanted to kill you, this thing might actually be useful to them. You really took the key away, why didn't you just return it? Pang Qi smiled bitterly, there are two of these half-moon keys, forming a full moon. The one in my hand is indeed Danwu's, while the one in Danwu's hand is mine. We exchanged these things as a lasting reminder of our feelings. Wait. Mo Wuji suddenly stared at Pang Qi and asked, you say that there are two half-moon keys, and this one is the Jing clan's? And yours is now with the Jing clan's Jing Danwu? Pang Qi nodded, that's right. Because the Jing clan was so peremptory, not only didn't they let go of Danwu, they even tortured her with hundreds of methods. They were even more unreasonable with me as they directly sent people to kill me. I can only hate the fact that my cultivation is too low, I can't save Danwu, and I even implicated Xingting and Rongyi. Mo Wuji flipped and turned the half-moon key in his hand examining it. This half-moon key looked quaint but it was actually made out of celestial sunflower gold, making it icy cold to the touch. This is made of some good material, Mo Wuji said solemnly. Pang Qi also commented, that's right. My father said that it is made of celestial sunflower gold. I also got some smiths to examine it and they verified that it is indeed made of celestial sunflower gold. Celestial sunflower gold is extremely valuable, don't think that this is little, if you add it to a flying magic treasure, its horsepower would soar exponentially. Mo Wuji examined it for quite a while before continuing, when did your father pass you this half-moon key? 34 years ago, then I was only 4 years old. I remember the scene clearly, my father hung it over my neck as a birthday present. Thereafter, my mother told me to give this to my Dao companion, then pass it on to the descendants of the Pang clan. Pang Qi said it all in a single breath. Mo Wuji said, even though I can't discern whether Jing Danwu's feelings for you are genuine or not, I can definitely tell you that this half-moon key that you exchanged from her is fake, that. Pang Qi's face immediately swelled red as he forcefully suppressed his rage and clasped his fists to Mo Wuji, brother Mo, I know that you're not a simple man, and you can even scold and barrage me. But Danwu was a simple and innocent girl.
Because of this, she truly suffered bitterly. Please don't say such disparaging words.
Mo Wuji smiled faintly, as he said casually, I'm not saying bad things about her.
But if it truly is a pair of half-moon keys, then the time they were forged such be similar. Even though this half-moon key is also made of celestial sunflower gold, but the runes inside do not exceed 10 years in age.
So I believe, this half-moon key should be fake.
As he spoke, Mo Wuji had already passed the half-moon key over to Pang Qi. He had studied Xu Xingzi's notes for so many years, the time he spent researching on the array Dao even exceeded the time he spent cultivation.
How could he not tell that this half-moon key was newly created?
Pang Qi kept the half-moon key, his face displaying an unpleasant expression.
Even though he didn't say anything, he was clearly enraged by Mo Wuji's words. He would not permit any form of blasphemous suspicion of Jing Danwu.
Mo Wuji laughed and no longer explained any further. This matter had no relations to him. He had a good impression of Pang Qi and company, so he gave these words of advice. Rongyi hurriedly changed the topic. Brother Mo, have you ever thought of ascending the Earth Board?
How do I ascend the Earth Board?
Mo Wuji shot off this question casually. The easiest way is to find an expert on the Earth Board and defeat him. Thereafter, he will obtain his ranking on the Earth Board. Because Rongyi's topic was no longer about the Jing clan, everyone soon forgot about the previous unhappiness. Along the way, Pang Qi advised against using flying ship treasures to prevent the wrath of flying demonic beasts.
So everyone walked throughout the journey, and as they walked, they discussed all kinds of cultivation topics. The atmosphere could be considered affable.
1 month later, when the group of them were about to exit the Lost Sky ruins, they suddenly saw a ragged figure rushing by. It's from the Chu clan, the woman who previously gave us the identification tokens, Rongyi cried out in surprise. Mo Wuji also recognized the person. It was the young maiden from the Chu clan. At this moment, her body was covered in blood and her breathing was disordered. She clearly suffered from a heavy injury. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 284, Contending Against the True Lake Alone. Chapter 284, Contending Against the True Lake Alone. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
A beam of light swiftly shot towards the fleeing young maiden. Despair failed the young maiden's eyes. She was heavily injured and she truly didn't know how to dodge. Or it could be said, she wanted to dodge but she was unable to do so. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and shot out a beam of sword chi, clashing against the light beam chasing behind the young maiden's back, dispersing it. Mo Wuji looked at his hand as he admired his invisible sword art. It was truly like the 6 pulse god sword, undetectable and untraceable. Unfortunately, in this cultivation world, the invisible sword sounds very impressive, but its power was not comparable to his lightning-type skill. Unless he was able to cause the invisible sword chi to cut through space. The moment he thought about letting the invisible sword chi cut through space, a deep impulse and desire brewed in his heart.
He couldn't wait to go behind closed doors and research on it. Many thanks for your saving grace.
The young maiden had already come close, her voice was hoarse and her body was swaying. Rongyi was quick with her hands, she hurriedly supported the young maiden.
The few of you want to go against us?
The black-robed man chasing after the young maiden approached them. He did not immediately strike out, his gaze swept across Mo Wuji and he spoke with a somber tone. If not for Mo Wuji's invisible sword which caused him to have some doubts about Mo Wuji's cultivation level, he would have long acted. He was a true lake stage expert, how could he afraid of a few Yuan Dan cultivators? Mo Wuji did not immediately pass a healing pill to the young maiden, but turned towards Pang Qi and company. Brother Pang, what are your intentions? The fella who was chasing over was in the true lake elementary stage. Mo Wuji did not even fear him. The reason why he asked that question was to evaluate the way Pang Qi and company thought. If Pang Qi felt that they should not interfere with this matter, then he would immediately break up with them. This young maiden intentionally acted with goodwill, giving each of them an identification token for the Star Wars.
To Mo Wuji, this was an act of kindness.
Whether big or small, all acts of kindness were the same. Pang Chi chuckled as he said unhesitatingly, "Since I have already accepted Mistress Chu's favor, what's there to fear about a true lake stage cultivator?
Haven't I been chased by nihility gods before?"
The black-robed man chasing after the young maiden had an imposing aura. Pang Chi had an experienced hand. He only needed one glance to tell that the other party was in the true lake stage. Xiong Xingtang and Pang Chi walked to the front, Rongyi supported the young maiden and retreated to the back. Mo Wuji waved his hand, fetching out his Tianji pole, walking straight to the extreme front. "Brother Pang can help me suppress any arrays."
True lake stage. I want to try my hand at how strong I've become.
Even though Mo Wuji had killed a true lake stage expert, and even nihility gods and true gods, those did not count as his personal power. Now, he was at Yuan Dan stage level 12, just a single step away from the true lake stage. He wanted to know how far this step really is. Pang Chi saw that Mo Wuji took the forefront alone. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes and he immediately said to Xiong Xingting, "Xingting, the two of us will stand by the side.
If Brother Mo ever comes to a disadvantage, we will act out simultaneously."
"All right." Xiong Xingting promptly wielded a giant hammer. His stature was the smallest, but his weapon was the most exaggerated. The true lake stage cultivator saw that he did not manage to scare away Mo Wuji and company, so he no longer blurted out any further nonsense, sending two radiant blades towards Mo Wuji. A true lake stage cultivator, the golden core within the cultivator would have shattered, forming a huge lake of elemental energy. No matter how strong the Yuan Dan cultivator was, the golden core's elemental energy could not compare to the lake's elemental energy.
A Yuan Dan stage cultivator's elemental energy erupts from a single point, the golden core.
On the other hand, the true lake stage cultivator's elemental energy floods and surges boundlessly. This true lake stage cultivator's two radiant blades did not look much, but only Mo Wuji knew that his surrounding space was already the opponent's elemental energy field. When in the restraints from the elemental energy field, it would be fatal for any Yuan Dan stage cultivator. Even if the Yuan Dan stage cultivator's elemental energy was rich and thick, he would not be able to shake off the true lake stage cultivator's elemental energy field in a short amount of time. It was because of this, true lake stage cultivators can typically kill Yuan Dan stage cultivators in a matter of seconds. All this sounded like a very simple explanation, but it also showed the gap of a single stage.
Unfortunately, the Yuan Dan stage cultivator was Mo Wuji.
Mo Wuji was still in Yuan Dan stage level 12, but his body did not have any golden core, nor did it have a true lake.
It had a violet emanation.
The moment the true lake stage cultivator's elemental energy field came oppressing, Mo Wuji's violet emanation was instantly stimulated. His 102 meridians simultaneously surged with elemental energy. This was not a strength achievable by Yuan Dan stage cultivators.
Boom!
The violet elemental energy and the elemental energy field clashed, resulting in a sky-filling explosion. The surrounding rocks and stones were disintegrated into sand, flying everywhere.
Dang!
The Tianji pole struck against the two incoming radiant blades, light beams dissipated in all directions. All this looked simple from the surface. Mo Wuji was simply using his Tianji pole to defend against the radiant blades. But the true lake stage cultivator knows what's up. If Mo Wuji was restrained by his elemental energy field, then to block against his radiant blades would only be a dream. The two were not truly competing between the Tianji pole and radiant blades, but competing with the elemental energy. The elemental energy field had been ripped apart by the power of Mo Wuji's violet emanation. Mo Wuji's entire body no longer had any restraints, his Tianji pole moving even faster, sending waves of pole shadows hurling towards the true lake stage cultivator's head. "You're also in the true lake." The true lake stage cultivator's heart was filled with disbelief. He never expected Mo Wuji to actually be a true lake stage expert. Cultivators' cultivation had standards.
As long as his opponent had a lower standard, he would immediately be able to faintly tell his opponent's cultivation level. Unfortunately, his opponent seemed to have some cultivation concealing technique, and he was unable to see through his opponent's cultivation. Previously, this true lake stage cultivator could not tell Mo Wuji's real cultivation level, but he could feel that Mo Wuji's cultivation should be below the true lake stage. But now, Mo Wuji had easily broken his true lake elemental energy field, and even counterattacked. He knew that his previous judgment was wrong. His opponent should be a true lake stage expert. His saber transformed in a saber rainbow, striking against Mo Wuji's Tianji pole, and with a boom, sent waves of quakes into the surroundings. Facing the strong rebound of elemental energy, Mo Wuji involuntarily took a few steps back. "You're actually not in the true lake." This true lake stage expert did not perform better than Mo Wuji. He even took more steps back. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. If Mo Wuji was in the true lake stage, he wouldn't be so astounded. But Mo Wuji was not in the true lake stage. A Yuan Dan stage cultivator actually fought him to such a degree. This was simply hitherto unheard of. Just now, Mo Wuji's elemental energy was strong and magnificent, but it was clearly not the eruption of the true lake's elemental energy. "I definitely cannot let this person survive." As the true lake stage cultivator thought of this, he turned and left. He did not want Mo Wuji to live on, but he did not intend to personally fight against Mo Wuji. He intended to inform his superiors of this matter. Crossing those blows with Mo Wuji, he could tell that he couldn't kill Mo Wuji. A heaven-defying Yuan Dan stage cultivator had appeared. If this Yuan Dan stage cultivator were to mature and grow, this Yuan Dan stage cultivator would definitely be a curse to his organization. Trying to escape? Mo Wuji's Tianji pole once again shot out waves of pole shadows, and at the same time, he threw out 10 bolts of lightning flash. Boom! Bam! Hon! The 10 overbearing lightning bolts struck the true lake stage cultivator's escape route apart. If he were to continue escaping, he would definitely be maimed by Mo Wuji's lightning flash. This true lake stage cultivator never expected Mo Wuji to be so devious. Not only was Mo Wuji's ability comparable to his, Mo Wuji even employed such despicable and calculated measures. This kind of people was the most dangerous. It was already enough that Mo Wuji was a cultivator that could transcend stages. But to add on his cunning schemes, his threat would increase by more than tenfold. The true lake stage cultivator's urge to escape became increasingly stronger. To deal with this kind of cunning Yuan Dan stage cultivator, only a true lake advanced stage, or even an Nihility god could do it. He was only in true lake stage level 2, at the very most, he could only escape with all his limbs attached. Luckily, after this true lake stage cultivator knew about Mo Wuji's slyness, he could guess that his retreat would no longer be simple. He did not continue retreating but turned and immediately swung his saber. Boom! As expected, his saber had blocked Mo Wuji's Tianji pole, sending world-shaking tremors. Even though his cultivation was higher than Mo Wuji, and he even defended against Mo Wuji's schemes twice, this true lake stage cultivator became increasingly afraid. He didn't know when Mo Wuji's third one would come. He especially hated this kind of incomparably devious fighting style. Why couldn't they fight uprightly? That's not right. At the very start, they were fighting uprightly. He was the one who initiated to retreat. The true lake stage cultivator's heart sunk. He knew that he had lost the opportunity. He definitely shouldn't have escaped. Even if he wanted to escape, he should have done so after gaining the upper hand. No matter how you scheme, I won't escape. I will fight with you with my true abilities. This true lake stage was set in his decision. His saber formed a huge radiant blade. He was determined to fight against Mo Wuji head-on. He believed that no matter how heaven-defying Mo Wuji was, Mo Wuji would not be able to suppress him. But just as he formed a huge radiant blade of elemental energy, he went blank. The person who had just schemed against him, Mo Wuji, had disappeared. No good, this is a concealment technique.
It was easy to break a concealment technique that was an elemental energy field. This true lake-stage cultivator cried out in regret in his heart. Just now, he should not have casually retreated to escape. Because of his escape, he withdrew his elemental energy field. Otherwise, even if his opponent didn't fear his elemental energy field, with the presence of an elemental energy field, his opponent wouldn't be able to use a concealment technique. Before he could fully display his elemental energy, a terrifying aura creeped to his right waist. This true lake-stage expert heaved a sigh of relief. His opponent had finally appeared. Luckily, his cultivation was higher than his opponent. At the very next moment, he knew that he had relaxed too early. Before that terrifying aura reached his right waist, or in another perspective, just as he was about to dodge the terrifying aura, an intense explosion struck against his dantian. Lightning again. The true lake-stage expert cursed in his heart. He felt his elemental energy, which was surging strongly, suddenly dispersed. This type of battle was too taxing. He always needed to worry about being schemed against. Just now, the terrifying aura he felt at his right waist was also fake. If he had another opportunity, he would rather fight against a true lake advanced stage cultivator than this despicable Yuan Dan stage cultivator. At this moment, a steel pole sailed through the air and struck against his skull. Even though his opponent was heavily injured, Mo Wuji would not leave him any chances. Pooey! Blood flew everywhere. Mo Wuji kept his concealment array disc and his figure appeared. 1. The Six Pulse God Sword is another series of wuxia moves from Jin Yong's novels. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 285, Difficult to Guard Against a House Thief. Chapter 285, Difficult to Guard Against a House Thief. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. After finishing the true lake stage cultivator off, Mo Wuji sighed. He would probably not be able to kill the other party if he were to fight him head to head. Naturally, it would be impossible for the other party to kill him too. The fortunate thing was that this fella actually wanted to leave, and Mo Wuji caught hold of this opportunity by making use of his concealment array disc to finish him off. Brother Mo, to think I was actually so worried. So you're a true lake stage senior. The surprised Pang Chi clasped his fist towards Mo Wuji respectfully. Mo Wuji shook his hand. Let's continue addressing each other as brothers. Using terms like senior would make us feel distant. Let's go visit Lady Chu. The astonishment in the young maiden's heart could no longer be described using words, because even though Pang Chi and the rest believed that Mo Wuji was in the true lake stage, she was the only who knew that Mo Wuji was only in the Yuan Dan stage. She was in the Nihility God stage, and she was confident that she would not misjudge him. The fella Mo Wuji killed was a true lake stage level 2 cultivator. For a Yuan Dan stage cultivator to kill someone half a step into true lake stage was already something extremely unbelievable. However, what she witnessed personally was a Yuan Dan stage cultivator killing a true lake stage level 2 cultivator. Who would actually believe this if this incident was leaked out? Even across the entire Zhenamo continent, there wasn't an expert as unbelievable as him. Back when she saw Mo Wuji at the Lost Swamp, she knew that Mo Wuji was not simple. However, she would never dare to imagine a cultivator like him would become this incredibly strong. That mortal-looking man who was filled with manliness, who spoke with a comfortable level of arrogance. Additionally, he was able to see through the traps in my words which I have yet to say out. My God, just where was he from? Why was I completely unaware of him previously? Logically speaking, a person like him should be in the rankings of either the Mortal Board or the Earth Ranking Board. Lady Chu, you look like you're poisoned? Mo Wuji's voice could be heard as he interrupted her train of thoughts. After the young maiden came to her senses again, she bowed forcefully and said with low spirits, Yes, I got poisoned after we left the Lost Sky Ruins. By the time I realized I was poisoned, it was already too late. I'm more worried about Zihan. As this young maiden spoke, The rim of her eyes started to turn red because she had her own pride as a nihility god stage cultivator. The reason why she saluted Mo Wuji was not because Mo Wuji saved her but because she was confident that Mo Wuji's future achievement would definitely surpass her and she would never be able to catch up with him.
Mo Wuji revealed a faint smile. Lady Chu, could you describe the circumstances when you were poisoned? Try to describe in slightly more details.
The reason for saying this was because Mo Wuji was extremely curious to know how Lady Chu was poisoned. For a nihility god stage expert to be so easily poisoned, then the nihility god stage must be very worthless. The young maiden had already calmed herself down because no matter how unbelievable Mo Wuji was, asking a Yuan Dan stage cultivator to save Zihan was simply asking him to die. My name is Chu Qianlu and you can address me by my name in the future. Also, I still have no idea how to address my benefactor. Mo Wuji casually replied, we are all helping each other, that's all.
My name is Mo Wuji and you can just address me as Wuji.
Don't call me your benefactor, it feels awkward just listening to it.
Chu Qianlu nodded her head. Just after we left the Lost Sky Ruins, we passed by the Lost Sky Ruins wasteland and saw a golden hair spirit fox. Mo Wuji knew about demonic beasts like the golden hair spirit fox. They might not have any attacking capabilities but were very lovely and were extremely good at making their owners happy. Not only this, such a demonic beast was extremely sensitive to land with spiritual energy. In fact, a lot of people replace spirit-finding beasts with them even though they were not as capable to find spiritual items but they were definitely much more adorable. Therefore, female cultivators who saw such beasts would have no ability to resist it. Precisely because of this, the price of a golden hair spirit fox was incredibly high. Zihan chased after the golden hair spirit fox the moment she saw it. I thought that given the capabilities of Steward Xiu and myself, we could easily capture this golden hair spirit fox. Who would have thought that before we could do anything, this golden hair spirit fox entered a small hole. This hole stretches to over a few thousand meters and it kept stretching downwards. I initially wanted Zihan to give it up because it was just not appropriate to delay too much of our time for a spirit fox but Zihan disagreed, but Chu Qianlu took a deep breath before continuing. I was ready to blast open that place to force the spirit fox out but Steward Xiu said that he could use smoke to fumigate it out as long as he added some exploding vanilla within the smoke. Mo Wuji nodded his head because he agreed with this method. Exploding vanilla could make the demonic beast irritable so by adding it, it would definitely escape out of the hole after a period of time as the fox had no attacking abilities. As Steward Xiu casually grabbed a few dry leaves to start the fire to begin fumigating the golden hair spirit fox, we were all too focused on the entrance of the hole. Moreover, because we were creating our own smoke to fumigate the spirit fox, we didn't notice when someone lighted up the falling elemental fragrance. In the end, we were all poisoned but I managed to escape in time. Mo Wuji's eyes revealed an odd expression as he stared at Chu Qianlu while asking, Sister Chu, you were poisoned by the falling elemental fragrance? Chu Qianlu nodded, yes, we were all poisoned by the falling elemental fragrance. The moment you're poisoned, your whole body would not be able to use any elemental energy, your spiritual will would also become blurry and you would be unable to execute any magic skills. It was only because I realized it early that I managed to escape so far. If I didn't meet you, I would have already. Mo Wuji sounded out and said, Sister Chu, even though I am not an incredible pill refiner, I do know a few things about the various poisons of spiritual herbs. Falling elemental fragrance is very famous but if a nihility god stage cultivator could be poisoned by a falling elemental fragrance, then this nihility god stage cultivator was simply a trash. Chu Qianlu's face turned slightly red because even though she had been independently supporting the Chu clan for a period of time with an increasing amount of experience, her experience was still counted for nothing when compared to the many other experts around. Mo Wuji saw Chu Qianlu's expression and knew that she had misunderstood his words as he hurried to explain, Sister Chu, I am not talking about you. My point is that the falling elemental fragrance could not actually restrain a true nihility god stage expert as the moment the fragrance enters the spirit channels, it will be detected by the nihility god stage expert and then forced out immediately.
But back then, the smoke affected me, which was why I didn't notice it. By the time I noticed it, my whole body was already losing its strength, Chu Qianlu sighed. Mo Wuji shook his head. No, it was because you were not poisoned by the falling elemental fragrance. Mo Wuji was actually a tier 5 pill refiner, and after he was poisoned by other people, he was the most sensitive when it was about poisons. For an average poison, he only need to smell it to know what it was. As for the poisons he could concoct himself, there were about 1,000 varieties of them.
Ah! Chu Qianlu looked shockingly at Mo Wuji. So what's the poison in me now? Mo Wuji did not answer Chu Qianlu's question directly and asked instead, Sister Chu, is the steward that was with you part of the Chu clan? Chu Qianlu replied, yes, he has been in my Chu clan for almost a decade, as he had always been loyal to the Chu clan. Even after the Chu clan got into trouble, he stayed and did his best for the Chu clan. He had helped me a lot in the past few years. Mo Wuji didn't bother asking what trouble the Chu clan was met with. Sister Chu, do you know the material of the cultivator suit that your steward was wearing? Chu Qianlu shook her head because she wouldn't have bothered about the suit that her steward wore. Mo Wuji answered, the suit that your steward wore was made of fire-traversing wood. And? Chu Qianlu asked curiously. Even though she didn't know much about Pildao and spiritual herbs, she knew that cultivator's suit that was made with fire-traversing wood was extremely precious. This suit could not only drive away insects and the other demonic worms, it could also be used to obstruct the evil influence. In a place like the Lost Sky Ruins, this cultivator suit was simply another extra layer of protection. Mo Wuji smiled coldly. Using only the fire-traversing wood to refine the suit would definitely not mean much, because there are many cultivators who love such suits. However, if the suit made of fire-traversing wood was met with the smoke from burning the shady frost grass, it would produce a breath that could let a cultivator lose his elemental energy and ability to execute any magic skills for 24 hours. These effects seemed to be the same as the falling elemental fragrance, but it was two completely different things in general. After being poisoned by the falling elemental fragrance, one needed to be detoxified or find some methods to force the poison out. However, if it was the breath that was produced from the smoke of the burning shady frost grass and the fire-traversing wood, there was no need for any pills, and within 24 hours, it will definitely disappear. Are you saying I am poisoned by that breath? Chu Qianlu's face turned slightly pale. Mo Wuji sighed, I cannot confirm, because the shady frost grass is something extremely precious and hard to find. I can show you one stalk of it. While speaking, Mo Wuji already took out a dried spiritual herb, and on the surface of this herb, there seemed to be a layer of faint white color which looked just like frost. It's really the shady frost grass. Chu Qianlu looked at the spiritual herb in Mo Wuji's hand and murmured to herself, but why did Steward Xiu want to harm me? If what Mo Wuji said was true, then previously it must be Steward Xiu that tried to harm her, because she did saw him grabbing a handful of dried grass. Even though she didn't take a closer look at that grass, if there was really a shady frost grass, it had to be that bunch that he grabbed. Sister Chu, was the spiritual energy dense in Lost Sky Ruins wasteland you talked about? Mo Wuji asked yet again. This time round, before Chu Qianlu could reply, Pang Qi, who was by her side, replied, Mo Wuji, the wasteland was extremely vast and located at the periphery of the Lost Sky Ruins. To head to the ruins, one had to go past the wasteland. In truth, the spiritual energy at the wasteland was not dense at all, and could even be described as only having a thin layer of spiritual energy there. Now that's more likely, because if the spiritual energy there was dense, how could it be called a wasteland? Mo Wuji said even more convincingly, the golden hair spirit fox's favorite place was definitely not the wasteland, but places with dense enough spiritual energy. In places like the Lost Sky Ruins wasteland, under normal circumstances, it is extremely rare for a golden hair spirit fox to appear just like that. Without further explanation, Chu Qianlu understood what was going on as she sat down soullessly. There were some things in life that people only needed to mention part of it to allow one to fully understand everything. At this moment, how could she not realize that Xiu He was trying to assassinate her?
Xiuhe was the steward of the Chu clan for so many years and had always worked his hardest over the years, so why would he want to harm her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 286, I loved you way too much. Chapter 286, I loved you way too much. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Xiong Xingting and Ron He both took a glance at Pang Qi, as Mo Wuji had used facts to prove that his judgment was pretty accurate. However, their brother Qi looked like he trusted Jing Danwu so much so that he completely ignored Mo Wuji's previous judgment. The duo saw that Pang Qi had no intentions of mentioning the Jing clan, so both of them could only keep quiet as they sighed in their heart. Chu Qianlu was poisoned, hence immobile, which was why Mo Wuji and the rest could only stay put and accompany her. After a day, it was just like Mo Wuji's prediction, as the poison in Chu Qianlu disappeared and she regained her strength. Sister Chu, since you've already recovered, we should bid goodbye now. After noticing that she regained her strength, Mo Wuji initiated to bid goodbye. This was an internal matter of the Chu clan, and Mo Wuji felt that he had already done the necessary by saving Chu Qianlu and waited for her to recover before saying goodbye. Chu Qianlu saluted Mo Wuji once again before saying with a hoarse voice, "Wuji, I know you are an extraordinary person. I plead that you can accompany me back to the Chu clan to help me get Zihan out." Mo Wuji revealed an ugly expression momentarily because he had no intentions to get himself involved in such things.
Chu Qianlu noticed Mo Wuji's reluctance and she hurried to continue, "Xiuhe's betrayal must not be so simple. It must be because someone from the clan wanted to snatch the throne and made him do it. I believe that he was still very loyal to the Chu clan. I am fully aware of the strength of the members of the Chu clan, and I believe I am the strongest one there, so there will not be any threat to us. I only need to bring Zihan away, that's all. I know that you are far more experienced than me and your judgments were definitely far more superior than mine. My invitation for you to accompany me need not require you to fight, but..." Even though Chu Qianlu couldn't continue her sentence, Mo Wuji understood her meaning.
Mo Wuji knew that she was worried the Chu clan might have some more tricks up their sleeves to make her fall into their trap once again. Mo Wuji was still speechless because he was aware that in this Lady Chu's eyes, Mo Wuji was just a sly bandit.
Who could he blame for being weak?
If he had real strength, he wouldn't kill the true lake-stage cultivator in that manner.
Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to use his own strength to fight against the opponent?
Mo Wuji did believe the point that the Chu clan had no experts that could threaten her. If there was an expert who could match Chu Qianlu, they wouldn't have used so much effort just to poison her. Mo Wuji could only laugh when she said that Xiuhe was still very loyal to the Chu clan. This fella, Xiuhe, could betray Chu Qianlu, yet no one in the Chu clan could stop him, so how was he considered loyal? However, Mo Wuji was still unable to figure out the reason why he decided to betray her. "After this incident, no matter what happened, I will follow you to the Star Wars battlefield.
I can find a person to help you make your universal token," Chu Qianlu said sincerely. Mo Wuji asked suspiciously, "Make the universal token? Is this the contribution points token for the universal board? Since we've already entered the Star Wars battlefield, wasn't it already done for us?"
"Brother Mo, it is possible to make the universal token, but it would be slightly troublesome. Firstly, they would have to investigate your origins, then question your cultivation level, and even requiring you to take a few tests before you can make one. Take Sister Chu as an example. If she were to follow the standard procedure to make the universal token, it would be written as Jin Moxx, place, Chu clan, Chu Qianlu. For people like us who couldn't reveal ourselves, we never intended to make the universal token even after entering the battlefield," Pang Qi explained in great details. There were very few people who entered the Star Wars battlefield without making the universal token because the contribution points for the universal board was on the universal token. Without the token, one would not be able to collect contribution points and could only receive extra practice, experience, and temporary benefits in this battlefield. Mo Wuji let out a sigh as he recalled about his rogue cultivator 2705.
How can he be without a universal token? Without a token, how was he supposed to get on the universal board? And if he was unable to do so, he would never be able to complete his deal with the fishing elder. He believed that if he were to ignore the fishing elder and pretended to forget about that fella's instructions, he didn't need to wait long and his brain would be hooked by the fishing elder's fishing rod. However, he was unable to say out his origins truthfully because if people of the Star King Mountain knew of his arrival here, his brain could very well end up at the Xia clan's turf in the Star King Mountain the very next moment. Sister Chu, because I have offended someone, I am unable to report my own origin to make the universal token, so I have to thank you in advance for troubling you. Mo Wuji cupped his fist and thanked her. From the way he said this, it would mean that he agreed to Chu Qianlu's intentions and decided to head towards the Chu clan. Chu Qianlu said apologetically, I should have immediately helped you make the universal token, but I really cannot neglect Zihan. But as he saw Mo Wuji looking at himself, Pang Qi said instantaneously, Brother Mo, since we decided to come to the Star Wars battlefield together, I would naturally follow you to the Chu clan. Chuzhou was famous because it was the place where the Chu clan rose to power. It was rumored that a long time ago, the Chu clan even had a worldly immortal stage expert and even more true god experts. However, about 100 years ago, all the famous true god stage experts from the Chu clan had fallen in one of the big war in the Star Wars battlefield. After which, the Chu clan was on a decline. 8 years ago, the Chu clan's patriarch, Chu Lin, was killed outside Chuzhou. Chu Lin's only son, Chu Ziyuan, wanted to avenge his father, so he left for the Star Wars battlefield hoping that he could learn something before returning. However, reality was always more cruel than dreams, and there were rumors that Chu Ziyuan died after staying in the Star Wars battlefield for slightly less than a year. The death of Chu Ziyuan resulted in no one taking over the helm of the Chu clan. Fortunately, the widow of the Chu clan, Chu Qianlu, managed to support the declining Chu clan, and after almost a decade of hard work, she barely managed to prevent the leading clan from falling. After Mo Wuji and company arrived outside of Chuzhou, someone immediately recognized Chu Qianlu. After seeing the cultivator who recognized her hurried to rush into the Chuzhou, Chu Qianlu's mouth revealed a self-deprecating smile. Normally, the cultivator would have hurried over to bow towards her after noticing her, because no matter how down and out Chuzhou was, the Chu clan was still the leading clan in the region. Furthermore, she, Chu Qianlu, was still the temporary person at the helm of the Chu clan. Only now that she understood that even though she was carrying the surname Chu, and was even the daughter-in-law of the Chu's patriarch, nobody actually treated her like a member of the Chu clan. After entering Chuzhou, Mo Wuji shook his head slightly because out of the many cultivation cities that he had visited, the Chuzhou city one was the most trashy. The energy gathering array in the surrounding didn't allow the density of the spiritual energy in Chuzhou to increase significantly. The streets and shops within the city were evidently broken and old too. As he thought of the Heaven's Gate city, which he single-handedly built it up, he could easily destroy this Chuzhou. As Pang Qi also saw the cultivators running towards the city immediately, he subconsciously took out his magic treasure. Chu Qianlu shook her head. Now that I am fine, no one dared to do anything. What they wanted was the power of the Chu clan, and so I shall give it to them. Let us head towards the Chu clan to discuss this matter now. Even though the Chuzhou city looked extremely dilapidated, the Chu clan still looked very stylish. The big gate was opened as if they already knew that Chu Qianlu was coming back. Other than the two guards, nobody else came to fetch her. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan the place, and he could tell that the Chu clan's protecting array was at most an intermediate grade defensive array. This intermediate grade defensive array was set up not too long ago, and Mo Wuji's guess was that it was there for no longer than 3 years. Even though this defensive array had traces of some death trap circulation array, Mo Wuji didn't view it highly at all. Chu Qianlu had no hesitation as she was the first person to walk through the big gate of the Chu clan. The main hall of the Chu clan was already fully seated with people. Currently, there was an elder seating on the seat of the Chu clan's patriarch. Standing beside the elder was a middle-aged man who Mo Wuji recognized. He was the steward Qiu who appeared together with Chu Qianlu previously.
Xu Qianlu looked at the seat which originally belonged to her and said coldly, "Xu Ji, if you wanted to become Chu clan's patriarch, you could have just said it out. Why did you have to use such despicable means?" From the start till now, she didn't even look at Steward Xiu once.
Xu Qianlu, you are such a shameless woman. You think that just because you carry the surname Chu, you are a member of the Chu clan?
Even though the Chu clan was in a decline, we are not so desperate that we need a woman to stand on our heads telling us what to do.
Get out of here.
The Chu clan do not need you to bring a wild man back here. Before the elder who was sitting down could speak, a man with a sharp mouth and a chin like an ape shouted out furiously. Xu Qianlu was so infuriated that her whole body started to tremble, and the next moment, she raised her hand and a light radiance was shot out. The light radiance shot through the middle of the man's eyebrows as he exploded into a pool of blood. The elder who was sitting down named Chu Ji stood up instantly and pointed furiously at Xu Qianlu. "Xu Qianlu, my Chu clan won't care about what you do with whichever man outside. Your surname Chu did not even originate from my Chu Shou's Chu clan, yet you dare to kill someone here." As he spoke, Xu Ji banged the table in front of him. Following which, Mo Wuji and company heard some ka-ka sounds which resulted in Pang Qi and the rest grabbing their weapons as they looked in all four directions cautiously. This was evidently the sound of a trap array being ignited. After noticing that the Chu clan's trap array was ignited, Xu Ji's face finally showed some calmness as he turned to Steward Xiu as he said, "Steward Xiu, earlier on when Xu Qianlu killed someone in my Chu clan, why didn't you attempt to stop it since you're the only one capable of doing so?" Steward Xiu simply ignored Xu Ji as he walked down and spoke to Xu Qianlu in a gentle voice. "Yesterday when Guxian didn't bring you back, I already guessed that you knew I was the one who did it. Qianlu, I am sorry because I loved you way too much. I was unable to control myself from loving you, and I have been struggling internally because of this. I simply couldn't stop imagining you being by my side." Xu Qianlu took a few steps back and pointed at Steward Xiu as she said astonishingly, "Xiuyi, how shameless." Xiuyi looked even gentler as he said, "Xu Ziyuan had no morals or abilities, so how did he even deserve to have a wonderful woman like you? Follow me, this Chu clan was destined to die, so why waste time in a place like this?" Xu Qianlu glared shockingly at Xiuyi and finally understood why an Nihility God stage cultivator was willing to stay in the Chu clan as a steward. This Xiuyi must have lusted after her since a long time ago, but fortunately, she was not any weaker than Xiuyi, so he had no opportunity to act against her. Xu Qianlu looked pitifully at the clueless Xu Ji because without a strong person like Xiuyi supporting him, coupled with the fact that he was an offshoot of the Chu clan, what rights did he have to continue eyeing the seat of the Chu clan's patriarch? Others thought that Xu Qianlu yearned for this throne and refused to leave, but the truth was that Xu Qianlu had never wanted this throne. If possible, she would rather bring Zihan and leave the Chu clan immediately. "Where is Zihan?" Xu Qianlu ignored Xiuyi's words and asked coldly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 287, He is the One. Chapter 287, He is the One. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When Xiuyi saw that Xu Qianlu didn't bother answering his question, he started to feel irascible and cursed in his heart at Guxian, that idiot. How was it possible that a true lake stage level 2 cultivator like Guxian himself could fail to chase after a woman without elemental energy and actually let her get rescued by a few Yuan Dan stage cultivators? In fact, he had no idea if Guxian was still alive or not. If he had known that this scumbag Guxian was so useless, Xiuyi would have done the job himself. Xiuyi's eyes seemed to wander off a little as he looked like he was thinking about something. However, in the very next moment, his whole body became a shadow and disappeared from where he was standing. Everyone thought that he was about to ambush Xu Qianlu, but at that moment, it was clear to everyone that he had threw himself at the ordinary-looking young man standing beside Xu Qianlu. Boom! An explosion could be heard in Xiu. He took a few steps backwards helplessly as he looked at the faraway Mo Wuji in shock. He simply couldn't understand how a Nihility God stage expert like himself could fail to attack a Yuan Dan stage cultivator.
Furthermore, it was an ambush out of nowhere, so how did he manage to escape and even release an attack on him? No wonder Guixin would fail his task. This fella was most definitely not in the Yuan Dan stage.
Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart because he had long identified that the person with the most threat to him in this house was Qiuhe. Even though Qiuhe only glanced at him once, Mo Wuji's attention had always been on Qiuhe's body. Initially, he never thought that Qiuhe would attack him, but after the fella from the Chu clan mentioned about Mo Wuji and Chu Qianlu getting together, there was an obvious killing intent in Qiuhe's eyes. After Qiuhe stood out and expressed his love for Chu Qianlu, Mo Wuji knew that that fella's killing intent was directed at him. Even though Mo Wuji was aware that there was nothing going on between Chu Qianlu and himself, it wasn't something a love-struck man like Qiuhe could rationalize. When Qiuhe's eyes wandered off and appeared as if he was thinking about something, Mo Wuji thought that if he wanted to attack someone, he would do the same to let the other party let his guard down. At the thought of this, he simply moved out of the way and concurrently counterattack using his lightning flash before anything else. Since the Chu clan was already in this poor state, even if Qiuhe didn't ambush him, it wouldn't matter for him to throw some lightning flash here. When it came to anything that could threaten his own small life, even if his judgment was wrong, Mo Wuji would never feel awkward protecting himself. A Nihility God stage cultivator would never ambush a Yuan Dan stage cultivator. Mo Wuji certainly didn't believe that Qiuhe had such ethics and pride. Qiuhe, how dare you? Chu Qianlu was fuming as she grabbed hold of a long sword and went straight towards Qiuhe. Qiuhe responded angrily, Qianlu, I have followed by your side for nearly a decade, yet you choose to disregard me and be with this goofball instead. Despicable. Enraged, Chu Qianlu charged with her sword overflowing with killing intent. She couldn't believe that a Nihility God stage cultivator would stoop so low to do a sneak attack on a Yuan Dan stage cultivator. Similarly, Qiuhe took out his magic treasure and a few defensive walls started to appear all around him as he tried his best to say in a gentle tone, Qianlu, after all these years of following you, I know you well and that you don't usually bother with men whether or not they are ugly or good looking. However, when this goofball walked in today, do you dare to say that you are not impressed by him? This was the first time I saw the admiration in your eyes for a man. Also, after you were poisoned, even though I didn't chase after you, I knew that you would definitely escape to the Lost Sky Ruins. Deep in your heart, you are hoping to be able to meet this man, and indeed, you actually brought him back, After saying all these, Qiuhe heaved a sigh of relief. Qianlu, I am the one who know you the best. I also know that if I don't bring you away with me today, I would never have that opportunity ever again. You will end up being his woman. The asterisk starred, shut your trap. Chu Qianlu's attack was even swifter and her killing intent could even be felt throughout the entire Chu clan's hall. She had never thought about what Qiuhe said, but when she was escaping for her life, she did subconsciously wanted to escape towards the Lost Sky Ruins. Because if she didn't escape towards the Lost Sky Ruins, where else could she escape to? Pooey. A stream of blood started pouring out of Qiuhe's chest. Qiuhe took about 10 steps back as he didn't continue fighting against Chu Qianlu but just stared at her and said, Qianlu, I am leaving now. You are the one and only woman I love and I will definitely come back to find you. And you, remember that if something is not yours, don't touch it. Otherwise, I will kill you even at the remotest corners of the earth. Qiuhe's last sentence was directed to Mo Wuji. After finishing what he had to say, his entire body disappeared from the Chu clan's hall. He hated himself. Why did he have to poison himself too? Why did he have to pretend to save Qianlu, pretend to exchange his life for her and offer to bring her out of Chu clan so that he could slowly win her heart? He could have just been more resolute and turned the raw rice into cooked rice, first to avoid so much effort. His plan to inflict injuries on himself to win the sympathy of Chu Qianlu didn't work, and even his idea of saving and escaping with Chu Qianlu was a failure too. Moreover, it all turned out well for the ant-like Yuan Dan stage cultivator. To him, Chu Qianlu was the prettiest, so he naturally believed that others thought she was the prettiest too. The thought of Chu Qianlu going together with another man in the future ignited a raging flame that was burning inside his heart. The pity was that he was too weak to bring Chu Qianlu away forcefully.
I am sorry, it was my mistake earlier on. Chu Qianlu didn't chase after Qiuhe because she knew there was no point in doing so. She was still shocked that Qiuhe would actually act against Mo Wuji, because if it was not for Mo Wuji's reaction, she would have been feeling extremely guilty. After a pause, she took the initiative to say, "He would not have the opportunity to do anything to you." Mo Wuji gave a slight smile. "No, he wouldn't be qualified enough to do anything to me." But Mo Wuji was brimming with confidence, because as long as he was able to advance to the true lake stage, even if this Qiuhe were to act against him, Mo Wuji would never go home without a fight. The moment he reached the Nihility God stage, let's not talk about Qiuhe acting against him, because Qiuhe better pray hard that he doesn't ever meet Mo Wuji again. If he wanted to become rank number 1 on the Universal Board, he naturally had to find every possible way to step into the Heaven Realm. The Star Wars battlefield was the best place for cultivation. Where else was more suitable for fighting and cultivating at the same time? Shuji lifted his head and started worrying as he saw the trap array put in place by Qiuhe. He knew that Chu Qianlu was slightly stronger than Qiuhe, so if this trap array could not stop Qiuhe from leaving, it would naturally not be able to stop Chu Qianlu. "Bring Zihan out." Chu Qianlu's tone turned slightly indifferent as she was wondering why she slogged her life away for the past few years. There was at least one sentence that Qiuhe was right about: after staying here so many years, all she got in return was being called a shameless woman. If it wasn't for her, would the Chu clan have lasted till today? If it wasn't for her, would these Chu clan's disciples here be living so carefreely today? And the moment Zihan appeared, she fell into Chu Qianlu's arms. Mo Wuji nodded his head, because Yen Er was about this old when she started to support a family, started to support him. However, even though this Zihan was in transcending mortality stage, she was like a flower kept in a greenhouse. As he thought about Yen Er, Mo Wuji started to miss Yen Er, who was also in the Zhenmo continent. However, Yen Er should have been accepted by a big sect to be their disciple, since she had the mutant 5 elements spiritual roots. Chu Qianlu patted Zihan lightly to comfort her. "Lady Chu, I still think you should take charge of this Chu clan. Our cultivation levels are a little too low." Without Qiuhe, Shuji didn't feel at ease, as he was aware that the Chu Qianlu in front of him could slap him to death with a raise of her hand. Chu Qianlu calmly took out a jade token and passed it to Chu Ji. "This is the Chu clan's patriarch token. From today onwards, I, Chu Qianlu, am no longer related to the Chu clan." Finishing, she took out yet another piece of red paper to tear it into pieces before laughing. "I've now torn the only thing Chu clan gave me." Everyone could see very clearly that it was a piece of marriage certificate. "Let's go." After tearing the marriage certificate, Chu Qianlu felt so much more relaxed as she led the way out of the Chu clan's big gate. "Sister Chu, thank you." After leaving Chu Zhou, Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude towards Chu Qianlu. Chu Qianlu looked inquisitively at Mo Wuji. "Wuji, I should be the one thanking you, but..." Mo Wuji laughed without saying anything, because he knew that even though Chu Qianlu asked him to help the Chu clan, the truth was that there was nobody in the Chu clan who could threaten her. Therefore, she simply asked him along so she could have an excuse to gift him something in the form of helping him make his universal token. Chu Qianlu was very quick in understanding Mo Wuji's meaning, but she didn't explain because it was almost impossible to explain such things. She had always thought that there was a hidden expert who was slightly stronger than herself in the Chu clan, because all these years, she always felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at her whenever she entered the Chu clan. Therefore, she often went out to take care of Chu clan's shops most of the time. She would even personally visit places like the Lost Sky Ruins to look for spiritual herbs. She felt that as long as she didn't leave the Chu clan and did her best for the Chu clan, the hidden expert would not appear in front of her. However, now that she had already left the Chu clan and the hidden expert she suspected had not appeared, she felt that maybe she was overthinking a little too much. Other than trying to find some comfort in her heart, the other reason why she called upon Mo Wuji was because she was very impressed by Mo Wuji's conduct of battle. It was simply legendary for a Yuan Dan stage cultivator like Mo Wuji to kill a true lake stage level 2 expert. Even if she were to face an opponent equally as strong as her, as long as she had Mo Wuji by her side to guide her and help her out, she would feel slightly less fearful.
Perhaps it was because of the fact that she had been extremely independent over the years and she even had to bring a whole clan out to fight for their survival at this place. Therefore, after receiving Mo Wuji's help, she seemed to have become more reliant.
We shall first fly to 9Mo City, from here to. Hold on.
Mo Wuji raised his hand to stop Chu Qianlu as she prepared to ignite the flying ship.
What's the issue?
It wasn't only Chu Qianlu but Pang Qi and the rest stared curiously at Mo Wuji too, as they didn't understand the meaning behind Mo Wuji's dignified expression. Mo Wuji shouted calmly in the direction of the vast wasteland in front of him, "Since you're here, come on out." A shadow appeared in front of everyone, and even though it was in the day, Pang Qi and company could feel coldness in their body as if they had been infiltrated by a breath of cold air.
He is the one. Chu Qianlu suddenly shouted with a trembling voice. Turning raw rice into cooked rice is a Chinese idiom that meant doing something beforehand so it cannot be undone.
In this context, he meant that he should have done something to Chu Qianlu directly so that she would have no other choice but to leave with him instead of going through the troubles he went through.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 288, Rogue Cultivator 2705's Tao Companion. Chapter 288, Rogue Cultivator 2705's Tao Companion. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Rogue Cultivator 2705's Tao Companion.
The shadow's entire body was wrapped by a black robe such that even the head was not revealed. Even though Chu Qianlu had never seen this black-robed shadow before, the moment he appeared, she could feel that this was the pair of eyes that had been staring at her all this while. She couldn't help but felt relieved that she called Mo Wuji over with her, otherwise, she would have definitely stepped over and might even land on the body of the black-robed shadow. As to why Mo Wuji, being on a lower cultivation level than herself, was able to see through him, her guess was that Mo Wuji was more specialized than her in the array Dao. Not bad, for a small Yuan Dan stage cultivator to be able to see through my array. You are indeed quite capable, which is why I shall let you off today. You can go now. The black shadow's voice was so horrifying that it sounded like two stiff and sharp objects grinding against each other. The black shadow would be the scariest when he hid behind the back of someone. Presently, Chu Qianlu calmed herself down as she finally saw the eyes behind her back. "Your Excellency, are you intending to say that everyone else can leave except for me?" The black shadow's horrifying voice could be heard again. "That's right. You are a member of the Chu clan when you're alive, you will be a ghost of the Chu clan when you're dead. You will remain in the Chu clan for your entire life." Mo Wuji revealed a disdainful smile. "But I never intended to let you go because not everyone can obstruct my path and get away with it. Sister Chu, he's yours to deal with. Even though he was once in the true God stage, he is currently not even as strong as you, so fret not." Mo Wuji had seen many true God stage experts before, so Mo Wuji could sense that this black shadow was once in the true God stage. However, the spiritual aura around this black shadow was rotting disorderly, so much so that it was evident that his strength had depleted. He couldn't believe his ears when the black shadow said that this was an array. Could this be considered as an array too? But his trap array. Chu Qianlu said worryingly. She was previously not afraid of the Chu clan's trap array because she knew very clearly how the Chu clan's one work. As for this trap array, she had zero clue about it. Mo Wuji laughed. "He wanted me to leave because he was afraid of me." "Just attack as you wish, don't worry." Mo Wuji was not speaking blindly because there were two trap arrays and one illusion array. Out of the two trap arrays, there was an array in the air. The moment they took out the flying ship, it would definitely put them in a passive situation. There was another garrote array in which the moment they made their move, this trap array would trap them and be able to control them. As for the illusion array, it would make cultivators lose track of time. Of course, the quality of this trap array was not worthy of a mention in front of Mo Wuji. For people who had no knowledge of array Dao, even a true God stage cultivator would be stuck in this trap and illusion array for a long period of time. Even if the time stuck inside was short, this black shadow was able to make use of the short period of time to severely injure and even kill those trapped in his arrays. The black shadow wanted Mo Wuji to leave because Mo Wuji stopped at the periphery of his trap array. This proved that Mo Wuji understood his arrays and he was therefore slightly fearful of Mo Wuji. Great! Chu Qianlu heard Mo Wuji's words and charged over after drawing out her long sword without any hesitation. Concurrently, when Chu Qianlu charged out to kill the black shadow, Mo Wuji threw out tens of array flags and then entering the trap array personally as he continuously shot out the array flags. His array Dao's legacy was much stronger than this black shadow, and because of his research on the incident that Chu Xingzi was trapped, he was slightly more knowledgeable in breaking arrays as well as modifying them. He was confident that while Chu Qianlu was keeping the other party occupied, he could make use of the array flags to modify the trap array. The moment he managed to do so, this black shadow would no longer be able to put up a fight. Even though Chu Qianlu was a woman, her sword arts were extremely sharp. Streams of sword radiance exploded and within seconds, she was able to engage the black-robed shadow. The first thing the black shadow did wasn't to take out his magic treasure to deal with Chu Qianlu but to take out a few array flags just like Mo Wuji. He knew that to bring Chu Qianlu away, he had to make use of the death trap array because he was well aware of Chu Qianlu's strength. However, when he landed his array flags on Mo Wuji's already modified array base, it was like throwing his flags into the ocean. He knew that his cultivation level was far superior over Mo Wuji's, but his array Dao was so much weaker than Mo Wuji's. Before their array Dao could compete with each other, he had already landed on the losing end. If he didn't leave immediately, he would definitely not be able to leave when Mo Wuji's trap array was complete. Some parts of the black shadow's clothes were ripped off by Chu Qianlu's sword radiance as they fell onto the ground. At the same time, the black shadow had instantly disappeared without a trace and he left behind a stinky aura. Mo Wuji stopped the array flags in his hand as he sighed out loud in his heart. If only Chu Qianlu was slightly stronger to be able to hold him for slightly longer, he was confident that he could trap him here. By not killing him here, it equated to him having one more hidden expert trying to kill him. As he kept his array flags, Mo Wuji said, "We can leave now." No matter how many strong enemies he had, it would be fine as long as he was able to get stronger. The root of the problem would still be that he was too weak. Chu Qianlu silently kept her long sword as her emotions were still not stable. "Sister Chu, that person looked like he was from the Chu clan. Do you know him?" Rong He asked. Chu Qianlu remained silent for a while before replying, "Perhaps, but I hope it wasn't him." She was indeed very shocked because this black shadow was exactly like Chu Lin. Chu Lin was her grandfather, but didn't he die a long time ago? To her, this seemed way too strange. After realizing how everyone was looking at her, Chu Qianlu perked herself up and said to Mo Wuji, "Wuji, if I hadn't invited you to come with me, I would probably be brought back to the Chu clan yet again and might never be able to live a new life." Mo Wuji noticed that Chu Qianlu wasn't feeling happy, so he chuckled and said, "Let's not talk about all these and discuss on how we are going to enter the Star Wars battlefield." Chu Qianlu forced herself to get her act together. "We will first head to the 9Mo city and we can use the transfer array or a flying ship from there to head towards the closest place to the Star Wars battlefield, Piercing Wing City." 9Mo city was the largest cultivation city Mo Wuji had ever seen. Just by standing outside the city, Mo Wuji could feel the majestic and long history of this cultivation city. This city was evidently very old, yet it didn't look dilapidated at all. The 9Mo city was indeed vast and bustling. Pang Qi couldn't help but compliment it. A cultivator standing beside Pang Qi smiled and commented when he heard Pang Qi, "This is actually nothing much because, my friend, if you've been to the Piercing Wind City, you will know what a true vast and majestic city looks like." My friend here had been to the Piercing Wing City before? Mo Wuji hurried to ask because they wanted to go towards the Piercing Wind City too. The cultivator nodded his head, "Yes, I have been there once." To go to the Star Wars battlefield, one has to pass by the Piercing Wind City. Only after visiting the Piercing Wing City will you feel a type of. He shook his head before finishing his sentence, "I am unable to describe to you specifically."
Perhaps you will understand what I meant if you go there personally.
As he finished, the cultivator sped up and entered the depths of the 9Mo city.
Following behind Chu Qianlu, the group of them entered the 9Mo city too.
Outside the city, everyone could feel the majesty and vastness of the city, but the moment they entered the city, they realized that what they saw was only a small part of the entire city. As soon as they entered, they saw that there were 3 large monuments showing arrays erected on the plaza, which was as vast as the ocean. Among the crowd of cultivators, it was very common to see a nihility god stage cultivator.
These are the heaven, earth and mortal boards, Chu Qinglu explained as she noticed Mo Wuji's eyes on the huge monuments curiously.
Mo Wuji nodded. I've heard of that before, and I also know that those who could climb this ranking boards are all experts of the Zhenmo continent. That may not be necessary because previously ranked number 1 on the mortal board was not someone from the Zhenmo continent. I've heard that he came from the lost continent with a very weird name, Rogue Cultivator 2705, Chu Qianlu explained very clearly.
Rogue Cultivator 2705?
Mo Wuji found it incredibly hilarious because even though he had never visited the Zhenmo continent, he was actually ranked number 1 on the mortal board here.
I guess that Rogue Cultivator 2705 must have risen up to number 1 after defeating Gu Xiaoyin?
Mo Wuji casually asked because he heard from Gu Xiaoyin before that he was ranked number 1 in the mortal ranking board.
Chu Qianlu grunted, yes, but if this Rogue Cultivator 2705 were to visit the Zhenmo continent, he would have a tragic ending.
Why?
Mo Wuji asked.
Chu Qianlu looked around before whispering, I've heard that the Rogue Cultivator 2705's Dao companion had arrived in Zhenmo continent, and in the end, the young Ho master of the Star King Mountain, Xiamu, was even attracted to her. This woman was also vicious enough to reject going to the Star King Mountain and was even harassed by Xiamu before directly entering Star Wars battlefield.
Sin Shuyin?
Mo Wuji furrowed his brows and said. He knew that Xiamu liked Sin Shuyin, but Sin Shuyin was never his Dao companion, and even though other people don't know, couldn't Sin Shuyin come out and explain herself?
Yes, her name is Sin Shuyin.
Even though she had entered the Star Wars battlefield, Xiamu never ceased to give up and even chased after her into the Star Wars battlefield. She had no relatives or close friends, so while she was escaping, she actually managed to enter one of the 9 extreme realms, Thorny Wingate.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 289, Piercing Winds Cold Water. Chapter 289, Piercing Winds Cold Water.
Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's killing intent surged in his heart as he thought, Xiamu, you are simply seeking death. Even though Sin Shuyin was not his Dao companion, Sin Shuyin saved his life once. At the same time, Mo Wuji had always admired her because even though she was the number 1 beauty in the lost continent, she deserved what she had achieved because of her own hard work. Previously, if Sin Shuyin didn't stop the few streams of killing radiance from Sung Hui, people would have been visiting his grave now. He couldn't forget the apologetic eyes of Sin Shuyin when she looked at him before her death. After Sin Shuyin died in his arms, the intense rage and killing intent in his heart surged to the maximum. Right, Sin Shuyin was revived again by the white-mustached fishing elder, but just how many of these elders were there in this world? To easily kill an immortal expert like he did, there might not even be such an expert in the lost continent. It was even appropriate to say that Sin Shuyin's life was picked up by the white-mustached fishing elder because of her fortune to have met him. Therefore, no matter what happened, Sin Shuyin did exchange her life for him back then. Mo Wuji had his own life creed to live by, which was to repay any gratitude that others showed him. Sin Shuyin had saved his life once, so even if it was the extreme realm, he had to go and visit it. Even though he had no idea why Sin Shuyin didn't explain that he was not her Dao companion, he would not give up the idea of repaying her gratitude just because of this. If he was killed by Sin Hui back then, everything that happened afterwards would only be nothing more than an illusion. Therefore, gratitude was still gratitude no matter what. Moreover, he had interacted with Xin Shuyin before and he knew that Xin Shuyin was not the type to use him as a shield to protect herself. Even if he were to go over and was unable to save Xin Shuyin, as long as he was alive, he would not have any guilty conscience over this incident. The pity was that he was still not able to kill Xiaomu, because if he could, he would first kill Xiaomu before heading towards the Star Wars battlefield.
Wuji, are you okay? Seeing Mo Wuji's stunned expression, Chu Qianlu hurried to ask. Mo Wuji clenched his fist and said, "This Xiaomu was simply too shameless. If I could, I would definitely kill." A nice fragrant hand was placed on Mo Wuji's lips, stopping Mo Wuji from saying what he was about to say. "Wuji, do you not want to continue living? How could you say you want to kill the Star King Mountain's Xiaomu in a place like this? If other people heard it, we would have to die the next moment." Mo Wuji had already calmed himself down and shifted Chu Qianlu's hand away. "My apologies, I was too agitated." Chu Qianlu's face turned red, and even though nobody said anything, her action of putting her hand on Mo Wuji's lips was evidently a little rash. "Forget it, let's board the flying ship then." Pang Qi saw Chu Qianlu's awkwardness, so he said this. Mo Wuji asked suspiciously, "Why are we taking the flying ship? Don't they have a transfer array?" Chu Qianlu explained, "Only personnel with certain status would be able to use the transfer array. My father was pretty reputable here in the past, so I will go and inquire to see if we could use the transfer array. If there was no other way, we will then take the flying ship." The 9 city's transfer tower had more than 100 levels, and as from Chu Qianlu's words, transferring to the Piercing Wind City would take up about 70 levels. Its main purpose was for emergencies, so that it could transfer more cultivators over to the Piercing Wind City and then into the Star Wars battlefield. After reaching the transfer tower, Chu Qianlu went inside to settle the administration to proceed with the transfer. Mo Wuji noticed that many cultivators who entered left the tower feeling dejected, and he knew that it was indeed not easy to use the transfer array. He had no idea what status Chu Qianlu's father held, but after entering the tower for a short while, she came out with 6 transfer tokens. Chu Qianlu distributed the tokens to each of them before saying, "Wuji, Pang Qi, the two of you better start thinking of a name, because after we reach the Star Wars battlefield, every one of us needs to make the universal token. Even if we were not able to leave our name on the universal board, there were still very significant benefits for the contribution points. We don't have to worry about what to put for the origins, because I have an idea. I shall be called Pang Buong." Pang Qi immediately sounded out, and even Mo Wuji understood the meaning behind this name, which was to not forget Jing Clan's Jing Danwu. 1. Rongyi heard Pang Qi's name and sighed as she said, "I shall be called He You then. Mine will be Tong Xing." Xiong Xingtong simply added in. After spending such a long time together, Mo Wuji could tell that Rongyi was interested in Pang Qi. In fact, Rongyi had a secret crush on Pang Qi. However, this girl was very tolerant, because even though there was only a Jing Danwu in Pang Qi's heart, she never complained about anything or said a single bad thing about Jing Danwu. Furthermore, she was even chased after by the Jing clan because of Pang Qi. Even when Pang Qi suspected Jing Danwu and was extremely furious, Rongyi even took the initiative to change the topic so as to mediate the atmosphere. The pity was that there was only that girl with the surname Jing in Pang Qi's heart, and he had no idea that the Rongyi by his side had feelings for him. Or rather, even if he knew, he pretended not to know. "Wuji, how about you? Are you going to use the name now?" Chu Qianlu took the initiative to ask when she saw how Mo Wuji didn't say out a different name for himself. Mo Wuji really wanted to use Rogue Cultivator 2705 again, but he knew that the moment he used this name again, the Xia clan members would start combing the entire Star Wars battlefield to search for him and then finish him off. "I shall just be called Mo Wuji then," Mo Wuji said calmly. He didn't need to worry about his identity being revealed, because only the people in the Lost Continent knew the fact that Mo Wuji was actually Rogue Cultivator 2705. No one in the Jinmo continent knew of this fact, and even those who had made a trip to the Lost Continent were all killed by the white-mustached fishing elder. Perhaps someone would visit the Lost Continent and bring back the truth that Mo Wuji was Rogue Cultivator 2705 in the future, but Mo Wuji believed that by the time that happened,
he would have been strong enough to protect himself. He wanted to let the Star King Mountain Xia clan know that one day, he would use his true identity as Mo Wuji to kill that Xia Mu. With the transfer tokens, the 6 of them entered the transfer array towards the Piercing Wind City without any hesitation. The transfer distance between the 9Mo City and the Piercing Wind City was much further than the transfer distance between his Tianji sect and Heaven-Seeking Palace. However, the quality of this space transfer array was evidently much higher than the one in the Lost Continent. Even though the distance was much further, Mo Wuji and company only felt slightly dizzy, and the next moment, they had arrived at the Piercing Wind City. As compared to when he transferred from Tianji sect to the Heaven-Seeking Palace, he was dizzy for almost half a day before arriving at his destination. When his array further improved to a certain level coupled with some basic interaction with space, he had to go back to Tianji sect to reinvent the Tianji sect's transfer array. The Piercing Wind City's transfer array was different from the 9Mo City's one because the 9Mo City's transfer array was built on a transfer tower. The Piercing Wind's transfer array was built on an empty plaza, and there were only a few buildings around the transfer array. The plaza was extremely open and empty with not a lot of random people walking around. Even if there were a few group of people, they were all rushing in the specific direction towards the transfer array or walking out of the transfer array. However, there was a whole crowd of people walking at the periphery of the plaza, which clearly showed the strict regulations put in place here to prevent people from idling too long on the transfer array's plaza. Standing on the empty plaza, Mo Wuji very quickly understood the difference between the 9Mo City and here. In the 9Mo City, he could feel a heavy, olden days aura. The 9Mo City had a majestic feeling, and it was just like what the cultivator said, there was a completely different feeling here. Even though Mo Wuji had neither seen the outside of the city nor walked one round in the city, he could sense the solemnness of this city. It was indeed very hard to describe a feeling like this, but Mo Wuji did feel it. This was a type of periphery constraint and restlessness, a feeling where they could feel blood surging around. Piercing Wind City was indeed the same feeling as Piercing Wind, Chilling River of the hero has to leave, and he will never return. 2. Despite not going to the Star Wars battlefield before, Mo Wuji knew how dangerous it was out there. Even for himself, after entering the battlefield from here, what were the chances he could make it back alive? The Universal Board is not here? Mo Wuji scanned through the entire plaza but didn't see any Universal Board around. Chu Qianlu answered, "It is not here. The Universal Board is the #1 board in the entire Zhenmo continent, so it was erected at the entrance of the Universal Hall just outside the Star Wars battlefield." So where do we make the Universal Token? Mo Wuji asked yet again. It is also at the Universal Hall. The Piercing Wind City is only a city that everyone had to pass by before entering the Star Wars battlefield. We can enter the Universal Hall from here to help you make the Universal Token. Chu Qianlu seemed to have came here before, hence, was very confident when answering the question. Sister Chu, have you been here before? Rong He asked. Chu Qianlu nodded and looked even more dejected. Back when I was married into the Chu clan, during the time Chu Ziyuan had fallen on the Star Wars battlefield, I had been here once. Rong He didn't ask any further as it was evident that Chu Qianlu didn't wish to talk about it anymore. Instead, she looked suspiciously at Zihan, who was standing beside Chu Qianlu. This girl left a deep impression on her as a very coquettish girl, and the whole time they had traveled together, she had not heard a single word from Zihan at all. Even though there are many good things here in the Piercing Wind City, I felt that this place was a little too constraining and that we should directly head towards the transfer array to the Star Wars battlefield instead of idling or having fun here. Chu Qianlu pointed at a continuous stream of crowd moving in and out of the transfer array at a place not very distant from them. Do we need any qualifications to be able to transfer there? Pang Qi inquired. No need, as long as you pass me the qualification token to enter the Star Wars battlefield, you can enter the transfer array without any fee, Chu Qianlu said as she walked over first. A familiar body shape flashed past Mo Wuji and entered the transfer array towards the Star Wars battlefield, Run Tianqing. Even though he was a distance away, Mo Wuji could recognize that the person was Rin Tianqing. Mo Wuji was surprised and hurried to rush over. It was truly a happy event to be able to meet a friend here in the Mo continent.
Bang!
Just at the moment he was about to enter the entrance of the transfer array, a formidable force charged towards him. Even though he was moving fast in a straight line, Mo Wuji also managed to turn his body and fall to the side. It was only then that he could clearly see the fella he bumped into. He was almost 2 meters tall with a frightening and bloody aura around him.
Are you blind? How dare you bump into your ancestor's body? Before Mo Wuji could say anything, this fella was already pointing and cursing at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji didn't expect this fella to be this shameless because even though he was moving very quickly, he definitely didn't run into him on purpose. In fact, that fella shoved him on purpose when he was trying to enter the transfer array. 1. Pang Buong, the Buong that he chose in Chinese for his nickname meant never forget in English. Hence, he was trying to imply he will never forget about Jing Danwu. 2. Piercing wind, chilling river of E, the hero has to leave and he will never return. This was the direct translation and meaning of the lyrics of a poem written by an ancient poet representing a depressed person singing about the burdens of a true warrior who will not return until he completed the task he was given. This is the poem which I found on YouTube, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign or wfx2xk&hl=n-gb&gl=sg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 290, Porcelain Bumper. Chapter 290, Porcelain Bumper. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Do not fall for it, he did it on purpose, Chu Qianlu sounded out. The big bully who wanted to teach Mo Wuji a lesson took a few steps back when he saw Chu Qianlu walking over. He was not afraid of Chu Qianlu, but he realized that she was in the Nihility God stage, and if a Yuan Dan stage cultivator like himself were to charge forward, it would simply mean death for him.
On purpose? Mo Wuji looked quizzically at Chu Qianlu because he couldn't believe that a Yuan Dan stage cultivator would still commit such childish acts.
Chu Qianlu said in a low voice, "These people often look for new faces here, and when they find one, they will rush forward to find all sorts of reasons to provoke and pick a fight. After which, they would scam the victim of their spirit stones or other items, and people like these don't usually work alone but in a gang."
Mo Wuji was speechless as he couldn't believe he would meet a porcelain bumper here. 1.
Apologize or you can forget about going over, the big bully said with a killer voice. The crowd of cultivators around them saw the acts of the big bully but didn't find it strange as they continued to walk their own path.
Mo Wuji furrowed his brows as he looked at Chu Qianlu. "Sister Chu, are there no regulations here? It is allowed for people to hit and kill each other here?" Chu Qianlu sighed. "Killing is not allowed, but fighting has always been very common here. Do you know why the person who knocked into you was a Yuan Dan stage cultivator?
This was because there was a rule to prevent people of a higher cultivation level to fight someone of a lower level. Cultivators of the same level are allowed to fight because of any odd reason. I am confident that if you don't hand over a certain amount of compensation to him, he will make his move against you very soon." They were constantly on the lookout for new faces here, and basically every new face that appeared here would have been scammed by them before. He wanted you to apologize, but the truth was that he wanted you to give him some items as compensation. For cultivators in the same realm, it will be fine as long as the other party is not dead? Mo Wuji laughed out loud as he understood a system like this very well. The cultivation world needed strong experts, therefore for two fellas in the same realm, the stronger one would naturally be more welcomed into the Star Wars battlefield. Chu Qianlu immediately understood Mo Wuji's words and hurried to add on, "You must not do anything to them because it may seem like this on the surface, but the moment you offend these guys, they will even send people after you in the Star Wars battlefield." Previously, there was a true lake stage cultivator from the Lost Continent who didn't understand the rules here and was adamant about reasoning, so he was extremely unwilling to compensate. After which, he was robbed of his spiritual roots and was rumored to have committed suicide outside the piercing Wind City. The killing intent in Mo Wuji's eyes flashed by, and he said to Chu Qianlu and company in a calm manner, "You all get on the transfer array first, I will be there in a while." Chu Qianlu, Pang Qi, and the rest sighed in cohesion because they all knew that no matter what they said, they would not be able to advise Mo Wuji against his own will. They were all slightly aware of Mo Wuji's character, and they knew that it would be impossible for him to hand over spirit stones as compensation peacefully after being threatened like this. Seeing that Chu Qianlu and the rest had left Mo Wuji's side, the big bully walked over and said in a cold tone, "Since you didn't mean it, take out 100,000 spirit stones and I will let you off." People in their line knew very clearly that every cultivator heading towards the Star Wars battlefield for the first time would prepare large amount of pills and spirit stones in their rings. It could be said that they have never stepped into space before. Given their accurate judgment, it was almost impossible for them to commit such acts on a disciple of a big sect. Mo Wuji was too lazy to even say anything as he stepped forward and threw a punch. This big bully was only at Yuan Dan stage level 9 and was only a few levels away from Mo Wuji. Furthermore, he didn't believe that Mo Wuji would dare to act against him. Gotcha! The sound of bone cracking could be heard after the big bully was blown away by Mo Wuji's punch while vomiting blood in midair. Mo Wuji took a step over and landed his foot on the thigh of the big bully. Crack! The cracking sound of the thigh bone breaking apart made some people squeak. "Do you know what to do?" Mo Wuji lowered his head and asked the big bully under his feet. If Mo Wuji could bear the shame of being forced to pay compensation even though he just reached here, he shouldn't even be heading towards the Star Wars battlefield. "I will compensate you with spirit stones." Just as this big bully managed to utter these 6 words, numerous bodies surrounded Mo Wuji. A strong surge of aura flew towards Mo Wuji, and he could feel that it was a Nihility God stage expert. Just this aura alone would not be able to restrain Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji was worried that this Nihility God stage expert might act against him. All he hoped for was that the regulations Chu Qianlu mentioned earlier would stand firm. That big bully heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the people surrounding Mo Wuji. Even though he suffered a bit, he would probably recover in a few months' time, but if they didn't smash this boy's spiritual roots into powder after what he had done, they could forget about earning a living here anymore. At the thought of this, he could feel an insane amount of elemental energy tearing tens of his spirit channels. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, this big bully looked unexpectedly at Mo Wuji. "How dare you tear my spirit channels?" Having been a bully here for some time now, it wasn't that they hadn't met any vicious person. Even so, however vicious the person was, they would at most suffer a few bruises and the other party would still be required to compensate and then have his spirit channels taken away. This was in fact his first time having his spiritual roots ruined by someone. After he realized his whole body was useless with his spirit channels ruined, this big bully was so anxious and enraged that he fainted. "How dare you ruin a Yuan Dan stage cultivator's spirit channel here?" A fuming voice was heard and another crazy surge of aura charged towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was blown away by this surge of elemental energy aura as his whole body flew away like a piece of paper before hitting a stone pillar in front of the array door as some blood started to appear at the corner of his lips. "You Nihility God stage cultivator, how could you attack a Yuan Dan stage cultivator like myself?" Mo Wuji pointed furiously at the Nihility God stage cultivator as he was so enraged that his whole body was trembling. This Nihility God stage cultivator was shocked momentarily as he thought to himself, "Since when am I so strong?" His aura could at most slightly influence the battle but was most definitely not able to send a Yuan Dan stage cultivator flying and even spat out some blood. If he was truly that strong, he would have prepared himself to advance to the true God stage instead of wasting time here. The surrounding turned silent as everyone stared at this Nihility God stage cultivator. Very soon after, the Nihility God stage cultivator understood what was going on and his entire face turned pale. He was tricked by this Yuan Dan stage cultivator, and if he didn't act against Mo Wuji earlier on, he would not have fallen into Mo Wuji's trap. He used his insane aura against his opponent, and using such means were still acceptable because as long as the lower stage cultivator didn't get hurt by it, nobody would bother finding fault with it. However, his aura now caused a Yuan Dan stage cultivator to be blown away and even caused him to bleed. Why would nobody bring this matter up given the clear evidence displayed? This time round, it wasn't Mo Wuji who spat out blood but the Nihility God stage cultivator. He pointed at Mo Wuji with fear starting to build up in his heart. Before this Nihility God stage cultivator could say anything, a true God stage expert descended from the sky as he grabbed this cultivator and left in the other direction. Before this true God stage expert completely exited the big gate of the transfer array, the crowd heard the devastating cries of the Nihility God stage cultivator. At that moment, everyone knew that doom was near for the Nihility God stage cultivator. That devastating cry was a warning to everyone here that if you want to scam and cheat, you still had to abide by the rules. If every expert act against a lower cultivation level cultivator, there would be lesser and lesser genius experts appearing in the Star Wars battlefield. Mo Wuji wiped the blood stains off his lips as he gradually stood up. He looked at the numerous Yuan Dan stage cultivators who surrounded him earlier together with the Nihility God stage expert and said coldly, "May I know if any of you still want me to compensate with spirit stones? If you do, please step forward and say something." These Yuan Dan stage cultivators saw Mo Wuji as if they had seen a ghost as they disappeared in a jiffy. This was their first time seeing such an insidious newcomer that could even plot against a Nihility God stage expert. Who could guarantee they would not be the next one to be plotted against if they continued staying here? These few men had made up their mind on the spot to never continue such acts here anymore. Instead of having their spirit channels torn by someone, they would rather head towards the Star Wars battlefield and kill till their heart's content. Mo Wuji looked at the big bully lying on the floor and didn't even bother touching his storage ring before he turned and walked towards Chu Qianlu and the rest. Chu Qianlu ran over hastily as she was relieved that Mo Wuji didn't touch his storage ring. It would be doomsday for Mo Wuji too if he decided to touch the storage ring. Compensation of spirit stones was still acceptable as long as you didn't touch the storage ring yourself. The other party had to take out the item and pass it to your hand because it would be considered stealing if you touched their storage ring, and stealing here would result in a death penalty too. Fortunately you didn't touch that person's storage ring. Chu Qianlu was panting as she walked over to Mo Wuji. As for what Mo Wuji did to the Nihility God stage cultivator, Chu Qianlu didn't even find it surprising anymore. She had witnessed Mo Wuji combining his Yuan Dan stage strength with his intelligence to outwit a true lake stage cultivator, so this way of defeating people was not surprising at all for Chu Qianlu. Mo Wuji laughed. "I don't even value a Yuan Dan stage cultivator's storage ring." He truly had no idea about the regulation of not stealing other people's storage ring, but he was indeed not interested in a Yuan Dan stage storage ring. The storage rings he had on him were mostly true God stage, so what good things could possibly be in a Yuan Dan stage cultivator's storage ring? If he fought in the wild and killed a Yuan Dan stage cultivator, he might still pick the storage ring up, but in a place like this, he really couldn't be bothered to take the ring from a cultivator who had already lost his strength to fight back. "Let's go, we should hurry to the Star Wars battlefield. Other than that, we should be extra cautious when we reach the battlefield because even though they are not that powerful, they are still the local bully here," Chu Qianlu explained softly. "I know, let's go." Mo Wuji looked around and couldn't spot Ren Tianqing, hence, feeling slightly disappointed. However, he guessed that Ren Tianqing must have traveled to the Star Wars battlefield. Chu Qianlu was right because they were not required to pay any spirit stones to transfer themselves to the Star Wars battlefield, and all they needed to do was to get onto the transfer array. 1. A porcelain bumper in Chinese would refer to a person who damaged something on purpose and then asking for compensation. In this context, he was referring to the big bully who knocked him on purpose to provoke a fight and then robbing him of his valuables. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 291, Universal Board. Chapter 291, Universal Board.
Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Universal Board. After they reached the transfer array at the Universal Hall outside the Star Wars battlefield, the first thing Mo Wuji and company saw when they walked out of the Universal Hall was the massive board. Even though the massive board had no indication what board this was, Mo Wuji could tell that it had to be the Universal Board. The Universal Board and the Heaven-Seeking Board were different because the Universal Board showed the names of the cultivator and people could even see who the number 1 was, but they couldn't see what was on the ranking monument erected behind the ranked number 1. Every name on the Universal Board was extended out like a three-dimensional plaque, and it could be seen very clearly using one's naked eyes that there were no steps and between every 2 names was a spacing. Each of the Heaven, Earth and Mortal ranking board could hold up to about 10,000 names, but Mo Wuji could only see 1,000 names on the Universal Board. Additionally, Mo Wuji realized that he could only look at it with his naked eyes and not his spiritual will. The white-mustached fishing elder wanted him to climb to the top of this Universal Board that couldn't be scanned by spiritual will? I probably couldn't climb it with one jump, right? Mo Wuji subconsciously took a few steps forward, and he realized very quickly that the closer he was to the Universal Board, the greater the pressure felt. Even without trying, Mo Wuji already knew that it definitely wouldn't be easy even if he were to climb step by step on this extended three-dimensional ranking board. He wondered if things would be slightly easier after being ranked number 1. I didn't expect there to be only 1,000 people on the Universal Board, and wouldn't it be too difficult to climb up there? Mo Wuji sighed. Chu Qianlu explained, there are a total of 10,000 people on the Universal Board too. What you saw earlier on was the main board, and the rest of the people are all on the secondary board. She pointed to a place further away from them as she spoke. Mo Wuji's eyes followed the direction that Chu Qianlu pointed in. Indeed, he saw a huge array ranking monument. There were no steps or plaque on this array ranking monument, but only rows and rows of names. From top to bottom, the words might be small, but Mo Wuji was able to use his spiritual will to see everything. It was clear that this secondary board was only built afterwards, because the difference between the main board and itself was almost as big as the distance between heaven and earth. On the main Universal Board, every row only had one name and nothing else. On the secondary board, there was not only the name but also the sect that the expert belonged to. It must be very honorable for someone to be able to earn the right to have their name on the secondary board in a popular place like this Star Wars battlefield. That should be the Universal Hall, right? Pang Chi pointed to a quaint gray-colored building. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on this building as well, and he literally couldn't see how wide this building was. All he knew was that there were clouds sticking out on both sides of the building. He didn't manage to get a clear view of the building's peak because it was also shrouded by fog. Chu Qianlu nodded. Yes, this is the Universal Hall. We have to walk out of the Universal Hall to head towards the Star Wars battlefield, and I shall explain more when we enter. There is a smaller-scale cultivation city inside this Universal Hall. As she was speaking, Chu Qianlu brought everyone else into this gray-colored Universal Hall. The moment they entered the Universal Hall, Mo Wuji knew that Chu Qianlu was right, as he did see a smaller-scale cultivation city in here. There were shield arrays to shield against spiritual will everywhere, and he could only see shops, streets, hotels and double cultivators buildings which were similar to the brothels on Earth. The average spiritual energy in Jinemo continent was already many times denser than the Lost Continent, but the spiritual energy here at the Universal Hall was even denser. Also, there were countless streams of cultivators heading towards and leaving the Universal Hall, so it would be quite impossible to know the exact numbers here. Every single cultivator here had dense spiritual aura around them, as it was evident that no one here was ordinary. Mo Wuji looked around at the strength of the cultivators here and realized that being in the Yuan Dan stage here would be considered as one of the lowest cultivation level cultivators. There were countless of true lake stage and nihility god stage cultivators here, and even though there were very little Yuan Dan stage cultivators, there weren't a lot of true god stage cultivators too. As for the worldly immortal stage cultivators, Mo Wuji might not be able to tell even if he met them. How do we go over to the Star Wars battlefield? Wanting to head towards the thorny wind gate, Mo Wuji asked Chu Qianlu anxiously. Chu Qianlu pointed to a wide path in front of them and said, "By walking through there, we will reach the place to make our universal tokens. Once everyone made their universal tokens, I will bring all of you to the entrance of the Star Wars battlefield." Chu Qianlu didn't make empty promises because she did use her own ability to help Mo Wuji and company get their universal tokens registered. Additionally, she had done what she needed to do so well that nobody questioned the origins of Mo Wuji and company. Chu Qianlu handed the tokens to everyone and then brought everyone to another hall which was not too far away from them. The moment they entered the next hall, Mo Wuji felt like he entered a marketplace. There were many cultivators around and a variety of big and small arrays display screen showing the messages from the various groups and some even displaying recruitment messages. This was exactly the same as a Cultivation Cities Association. Chu Qianlu looked at those array display screens and said, "This place is called the Universal Pier where newcomers form their groups or get recruited by groups before heading towards the Star Wars battlefield. Therefore, if we want to go over to the Star Wars battlefield, we have to find informations here." On the second level of the Universal Pier is where people exchange items that they want using contribution points. In the event you don't wish to exchange for the items here, there are other buildings outside which you could exchange for items using your contribution points tool. In other words, in this place, universal contribution points are much more convenient and useful than spirit stones. There are many approaches to earn contribution points. The easiest way would be to join the military and make use of the military power. You could also accept missions here, kill space beasts or even kill alien cultivators to earn contribution points. Alien cultivators in space have a different way of cultivating from cultivators in the Genemo continent, so the way their soul dissipated upon death would be different too. This is exactly why the moment you kill an alien cultivator, you would receive contribution points. Remember to hang your universal token around your waist and not keep it inside your storage ring. Chu Qianlu brought Mo Wuji and the rest to the third level while she was speaking. On the third level, Mo Wuji saw a few huge array gates. Mo Wuji could be considered to be quite knowledgeable in array gates now, so in one glance, Mo Wuji was able to tell that these are voided array gates. Stepping out of these array doors would be equivalent to leaving the Genemo continent into a new space. Everyone saw the huge array gates, right? These are the array gates that leads to the Star Wars battlefield. Every gate here would lead you to a position in space outside the Genemo continent and you would be faced with threats the moment you walked out of these gates, Chu Qianlu said as she pointed to the array gates. Mo Wuji inquired, "Sister Chu, the universal hall that we are in is not in the Genemo continent anymore, right?" Chu Qianlu nodded her head, "Yes, this is the heart of the Genemo continent's protecting array. Don't think that the universal hall here is very safe, because the truth was that in the space beyond the array gates here, we, Genemo continent, stationed hundreds of huge militaries with us. Otherwise, our array gates will definitely not be able to defend against the attacks from space." Mo Wuji sighed in his heart because regardless in the cultivation or mortal world, the peace on the surface was exchanged by countless of fresh blood. Without the hundreds of militaries stationed outside the Genemo continent space, Genemo continent would have been invaded like the Lost Continent. Then why didn't anyone thought of entering from the Lost Continent then invade Genemo continent from the Lost Continent? Mo Wuji felt a little odd because given the Lost Continent weak defense, it should be very easy to invade. This time, without waiting for Chu Qianlu's reply, a cultivator standing by the side couldn't help but asked, My friend here just arrived, right?" The Lost Continent and us, Genemo continent, belong to one planet called Jinxing. In fact, we couldn't be more excited if people dared to invade us from the Lost Continent because they are simply courting death. Mo Wuji was even more curious because he really couldn't understand as he just came over from the Lost Continent. "Hold on, I barely managed to get here alive too." Chu Qianlu explained, "There are indeed flaws in the cultivation regulations in the Lost Continent, for example the lack of spiritual energy. The moment someone invade the Lost Continent, all we needed to do is to close the Jinxing's trap array and these people are as good as dead because it isn't that easy to get from the Lost Continent to Genemo.
Furthermore, they wouldn't be able to do much by staying in the lost continent.
Mo Wuji finally understood what he meant. They must have had control over the huge Xinxing protecting array. As for people invading the lost continent, even if they killed a whole lot of people there, it would simply be like losing a few ants in the eyes of the Xinmo continent power holder. This was exactly like what the earlier cultivators said, that they couldn't be more excited for people to invade the lost continent. This was because if those trapped in the lost continent were not extremely strong, it would simply be a case of hitting dogs behind closed doors for cultivators of the Xinmo continent. Mo Wuji suddenly felt uncomfortable and he gradually lost his initial admiration for the power holders of Xinmo continent. They were simply protecting their own personal interest instead of protecting the people of Xinxing when they set up such a measure. We can understand more on the first level and then either choose our own groups to join to enter the Star Wars battlefield or accept a mission together to enter battlefield together. Even though Chu Qianlu's level of cultivation was much higher than Mo Wuji, she would still ask for Mo Wuji's opinion. She believed that as long as Mo Wuji don't die in the Star Wars battlefield, his cultivation level would most likely surpass hers in a decade's time. Mo Wuji said apologetically, "I have some matter on my hand which requires me to enter the Star Wars battlefield alone, so if I am able to make it back in time, we could enter as a group in the future. If I couldn't make it back in time, then, forget it." Mo Wuji had long decided that he needed to visit the Thorny Windgate, and because it was an extreme realm, he would naturally not bring Pang Qi and company over with him. Otherwise, he would be harming them instead of helping them. Pang Qi and company heard that Mo Wuji wanted to enter the battlefield himself and a trace of disappointment flashed across all their eyes. Evidently, they were all ready to enter as a group with Mo Wuji. However, they all respected Mo Wuji's decision and immediately expressed their agreement to work together in the future. Mo Wuji was a very decisive person, so he bade goodbye to Chu Qianlu and company immediately after he made his decision. Because he didn't want the rest know where he was going, he decided to find out more about the Thorny Wind Gate on his own. After a couple of hours, Mo Wuji returned to the level 3 of the Universal Pier yet again as he was ready to enter the Star Wars battlefield from here. Just after Mo Wuji left, there was a yellow-haired cultivator rushing to the first level as he met up with a gloomy faced man who had been waiting in one of the spiritual tea room. Just as he saw a man walking over to him, he instantly stood up and asked, "Has he left?" He had just left, and I've heard that he had been asking about the location of the Thorny Windgate and even bought a spatial positioning ball heading towards the Thorny Windgate. He left from the spatial gate number 7, the yellow-haired cultivator replied. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 292, Earthboard's Expert. Chapter 292, Earthboard's Expert. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji stepped out of the spatial gate and landed on a piece of suspended plaza. Around the plaza was the faint gray space, and he noticed a few cultivators drawing their own flying ships to make their way into the boundless and vast space. There were also a few cultivators, coming from afar, landing on this plaza. Fortunately, cultivators could survive with just spiritual energy in the air as the surrounding layer of air became thinner by the minute. However, Mo Wuji had already experienced too many places with the lack of oxygen, so with the thin layer of air here, Mo Wuji didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He was thankful for his flying ship because without his flying ship, even if he was capable enough to walk in space, he would lose both his speed and direction. Mo Wuji originally wanted to use the round flying ship, but at the thought of the fact that the round flying ship belonged to a true god stage expert of the Xinmo continent, he managed to convince himself against the idea of using it. He decided to take out the flying ship he retrieved from the true god stage alien cultivator. This flying ship was slightly faster than Xin Shuin's flying car, but was still not good enough for him. Mo Wuji started driving this flying ship as he left this suspended plaza for the vast space ahead. Even though he didn't see any encampment of the Xinmo military which Chu Qianlu mentioned, he guessed that it wouldn't be too far away from the Universal Hall.
Mo Wuji heard Chu Qianlu talked about the importance of positioning in the space because one would lose his way very easily if he didn't know his position in this vast space. One must not think that there were a few stars which one could use as reference because everything and anything could happen in space. Maybe you could be using this particular star as a reference today, but you could still disappear without a trace the very next day. Therefore, every cultivators who entered the space would buy a spatial positioning ball. There were many types of spatial positioning ball in the Universal Hall, and the most expensive type would be a spatial positioning ball indicating the space routes to various locations. However, Mo Wuji wasn't able to afford that because even though he had over millions of Earth-grade spirit stones, he intended to use these for cultivation. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't use everything he had to purchase one spatial positioning ball. Other than this, there were the single space array gate positioning ball. For example, Mo Wuji came out from the spatial gate number 7 so he could purchase the spatial positioning ball depicting the area outside of this spatial gate number 7. The price of such a spatial positioning ball was not very cheap, therefore, after much considerations, Mo Wuji decided to wait till he earned contribution points before getting one of those. Using contribution points to exchange for the positioning ball would be the most affordable way here in the Universal Hall. Eventually, Mo Wuji used his spirit stones to buy a single route spatial positioning ball which would lead to the Thorny Wind Gate. Such a spatial positioning ball would only show one location, and in Mo Wuji's ball, it would only show the route to the Thorny Wind Gate. The only good thing about this was that it was cheap and the positioning was more accurate than the others. After the flying ship entered the space, Mo Wuji ignited the spatial positioning ball he bought, and indeed, it only displayed one clear direction. No matter how vast the space was, Mo Wuji only needed to follow this direction and he would most definitely reach the Thorny Wind Gate. After flying for several days in space, Mo Wuji decided to change a flying ship. This flying ship's grade was simply too low, hence the extremely slow pace. Just as his flying ship began to slow down and before he started changing to the round flying ship, a flying ship flew past him, blocking the front of his flying ship. Mo Wuji immediately stopped what he was doing and simultaneously stopped his own flying ship before standing on the bow of his ship as he stared at this flying ship obstructing him. There were two people on board the ship. The yellow hair fella should be in the Yuan Dan stage while the gloomy face man should be in the advanced stage of the True Lake stage. Even though he was in Yuan Dan stage level 12 and could possibly win an opponent of higher cultivation level than himself, there was also a limit to what he could do. He would definitely not have the capabilities to defeat an advanced stage True Lake stage cultivator. Are you the one who ripped Wuji's spiritual roots and then plotted against my second uncle at the Piercing Wind City's transfer plaza? The True Lake stage cultivator looked at Mo Wuji as if he was staring at a dead man. So this fella is here for revenge. Mo Wuji kept his flying ship calmly. Come at me if it's revenge he wants. In terms of strength, he would definitely not match this True Lake stage cultivator, but he really had no fear. It wouldn't be beneficial for him to fight against a strong expert, so even if he couldn't beat him, he could just run away. As for the Yuan Dan stage cultivator, he had to find and make the most of every opportunity to finish him off. Fight me if you want, why bother saying so much rubbish? Mo Wuji reached out his hand and grabbed his own Tianji pole. Senior apprentice brother Jiai's, help me hold the line. How dare a small Yuan Dan stage be so arrogant, said the Yuan Dan stage cultivator. Mo Wuji was even more speechless. This fella's cultivation level was slightly lower than his, yet he dared to say Mo Wuji was arrogant. In his heart, Mo Wuji couldn't wait for this Yuan Dan stage cultivator to make his move because then, he wouldn't need to find an opportunity and could kill one first. Go ahead, I will just watch from here, so don't worry. The True Lake stage cultivator nodded his head because in his eyes, Mo Wuji was definitely a dead man. He didn't wish to waste any time, so while Mo Wuji was busy with the yellow-haired, he would directly intervene and slap Mo Wuji to death. A stronger personnel sneak attacking a weaker cultivator? In this battlefield, as long as you could survive, nobody would find it odd even if a worldly immortal stage cultivator sneak attacked a mortal. He was just worried that Mo Wuji might have some teleport talisman to help him escape under his nose.
Noticing that Mo Wuji had kept his flying treasure, he had some suspicions that Mo Wuji might have planned some tricks to escape. He didn't wish to step in the fight now because he wanted to observe Mo Wuji closely. Concurrently, he wanted to finish Mo Wuji off in the shortest time possible because firstly, he was afraid someone might witness this. After all, Mo Wuji knew an Nihility God stage cultivator. Secondly, he wanted Mo Wuji's concealment technique. To be honest, Mo Wuji's spirituality was not evident, but he was indeed in the Yuan Dan stage, which showed how extraordinary his concealment technique was. As long as he got hold of such a concealment technique, he was confident it would come in handy in the future. After receiving the true lake stage cultivator's approval, this yellow hair cultivator drew his lone scissors as he charged towards Mo Wuji unscrupulously. He took the initiative and said he wanted to deal with Mo Wuji simply because he wanted his senior apprentice brother Zhai's to witness his strength. To him, even if Mo Wuji was in the Yuan Dan stage level 9, he would be able to kill him easily. An explosive surge of elemental energy was released towards him, which made Mo Wuji realize that this yellow hair fella dared to attack him because he certainly had some tricks up his sleeves. Mo Wuji swung out the Tianji pole in his hand and the two surges of elemental energy clashed against each other as Mo Wuji flew away. "You think you can run?" The yellow hair fella laughed as he moved like lightning towards the direction Mo Wuji was retreating. The true lake stage cultivator was slightly shocked because he didn't expect Mo Wuji's elemental energy to be this weak. This made him forget about the thought of planning a sneak attack on Mo Wuji. He wasn't suspicious because he knew very clearly the strength of the yellow hair cultivator, and he also knew that an average Yuan Dan stage cultivator would be even weaker than Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had already experienced the Jin Mo continent's despicable means of dealing with people, and it wasn't his first time getting sneak attacked on. The first time when Seng Hui ambushed him, he would have been dead if it wasn't for Tsin Shuin. The second time Chiu He of the Chu clan tried to sneak attack him, and similarly, he would have suffered the blow of the attack if he was not cautious enough. This time round, he didn't believe that the true lake stage cultivator would not ambush him while he was fighting the Yuan Dan stage cultivator. Therefore, his first move would be to be blown away to distance himself further away to avoid a possible ambush. The yellow hair fella charged forward half the distance and realized that Mo Wuji started to move forward instead of retreating and appeared right in front of him. The yellow hair was astonished because even he was not able to change direction as quickly as Mo Wuji. Not good, the opponent was blown away on purpose. When the yellow hair thought of this, Mo Wuji's Tianji pole had already landed. The truth was that after reaching the space, Mo Wuji knew that his decision to keep the flying ship was absolutely right. Even though he hadn't reached the Nihility God stage, there was close to zero gravity in this space, therefore, any Yuan Dan stage cultivators would be able to use their elemental energy to travel by foot in space. The one advantage Mo Wuji had over this yellow hair fella was that his spiritual will was far more superior over him. To control his body in space, the spiritual will was much more important than the elemental energy, so he got used to this new environment very quickly and was thus able to easily control his own movement. After exchanging this blow with the yellow hair, flying backwards worked well indeed. Boom! The yellow hair hastily raised his lone scissors to block off Mo Wuji's Tianji pole. Without waiting for the yellow hair fella to back off, tens of invisible swords chi was shot out. As he could feel the invisible swords chi piercing through his forehead and throat, the yellow hair fella shut his eyes helplessly as he knew even celestial beings would not be able to save him. After making his decision to enter the Star Wars battlefield, he knew there would be a day he would get killed, but he never expected himself to die within 2 moves of a cultivator of the same stage as himself. Die for me. The moment Mo Wuji killed the yellow hair fella, the true lake stage cultivator threw himself at Mo Wuji as he shouted furiously while sending a blade radiance which looked like doorplate towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji retreated his Tianji pole and fended off this blade radiance. Boom! Elemental energy exploded in space and Mo Wuji was tossed around in space just like a gyroscope. Just one exchange against this true lake stage cultivator made Mo Wuji realize that he was clearly not a match for this opponent. This time, Mo Wuji didn't get tossed over on purpose but was legitimately blown away.
Mo Wuji suspected that this fella could be in the great circle of the true lake stage, and to fight head-to-head against such an expert, he would certainly die. Things would be different if he could advance to the true lake stage too and then used some tricks to deal with him. After confirming that the opponent was in the great circle of the true lake stage, Mo Wuji sent out tens of lightning bolts towards him without any hesitation before drawing out his round flying ship and dashed out. The space was so vast such that it was easy to escape but also easy to chase after. These tens of lightning bolts could merely retain this true lake stage cultivator for a moment, and a breath later, this true lake stage cultivator was wild with joy. He was sure that Mo Wuji didn't have lightning affinity spiritual roots, and for a cultivator like this to be able to execute lightning magic skills, it was clear that he must have had a lightning technique which even normal spiritual roots cultivators could cultivate. A technique like this was simple priceless in the Jin Mo continent. Once he was able to get hold of this, he would definitely be able to raise up the ranks again. He, Fujii's, was able to step into the tail end of the Earthboard while being only half a step into Nihility God stage was only because he was able to kill a Earthboard ranked Nihility God stage expert under extremely fortunate and coincidental circumstances. Because he was the only one clear of what had happened and the fact that he wasn't strong enough to be ranked on the Earthboard yet, he didn't normally dare to reveal himself to let others challenge him. Now if he could really retrieve the lightning affinity technique, all he needed to do was to advance into the Nihility God stage and he would finally be a true Earthboard expert. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 293, Killing Intent in Space. Chapter 293, Killing Intent in Space. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Despite knowing that his flying ship was much faster than that true lake stage cultivator's flying ship, Mo Wuji didn't rest on his laurels. Yes, Mo Wuji could certainly lose him, but if he was able to block him on his way to the thorny Wingate, then the true lake stage cultivator must be aware of Mo Wuji's destination. However, Mo Wuji couldn't not go to the thorny Wingate, so Mo Wuji was truly stuck in between. He really wanted to find ways to enter the true lake stage because if he could advance, he would have a slight chance of being able to fight against the cultivator in the great circle of the true lake stage who was chasing after him. If the difference in strength was too huge, even with the best tactics and plots, he could still lose his little life. While Mo Wuji was standing on the bow of the flying ship thinking of how to deal with the fella chasing after him, the flying ship started to shudder violently out of the blue. Before Mo Wuji could understand what was happening, his spiritual will sensed countless of demonic beasts charging towards him. These demonic beasts looked like a bunch of scorpions with two large pincers each and a tail that looked like a steel whip. What was more tingling than those were the demonic beasts' numerous tiny legs that were packed densely together. The bigger ones were about 2 to 3 meters long while the smaller ones were only about a few centimeters long. Mo Wuji showed no signs of hesitation at all as he immediately changed the direction of the flying ship's heading. It might be the first time Mo Wuji had seen such beasts, but this wasn't the first time he heard about it. When they were on the road, while Chu Qianlu was mentioning about the space beasts, she did mention about this space scorpions. Additionally, out of all the space beasts, the space scorpion was ranked in the first few in terms of strength. This beast might not be strong on its own, but they always attack as a group. Moreover, these beasts were venomous and you would be poisoned whether you were bitten, grabbed, or stung by it. One bite would result in one stream of poison entering one's blood, and under the attacks of the countless numbers of scorpions, once you were bitten countless of times, the massive accumulation of poison in your body would eventually lead to death. Even a true God stage expert would find it hard to escape when surrounded by countless of space scorpions. Noticing that Mo Wuji's flying ship turned back, that true lake stage cultivator was pleasantly surprised as he charged towards Mo Wuji's flying ship with both blades drawn without hesitation. Mo Wuji knew that if he didn't keep his flying ship immediately, his flying ship would be destroyed in the next moment. He could possibly use his flying ship to defend himself for a while before escaping, but where would he escape to if his flying ship was damaged? He had no idea if the other flying ships of his would be faster than this true lake stage cultivator's. Mo Wuji kept his flying ship, and elemental energy from all 102 meridians started circulating, and an insane amount of energy blasted out of the Tianji pole. At this moment, there were no hidden techniques, and it was basically brute force against brute force. Boom! The elemental energy exploded, and Mo Wuji spat out a fresh mouthful of blood as his whole body coincidentally flew towards the incoming space scorpions. Presently, the true lake stage cultivator finally understood why Mo Wuji was escaping, because if he was met with such a huge number of space scorpions himself, he would have done the same as Mo Wuji. The pity was that because he was so anxious to kill Mo Wuji, even though he sent Mo Wuji into the crowd of space scorpions, he was led into the same crowd himself too. This was already too late to regret, because finding a way to block these space scorpions should be the more urgent matter presently. Lightning flashed all around Mo Wuji's body, and countless of space scorpions were struck dead by his lightning bolts. This made Mo Wuji heave a sigh of relief, because these space scorpions were not particularly strong in battle, and the strongest ones were only in the basic stage of the Yuan Dan stage, while the rest were in the transcending mortality, spirit building, and some even in the channel opening stage. The space scorpion's main way of attacking would be to bite and grab, but Mo Wuji noticed that some stronger space scorpions were even able to shoot out invisible venomous needle. He was careless and got struck by 2 of the noodles, but was fortunate that he had a lot of antidotes with him. He didn't waste any time in forcing the needle out as he swallowed the antidote. Only till this moment that Mo Wuji realized he should have a defensive magic treasure. He flipped through the items in his storage ring before taking out a concave shield. This concave shield actually belonged to Jingumu, because after he managed to refine Jingumu's storage ring, Mo Wuji found a few decent spiritual items, and this was one of it. Mo Wuji continuously shot out lightning bolts while he used the shortest possible time to refine the shield. In the midst of doing so, he was struck by a few more invisible needles. The moment this concave shield was brought out, it turned into a 3-directional defense shield, which instantly reduced the pressure on Mo Wuji greatly. Presently, even Mo Wuji wanted to curse at himself for not thinking ahead and refined a few defense magic treasure beforehand. This was the classic case of not being able to gain knowledge without practice. After this incident today, Mo Wuji realized that there would be no disadvantages of having a few refined defense magic treasures with him. Fortunately, these space scorpions were not very strong in combat, which gave him the chance to refine this defensive shield on the spot. Mo Wuji hurried to continue scanning the other items in his storage ring, and he found out that there were 2 other slightly weaker defensive magic treasures other than the one he drew out. These 2 defensive magic treasures were both found in the storage ring of the true God stage cultivator. Mo Wuji seldom saw people using defensive magic treasure, and he wondered if the value of defensive magic treasures were much higher than the average offensive magic treasures. The pity was that his Heaven Crow natural silk armor had already been destroyed, because it could still be useful in this situation if it wasn't destroyed. After avoiding more venomous needles, Mo Wuji released big chunks of lightning bolts towards them. The surrounding space scorpions were all killed in big crowds. Against these slightly weaker space scorpions, Mo Wuji guessed that his scholar's heart would be more useful and effective. However, Mo Wuji wouldn't dare to casually reveal his scholar's heart while that true lake stage cultivator was still alive. Without finding out how precious this scholar's heart truly was, just based on the fact that he almost lost his little life getting this scholar's heart, he knew that this item must be extraordinarily valuable. After entering the world of cultivation, this scholar's heart was the most difficult magic treasure that he obtained. Or rather, it was the only decent magic treasure that he had with him. Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on that true lake stage cultivator, and he noticed that he actually had no defensive magic treasure with him too. Currently, the true lake stage cultivator was in a situation worse than himself, because even though his cultivation level was higher, he lacked any magic skills to mass kill. His big blade radiance was indeed able to kill a group of space scorpions, but there were simply too many groups of space scorpions for him to deal with given his energy level. Mo Wuji was surprisingly pleased as he continuously killed the space scorpions while taking out another defensive shield. While he tried to refine the new defensive shield, Mo Wuji realized he made a mistake. The moment these 2 defensive shields were out, his spiritual will was obstructed, and in the very next moment, he was stung by several venomous needles. Mo Wuji hurried to keep the second defensive shield as he forced out the venomous needles in him while using more lightning bolts to fend off the space scorpions. Mo Wuji finally understood why there were very few cultivators using the defensive magic treasures. This was because defensive magic treasures would exhaust one's spiritual will very quickly. If not for the support from his 102 meridians as well as his training of spiritual will in the mortal world, he would have not been able to hold on for any longer. Even so, Mo Wuji guessed that he wouldn't be able to hold on for a long time. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji lost his motivation to continue killing the space scorpions. Therefore, he started to move while killing them. To escape from this massive crowd of space scorpions, it would be impossible without executing any big move. Even though these space scorpions were fighting forward relentlessly, they still had some instincts within them. For example, when he tried to break away from them, even more space scorpions would charge towards the direction he was trying to break away so as to obstruct him. It would still be possible for him to break away, but he needed to kill this true lake stage cultivator first. The true lake stage cultivator was presently killing the massive number of space scorpions surrounding him. His body was similarly struck by many venomous needles and he had no energy left to pay attention to Mo Wuji. In his eyes, if he had such a tough time trying to hold on, Mo Wuji should have a much tougher time. Mo Wuji had already slowly made his way to a position not very far away from the back of this true lake stage cultivator. Mo Wuji shot out tens of invisible swords towards the cultivator while the true lake stage cultivator was focused on killing the space scorpions. Concurrently, a few huge electroballs were shot towards the true lake stage cultivator. This true lake stage cultivator was helplessly trapped by the space scorpions and was constantly engrossed in the massacre of the space scorpions. All he thought about was to find ways to escape, so why would he be able to notice the fluctuation in space? By the time he realized that these fluctuations were not because of the attacks from the space scorpions, it was already too late. Puff! Puff! Two streams of blood were shot out of this true lake stage cultivator's body and he knew instantly that he was the target of an assassination. He quickly tried to shift away, but before he could stand firmly, boom! Boom! Two intense electroballs exploded below his feet. The moment both his legs were blasted off, the surrounding vicious space scorpions immediately pounced onto the true lake stage cultivator. This true lake stage cultivator turned to look desperately at Mo Wuji as he didn't bother fending against the incoming space scorpions anymore. He knew that he would certainly be dead today even if Mo Wuji didn't act against him. Under such circumstances, there was no reason for him to resist anymore. Mo Wuji would never give him any chance of survival as he didn't even bother avoiding the incoming venomous needles while shooting out yet another invisible sword that pierced through the true lake stage cultivator's forehead. The moment this true lake stage cultivator gave up completely, his entire body disappeared within the crowd of space scorpions. Mo Wuji hurried to release yet another bunch of lightning bolts to blast these space scorpions near him away before swallowing a few antidotes to counter the poison in him. At this moment, even the remains of the true lake stage cultivator were nowhere to be seen. He was completely engulfed by the space scorpions, and after they engulfed the true lake stage cultivator, the rest of the space scorpions charged like a menacing wave towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji kept his concave shield and using his spiritual will, his scholar's heart turned into flames surrounding his entire body before making his way out. If he didn't escape out hurriedly, even if he had 3 elemental storage channels, he would still die from these relentless attacks of the space scorpions. When the countless of space scorpions touched the flame of the scholar's heart, they either disintegrated into ashes immediately or were left dead in space. Mo Wuji was secretly celebrating at the fact that while they attacked in large numbers, they were not exactly that strong. The moment he were to be met with stronger demonic beasts, he would use his scholar's heart to set up a defensive shield around him. Against these terrifying space scorpions charge at him, they were destroyed and scattered very quickly. After the scholar's heart was refined by him, its offensive capabilities were still not as strong as when it was without an owner. As for this matter, Mo Wuji wasn't too worried because he knew that as he grew stronger, his scholar's heart would definitely advance and become much stronger too. The numerous space scorpions were directly burnt to death by the scholar's heart, while even more space scorpions instinctively obstructed Mo Wuji's escape route. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 294, Rogue Cultivator 2705 re-emerges. Chapter 294, Rogue Cultivator 2705 re-emerges. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. A moment later, Mo Wuji realized that he would not be able to charge out with brute force. Once his elemental energy and spiritual will ran out, he would die. At this point, Mo Wuji directly threw out large quantities of lightning bolts. Originally he had the scholar's heart to cover and protect him, so he technically did not need lightning bolts and just had to charge forward. However, after some time he noticed a pattern. The more star scorpions he killed, the more blocked his way. This meant that it was never ending, and the more he charged forward, the thicker the wall of star scorpions. Hence Mo Wuji tried to increase his rate of attacks at the area ahead of him, and as expected, more space scorpions rushed over to block him. His lightning bolts continued to stretch out further, not to attack the space scorpions by his side, but those much further away. After Mo Wuji's attack, he could no longer see the open space in front of him. This was because even more space scorpions had instinctively blocked his path, and with his spiritual will, Mo Wuji realized that the space scorpions behind him had thinned out. Taking a deep breath, he knew that this was the moment to escape. As long as he could turn around in the shortest time possible and take out his flying ship as fast as he could, there was a chance of escaping. For this he had to be extremely fast, as those space scorpion, while not smart, were not stupid either. Once they found out that he had turned around suddenly, it would put them on guard even more. The next time he tried to create such an opportunity, it would be much more difficult. It was a pity that the scholar's heart still had no offensive capabilities, otherwise if he could throw out a large wave of green fire, no matter how many space scorpions there were, they would just be a joke. Another few waves of lightning bolts landed in front, and Mo Wuji drew out the spherical flying ship. Indeed, Mo Wuji's sudden turning around motion confused the space scorpions, blocking his way momentarily. By the time they charged forward again, his flying ship had been started up, and he charged out, leaving a blur behind. 2 hours later, the figures of space scorpions left the field of vision of Mo Wuji's spiritual will, and he finally sat down at the bow of the flying ship, sweating profusely. This had been the closest of close shaves, as he was nearly done in by the space scorpions. Who is that guy that just appeared at rank 9831 on the Earth board? His name is so weird, Rogue Cultivator 2705? On the large plaza in 9Mo City, someone noticed the unusual name that had been added onto the Earth board. Mo Wuji did not know that the name Rogue Cultivator 2705 would appear on the Earth board, as he would have reported a name if he knew that he would continue to be represented as Rogue Cultivator 2705 after killing the Great Circle of True Lake Stage Cultivator after remaining nameless. Even using the name Mo Wuji was better than having Rogue Cultivator 2705 appear on Jin-Mo continent. I know who the original rank 9831 was. His name is Fu Zhais, an expert a half-step into Nihility God stage, who had killed a seriously injured Nihility God stage level 6 expert out of luck a year ago. That Nihility God stage level 6 expert was originally ranked 9831 on the Earth board, but because Fu Zhais killed him, he was able to get onto the Earth board. To most cultivators, the 10,000 names on the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal boards were not really much. Many could regurgitate any name on any of the 3 boards. That's right, I've heard of that before. This guy is afraid of being challenged by others, so who knows where he hid to. This Rogue Cultivator 2705 is quite lucky to be able to meet this sham Fu Zhais. Rogue Cultivator 2705, isn't he? Another cultivator remembered who Rogue Cultivator 2705 was in the middle of his sentence. Such a famous person, and one could say that no one that followed the 3 board would not know who Rogue Cultivator 2705 was. You're not that hopeless after all.
Who was the previous rank 1 of the mortal board? Wasn't it Rogue Cultivator 2705? I heard that Gu Shaoyi admitted that he isn't a match for this guy too. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air, and could not believe that this was true. Rogue Cultivator 2705 becoming rank 1 on the mortal board and going on the earth board was definitely true, and nothing surprising. The shocking thing was, just how long ago did Rogue Cultivator 2705 become rank 1 on the mortal board? Even if Rogue Cultivator 2705 advanced to Yuan Dan stage, the earth board had no Yuan Dan stage cultivators on it up till today. Even the worst was in the advanced True Lake stage, and those would have got on the board with exceedingly good luck, then disappeared soon after. A good example would have been Fu Zhuai's. Rogue Cultivator 2705 could have advanced to Yuan Dan stage, but he definitely couldn't reach True Lake stage in a mere few years' time, right? So what if he had really reached True Lake stage? The earth board was not the stage for True Lake stage cultivators, and even those that scraped through were in advanced True Lake stage. It was basically the territory of Nihility God stage experts. Rogue Cultivator 2705, I heard his Tao companion was forced into a corner in space by the young Hall Master of the Star King Mountains Star Wars Hall. Don't spout nonsense, otherwise you won't even know how you were killed. The same discussion happened on all plazas in Jinmo continent with the 3 boards erected in them. Initially, all talks of Rogue Cultivator 2705 had died down after his name left the mortal board, but now he had become the main topic for everyone's conversations. Star King Mountain's Star Lord Summit. A middle-aged man wearing ordinary clothes stood with his hands behind his back, on the edge of a cliff, gazing into the long winding rivers in the distance. A brown-robed old man speedily walked over, softly speaking behind the middle-aged man. Star-Lord, Rogue Cultivator 2705 has appeared again. I heard that he got to rank 9831 of the Earth board. Oh, based on the duration of time, he should be at most in Yuan Dan stage, right? A Yuan Dan stage entering the Earth board, he's this extraordinary? No wonder he became rank 1 on Star King Mountain's Mortal King board. The middle-aged man referred to as Star-Lord suddenly turned around and spoke agitatedly. That's right, have the men that the Xia clan sent to Lost Continent returned? The brown-robed man quickly replied, they haven't, including worldly immortal stage Guqi. I suspect that there's some top-notch expert on the Lost Continent that made all of them stay behind, but. The middle-aged Star-Lord nodded his head, this is not impossible. Back when the Lost Continent's rules were not destroyed, they had more prodigies, and there were many more experts over there as compared to Jinmo continent. You should instead focus on monitoring the Xia clan, and don't allow them to return to the Lost Continent again. But since Rogue Cultivator 2705 has come to Jinmo continent, I doubt that the Xia clan will want to go back to the Lost Continent. Yes, Star-Lord. Should I look for Rogue Cultivator 2705 and protect him from the shadows? Otherwise I'm afraid that the Xia clan will harm him. The brown-robed old man whispered. After a long period of silence, the middle-aged Star-Lord sighed, a genius that requires protection is not truly a genius. Let him be. If he is able to survive, it means that he is indeed the person that will save our Jinxing. If he can't even survive, then there's no need to talk about anything else. Moreover, he was able to make it so far precisely because he is a rogue cultivator with no one to protect him. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged Star-Lord shook his head, seemingly mumbling to himself, it's a pity that this guy is too pale, with the look of a scholar. He's not the ideal person. He had obtained the details of how Rogue Cultivator 2705 looked like from the Xia clan, which described Mo Wuji's pale scholar disguise. At the same time in Star King Mountain's Star Wars Hall Xia clan, Xiamu had just come out from cultivation, and as compared to when he had just arrived at the Lost Continent a few years ago, the Xiamu now had a stable and sharp aura about him. The aura around him had settled down, and he began to appear like an expert. Young master, there's news about Rogue Cultivator 2705. The short roads ran in excitedly. Since Tseng Hui was killed, most of Xiamu's tasks were entrusted to him. Where?
A pleasant look of surprise instantly appeared on Xiaomu's face as he suddenly stood up. However, he soon thought of his father's teachings, hence sitting down once again, and suppressing the rashness in his heart. Rhodes replied, he got on the earth board, and is rank 9831. This made Xiaomu stunned for a while, before he spoke again. This guy is indeed impressive, to be able to reach rank 9831 in a short few years' time. He was indeed rather shocked, as he had barely reached the top 1000 in rank on the earth board after hustling till today. At the same time, he was very aware that his rank was fake. In actuality, he might really be outside the top 2000 ranks. I want to report this to my father. Xiaomu soon came to a decision. The rogue cultivator 2705 could sneakily take out Zheng Hui, hence he probably was seeking death if he faced rogue cultivator 2705 alone. On top of that, he had forced rogue cultivator 2705's Dao companion to her death, so rogue cultivator 2705 probably had a big grudge against him. A deep voice laced with joy came from the door. My son seems to have improved recently, to know how to plan before taking action. Father, Xiaomu immediately stood to one side and bowed upon seeing the man that had entered. It was his father that had come in, Star King Mountain Star Wars Hall's Hall Master Xia Dandao. Greetings Hall Master. Rhodes bowed respectfully towards Xia Dandao before leaving carefully. Xia Dandao walked to the seat that Xiaomu just stood up from, and spoke. Star Lord has noticed that rogue cultivator 2705, so if you want to act, you cannot act openly. This will be bad for the Xia clan. Find out his location first. Yes, father. Xiaomu quickly replied. Rogue cultivator 2705 definitely had to die by his hands. He was no longer the Xiaomu from a few years ago. Even if his father had not said so, he would not have openly gone to kill rogue cultivator 2705. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 295, Thorny Wind Gate. Chapter 295, Thorny Wind Gate. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji looked at the universal token hanging by his waist, and there were already numbers on it. Mo Wuji, Universal Contribution Points, 149, rank, none. Seeing this, Mo Wuji was a little speechless. The thousands and tens of thousands of space scorpions he just killed were actually just worth 149 points? It seemed like he could only get 1 point after killing many small space scorpions. However, he did not mind this at all, as this was just the beginning. Once he could spew out waves of the scholar's heart, a whole patch of space scorpions would be easily wiped out. For the next few days, Mo Wuji was on high alert. Even though he met a few large groups of space beasts, he actively avoided them. These large groups of space beasts would not give many points, and he might even lose his life while fighting them instead. Half a month later, Mo Wuji came to a stop. Before him there was a large whirlpool, and in it wild howling of wind could be heard. Without entering it, one could feel a sense of trepidation. This is the Thorny Wind Gate? Mo Wuji began to worry as he looked at the gigantic whirlpool. While he had bought some introductions to the Thorny Wind Gate, but they were not very detailed, and only mentioned that the wind in it was like thorns, and there was a 90% chance of death after entering. With Xin Shuin's cultivation level, what would be her chances of survival after going in the Thorny Wind Gate? It probably was like throwing a dice, relying totally on luck, right? Keeping the flying ship, Mo Wuji took out the concave shield. After some thought, he also took off the universal token at his waist. This universal token was very important, and if it got blown away by a gust, he would have to remake one. Who knew if Chu Qianlu could help him make it a second time? When his preparations were complete, he took in a deep breath, then jumped straight into the whirlpool. Terrifying forces tugged at him from all directions, and even though Mo Wuji's spiritual will was not weak, the shield instantly left his spiritual will's range, disappearing completely. Following which strikes which felt like they were made by thorny whips landed on his body, taking his clothing with them, and even his skin had lines of blood left on it. Mo Wuji felt as though he had been thrown into a washing machine, and did not have any power to fight back. The strong wind threw him like a rag doll, and the thorny wind whips took away patches of his skin. Whoosh! A large force hit him, and Mo Wuji's rotating ceased, finally being thrown out of the terrifying whirlpool and onto the ground. The sounds of bones cracking were clearly heard, and Mo Wuji quickly grabbed a few healing pills to consume. Dense spiritual energy game blowing over. This density of spiritual energy was even greater than the density of gusts, but it was a pity that this location was not suitable for cultivation. However, he still rejoiced as he had went through too many instances of suffering, otherwise the hit just now would have knocked him out. What would happen to him if he fainted in such a location? Mo Wuji soon realized that his celebration was not unfounded. Just as he had climbed up, more wild gusts of wind came blowing over. At this moment his spiritual will couldn't even be extended out, hence his field of vision was a mere 10 meters around him. Whoosh! The wind hit Mo Wuji, pulling him into the air. If this was just wind, it would still have been okay. However, this wild gusts of wind seemed like they had countless vines hidden in them, and every one of the vines had curved hooks all over them. These invisible vines whipped Mo Wuji until he was bloody all over, and then whipped him further. Every line of blood had no skin left there. A few moments later, none of his skin was still intact. The howling wind raged on, and Mo Wuji forcibly drew out another shield, at the same time consolidating his elemental energy. Once a safe haven appeared, he would immediately rush towards it. Otherwise, who knew where the wind would have blown him to? His flesh would soon be ripped to shreds by the whips of wind, so there might not even be any part of him left to be blown away. Now it became clear to him why this place was called the Thorny Wind Gate. The wild winds here would beat on his body like whips covered with thorns, and this was not something anyone could handle. The winds raged on for nearly 10 minutes before Mo Wuji finally spotted a relatively safe area. There were two gigantic rocks propped against each other, forming a location shielded from the wind. The already prepared Mo Wuji let his elemental energy burst forth, and the shield was used to block off some of the gusts. In that instant, he exploded forward, directly into the gap between the two large rocks. But he had no time to withdraw his shield, and another one was lost to the winds. A bloodied Mo Wuji sat on the ground with a heavy heart as he listened to the howling winds around him. How long had he entered the Thorny Wind Gate? To be actually reduced to such a state. Sin Shuin probably already died, because this place was really a hellhole. After resting for a while, Mo Wuji stood up to feel those two rocks. Soon he concluded that these rocks were blown here by the winds, and did not originally exist at this location. Since the rocks could be brought here from some other place, this meant one thing. The winds that he encountered just now were not the worst, otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to escape to this area. Dense spiritual energy no sparser than that below the Tianji Sect's 13 spirit locking arrays. However, Mo Wuji was not in the mood to cultivate, instead he quickly scanned outwards with his spiritual will. But it was quickly broke apart without a trace left by the raging winds. All he could see was a large area of nothingness. Since he had entered the Thorny Wind Gate, he could only see a few meters around him. Seeing the bodies of fallen cultivators on the ground, Mo Wuji knew that other than staying there to cultivate, there was no other way out. He also had to quickly advance to True Lake stage, otherwise, once these wild winds blew the giant rocks away, he wouldn't be able to put up a decent fight. The only good thing about his predicament was that the spiritual energy in the area was dense, and as long as the two rocks did not get blown away for the next couple of months, he would definitely be able to break through to True Lake stage. Although the spiritual energy there was frighteningly dense, Mo Wuji still threw out a large pile of spirit stones. The desire to advance to True Lake stage was strong, so naturally he could not allow the lack of cultivation resources hold him back. In his heart he knew that even after using these many spirit stones, cultivation resources could still be insufficient, as the rate of absorbing spiritual energy with the 102 meridians using the reverse circulation technique was simply too insane. He could not even be bothered to heal the external wounds on his body, and began the reverse circulation. Gone were the days of using the immortal mortal technique, as his modified cultivation technique was much superior.
In reality, this was the first time Mo Wuji had cultivated without holding back since he had modified his cultivation technique.
While he had used the reverse circulation technique to cultivate as he walked in the lost swamp, it was not a pleasant cultivation experience, and there were many considerations on his mind then. Hence, using reverse circulation on top of his modified cultivation technique, while having a fast absorption rate for spiritual energy, did not yield much progress in cultivation level. It took half a year for him to advance from Yuan Dan stage level 10 to the elementary level 12. In other words, half a year of hard work only amounted to a small jump in levels. At this moment Mo Wuji opened up all of his meridians, and did reverse circulation with all his might. Only then did he realize how frightening the reverse circulation technique was for absorbing spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual energy formed a whirlpool around him, which flowed in the opposite direction. Once the spiritual energy came into contact with Mo Wuji, they were swallowed up by him, without any wastage at all. Previously, Mo Wuji had left a pile of spirit stones at his feet, but they had all been absorbed to a pulp by him. At this point he no longer had the time to continuously take out more spirit stones, as he had already sunk deep into the terrifying spiritual energy absorption. However, what pleasantly surprised him was that the spiritual energy here, while being the same spiritual energy as elsewhere, but after absorption, it gave him a clear direction for his cultivation. This sort of feeling was like back when he used the heaven-grade spirit stone to cultivate. Heaven-grade spirit stones had Tao insights embedded within them, thus allowing cultivators to increase their cultivation speed, and obtain revelations more easily. Now, he was able to do this without using any heaven-grade spirit stones at all. There was no doubt that this was the difference between Jin Mo continent and the Lost Continent. The Tao in the air here was more suitable for people to go down the path of the Tao, while the Tao in the Lost Continent seemed to be much more broken up. With this sort of cultivation speed, would it even take a month for him to advance to true lake stage? Within a mere 6 days, Mo Wuji had reached advanced Yuan Dan stage level 12, and another 9 days later, the Great Circle of Yuan Dan stage. Spirituality overflowed from his body, and the violet energy inside him formed the general shape of a violet lake. Crack! As the 102 meridians were undergoing reverse circulation to an extreme, the 103rd meridian was blown wide open without any obstruction. A mere one meridian had been added, but the surrounding spiritual energy seemed like it was being poured into the ocean, and Mo Wuji was gobbling it up like a whale sucking in water. Elemental energy rumbled in Mo Wuji's meridians non-stop, and began to grow stronger, before the basic outline of the violet lake in his body started to break down. After dissipating, the violet energy was forced straight into his mind palace, which slowly cracked open from within after being invaded by such strong energies. Moreover, the speed that the crack opened up it was increasing. Upon observing this phenomenon, Mo Wuji panicked. He knew that once his mind palace shattered, he would be done for. It didn't matter if he cultivated with meridians or spirit channels, the mind palace was an absolutely crucial existence. Now that he had no way to deal with the cracking mind palace, he could only suppress the feelings of fear in his heart, and continue the reverse circulation. As though he was drinking salt water to alleviate his thirst, his cultivation level was rising wildly while he underwent such unstoppable cultivation. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from within the depths of his mind palace, causing Mo Wuji to nearly think that his head was going to burst open. However, his strength did not decrease one bit, and was still increasing, with the rate of spiritual energy being absorbed getting faster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 296, Xin Shuin's Disappearance. Chapter 296, Xin Shuin's Disappearance. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. His mind palace seemed to have burst open. Explosion after explosion sounded for hours and hours.
Finally, everything was quiet. A few minutes passed after the explosion stopped, before Mo Wuji's mind finally calmed down from the confusion. Mo Wuji sat quietly, sensing the vast space in his mind palace. This was the sea of consciousness? Even though he was not yet at the nihility god stage, he had heard that only people in nihility god stage could take on the form of a primordial spirit, and expand their sea of consciousness. The bigger their sea of consciousness, the stronger their spiritual will. The sea of consciousness was used to communicate with the Tao. Its size was dependent on the strength of one's Tao. The stronger the Tao, and the better one's Tao techniques, the wider the sea of consciousness. This was an invisible, yet very real concept. Only the Tao could explain it. At the same time, only the cultivators who possessed a sea of consciousness could make true progress. Since he had formed his own sea of consciousness upon entering true lake stage, and his sea of consciousness was so huge, how could it be that his spiritual will had weakened? Could it be that, now that he was in true lake stage, he could finally make progress faster? That wasn't right. Wasn't it true that when one reached true lake stage, the Yuan Dan would burst open and form an elemental lake? He didn't have any Yuan Dan in Yuan Dan stage, so what formed was a ball of violet energy instead. Now, the violet energy in his body had dissipated, and rushed into his mind palace to form the sea of consciousness. So now that he was in true lake stage, where was his elemental lake? In his sea of consciousness, Mo Wuji quickly spotted a violet energy lake. After his violet energy had dissipated, it formed this violet energy lake in his sea of consciousness. There was a clear lake, of a few square meters, that contained a steady flow of violet energy. It also contained a great deal of strength and mysterious Tao. All of these were Tao that he had obtained after training. There was also a blur silhouette. Such a formidable true lake stage? Mo Wuji immediately knew that he had created his own unique true lake, by allowing mortals to use the meridian cultivation, and inventing the reverse circulation technique. A huge burst of energy overwhelmed his entire body. Mo Wuji struggled to get to his feet, but felt elemental energy overflowing in every part of his body. If not for the fact that he was using all his strength to control himself, the boulders on either side of him would have exploded from the sheer power of his elemental energy. Mo Wuji was overcome with emotions. The power that he now had was 1,000 times more than before. He was only a true lake stage level 1, yet he was confident of defeating the man who had been chasing him earlier on, who was at true lake stage level 9. What was even harder to believe was the fact that his violet energy lake was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator's elemental lake. He believed that no ordinary cultivator on the same level as him could match up to him. Heaven and earth indeed had its way of working things out. He had invented the method of cultivation with meridians and the reverse circulation technique, and ultimately formed a violet energy lake that was unique only to him, and obtained a sea of consciousness in true lake stage. Mo Wuji did not know how big the sea of consciousness was for someone in nihility god stage, but he believed that his was of comparable size. His body, which was covered in battle wounds just moments earlier, was now completely unharmed. This new bout of strength replaced the melancholy in Mo Wuji's heart. He couldn't wait to test his new abilities on a nihility god stage cultivator. Mo Wuji did not step out to test how strong he was. Instead, all his attention was focused on the 103rd meridian that had just formed. He could clearly sense that this 103rd meridian was not an elemental storage channel. He closed his eyes, trying to sense the purpose of this 103rd meridian. If he didn't discover the purpose of this meridian, he would not have been able to sleep at night. In a blink of an eye, Mo Wuji's eyes flew open. He hurriedly slipped a bone-corroding pill in his mouth. The bone-corroding pill was a Tier 4 poison pill. It was capable of poisoning a cultivator's bone marrows. Other than by using a special detoxification pill, no ordinarily skilled cultivator would be able to fight the poison. Mo Wuji had never tried this pill after refining it. If not for the fact that he had obtained a spiritual herb component of the bone-corroding pill, he would never have refined it.
The only reason he was swallowing the pill now was because he had sensed that this 103rd meridian was a detoxification meridian. In other words, with this meridian, he would no longer have to fear any poison. Other than this special function, this meridian would work no different from the others when Mo Wuji cultivated or fought. As the bone-corroding pill entered Mo Wuji's mouth, its poison began to work its way through his body. Usually, the poison would go straight toward every bone marrow in his body. He prepared himself to perform the spiritual energy circulation technique in order to direct the poison to the 103rd meridian. However, before he could even try, the poison was swallowed up by the detoxification meridian. In an instant, the poison dissipated and turned into spiritual energy that could be used for training. The remaining waste from the pill was removed from his body through the reverse circulation technique. Such a reversal? Mo Wuji felt the effects of the bone-corroding pill gradually disappear. This was hard to believe, even for him. He quickly calmed himself down. The good things always came to those who never give up. It was precisely because he didn't give up that he continued training and moved on to invent the reversal circulation technique, and ultimately gained a 103rd meridian which acted as a detoxification meridian. From that day on, he would no longer have to fear being poisoned. Mo Wuji's spiritual will made a sweep of the area. He could not decide between staying to train or going out to search for Tsin Shuyin. Even though he was almost certain she was dead by now, he couldn't rest until he had tried to search for her. Mo Wuji was stunned. Before, his spiritual will could not go far. Each time he tried, the fierce wind beasts would block his path. Yet now, his spiritual will was traveling hundreds of meters with ease. Not even the fierce wind beasts were bothering him. One could only imagine how strong his spiritual will would be in a place where there were no obstacles. After forming his own sea of consciousness, his spiritual will had gotten much stronger. It was steady in the face of the fiercest of winds. Boom! Another gust of fierce wind blew over. It had hit the boulder where Mo Wuji was. It shook. His heart stopped. These two boulders were like mountains. But if the wind were just a little stronger, they would have been blown away. While he was hesitant before, Mo Wuji was sure now. He rushed toward the fierce wind. He had come here with the intention of looking for Tsin Shuyin. It wouldn't be right if he hid behind these boulders to train on his own. The moment he rushed toward the fierce wind, a few thorny whips of wind began to tear apart the skin on Mo Wuji's body. The only difference between his earlier situation and his current situation was that his body-protecting elemental energy was slightly stronger now. The whips of wind were thus doing slightly less damage than before. Mo Wuji retrieved the last defensive shield. He wanted to test how well the defensive shield worked now that his spiritual will had increased in power. Indeed, when the fierce wind beasts carrying the thorny whips of wind hit the shield only shook violently. With the support of Mo Wuji's spiritual will, the wind did not snatch it away. Even though he remained in possession of the shield, Mo Wuji was sure of one thing. While he did have an additional meridian, it would not help him to withstand the fierce wind's continuous lashing. Once his elemental energy and spiritual will were exhausted, he would once again become a helpless lamb in the face of these fierce winds. Taking advantage of his power now, he used his spiritual will to search the surrounding area. Now that his spiritual will was stronger, he could sense a much larger area. Except, he could sense nothing more than fierce winds, rocks, and the occasional mountain-like boulders. Boom! The fierce wind carried up a rock, several square meters big. While Mo Wuji was not paying attention, the wind threw it at his shield. The raging wind's elemental energy fought back, and Mo Wuji was thrown across the air once again, just like a kite. While he was in the air, he was cut by countless rocks that flew by him. He understood that the dangers of thorny windgate were far more than the fierce winds or the whips of wind with hooks. Even the countless rocks that the fierce winds picked up were life-threatening. One could lose their lives, or at least their physical bodies, if the wind were to pick up a piece of rock and push it through one's head. If one lost his body here, Mo Wuji could think of no other consequence apart from death. If immortals could lose their bodies here, then could primordial spirits survive? Bang! At just the right time, Mo Wuji fell through a crack in the ground. If the fierce winds could roll into the crack, Mo Wuji, who was in true lake stages, would not be threatened. Looking out at the still raging wind, Mo Wuji felt incredibly frustrated. Here he was, in true lake stage, with formidable power, and yet still living like an ant in this place. If there was anything good about this place, it was that he could cultivate his spiritual will here. He had heard that there were martial artists who were solely dedicated to cultivating themselves. The strongest martial artists would thrive in a place like this. A whole hour had passed before the fierce wind calmed down slightly. Mo Wuji was just about to step out and continue his search, when he caught a glimpse of a piece of light green cloth. The cloth was clinging onto a dead branch, just further down from the opening he was in. One would not have noticed it if they hadn't paid close attention. Mo Wuji immediately moved downward, and stretched his arm out to retrieve that piece of cloth. This was the color of the robe Xin Shuyin was wearing. He had seen her in it before. Xin Shuyin was always in the same, plain colors, light green or light yellow. But it would be too much of a coincidence to say that this piece of cloth came from her clothing, wouldn't it? Given her skill, she wouldn't have much skin left on her by the time she reached this place, much less any clothes. Even so, Mo Wuji decided to follow the path through the opening to take a look. His spiritual will couldn't search inside the opening. He had no clue where the path led to. At some parts of the path, the space was so narrow that he had to walk sideways in order to get through. He walked inward for close to an hour before he came to a stop once again. He picked up a rock in his hand. The rock looked completely normal, save for a few cracks on it. Around the cracks were marks left by lightning bolts. Lightning flash was originally invented by Mo Wuji. With one look, Mo Wuji could tell that these lightning bolt marks were caused by the lightning flash. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 297, Dire Straits. Chapter 297, Dire Straits. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Other than himself, only Xin Shuyin could perform the lightning flash. There were signs of somebody performing the lightning flash here. This meant that Xin Shuyin had been here, and she hadn't lost her ability to move. If Xin Shuyin had to perform the lightning flash here, does that mean that there were demonic beasts present? Demonic beasts that could survive in these conditions were certainly no ordinary beasts. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to cover the entire area. Within seconds, he discovered that a howling wind beast had died a few hours ago. It lay outside an opening along a cliff and was blocking the path through the opening. As Mo Wuji approached the howling wind beast, he deduced that it must have been past its youth. It was about 10 meters in length. Even though it was only 10 meters in length, this howling wind beast's skill must have been frightening. It must have been comparable to someone who was early in true lake stage. Mo Wuji estimated that Xin Shuyin was probably only late in Yuan Dan stage. Could she really have killed this howling wind beast? A place like the thorny Windgate was ideal for howling wind beasts to live. Such a beast, early in true lake stage, must have been formidable. By pure logic, even if Xin Shuyin had been here, she would never have been able to defeat one. Mo Wuji studied the wounds on the beast. Indeed, they were caused by the lightning flash and sword art. Among these was a sword radiance that pierced straight through the howling wind beast's dantian. Clearly, Xin Shuin's sword art was not that much poorer than his invisible sword. He wondered what kind of sword art she performed. The wounds on the howling wind beast made it clear Xin Shuyin had killed it. Mo Wuji once again used his spiritual will to make a sweep over the area. Despite sweeping all the way to the opening, he could not sense Qin Shuyin. The fierce winds outside seemed to have died down a little. Mo Wuji paused for a moment, before beginning to roll the howling wind beast straight out of the opening. Given the way the wind was raging outside, this howling wind beast would be ripped to pieces in no time.
Mo Wuji started to fly out. Then, a thought surfaced in his mind.
If he were Qin Shuyin, he would not have left just like that. Even though a howling wind beast had entered this opening, it was much safer inside than it was outside. Once again, he used his spiritual will to sweep the area. He covered the same grounds as he did earlier, except this time, he tried to look on either side of the opening, among the cliffs.
Indeed, Mo Wuji immediately sensed a cave.
The entrance to this cave was blocked by many jagged rocks that lay haphazardly. Mo Wuji returned to the opening and hurriedly pushed aside the rocks. He entered the cave. Even though there only lay a few illuminating stones inside the cave, Mo Wuji spotted Qin Shuyin the moment he entered. Qin Shuyin's clothes were ripped into shreds. It was impossible to tell if what covered her neck and arms was soil or blood.
Everything was a mess of brown. Mo Wuji gasped, and rushed to Qin Shuyin's side.
He held her up, and realized that she was no longer breathing.
His heart ached. Qin Shuyin was indeed an independent woman.
And she was one of the highest caliber. If not for Xiamu, there was no telling how far she would have made it. But something was not right. Qin Shuyin must have been here for a long time. If so, why was her body still soft? Mo Wuji quickly went to retrieve a pail of spring water, and began to clean Qin Shuyin up. After a short while, all of the soil was cleaned off of her body. However, what Mo Wuji saw took him by surprise. Not 1 inch of her body was spared from wounds. It was a good thing that she wore a body protection suit, which protected all her vital organs. Otherwise, she would have been much worse off. Every part of her body from her forearms to her biceps, from her neck to her thighs, was covered in blood and battle wounds. Even her face was covered in streaks in all directions, which must have been caused by the whips of wind outside. Mo Wuji heaved a huge sigh. He wasn't surprised. When he had just entered Thorny Wind Gate, he was much worse off than Qin Shuyin. From the looks of it, the body protection suit that Qin Shuyin was wearing was of high quality. It could even be the spiritual body protection suit that he had, to that point, yet to encounter. Just when he was considering using his spiritual will to do a thorough check, he felt Qin Shuyin's heartbeat weakly. Then, it went still. If not for the fact that he had been holding her, he would not have felt it. The weak pulse that he had just felt confirmed his suspicions. She was still alive, or at least, she was not completely dead. She still had a chance to live, and that was only probably because she had used some deep sleep cultivation technique. The major sects were indeed highly knowledgeable. Mo Wuji had only heard of such a technique, but had not actually encountered it. Qin Shuyin, on the other hand, came from the heaven-seeking palace's Sword Lake. This technique was familiar to her. Mo Wuji had to find out if Qin Shuyin was still alive. Since she wasn't responding to his calls, he used his spiritual will to check her spirit channels. Anyway, Qin Shuyin lay in his arms, naked except for what the remaining of the body protection suit covered. Moreover, given her state, the view was not pleasing to the eye. Yet, wasn't he similar? In fact, he was much worse than her. One could not afford to wear clothes in such a place, and he didn't have a body protection suit like she did. True Lake Stage. Mo Wuji was shocked when his spiritual will came to Qin Shuyin's elemental lake. The only reason he could reach True Lake Stage was that all 100 over meridians of his were absorbing spiritual energy at the same time. That was all thanks to his modified reverse circulation technique. Qin Shuyin was only of a better caliber naturally, yet she had also reached True Lake Stage. From the looks of it, the training conditions in Jin Mo continent were 1,000 times better than those in the Lost Continent. But now, Qin Shuyin's elemental lake was dry.
There wasn't a drop of elemental energy left. What's worse, her elemental lake had signs of damage. She was in her final stage in life, no wonder she had to go into a deep sleep. Mo Wuji couldn't even sense her willpower. Clearly, even her soul was badly injured. Suddenly, 2 drops of tears formed at the corners of Qin Shuin's eyes. They flowed down her temples. Mo Wuji empathized. Qin Shuin was a lady after all. It was already bad enough that he was looking at her while she lay exposed. Now, he was even using his spiritual will to study her internally. However, he had no choice. Even if he could put a coat around her now, it would still be ripped to shreds when they stepped out. And he had to use his spiritual will to check on her. He couldn't possibly leave her to die. Qin Shuin's entire body was trembling by now. Mo Wuji quickly retrieved a piece of clothing and used it to cover her body. He apologized, "Senior Qin, I am Mo Wuji. We can talk after I save you. Please don't be agitated. If you continue this way, I won't be able to help you." Qin Shuin was dying, her wounds couldn't even begin to heal. If she carried on this way, her soul would definitely leave her body. After hearing his words, Qin Shuin's body gradually stopped trembling. Slowly, she became more still. Yet, the tears continued to flow from her eyes. She was obviously ashamed. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to delve deeper into the cave. He found that deep inside was an empty area, of about 200 to 300 square meters. From the looks of it, that place belonged to the Howling Wind Beast. For the Howling Wind Beast to have found such a place to live in Thorny Windgate, it must have been quite capable. Mo Wuji only felt the rich spiritual energy when he arrived at the Howling Wind Beast's resting place. The spiritual energy in Thorny Windgate was already considered impressive. Not long ago, he had made use of these conditions to break out of Yuan Dan stage and enter True Lake stage. However, the spiritual energy in this place was much purer and richer. In his heart, he decided that no matter what, he had to stay here to train for a period of time. If he didn't take advantage of such a place, his trip here would be wasted. Carefully, Mo Wuji laid Qin Shuin down atop a boulder. Then, he began to tear apart the cloth that he had covered her with earlier. If he wanted to save her, he had to first treat her physical wounds. Otherwise, what would there be to save? He began to grind 2 clear jade pills into powder, before rubbing the powder onto her wounds. He took 2 more clear jade pills and fed them to Qin Shuin. The clear jade pill was Mo Wuji's best medicine used to treat wounds. It was a Tier 5 wound-healing spiritual pill. It would completely heal the physical wounds on Qin Shuin's body, but it would not help her to regain consciousness. Since she was barely breathing, she was not able to swallow the clear jade pills that he had put into her mouth. He had no choice but to help her refine the pills. With his strong spiritual will and a large amount of his elemental energy, he helped her to absorb the clear jade pills in a matter of minutes. The clear jade pills started to take effect. Her wounds gradually disappeared, and her skin slowly became clear again. 4 hours passed. On the outside, Qin Shuin had almost fully recovered. The skin on her neck and arms were fair once again. Now, Mo Wuji truly appreciated how perfect Qin Shuin's body was. If Mo Wuji hadn't known better, he would think that Qin Shuin had fully recovered. At least, that was how she appeared. However, he was well aware that Qin Shuin remained gravely injured internally. For one, her elemental energy lake was still dried up. In addition, Qin Shuin was incapable of absorbing spiritual energy to aid her own recovery. Mo Wuji also realized that apart from the body protection suit that she was wearing, Qin Shuin had nothing left on her. Even her ring was gone, nowhere to be found. He let out a huge sigh. "Senior Qin, I am limited by my abilities. I can only help you to this point." Suddenly, he remembered something. While he couldn't sense Qin Shuin's willpower, it didn't mean that it was completely gone.
The fact that she could still shed tears earlier was proof that she was only very weak now.
Mo Wuji could not help to return her elemental lake to its original state.
But he did have something that would help to heal Qin Shuin's soul. The immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. This was the premium spiritual herb that was highly effective in healing the soul. It could heal even the gravest injuries to the soul. Not only had he used it on himself before, he had also used it to save Jinglingbei. Without further hesitation, he retrieved the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. He peeled a petal and placed it into Qin Shuin's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 298, You Are Not Him. Chapter 298, You Are Not Him. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Feeding Qin Shuin the clear jade pill was different. After eating the clear jade pill, Qin Shuin still needed Mo Wuji to refine the effects of the pill. The immeasurable soul-prolonging flower crystals melted away the moment they entered Qin Shuin's mouth, as if they were swallows returning to their nest.
Mo Wuji studied Qin Shuin intently.
In the time that it took to burn half a joss stick, Mo Wuji could distinctly feel that Qin Shuin's life was coming back to her.
2 hours passed. Mo Wuji caught a hint of a pulse in Qin Shuin.
Although Mo Wuji was still unsure if Qin Shuin's strength was restored, he was sure that she would survive.
A day passed. Qin Shuin's breathing was steady.
It was as if she had secretly adjusted her own condition.
Mo Wuji didn't sense Qin Shuin absorbing any spiritual energy.
Clearly, she wasn't able to cultivate spiritual energy, she was merely regaining her vitality. He heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Junior Mo. Qin Shuin's eyes fluttered open. Her voice was feeble. Senior Qin, all I did was wait for you to wake up.
I didn't save you. Instead, I could have caused you to remain comatose forever. Mo Wuji quickly replied. Qin Shuin knew what he meant.
If she couldn't cultivate spiritual energy when she regained consciousness, she would be no different from remaining comatose. She remained silent. Lifting her eyes to gaze out of the howling wind beast's cave, she didn't even bother to ask how Mo Wuji got there. It was as if all of this did not matter to her anymore. Mo Wuji, not knowing how to comfort Qin Shuin, also remained quiet. They remained this way for several minutes. Then, Qin Shuin slowly turned around to face Mo Wuji. Weakly, she asked, Junior Mo, you came over from the lost continent. You must have heard about Rogue Cultivator 2705. Is he all right? He replied, I have heard. He's doing very well. Actually, you know, I was sent to him by Dean Feng. Although he wouldn't admit it, I wasn't planning on looking for another partner. When I was fighting off the howling wind beast with all of my strength and might, the only person I wanted to see was him. Qin Shuin's voice seemed to come from a distance. She was talking to herself, yet explaining to Mo Wuji at the same time.
Mo Wuji never imagined that she would say that.
Hearing her hurt voice, and seeing that she was lost in her own memories, Mo Wuji quickly said, since he wouldn't admit it, then all of this shouldn't matter. You shouldn't take any of it to heart. Qin Shuin shook her head slightly. You don't understand. My heart was more at peace while I was his partner. I got him into this. When I was dying, I really wanted to tell him that I'm not a bad woman, and that I really didn't mean to get him involved. Mo Wuji breathed in deeply. Gravely, he explained, Senior Qin, listen to me. Actually, I am Rogue Cultivator 2705. I know you didn't mean for Rogue Cultivator 2705 to get into trouble with Star King Mountain Xia clan. I don't blame you at all. Instead, I'm worried because your injuries are not healing well, and Qin Shuin's controlled her expression. Keeping her gaze outside of the cave, she gently replied, You are Mo Wuji.
You are not him. I'm sorry, Junior Mo. I can only have one partner in this life. Mo Wuji was born intelligent, and after all that has happened, his EQ was not low either.
Sin Shuyin emphasized twice that she could only have one partner in her life, Rogue Cultivator 2705.
He understood.
Sin Shuyin had known from the beginning that he was Rogue Cultivator 2705. However, she either did not want a partner or she had some form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Or, possibly, she was worried that he had only come to rescue her because he fancied her, so she was looking for an excuse, any excuse, to reject him. Fortunately, Mo Wuji did not mind at all. He appreciated Sin Shuyin, but he rescued her not because he fancied her. He only did so because she was his benefactor. Otherwise, he might have pitied her, but he would never have come to Thorny Wind Gate. He, Mo Wuji, had reason for everything that he did. He wouldn't simply do what others wanted him to. It did not matter to him what Sin Shuyin thought, so he didn't bother to ask how she knew that he was Rogue Cultivator 2705.
It was best not to even discuss this topic.
In fact, other than the old Yen heir whom he still cherished in his heart, no woman moved him Mo Wuji.
Not even one as beautiful as Sin Shuyin. The old Yen heir?
When he thought of her, Mo Wuji suddenly began to empathize with Sin Shuyin. If his beloved Yen heir of old had met with any sort of danger, he would definitely have risked his life to rescue her.
But could he really treat the present Yen heir the same way?
Maybe the man who Sin Shuyin couldn't forget was the Rogue Cultivator 2705 who held her as she was dying.
Mo Wuji shook his head slightly.
Just as he was about to change the topic, Sin Shuyin suddenly said, Sister Sutting said she has never seen a rogue cultivator in channel opening stage participating in the 5 elements pill competition, much less use his mortal hands to concoct pills and earn entry into 5 elements desolate domain. She has also never seen a rogue cultivator in channel opening stage, daring to search for the immeasurable soul forging crystal in 5 elements desolate domain alone, and succeeding. Even if this rogue cultivator hadn't said a word, she could guess that he must have been through the hardest of times, and have come face to face with death countless times.
Sister Sutting?
Mo Wuji knew that Sin Shuyin was referring to him, but he had no idea who this Sister Sutting was. Only Jin Shaoke knew of all these things that he had experienced.
Right, and that Linglong knew too.
After speaking for some time, Sin Shuyin was looking much better than before. She also seemed to have more energy than before.
Sister Sutting is the head of the heaven-seeking palace, Bei Sutting. We came to Jinmo continent together.
On the plane here, Sister Sutting insisted that we refer to her as Senior and not Dean. Sister Sutting knows of all these things because Granny Linglong gave her a portion of the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, which helped her to regain her divine spirit. If not for the fact that Granny Linglong said, "Your path is yours to make," so that she wouldn't bother you, Sister Sutting would have looked for you long ago. Later, when Granny Linglong went missing, Sister Sutting couldn't find you despite her efforts. Pausing for a while, Sin Shuyin continued, maybe nobody would have thought that you did all that you did because of a maid who used to be at your side. Maybe Sister Sutting didn't know that you lay your life on the line once again to save Yen Air and Thunder Fog Forest. I'm afraid there is none other like you in this entire universe. You're willing to exchange your own life for that of a slave. Yen Air is one lucky woman, and you are one faithful man. I believe that one day, Yen Air will appreciate all that you have sacrificed for her. Sin Shuyin's voice became weaker as she slowly lowered her head. She didn't know why she said all of this, when in her heart she knew that Mo Wuji had similarly risked his life to enter Thorny Windgate. What remained of the clothes he wore were pieces of cloth, clinging on to his body. Scars from the whips of wind covered his exposed skin. She guessed that the torture that Mo Wuji had experienced here was comparable to hers. In fact, she probably could live only because he had risked his life to save her. Maybe she had said so much so that she would stop thinking of these things. Yet, she couldn't forget. In some ways, she was like Mo Wuji. She couldn't forget the favors that others did for her, much less if the person saved her life.
Seniorson, now that you have exhausted your potential, can you still recover? Or at least cultivate your potential again? Mo Wuji initiated the diversion in conversation, because he no longer wanted to discuss the topic. Whether Sin Shuin's words served to remind him not to forget Yen Er, or to remind herself of something, Mo Wuji did not want to pry further. He didn't even want to ask if Linglong wanted to obtain the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower because of base sutting. Sin Shuin pulled her clothes tighter around herself, and her facial expressions slowly became natural again. If not for your immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, I wouldn't have regained consciousness. I wouldn't even be able to recover forever. Now, my divine spirit is slowly recuperating. In 2 months, I should be fully recovered. Sin Shuin forced herself to suppress the immense gratitude that she felt toward him. She couldn't have a partner. At the same time, she believed that Yen Er would one day return to Mo Wuji. Rejoicing, Mo Wuji said, I was planning to train here for a few months too. Oh yes, this ring is for you. Let me take out its contents. When he was done, Mo Wuji took out a ring and handed it over to Sin Shuin. A whole bunch of other things also landed on the ground in front of her. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, spiritual items, clothes. Sin Shuin stared, surprised, at the ring that Mo Wuji had handed to her, along with everything that lay in front of her. She couldn't figure out how Mo Wuji could casually take out a storage ring. Without waiting for her to speak, Mo Wuji got up and moved to the other side of the room. He began to practice. Sin Shuin stared dumbfounded at all the things she had just received. She began to shudder inwardly. What if, one day, she found out that she could never repay Mo Wuji for all that he has done for her? After a long while, she slowly retrieved the exquisite flying car from the bunch of items. In her head, she replayed what she had said to Mo Wuji, if one day, you think of selling this flying car, please sell it back to me. Now, he has returned the flying car to her. He had not sold it away, and he had not sold it to her, he had given it to her. She felt a gust of spiritual energy stir like a whirlpool. Sin Shuin lifted her head and was shocked to find that Mo Wuji cultivated spiritual energy at a speed that far exceeded hers. Yet, she was in true lake stage. The only explanation was that Mo Wuji, like herself, was in true lake stage too. In that instant, she finally understood why Mo Wuji survived the journey to Jin Mo continent. If the quality of Mo Wuji's spiritual roots was considered poor, then no cultivator in this entire world could say that the quality of theirs was superior, not even Sin Shuin herself. Even in a cultivation haven like Jin Mo continent, and even if her spiritual roots were incomparably superior, if Sin Shuin did not work hard, she would only be able to catch the back view of Mo Wuji after a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 299, The Grand Concealment Array That Never Formed. Chapter 299, The Grand Concealment Array That Never Formed. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was quickly consumed by intense training to absorb spiritual energy. Training in this place was 1,000 times better than training between those two boulders back when he was promoted to true lake stage. Not only did he no longer have to worry that a typhoon would suddenly sweep away his boulders, the spiritual energy here was purer and richer. Obviously, the howling wind beast was very good at spotting training grounds. He found such an excellent one. His training speed now was clearly much higher since all his 103 meridians were absorbing spiritual energy at the same time. He was sure that the reverse circulation technique was not only adding one meridian at a time to his body now. After a short period of 10 days, Mo Wuji's violet elemental lake was nearly overflowing. After half a month, he entered level 2 of true lake stage without difficulty. The violet elemental lake in Mind Palace once again expanded. The bigger the elemental lake, the more difficult it was to level up. Normally, people in true lake stage would take years to fill up the elemental lake, no matter how quickly they trained.
Yet, Mo Wuji's pace of training was so intense that his violet elemental lake was filled to the brim in merely 3 months. Violet energy surged in the lake, as if it contained an infinite amount of power. After a few months, Sin Shuin's elemental lake had already reverted to its ordinary state. In fact, her elemental lake was filled, and her skills had improved. Yet, in that moment, she was no longer training. Instead, she was staring dumbfounded at Mo Wuji. She thought she was fast. So did all the cultivators from the Lost Continent, who trained at the speed of light initially. This wasn't about how much better the cultivators from the Lost Continent were compared to those from the Jin Mo continent. However, the Lost Continent cultivators' training grounds had been so bad that when they came to Jin Mo continent, this training haven, their progress was incredible. It was this change in training environment that helped her to advance from level 3 of Yuan Dan stage to level 1 of True Lake stage in a few years. Yet, in this moment, looking at Mo Wuji's training speed, she knew that she was a snail compared to him. She couldn't figure it out. How could Mo Wuji, who looked like he lacked spiritual flow, actually be so divine in skill? Boom! The surging violet energy burst out of the lake. Mo Wuji once again broke boundaries. He had reached level 3 of True Lake stage. Mo Wuji was overwhelmed with one feeling. The powerful violet energy penetrated every single cell in his body. If someone early in Nihility God stage were to challenge him at this moment, he would confidently rise to the challenge. Senior Tsun, you have recovered? Mo Wuji questioned, surprised. He saw Sin Shuin staring at him intently when he had opened his eyes. Sin Shuin rose to her feet. She noticed that Mo Wuji's clothes looked slightly big for him. Her looks were once again perfect. Her eyes were clear as crystal. Mo Wuji could see his own reflection in them. Yet, her perfect features shaped a look of pure shock. Mo Wuji's heart jumped. It certainly was not his first time looking at her beautiful face. Yet, each time he laid his eyes on her, he felt the same amazement. It didn't help that he had seen her body before, and knew that it was every bit as beautiful as her face. It was no wonder that Xiamu could not get over her. I'm much better. Sin Shuin replied, not knowing what else to say. Mo Wuji dreaded leaving. Although he felt a decline in the surrounding spiritual energy after training for a few months, he still wanted to continue training there for some time. Senior Tsun, the Xia clan from Star King Mountain is out to kill me, and vice versa. Therefore, I plan to remain here to train for a while longer. I will only have hope of surviving if I become stronger. Mo Wuji made his situation clear for fear that Sin Shuin would want to leave immediately. He continued, Senior Tsun, I'd advise you to remain here to train for a while too. And, the next time you try to escape, avoid isolated grounds. We're lucky that we managed to find this place. Otherwise, who knows if we would have survived. This time, we lucked out to find the Howling Wind Beast's cave, hee hee. To say, who knows if we would have survived, was incredibly tactful on Mo Wuji's part. In his heart, he was well aware that if they had not found the Howling Wind Beast's cave, he would not be here cultivating his skills. He would be running for his life from the fierce wind. And Sin Shuin would probably be 6 feet under. Sin Shuin was confused on hearing his words. She questioned, You think this is the Howling Wind Beast's cave? Mo Wuji started, and replied, You mean it isn't? She shook her head, No. You saw the Howling Wind Beast outside the opening, only because I had found this place. It wanted to take over this place. That's why we ended up in a battle outside the opening. I was no match for the Howling Wind Beast. I had to resort to the forbidden technique, only then was I able to defeat it. Then, I pulled myself back in here. If not for your immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, I would have died in a matter of months. You found this place? Mo Wuji looked at Sin Shuin in utter surprise. Even with his skill, he would survive for only a short while at best in this thorny windgate. If he was lucky, he may have chanced upon the opening.
However, he would never have found the cave behind the opening.
Sin Shui nodded. I was chased by Xiamu all the way to space.
At space, my cultivation progress sped up. By chance, I hit atop a meteor. Among some bones on the meteor, I picked up a ring.
The ring contained a lot of cultivation resources and a map.
It was a map of Thorny Wind Gate.
Thoughtlessly, Sin Shuin moved to retrieve the map from her ring. Then, she realized that the ring in her hands was no longer the same ring she had picked up from the meteor. Instead, it was the ring that Mo Wuji had given her. At first, I had no intention of coming over.
I wanted to remain on that meteor to train. Mo Wuji immediately understood.
If it were him, he wouldn't have come to Thorny Windgate, one of the 9 extreme realms, just because of one map. Thanks to the resources from that ring, I progressed to True Lake stage. But when I did, people from the Xia clan discovered my whereabouts. I had no choice, I had to keep running, so I came to Thorny Windgate, but
Sen Shuin's tone remained steady.
However, at the mention of Thorny Windgate, Mo Wuji noticed that her eyes were filled with fear and terror. If not for my progress to True Lake stage, and my body protection suit, I would have died here a long time ago.
Mo Wuji had seen Sin Shuin's pitiful state with his own eyes.
Of course, he believed every word that Sin Shuin had said.
I consider myself lucky.
When I arrived here, I was immediately brought to a temporary call that the fierce winds had cleared out. In the call, I memorized every last line of the map as fast as I could. I knew that the call which the fierce winds had cleared out would not last very long. Sin Shuin's eyes were filled with fear once again. Indeed, in just a day, the fierce winds swallowed the call, taking me along with it. If not for the fact that I was in True Lake stage, I would have died. But even so, I was severely injured. Just when I was about to give up, I noticed that the map was marked at a certain spot.
This is the spot? Mo Wuji curiously asked. Sin Shuin shook her head. No, that spot is about 5760 m away.
The spot marked on the map was the place where 5 flag arrays were hidden. If you follow the directions on the map and obtain those 5 flag arrays, an opening would appear. I obtained those flag arrays, and an opening indeed appeared before my eyes. It was then that Mo Wuji understood. The opening that he had entered earlier was only there because Sin Shuin had obtained those flag arrays. If not for this opening, I'm afraid I would not have found this place. I followed in the direction of the opening, and quickly made my way here. However, not far from here, a howling wind beast spotted me.
You know what happened after that? Mo Wuji once again questioned. Seniorson, you retrieved a map earlier. Could it be that the map was made to locate this training cave?
Although this place was not bad, people wouldn't go so far as to create a map for it, right? Sin Shuin shook her head. No, this place is just outside of where I am headed. Inside here, there are concealment arrays.
Concealment arrays? Mo Wuji immediately began to search.
However, he did so in vain. Although he could not formulate any high-grade arrays, he was relatively well-versed in the array Dao. He could obtain clues from the high-grade arrays.
This concealment array will only appear after I place the 5 flag arrays in their designated positions.
But I have lost all of my flag arrays. Sin Shuin sounded dejected. She had already done so well in finding this place, yet she had lost the 5 flag arrays. Tell me where the flag arrays should be, Mo Wuji said. He suspected that he could not see the arrays because the concealment array was missing. Once the 5 flag arrays were in the right positions, the array would appear. Sin Shuin remembered clearly that she had walked around this cave and marked out 5 spots. Mo Wuji immediately retrieved 5 flag arrays, and headed down toward the 5 spots that Sin Shuin had marked out. However, when he had placed the 5 flag arrays in their positions, there was no change. He frowned slightly. Although he wasn't the best at the array Dao, he wasn't considered poor either. Moreover, he had placed the flag arrays at their designated locations. This had nothing to do with his standard of array Tao.
Could this have something to do with the 5 elements? My master told me that a lot of array circles are formed according to the elements of heaven and earth. Sin Shuyin hesitated to suggest this. She saw that Mo Wuji was getting frustrated. Mo Wuji's heart skipped a beat. How could he not have thought of this? He immediately took out 5 flag arrays that had attributes of the 5 elements. Then, he placed them in the positions that Sin Shuyin had marked out. Just as Mo Wuji placed the last flag in its place, there came thundering roars from every direction. There were sounds of rocks falling onto the ground. Sin Shuyin was rooted to the ground. After Mo Wuji had let go of the flag, the concealment array did not appear. Instead, their only escape route was blocked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 300, Escaping Wind. Chapter 300, Escaping Wind. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was not disappointed. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though these 5 array flags had been fallen, no entrance was opened and it even sealed the exit up. However, it allowed Mo Wuji to see the concealment array. Sin Shuyin was right, there was indeed a concealment array. Mo Wuji guessed that when the 5 original array flags were replaced, not only would the exit be sealed, the concealment array would appear and new passages would emerge. He wasn't able to fully accomplish that was definitely related to the array flag. He was using the array flags forged by Xing Huang. It was expected that it might pale in quality. To others who don't know of the array Tao, they would be completely stumped at this point. But Mo Wuji was different. When he reached the step, he knew how to uncover the hidden entrances. Mo Wuji fetched out a few array flags and threw them out. When the array flags were in place, a subtle spatial ripple appeared. Mo Wuji swung down towards this spatial ripple. Boom! Huge patches of rock and rubble exploded, revealing a long passage in front of Mo Wuji and Sin Shuyin. Sin Shuyin was inwardly shocked at Mo Wuji's power and knowledge over arrays. She had also interacted with the array Tao before, but this place looked no different from any typical place. However, Mo Wuji was able to make use of array flags and reveal the location of the hidden passage. Moreover, Mo Wuji only needed a single strike from his pole to open up the entrance to the passage. Ostensibly, Mo Wuji's power was multiple times of hers. No wonder why Mo Wuji was able to get here. What she didn't know was that when Mo Wuji had first arrived, he hadn't even advanced into the true lake stage and he almost perished under the tumultuous and crazed thorny wind whip. Follow behind me, we'll go in and take a look. The spiritual energy inside is richer, so there's definitely something good. Mo Wuji gestured towards Sin Shuyin and started to walk in. The passage was only slightly inclined downwards, it wasn't an especially steep descent. As they walked through the passage, Mo Wuji and Sin Shuyin could tell the 2 walls of the passage were made from rock far harder than the toughest smithing material. After all, facing the constant beating from the rushing winds of the thorny windgate, any soft rock would have long weathered away without a trace. The passage was not considered long, the 2 merely walked for half an incense's time before reaching the end. At the end, there was a stone space which resembled a room. The stone room was simple, there was a futon at the center and above the futon was a stone table. Atop the stone table lay 2 legacy crystal balls. By the side of the table, there was a row of words, "Those who wish to succeed me are to kneel Typhoon." Mo Wuji never expected that this deeply hidden place would actually be a legacy holding. Sin Shuyin looked at Mo Wuji and said, "I have the legacy of my sect. You're a rogue cultivator, so you should succeed this legacy." I wonder what kind of person this senior Typhoon was, to actually leave behind his legacy within the thorny windgate. Mo Wuji shook his head, "I have my own legacy, I don't need this one. Moreover, you were the one who discovered this location, meaning that you are the fated one. Mo Wuji was not being pretentious, he really didn't care much about the legacy.
Instead, it was the rich spiritual energy which interested him. It was a good place to cultivate. Sin Shuyin saw that Mo Wuji did not seem to be lying. She knew he was not a pretentious person, so she took a few steps forward and looked at the two crystal balls. After a brief hesitation, she still chose to kneel on the futon. A wave of rich spirituality instantly danced and wrapped around Sin Shuyin, bringing with it a hum of beautiful music. The two legacy crystal balls flew by themselves, landing within Sin Shuyin's hands. As Sin Shuyin grasped the two crystal balls, her entire body went slack, her hands even started to tremble constantly.
Mo Wuji even thought that something had went wrong with Sin Shuyin. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked urgently, "Senior Apprentice Sisterson, are you okay?"
Sin Shuyin barely calmed herself down. Taking her deep breath, she brought one of her trembling arms in front of Mo Wuji and offered the crystal ball. "This is for you." Even though Mo Wuji could see that Sin Shuyin genuinely wanted to give him this crystal ball, he could also see the desire in Sin Shuyin's eyes. Clearly, Sin Shuyin also strongly desired the legacy from this crystal ball. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with doubt. He knew that Sin Shuyin offered the crystal ball to him to repay his saving grace.
After all, Mo Wuji had a rough understanding of Sin Shuyin's personality. However, he did not understand what on earth this thing could be for Sin Shuyin to want it so badly. He casually received the crystal ball and scanned it with his spiritual will before asking doubtfully, "I'm not able to read anything from the legacy crystal ball unless I accept the legacy." "What is it?"
Sin Shuyin said with a quivering voice, "This is an immortal grade legacy technique, Typhoon Formula."
Immortal grade technique?
Mo Wuji's heart reverberated with shock. The highest graded technique he knew was at the treasured heaven grade. The immortal grade was above that and was even rumored to be able to allow a cultivator to fly. Flight, this was a thing of legend. Regardless of the Lost Continent or the Zhen-Mo continent, he had never heard of anyone flying. Those who could cultivate to become a worldly immortal was already as rare as a phoenix feather or a qilin horn. What more those who could fly? The inability of flight did not necessarily mean that there was a problem with a cultivator's talent or resources. Most of the time, it was because the cultivator was lacking a supreme cultivation technique. He finally understood the desire within Sin Shuyin's eyes. A manual which could cultivate flight. Which cultivator wouldn't want that? If he didn't create his own cultivation technique, his thirst for this manual might even be stronger than Sin Shuyin. If this manual was exposed, definitely all the experts on the planet would come rushing over to fight for it. Countless of them would die in the process. If not for her wish to repay his gratitude, Sin Shuyin definitely wouldn't bear to offer up this Typhoon Formula.
"If I'm not wrong, you should have ice affinity spiritual roots?"
Mo Wuji asked plainly. To others, an immortal grade technique might be something they would madly scramble over, but Mo Wuji didn't really care much for it. His immortal mortal technique was merely a mortal grade technique, but with his modification, it had become a completely different technique from the immortal mortal technique. It was very different from every other technique. It was the reverse circulation technique. This technique was extremely compatible with him, allowing him to cultivate at a superb pace. Not only an immortal grade technique, even if it was above the immortal grade, he would not change his cultivation technique. Moreover, he only needed a single glance to tell that the Typhoon Formula was a wind-type cultivation technique. Even if he wanted to change, he wouldn't be able to do so. Sin Shuyin nodded, "Yes, but I had a hidden series of spiritual roots, which are wind affinity spiritual roots. Wind-type cultivation techniques are the rarest among unique elemental spiritual roots. That's why my master got me to develop my ice affinity spiritual roots." Mo Wuji handed the Typhoon Formula back to Sin Shuyin. "Senior Apprentice Sisterson, this technique is not suitable for me. Since you have succeeded the legacy and you also have wind affinity spiritual roots, you should keep it for yourself." Sin Shuyin stared at Mo Wuji in astonishment. She never expected for a person to not be tempted by an immortal grade technique. Even if he didn't use it on himself, he could still exchange it for copious amounts of cultivation resources.
Soon, she came to an understanding.
Mo Wuji was a person who would risk his life to save a female slave. Giving up on an immortal grade technique was not something out of the ordinary. After all, he was not an ordinary human.
Then I will pass this to you.
Mo Wuji handed over the other crystal ball to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not even take a look, directly pushing it back to her. Thanks, but I have my own cultivation technique and skills.
I truly do not need this. It's an escaping art, the wind escape technique. The moment Sin Shuyin uttered those words, Mo Wuji immediately stopped continuing on what he wanted to say.
If there was something that was still appealing to him, it would be an escaping art of the 5 elements. If there was something that could attract his attention, it would an escaping art of the 5 elements. What he lacked the most now was an escaping art, and among all escaping arts, the elemental ones were the best. The wind-type escaping arts were even more attractive than those of the 5 elements.
Now, Sin Shuyin actually obtained just that.
Mo Wuji instantly turned awkward. He had already rejected it, but now that Sin Shuyin mentioned that it was the wind escape technique, it would be a little disgraceful to take back his words. Unfortunately, this wind escape technique was comprehended by Senior Typhoon. To pass it on to a second person would cause it to drop by a grade.
Why? Mo Wuji interrupted Sin Shuyin's words and asked doubtfully.
Sin Shuyin explained, according to the explanation Senior Typhoon left behind in his legacy, that the strongest wind escape technique is based upon the enlightenments from the escaping wind. If this person passed down the wind escape technique as a legacy, it would be a different wind escape technique based on his attainment over the wind element.
Gaining enlightenment of the wind escape technique from the escaping wind? What does that mean?
Mo Wuji was completely unable to comprehend Sin Shuyin's words.
Sin Shuyin continued, Senior Typhoon said that the escaping wind is a naturally born spiritual grass. This spiritual grass is extremely rare, and it seemed no different from any ordinary grass.
Because this little grass does not have any spiritual energy, it does not have any Dao halos, nor does it have any tear. The only difference that sets this little grass apart is that the entire grass is full of wind runes, giving it a gray color.
Escaping wind is a type of grass? Don't I have one of this grass that Sin Shuyin is talking about?
Mo Wuji celebrated in his heart. He never expected that he would actually obtain such a heaven-defying treasure from that battle between the 2 howling wind beasts.
With the escaping wind, why would Mo Wuji still care about this wind escape technique legacy?
Seeing Sin Shuyin push the wind escape technique back towards him, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to push it back again. I don't need this too. Sin Shuyin was stunned as she stared at Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji rejected everything, then she really didn't know what to do. There were only 2 things here. Mo Wuji had already given the immortal grade technique up to her, and now he was letting her have the wind escape technique too, but originally, I did need an escaping art, but from your words, I found out that I already have a strain of escaping wind. I've decided to stay here to gain enlightenment over the wind escape technique. An escaping art is extremely important to me. This place is rich in spiritual energy. You should stay here too and accept the legacy.
Mo Wuji did not hide anything. He didn't even ask for Sin Shuyin to thank him.
Alright, when Sin Shuyin understood the reason why Mo Wuji rejected the wind escape technique, she felt that Mo Wuji was especially dashing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 4. Chapter 301, Honing the Wind Escape Technique. Chapter 301, Honing the Wind Escape Technique. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Sin Shuyin needed to accept the legacies of the Typhoon formula and the wind escape technique, while Mo Wuji needed to borrow the assistance of the escaping windgrass to gain enlightenment on his own wind escape technique. Thus, the stone room had been separated by Mo Wuji. Each of them would occupy half of the room so that they won't disrupt one another's rumination. Mo Wuji carefully took out the jade box containing the escaping wind and retrieved that strain of escaping wind. Previously, he guessed that the thing the two Class 7 howling wind beasts were fighting over definitely wouldn't be simple, it was sure to be a wind-type treasure. Now that he discovered the uses of the escaping wind, it was indeed as he predicted, it was truly a great wind-type treasure. The escaping wind had been left inside for so long, but there wasn't even half a bit of change to it. It was still a light gray color and there were unfathomable runes on the surface of the grass. Unfortunately, Sin Shuin did not obtain any information on how to gain enlightenment from the escaping wind, so he could only fumble around by himself.
Mo Wuji's spiritual will seeped into the tiny grass and there still wasn't any change.
This time, Mo Wuji did not give up. His spiritual will continued to orbit around the tiny grass.
After multiple hours, the tiny grass finally showed a bit of reaction.
Mo Wuji immediately started cultivating with his reverse circulation technique, and as he cultivated, he absorbed the grass's energy into his meridians, checking whether this method could allow him to feel the wind Tao within the escaping wind. But another day passed and there still wasn't any change in the little grass. Initially, Mo Wuji still absorbed the wind energy in his cultivation to comprehend the wind Tao. But after 3 days, Mo Wuji no longer cared about gaining insights from the escaping wind, but was completely occupied in his own cultivation.
As Mo Wuji's attention was diverted from the escaping wind, on the contrary, started to disappear. In just 3 days, the little grass in Mo Wuji's hands vanished completely.
At this instant, Mo Wuji also opened his eyes. He saw the vanished escaping windgrass and immediately went blank.
He hadn't even ruminated over the escaping wind, but this grass. That's not right.
Mo Wuji suddenly felt like he had developed an insight towards the wind. It was as though he could merge himself with the wind.
Mo Wuji stood up.
As he got up, his body caused some ripples within the wind. He hurried to grab the fine wind essence within these ripples. His body slightly dazzled, and he suddenly appeared within a different corner of the room.
There were no sudden disruptions nor were there any obstacles. This was the wind escape technique? Mo Wuji finally came to a realization.
No wonder why that senior typhoon claimed that the wind escape technique enlightened by the escaping wind was the strongest. His wind escape technique did not leave behind any traces, and even when there wasn't any wind, he could generate those subtle winds from the movements of his body, before disappearing within these subtle winds. It was like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace nor vestiges in its wake. This was the true wind escape technique.
It was the same when he was gaining enlightenment, there wasn't even a single trace.
No, perhaps his comprehensions of the wind escape technique from the escaping wind were different from other people. It was also because of this that the wind escape technique had such charm. Every strand of grass was different, as was each strain of escaping wind. In the world, there were no two grass which were the same. Likewise, there were no other wind escape technique which was completely the same as his in this world.
Mo Wuji sat back down, only now did his body lose its ethereality and regain his true physical features.
Being strong was not done in a single step, and at every instant, he could encounter cultivators infinitely stronger than him. But now, with this wind escape technique, the outcomes would be completely different. Mo Wuji calmed himself down and went to reflect on his wind escape technique. Different levels of the wind escape technique gradually appeared within his mind. Things were also getting clearer.
Another day passed and Mo Wuji had fully comprehended his wind escape technique.
The wind escape technique was his self-created skill and he was now at its first level. After he breaks through the 9th level, the wind escape technique would have a qualitative change.
What comes during this qualitative change? Perhaps it might become a true sacred art. Cultivating the wind escape technique, where else would be a better place besides the thorny wind gate?
Mo Wuji's spiritual will extended outwards. He saw Sin Shuin being completely wrapped within a whirlpool of wind, and he knew that Sin Shuin should also be in a critical period.
Mo Wuji directly started cultivating.
When Sin Shuin had completely succeeded the legacy, they could leave together to practice the wind escape technique. At this moment, Sin Shuin wasn't merely cultivating the typhoon formula, she didn't give up on her own ice-type cultivation technique.
Perhaps in the entire lost continent, she might be the only cultivator with dual cultivation techniques. But her typhoon formula was really no trivial skill, and additionally, she was already in True Lake Stage Level 1. When she cultivated with the typhoon formula, her rate of absorbing spiritual energy was not much weaker than Mo Wuji. In merely half a month's time, her typhoon formula advanced from channel opening to spirit building. After 3 months, she broke through from spirit building to transcending mortality. In 6 months, Sin Shuyin stepped into the Yuan Dan. Finally, after 10 months, Sin Shuin's typhoon formula broke through the Yuan Dan stage and arrived at True Lake Stage Level 1. Within her body were 2 huge lakes of elemental energy. One was a wind elemental energy lake, the other was an ice elemental energy lake. By this time, Sin Shuyin could finally feel the great expansion of her power. She was still in True Lake Stage Level 1, but this was a totally different concept from her True Lake Stage Level 1 10 months ago. Dual cultivating both wind and ice, her cultivation speed did not meet any impediments, but it even boosted her ice-type cultivation method. She was sure that within a short period of time, she could charge into True Lake Stage Level 2. After she achieved that, she was resolute to start accepting the wind escape technique legacy. Just like Sin Shuyin, Mo Wuji's rate of absorbing spiritual energy was meteoric as always. Even though Mo Wuji's absorption of spiritual energy was crazy fast, ever since he entered the True Lake stage, raising each level became increasingly difficult. He took a whole 9 months to advance from True Lake Stage Level 3 to Level 4. He had been in True Lake Stage Level 4 for 3 months now, but True Lake Stage Level 5 still looked far and remote. At this moment, Mo Wuji stopped his cultivation. He felt a fluctuation in the spiritual energy and sent his spiritual will extending outwards, discovering that Sin Shuyin had already stopped her cultivation. Mo Wuji changed a set of clothes and walked out of his compartment. Things were different now. Previously, he did not know of the wind escape technique, so even if he wore on layers and layers of clothing, he would still get ripped and shredded by the raging winds of the thorny windgate. But now with his wind escape technique, if he was careful, he shouldn't be affected much by the thorny windgate's crazy winds. Junior apprentice brother Mo. Seeing Mo Wuji appear, a hint of glee appeared in Sin Shuin's eyes. Senior apprentice Sister Sin, congratulations on your success with the typhoon formula. Mo Wuji did not know whether Sin Shuin had yet to accept the wind escape technique legacy, but he could tell with a single glance that Sin Shuin must have been successful in her cultivation of the typhoon formula. Not only that, Sin Shuin's power had swelled exponentially. Even though she tried to restrain her aura, Mo Wuji could still clearly feel her power. Sin Shuyin could not suppress the joy in her eyes, and I've indeed successfully cultivated the typhoon formula, and I've also learned the wind escape technique. Junior apprentice brother Mo, on your side. Mo Wuji celebrated, I've also gained insights on my own wind escape technique, and I was just about to go outside to hone my wind escape technique. Why don't we go together? Alright. Understanding the wind escape technique takes time, and it's hard to control one's eventual location. When the time comes, should we meet back here? After Sin Shuyin accepted the wind escape technique legacy, she knew that Mo Wuji and her should no longer face any difficulty within a place like the thorny windgate. Mo Wuji nodded. Unfortunately, there's no way to send any messages. I also don't have any flying messenger swords. Flying messenger swords are useless in the thorny windgate, it would immediately be swept away by the strong winds. I heard that the Zhen-Mo continent has some sort of communication bead, but those things are incredibly rare. Only those worldly immortal smiths with understandings over the space Tao could forge it, Sin Shuyin sighed. Communication beads were indeed hard to get. Even if it was a worldly immortal, it would still be useless if he wasn't a supreme smith. To be a supreme smith and a worldly immortal at the same time, such cultivators were truly too rare. Mo Wuji suddenly felt some regret. He should have asked that old fishing fogey to give him some communication beads. That old fishing fogey was so strong, Mo Wuji wouldn't believe it if he claimed that he didn't have any communication beads. The exit passage had already been sealed, but for 2 True Lake stage experts like Mo Wuji and Sin Shuyin,
it was not difficult to smash open a new path. 2 hours later, the two emerged from a crevice. The only difference was the previous long winding crevice had already disappeared. Senior apprentice Sisterson, we'll go our separate ways here. Wait till we achieve success in our wind escape techniques, then we can meet back here. The moment they emerged, Mo Wuji flatly said. Just as Qin Shuyin acknowledged, the roaring wind blew by, sweeping the two away. Whether it was Mo Wuji or Qin Shuyin, none of them specially tried to resist this sudden gust of wind. Things were different now. Even though he was wrapped up in this violent wind, Mo Wuji could feel the entirety of the wind. Not just the traceless wind whip, he could even clearly feel the crushed stones and rubble carried within the wind. Even so, his power was still insufficient, and his wind escape technique level was too low. He couldn't dodge the strikes of the wind whip. But in the majority of the time, Mo Wuji could easily avoid the wind whips. The most terrifying thing about the thorny windgate wasn't the irresistible winds, but the crushed stones and wind whips within the violent winds. If he could dodge these things, as long as he didn't encounter any howling wind beasts or other wind-type beasts of the like, he was practically free of danger. As the start, Mo Wuji could feel the existence of the wind whip, but he wasn't able to fully dodge them. He even had a full ribs broken from the collision against some crushed stones. But as time passed, Mo Wuji became more at ease within the thorny windgate. Sometimes, he even felt himself to be a strand of wind within the violent winds, following the movements of the wind without a trace. 3 months later, Mo Wuji's wind escape technique had reached level 4. In 6 months, Mo Wuji's wind escape technique advanced into level 6. By this time, Mo Wuji no longer faced any threat from the thorny windgate, and it was no longer able to help him improve any further. As such, Mo Wuji stopped honing his wind escape technique. As Mo Wuji was prepared to go back to meet Qin Shuyin, he felt the ripples of a battle within the violent wind. The spatial ripples from a battle were different from those from the winds. Explosions of elemental energy could clearly be felt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, Go All Out. Chapter 302, Go All Out. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. One of them must definitely be Qin Shuyin. He had cultivated beside Qin Shuyin for close to a year, and he could easily recognize the spiritual ripples of Qin Shuyin's skills. Qin Shuyin had obtained the wind escape technique legacy and was a dual cultivator of wind and ice. Her abilities should be much stronger than an average true lake stage cultivator. Mo Wuji estimated that Qin Shuyin was already in true lake stage level 2, but her true power should be able to rival enemies in level 4 or level 5. In the thorny windgate, Mo Wuji guessed that not even nihility gods could trump over her. However, Mo Wuji could somehow feel that Qin Shuyin was at a disadvantage. Mo Wuji's figure flashed, morphing into a breeze within the violent winds, disappearing from that spot. Minutes later, Mo Wuji saw the two battling. Qin Shuyin's hair was tousled and her body was drenched in blood. Her clothes were ripped till it looked like a mop. It was unable to fully cover her body. Qin Shuyin was battling a white-faced, beardless man. In the violent wind, this man actually did not use any sort of evasive measures. From the looks of it, this fellow was not a wind-type cultivator, but he must also have some sort of method similar to the wind escape technique. From Mo Wuji's estimations, this fellow was at least in the nihility god advanced stage, or even at the great circle of nihility god stage. Mo Wuji was now at true lake stage level 4. If he was outside, he believed that he wouldn't need to fear a single true lake stage expert. Even if it was a nihility god, he might not be able to win, but he could still easily escape. Now in the thorny windgate, he wouldn't even fear a great circle of nihility god stage cultivator. Ever since Mo Wuji arrived, not only didn't Qin Shuyin discover him, that nihility god also didn't notice Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had fully integrated into the violent winds, leaving behind no marks or vestiges. Pooey! Another fog of blood emerged from Qin Shuyin's shoulder.
The ragged clothes which hung on her body was swept away by that beam of elemental energy. Sin Shuyin was shamed and anxious. If she fought any further, not only would she endanger her life, she might also all scraps of clothing which were still on her. It was fine if Mo Wuji was the one seeing it. Mo Wuji was, after all, a person she was familiar with, the rogue cultivator 2705. If her body was seen by some random man, even if she didn't die, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Sin Shuyin made the decision to retreat, but she knew her opponent was a fella sensitive to wind. It would be hard for her to retreat. But not retreating would only aggravate her situation. Boom! Boom! Several consecutive lightning bolts exploded within the violent winds. Sin Shuyin was euphoric. When she had these exploding lightning, she knew that Mo Wuji had arrived. As expected, a few bursts of blood fog exploded from that nihility god, who held the upper hand. At this moment, how could he still have the opportunity to continue his assault? He hurriedly changed his direction as he prepared to get out of that place. Even though Sin Shuyin wanted Mo Wuji to get this fella to stay, she didn't even know where Mo Wuji was. In reality, Sin Shuyin wasn't the only one who didn't know where Mo Wuji was at. Even that nihility god wasn't able to determine Mo Wuji's location. If not for that fact, he definitely wouldn't have let things rest when he was ambushed by Mo Wuji. But he couldn't even locate his opponent, so what else could he do? The moment Mo Wuji acted, he was able to force this nihility god into retreat. He completely integrated into the violent winds of the thorny windgate, and even when he reached this nihility god's side, the nihility god was still oblivious. The nihility god only came to a rude shock when Mo Wuji shot out few strands of invisible sword chi and swung his Tianji pole. This nihility god was also adept in the violent winds of the thorny windgate. He could even avoid the wind whips and crushed rocks carried within the winds by his instincts alone. He was so sensitive towards the wind, but he could never have imagined that his opponent could still hide and ambush him within the violent winds. Ostensibly, his opponent was much stronger than him, or more accurately, more attuned to the wind. He hastily rushed out his wind drum as he barely managed to block the multiple beams of Mo Wuji's invisible sword chi. Before he could regain his countenance, few ruthless strikes of wind whips landed against his back, shredding off his clothes and taking some skin off with it. When dealing with Sin Shuyin, he was like a butcher handling his cleaver. He was at ease and the wind whips weren't able to faze him. But now under Mo Wuji's attacks, how could he still divert his attention towards the wind whips? Bam! Just as the wind drum blocked Mo Wuji's Tianji pole again, another bolt of lightning exploded on him. One of the nihility god's legs was fractured by the blast of lightning. At this instant, he could no longer care about his injuries and could only hasten his retreat. He could tell that Mo Wuji's cultivation should not be higher than his, and this difference was more than a simple level. Otherwise, he would have been rendered completely useless against Mo Wuji's previous ambush. But he didn't dare continue fighting with Mo Wuji. In this place, he wasn't even able to grasp his opponent's location, and to make things worse, his opponent even had that immaterial invisible sword chi and the unpredictable lightning bolts. Even if Mo Wuji's cultivation was lower than him by more than 2 levels, he still wouldn't dare continue fighting on. If this was outside, it would be akin to him tying his limbs up with rope and crippling his spiritual will as he fought with his opponent. It would be weird if he could win. Mo Wuji was also very anxious. He had hidden himself in the dark, completely merged within the winds. His opponent had yet to advance into the heaven realm, and even if his opponent was in the heaven realm true god stage, it would still be difficult to discern his location. However, their difference in power was far too distant. He consecutively ambushed his opponent twice, but he could only give his opponent flesh wounds. These wounds looked serious, but they weren't anything life-threatening. If this nihility god didn't retreat, he would eventually be worn down and defeated. But if the nihility god did escape, Mo Wuji wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The nihility god was also rather attuned to the wind. As long as he didn't act against Mo Wuji, he should be able to escape without a hitch. Hiding within the winds did allow Mo Wuji to ambush his opponent, but it also restricted the actions he could take.
As he thought of this, Mo Wuji no longer cared to conceal himself.
After shooting out a few electroballs, he directly emerged from the winds, swinging his Tianji pole downwards. Boom! Boom! Pow! Even though he was struck by the electroballs, the Nihility god didn't feel shock but glee. Because he had finally seen Mo Wuji's figure, now that Mo Wuji had appeared, he was sure that he could end Mo Wuji. Gotcha!
An electroball fractured the other leg of the Nihility god, but the Nihility god paid it no heed. His wind drum wound up a huge tornado of elemental energy as it rushed towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji gritted his teeth and maintained his descent of the Tianji pole. This Nihility god was able to wind up such terrifying amounts of elemental energy with his wind drum, and this was in the thorny wingate.
If this was outside, Mo Wuji wouldn't even have the strength to resist.
This Nihility god saw that Mo Wuji actually acted like him, ignoring the other's magic treasure. His lips curved into a sly smile. He just needed to move his head by a bit. There wasn't even a need to dodge. Mo Wuji would only be able to smash against his shoulder. With Mo Wuji's strike, he would not be killed and would only be heavily injured at the very most. Even if he was heavily injured, he wouldn't need to fear that woman by the side. On the other hand, his wind drum was aimed towards Mo Wuji's waist. He was sure he could definitely shatter Mo Wuji's waist apart. That's right, in the thorny wingate, his drum's power was not even a third of his power outside, but so what? He could tell that Mo Wuji wasn't even in the Nihility god stage. Boom, ka. Even among the howling winds of the thorny wingate, Mo Wuji could still hear the sounds of bones fracturing. The Nihility god's wind drum was not offset as it landed against Mo Wuji's waist. Even though Mo Wuji had already activated his revolving star passage Xuan stage level 3 Midnight Revolution, and that Nihility god wasn't even at his usual power, Mo Wuji could still hear the sounds of his bones shattering. From his waist to his leg, then down towards his ankle. The terrifying force only disappeared when the elemental energy was revolved towards the ground from the bottom of his feet. However, this Nihility god was not a half-bit happy. While he heard the sounds of Mo Wuji's bones shattering, he could also hear the cracks from his own bones. A wave of drowsiness, or even an aura of death flushed over him. He could feel all the energy in his body leaving him. This pain and shattering of bones did not originate from his shoulders, but from the top of his skull. He clearly moved his head away from the trajectory of the Tianji pole, but his opponent's Tianji pole precisely hit his skull. This was simply incomprehensible. Unless his opponent shifted the Tianji pole just as he shifted his head? This sort of attack, not just him, even a true god might not be able to achieve it. How was his opponent able to do it? At this very next instant, his consciousness went black. Mo Wuji didn't give him a single chance, sending a beam of sword chi into his mind palace. Pang! At the instant the Nihility god was killed, Mo Wuji descended from the sky, falling into the crater formed from the elemental energy he revolved away. It could be said that he killed this Nihility god with his own power. When that Nihility god chose not to dodge his Tianji pole, Mo Wuji knew that his opponent wanted to exchange blows with him. Under usual circumstances, this would be disadvantageous to him. His cultivation was far from his opponent's, so his attack power definitely couldn't match the Nihility god's. However, he had a sacred art, revolving star passage technique. Even though his bones shattered from his waist to his ankle, he still succeeded. As for his descending Tianji pole, he also used the revolving star passage technique Xuan stage level 4 Qiankuan upheaval to affect its trajectory. The Nihility god was willing to exchange blows Mo Wuji because he was sure that Mo Wuji's Tianji pole could not change its direction in that short instance. Unfortunately for the Nihility god, Mo Wuji practiced the revolving star passage technique. With Qiankuan upheaval, he could change the trajectory of Tianji pole in an instant without affecting the Tianji pole's power. This also gave Mo Wuji a stark reminder never underestimate one's opponents. Even if he was sure that his opponent couldn't do something, in a life-and-death battle, he still had to assume the worst.
Junior apprentice brother Mo.
Sin Shuyin urgently rushed over, carefully pulling Mo Wuji into her embrace, her face filled with anxiety. She could never have fathomed that Mo Wuji could kill this cultivator at the Great Circle of Nihility God stage, and at a head-on battle at that. A hint of fragrance and a soft sensation could be felt, and Mo Wuji's heart trembled. Both of them were nearly naked.
Because of Mo Wuji's grievous injuries, Sin Shuyin's mind was filled with worry and she did not harbor any dirty thoughts. Mo Wuji, on the other hand, finally knew of the existence of hormones.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 303, Broken Sect. Chapter 303, Broken Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Mo Wuji administered 2 clear jade pills, suppressing the dirty thoughts brewing inside his head. Soon, he was immersed in his recuperation and had forgotten the awkwardness he felt from Sin Shuyin's naked embrace. To hasten his recovery, he needed to fully let go of all his distractions. Mo Wuji trusted Sin Shuyin, so besides leaving a small strand of spiritual will for protection, almost all his attention was focused on his recovery. Sin Shuyin had never hugged another man, much less one who was like her, covered only in tattered rags. She brushed against Mo Wuji's spirited organ and her face instantly flushed red. If it was someone else, she would have long threw him away. If not for the fact that they weren't in the thorny windgate, she also wouldn't continue hugging Mo Wuji. But now, she couldn't bear to put Mo Wuji down. Mo Wuji's dirty thoughts were transient as he soon calmed down to recover, allowing Sin Shuyin to heave a sigh of relief. By the time Mo Wuji awoke from his recovery, several days had passed. He soon discovered that they had returned to the stone room where Sin Shuyin received her legacy. Sending his spiritual will outwards, he found Sin Shuyin cultivating in her compartment. Sin Shuyin had already helped washed him up and changed him into a new set of clothes. However, his clothing wasn't of men's style, but a female-like blouse. Mo Wuji looked at the materials of his blouse and knew that Sin Shuyin must have made some alterations to his clothes. Mo Wuji stood up, washed himself up, changed his clothes and opened the compartment within the stone room. This place no longer had enough spiritual energy for Mo Wuji. He decided to leave this place.
Junior apprentice brother Mo, you're recovered?
Sin Shuyin saw Mo Wuji walking over and asked gleefully. Over the past few days of reflection, her previous awkwardness had gradually disappeared. She suddenly seemed to recall something as she handed a storage ring over to Mo Wuji. This is that Nihility God storage ring. I think we've gotten ourselves in trouble.
What's wrong? Mo Wuji accepted the ring and asked doubtfully.
Sin Shuyin pointed towards the ring and said, "See the words engraved on the ring, you'll know immediately." But as Sin Shuyin was speaking, Mo Wuji's gaze had already turned towards the words on the storage ring, Broken Sect, 731.
Broken Sect, 731? What does that mean? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully.
Sin Shuyin answered, I heard that in the Jin Mo continent, the most revered and strongest place is the Star King Mountain. At the same time, in the Jin Mo continent, there's a dark sect which is the most secretive and feared. That sect is the Broken Sect. There's actually a person who would name his sect as Broken Sect. How interesting, Mo Wuji said speechlessly. Sin Shuyin shook her head. The Broken Sect is it the only sect which didn't name itself. The Broken Sect was once an assassin's guild. There's a unique legend that revolves around the sect. It's rumored that if a person enters the target list of this assassin's guild, he wouldn't live past 3 months. Furthermore, this assassin's guild has another hobby. When they were hired to kill a particular person, they would also kill everyone around him.
Even entire sects have been eradicated.
As time passed, no one even dared to hire them because their methods were too bloodthirsty. Almost every one of their assassination attempts would result in complete slaughter. That's why this assassin's guild had been named as the Broken Sect. The head of the Assassins Guild acknowledged this name, and after some time, he really established a sect, and this sect is the Broken Sect.
The Star King Mountain doesn't do anything about this sect? Mo Wuji asked.
The Star King Mountain doesn't acknowledge the Broken Sect's existence, so it had yet to do anything. But there's also rumors that the Star King Mountain tried to interfere with the matter, but the Broken Sect was too strong. Even if the Star King Mountain tried to eradicate the Broken Sect, they would suffer heavily. The Broken Sect had remained hidden for so long, but today we actually killed a fella from the Broken Sect. Sin Shuin's voice was filled with worry.
As long as we don't say anything, perhaps they wouldn't know that we killed that fella. As Mo Wuji heard Sin Shuin's words, his head started to ache. He already had many things on his plate, and if this Broken Sect was added to the mix, could he still cultivate peacefully? That's useless. I'd never heard of anything good happening to those that killed a member of the Broken Sect. I believe that many others must have the same thoughts as you, but I've never heard of anyone escaping the vengeance of the Broken Sect, Sin Shuin bemoaned. All these were just rumors, but they actually killed a person from the Broken Sect, verifying that the Broken Sect truly existed. Mo Wuji's expression turned serious.
He didn't think that he had anything special which could help him shake off the Broken Sect's pursuit. After some deliberation, Mo Wuji suddenly placed the ring on the ground. I won't be opening this ring.
Wait for me for a few days. Sin Shuin could understand why Mo Wuji gave up on the storage ring. Many storage rings had spiritual will imprint. The moment it was opened, the imprint would latch itself on the opener, and that opener would be completely oblivious of it. This spiritual will imprint would be the method the opener would be tracked. Mo Wuji probably wasn't willing to open the storage ring because he was concerned about the spiritual will imprint.
Sin Shuin's guess was only partially correct. Mo Wuji was indeed worried about the spiritual will imprint. However, ignoring the ring would not require a few days. He got Sin Shuin to wait for him for a few days because he wanted to check whether there were any imprints on him. At the same time, he wanted to stay here to design his own personalized imprint. The Broken Sect was so terrifying, they definitely wouldn't simply leave an imprint on the storage ring. Mo Wuji was sure, if it was as scary as Sin Shuin claimed, then his body might also be latched with an imprint. 3 days later, Mo Wuji had already conducted rounds of checks on his own body. He even swept through the items within his storage ring, but he did not find anything out of the particular. He guessed that it was either there wasn't any imprint on him, or he wasn't strong enough to detect the spiritual will imprint. Unfortunately, he was truly helpless. He spent 3 consecutive days to no avail.
Carrying on would be useless.
He started training his spiritual will early in his cultivation, but he was still not very familiar with spiritual will imprints.
However, he needed to stay here to design his own spiritual will imprint.
If the Broken Sect was truly so terrifying, they would definitely be able to track the ring to this location. What he wanted to do was to set up an array around the ring. Through this array, he would leave an imprint on his pursuers. Mo Wuji admired the saints who could forgive and forget, but he was not such a person. If the Broken Sect really came knocking up his door and even sent people to deal with him, he would definitely kill and fight back. Since he would kill his way back, he naturally needed to find the Broken Sect's lair. The Broken Sect was so elusive, it would be a fantasy if he thought he could find the Broken Sect's lair from the people who would come pursuing him. If the Broken Sect was so easily found, they would have been discovered a long time ago. Thus, he wanted to make use of this ring to find the Broken Sect's lair. Those that came searching for the ring must definitely be from the Broken Sect. He could leave an imprint on those fellas to find the Broken Sect's lair. If the Broken Sect didn't care about him, then he would let things be. But if they did threaten to deal with him, then he definitely wouldn't be courteous. The laser cannons might be priceless, but when his little life was threatened, he would not hesitate to grab those laser cannons and blast those little broken F***ers.
How could Sin Shuin know what was on Mo Wuji's mind? She only thought that Mo Wuji was searching his body for any imprints.
She didn't know that Mo Wuji was also taking precautions as he prepared to install his own spiritual will imprint.
Mo Wuji's single attempt already took half a month. Half a month later, Mo Wuji started installing the concealed array flags and left his spiritual will imprint within the array. He was not very proficient with the marking of a spiritual will imprint, but he was adept with arrays. His spiritual will was stronger than an average cultivator's, and he even had a sacred art. In this entire planet, perhaps even a worldly immortal might not necessarily have a sacred art. As long as someone entered to take the ring, his hidden array would be triggered, which would then stimulate his revolving star passage technique's sacred art, which would transfer his spiritual will into his opponent's meridians. Mo Wuji did not have spiritual roots, and he created this method to cultivate using meridians. He understood more about the meridians in the human body than an average cultivator. Perhaps even true gods wouldn't be as knowledgeable with meridians. Besides him, other cultivators definitely had spiritual roots and cultivated with spirit channels. Thus, if he transferred the spiritual will imprint into his opponent's meridians, his opponent might not be able to discover it. After all, meridians were not as valuable as spirit channels for cultivators. When they cultivated, they would circulate spiritual energy through their spirit channels, and they wouldn't even pay heed to their meridians. We can go now. After Mo Wuji placed his final array flag, he went to find Sin Shuin. His sacred art was residing within the array. The elemental energy within it could last 2 to 3 months at the most before dissipating. Mo Wuji felt that this amount of time should be sufficient. If the broken sect was as impressive as the rumors, they would definitely be able to find this place within 2 to 3 months. If they couldn't find it, then he would have less to worry. Sin Shuin did not know why Mo Wuji would want to install an array here, but she could roughly guess what Mo Wuji was doing. Several days later, Mo Wuji and Sin Shuin emerged from the thorny wind gate from that previous whirlpool. The two both knew a wind escape technique, so the price they had to pay was merely a set of clothes. Junior apprentice brother Mo, where will you be going now? Sin Shuin saw Mo Wuji fetch out a ball-shaped flying ship. She could tell that this flying of Mo Wuji's was a high-grade spiritual item. I'll first make a trip to the Universal Hall. I have some friends there. Senior apprentice Sisterson, do you want to follow me? Mo Wuji knew that the grade of Sin Shuin's flying car was very low, so he directly invited Sin Shuin with him. Sin Shuin shook her head. It's okay. I will first find a place to continue my closed-doors cultivation. My power is truly too low. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. He understood the meaning behind Sin Shuin's actions. Sin Shuin was worried of implicating him. If they were to appear in the Universal Hall together, it was simply beckoning for the Star King Mountain Xia clan to kill them. He did not have any other way to ask her to stay. After all, the two of them didn't have a special relationship. After parting with Sin Shuin, Mo Wuji did not travel really quickly. Now that he had offended the broken sect, he needed to be on high alert. After half a month, Mo Wuji was still far from the Universal Hall, but an astounding scene was displayed in front of him. Countless numbers of cultivators were clashing against dense amounts of space beasts. Space scorpions, space rats, space butterflies, gold blade apes, gray-spotted space wolves. There was enough variety to form a menu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, Ranked on the Universal Board. Chapter 304, Ranked on the Universal Board. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Even though there were a lot of cultivators around, they couldn't fend off this many space beasts. There were countless of cultivators being engulfed every minute, and even though more space beasts were killed relatively, it would be impossible to finish them off. In fact, he personally witnessed a true god stage cultivator being swallowed in one mouth by a Class 7 gigantic mouse. Mo Wuji's heart turned cold, because if so many space beasts entered the Zhenemo continent at one time, how would things turn out to be? Perhaps even a small grass in Zhenemo continent would not be able to survive, right? Without waiting for Mo Wuji to come to his senses, countless space beasts from all 4 directions started to surround him.
Mo Wuji was shocked because he had only dealt with space scorpions previously and he almost lost his life to them. Now that there were so many space beasts charging towards him, he might not even have a chance to escape. Before the countless space beasts could approach any closer, Mo Wuji released his boundless lightning rain. After advancing to the True Lake Stage Level 4, the killing zone of Mo Wuji's boundless lightning rain increased by more than 10 folds. In just one move, he managed to clear his surrounding as all the space butterflies, space mouse, and the other space beasts all fell after this boundless lightning rain. Mo Wuji sighed because if he didn't have his wind escape technique and was trapped by so many space beasts, he would have no other choice but to mass kill his way out. However, things were different now that he had his wind escape technique because as long as he used enough of his True Lake's violet energy, he would be able to slip away instantly. It seemed like Mo Wuji hadn't gotten used to his sudden increase in strength. Every time the boundless lightning rain descended, a large amount of space beasts would be killed. Mo Wuji was too lazy to even take out his only shield because as long as he could hold on, he would be able to continuously kill those beasts. When he couldn't hold on anymore, he would immediately shield his way out without any hesitation. The universal token was also hung around his waist immediately because this was a massive opportunity to collect contribution points for the universal board, hence, Mo Wuji would naturally not let this chance pass by. Boom boom boom. The explosive lightnings from his lightning rain fell continuously as Mo Wuji couldn't stop blasting the countless space beasts to death. The contribution points on Mo Wuji's universal token kept increasing as well. As long as he saw a space beast which was class 6 and above, Mo Wuji would immediately turn away because he came to earn points, not fight for his life against a class 6 beast. Mo Wuji made so much commotion in the middle of the crowd of demonic beasts such that it would be impossible for people not to notice him. Very soon, the huge army of mortals and cultivators noticed Mo Wuji's large chunks of lightning bolts and his wild killing of the beasts. Boom boom boom, gotcha. Yet another wave of demonic beasts were blasted to death by Mo Wuji's lightning. At this moment, Mo Wuji's heart was calm because after releasing this large scale of boundless lightning rain, his violet lake was still full of elemental energy. As long as he was not attacked by a top-class demonic beast, he wouldn't mind if he had to continue doing this for a few more days. Puff! Before Mo Wuji could release yet another wave of boundless lightning rain, a soaring blade radiance sliced through his left chest, spurting out a canopy of blood. Class 7 demonic beast? Mo Wuji was shocked because no matter how good he was, he would not be able to hide and escape from a class 7 demonic beast. It wasn't too long ago when he witnessed a true god stage expert being swallowed alive by a class 7 space mouse. If he was marked by a class 7 demonic beast, he wasn't sure that he could use his wind escape technique to escape successfully. Tisk tsk. Yet another two-blade radiance flew over and Mo Wuji felt like his acupuncture points were struck as he was completely unable to move. Presently, he could only stare blankly at the two-blade radiance pierced through the space as it flew directly in front of his eyes. Mo Wuji's violet energy lake started to swirl up as all 103 meridians started to circulate spiritual energy insanely. Just before this two-blade radiance sliced his skull apart, his violet energy lake finally broke its shackles as his entire body managed to recover its original state because of the spiritual circulation of all 103 meridians. Fortunately, his revolving star passage technique had already reached the 4th level of the Zhuan stage, Zhenkuan upheaval, which should be able to dodge the small threat to his life. Mo Wuji had already made up his mind to leave immediately if he was able to escape this crisis. In this place without a strong defender around him, he was simply courting death if he continued to try and collect more contribution points. Bang! Before Mo Wuji could execute the Zhenkuan upheaval to dodge the attack, a huge print magically appeared in front of him and destroying both the blade radiances. You carry on and leave this raging space lion to me, a grey-robed man flitted by Mo Wuji as he said this. It was only till now that Mo Wuji realized that he was hurt by a few meters-long space lion, an absolute class 7 space beast. A rectangular big print was suspending above the grey-robed man's head, and even before he used the big print again, Mo Wuji noticed the cautious look on the face of the space lion.
The Space Lion had already given up on trying to kill Mo Wuji. Since someone was helping him block the Class 7 demonic beast, Mo Wuji didn't leave immediately but chose to stay and continue using his boundless lightning rain to collect contribution points. This time round, he spread his spiritual will around the surrounding as he was afraid another strong demonic beast might act against him again. The endless incoming space beasts were simply too many to kill. Mo Wuji was only concerned about collecting points and not hopeful about killing them all. This battle against the space beasts lasted for exactly 2 days before the numerous space beasts slowly retreated into the voided space. During this period of time, Mo Wuji was the target of sneak attacks from Class 7 demonic beasts twice, and both times he managed to dodge it just in time. Furthermore, on both occasions, the Class 7 demonic beasts didn't have a chance to attack him twice because a true god stage expert would always appear to keep the beasts busy. Evidently, with the Jin Mo continent cultivator army around, they wouldn't allow a higher class demonic beast to act against a lower class cultivator too. In 2 days, the elemental energy in Mo Wuji's violet energy lake was reduced by as much as half its original amount. As the demonic beasts retreated, the Jin Mo cultivator army started to gather once again. While there looked like there were still about a few millions cultivators left in the army, Mo Wuji knew that a few 100,000 cultivators had fallen in this war as well. The only difference was that there were all sorts of space beasts coming at them regardless of their class. He even saw a bunch of Class 1 space mouse rushing towards him, but before they could appear in front of him, they were all blasted into shreds by his lightning bolts. As for the cultivators who managed to make it into the cultivation army, they were all at least above the transcending mortality stage. Mo Wuji grabbed his own universal token and took a glance at it. Mo Wuji, universal contribution points, 26811, ranking, 9,951. Mo Wuji was astonished. Good grief! Who knew how many space beasts he had killed over these 2 days using tons and tons of elemental energy and boundless lightning rain? He even managed to kill a few Class 5 space beasts but barely made it up to the secondary board. One must know that he wouldn't get much of such opportunities in the future anymore unless he could join the cultivator army. Otherwise, if he were to meet so many space beasts alone, escaping would be his only option. It looked like he could forget about getting ranked 1 on the main universal board, because even getting on the main universal board itself would be a long way from now. At that moment, Mo Wuji sensed something coming at him as he subconsciously looked towards his side. "You are pretty decent. Which department are you from?" A big-built gray-robed man was standing where Mo Wuji was standing previously as he raised his hand awkwardly. It seemed like he wanted to pat Mo Wuji's shoulder but was shunned off by Mo Wuji's instinct. Mo Wuji hurried to say apologetically, "Junior's name is Mo Wuji, and thank you Senior for your life-saving grace earlier." However, even without this gray-robed man's help earlier on, Mo Wuji would have been able to dodge the Space Lion's second attack as well, but since he reached out to help him, Mo Wuji naturally had to thank him. Moreover, this gray-robed man should be in True God Stage Level 9, which was a lot higher than himself. This gray-robed man shook his hand and said, "You are very strong, and that lightning rain made me extremely envious. Logically speaking, how could I not know of a talent like you?" Mo Wuji could only say, "Junior is only a rogue cultivator and have yet to join the army, which was why Senior wouldn't know me." "I see. Why don't you join my Northern Star Army?" The gray-robed man laughed and added, "Oh yes, my name is Mao Lanhan, Northern Star Army's 3 stars commander." Mo Wuji stopped moving suddenly, and even though he only just arrived at Jin Mo continent, he had heard a few things about the Star King Mountain. Star King Mountain had a total of 10 halls and also 10 armies. From Mao Lanhan's words, Mo Wuji guessed that this Northern Star Army should be one of the 10 Star King Mountain armies. Additionally, he had heard that there was a Mao clan out of the 3 big clans in the Star King Mountain, which made him wondered if this Mao Lanhan was a member of the Mao clan. After Mo Wuji clasped his fist respectfully, he said in an apologetic tone, "Senior Mao, I currently have no intentions to join the cultivator army, but if one day I decided to join an army, I will definitely choose the Northern Star Army." A trace of disappointment flashed through Mao Lanhan's eyes when he heard Mo Wuji's words, but the disappointment disappeared very quickly as he took out an order flag to pass to Mo Wuji.
There are a lot of evil ***stards in the Universal Hall, so if anyone dare to touch you, you can just mention my name. I am optimistic about your potential, so remember to find me, Mao Lanhan, when you decided to join the army." After he said his piece, Mao Lanhan's body disappeared in a flash within the huge army. Mo Wuji noticed that all the rogue cultivators that followed the big army to battles were starting to head towards the Universal Hall. Just as he was about to follow them, another person stopped him in his tracks.